Chapter 761 Participating in the War. Li Yuanba certainly knew how powerful these 5 mid-stage golden corpses were. The mid-stage golden corpses were several times more powerful than ordinary golden corpses in terms of speed, strength and defense. So after the battle begins, you can see that a single attack from the golden corpse in the midterm can knock away a L creature. The terrifying death energy penetrated into the bodies of the L creatures with this attack. But it did not achieve the effect he imagined. And just from the huge damage, the bones of L creatures would be broken at most. But creatures like L creatures, even if all their bones are broken, can still drive their bodies through their powerful bodies. They don't seem to feel pain, and can continue fighting as long as they don't die on the spot. The battle scene between the 5 mid-stage golden corpses was extremely gorgeous. Hell creatures were constantly being knocked away. But the results were not ideal. These L monsters are extremely resistant to evil energy, and the attack effect of the zombies will be greatly weakened. To Li Yuanba's surprise, it was Venerable Hongguang who took the initiative to explain to him. Li Yuanba also discovered that the L creatures themselves are evil creatures, and the energy in their bodies carries an evil aura, and also contains terrifying radiation. Fortunately, the combat power of the 5 mid-stage golden corpses is very strong. Although the attack effect is greatly restricted, they can still effectively resist the advance of a large number of L creatures. 5 mid-stage golden corpses blocked all the L creatures in the 10-meter wide passage. As long as any L creatures approached, they would be knocked away by them. While being knocked away, the L creatures that were knocked away will also knock down multiple L creatures behind them. The reason why Venerable Hongguang took the initiative to explain to Li Yuanba was because Li Yuanba's arrival played an important role. Although he and the Great Monk Huge were extremely powerful, they had no good solution when facing these almost endless streams of L creatures. Powerful attacks cannot continue forever. So when the 4th grade late stage L creatures appear in the L cave, they will not be able to maintain their full strength to fight them. Their role here is to deal with the late 4th grade L creatures. The destructive power of one late stage 4th grade L creature is more destructive than 100 mid-stage 4th grade L creatures. All monks, release range attack spells and try your best to kill these monsters. Great Monk Huge issued an order in a deep voice. The criminal monks who were hiding behind the single-person defense circle in front of them all stopped their originally prepared attacks after hearing the order, and switched to area of effect spells. Even if they wanted to use ranged spells before, they didn't have the opportunity. Casting a ranged spell requires a longer lead time, and the speed of the L creatures is not slow. Even if the ranged spell is successfully cast, it will not cause much damage to the L creatures. But it's different now. There are 5 mid-stage golden corpses holding them in front, and the L creatures are blocked in the passage. As more and more L creatures poured out of the L cave, the 10-meter wide passage in front of the 5 mid-stage golden corpses became increasingly crowded with L creatures. This also puts a lot of pressure on the 5 mid-stage golden corpses to a certain extent. They need faster attacks to knock away the L creatures approaching in front of them. Since the criminal monks do not have the direct threat posed by the L creatures, they have enough time to concentrate on casting spells. And ranged spells are cast one by one. A ranged spell hits the group of L creatures. The damage caused by a ranged spell is not very high. But there are nearly 100 criminal monks here, all of whom are mid-stage nascent soul monks. The combined damage of nearly 100 ranged spells cast by them is almost the area in front of the 5 mid-stage golden corpses was cleared. The results achieved this time exceeded their results in the previous few hours, and also gave the criminal monks a lot of peace of mind. As long as the battle line can be held, their lives will be saved. Li Yuanba didn't care about the outcome of the battle. He was checking the status of the golden corpse in the midterm. Although the speed of the mid-stage golden corpse is very fast, there are too many L creatures. The melee L creatures rarely have the chance to attack the mid-stage golden corpse. However, the L sheep-headed creatures behind use black energy balls, and 5 mid-stage golden corpses still got hit several times. After checking the status of the golden corpse in the midterm, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just as the death energy of the mid-stage golden corpse has little effect on the L creatures, the evil energy attacks of the L creatures are also very weak on the mid-stage golden corpse. In particular, the defensive power of the 5 mid-stage golden corpses is many times that of ordinary golden corpses. The golden corpses are originally good at defense, so even if they are hit multiple times, they will not have any impact on the 5 mid-stage golden corpses. The only troublesome thing is probably the radiation and the evil energy. The golden corpse in the middle period is contaminated with radiation. He did not put away the midterm golden corpse because he was worried about the impact of radiation. He came here to represent Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. And any contribution he made was the contribution of Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. Even if he loses 5 mid-stage golden corpses in the end, he doesn't care. As long as he has enough corpse refining resources, he can continuously refine such mid-stage golden corpses. Li Yuanba also took action, and his attack targets were the H.L. sheep-headed creatures hidden behind the powerful defensive H.L. creatures. Xing Yijian suppressed his quality, but his speed was still indescribably fast. He blessed Xing Yi's sword with Chaos Sword Intent, and under the control of his divine consciousness, Xing Yi's sword passed through the head of a H.L. sheep-headed creature. The breath of the H.L. sheep-headed creature whose head was shot suddenly disappeared, and its body collapsed and was immediately trampled by the H.L. creatures behind it. What kind of sword intent is this? When Great Monk Wuge saw Li Yuanba take action, he paid special attention to Li Yuanba. When he sensed the sword intent on Li Yuanba's sword, he looked a little confused. Even though he was a great sword cultivator and came from the sword intent Chongshao Pavilion, a super sword cultivator force, he still couldn't recognize the Chaos Sword Intent. He had seen the sword intent monument before, and that was the opportunity he got after being promoted to a great monk. But what he sensed from the sword intent monument was only the content of the sword intent that he was good at, and he did not have the ability to perceive too complex sword intent in a short period of time. The first person in the middle nascent soul stage. He deserves his reputation. Great Master Hongwang murmured to himself. He also sensed the terror of the Chaos Sword Intention, which was a powerful sword intention that could not be studied. When the Chaos Sword Intention is combined with the terrifying speed of the upward sword, he can be 100% sure that it will be difficult for a weaker monk to resist the attack of this sword intention. No wonder the great venerable Hengfa was taken away by Li Yuanba. With the combat power of the great venerable Hengfa, he could not sustain it for long under Li Yuanba's sword intent. Li Yuanba was still attacking. Being in a safe place, he could unleash the powerful attack power of Chaos Sword Intent. He also understands that he can't kill the H.L. creatures with his help. All he has to do is reduce the number of H.L. sheep-headed creatures that attack from a distance, so that the golden corpses in the midterm can reduce the damage they receive. The criminal monks were still preparing the second round of ranged spells, and they also saw the flying sword traveling on the battlefield. They have relatively little knowledge, but they can judge the horror of a single sword just by looking at its effects. Although the defense power of the H.L. sheep-headed creatures is relatively weak, even the defense power of the H.L. sheep-headed creatures exceeds that of a mid-nascent soul monk holding a 4th grade upper-level defensive spell. Judging from how easy Xing Yijian is, if the target of the attack is a mid-stage nascent soul monk, I'm afraid there won't be many mid-stage nascent soul monks in the world of immortality who can withstand an attack from Xing Yijian. Who is he? How can he be so powerful? A criminal monk asked the question of all criminal monks. Listen to what the great venerable Hengwang just said. He is the number 1 person in the middle nascent soul stage, replied a person who was close to the great venerable Hengwang. Upon hearing this answer, the criminal monks looked at Li Yuanba with awe. If a middle stage nascent soul monk had proposed the title of first person in the middle nascent soul, these criminal monks would definitely not agree with it. But this was what the great venerable Hengwang said. And coupled with the terrifying combat power displayed by Li Yuanba, they didn't have the slightest doubt. The battle continued, and the criminal monks had time to rest. They distributed the spiritual power in their bodies reasonably, and used ranged spells to bombard them every once in a while. Whenever the pressure on the 5 mid-stage golden corpses reaches a point that threatens them, the criminal monk's ranged spell will clear them up, allowing the pressure on the 5 mid-stage golden corpses to be cleared instantly. In the midterm, the golden corpse has extremely sustained combat power. It is not a problem to fight at this level for several days in a row. After Li Yuanba continued to attack with Chaos Sword Intent for an hour, he had to interrupt the attack. This was the first time for him to suffer this level of consumption. He sat down cross-legged, and the great master Hengfa came to his side and blocked him with his body. Seeing this situation, venerable Hengwang wanted to say something, but he opened his mouth and hesitated. Be careful! Great Monk Yud shouted in a deep voice. His natal flying sword flew out, and a streak of evil breaking sword intent followed the natal flying sword. The target of the natal flying sword was a late 4th grade H.L. horse-headed creature hidden among the mid 4th grade H.Lish creatures. No one thought that this late 4th grade H. Lish horse-headed creature would be so cunning and did not launch an attack openly. Instead, he suppressed his own aura fluctuations and mixed them with the mid-level 4th grade H. L creatures. The great monk Wugu was able to find out that something was wrong. It was the horse-headed creature from the late 4th stage H. L that took the initiative to attack a mid-stage golden corpse. Although the natal flying sword of the great monk Wugu shoots extremely fast, it is still a step slower. The speed of the horse-headed creatures in the late 4th stage H. L is no slower than that of the mid-stage golden corpse. The sudden attack directly hits the body of the mid-stage golden corpse. In the middle stage, a hollow appeared on the body of the golden corpse. This was an injury caused by a powerful attack that shattered the bones and tissues in the body. Even if the mid-stage golden corpse suffered such injuries, it only took a few steps back. The order it received was to guard its location. Unless it died, it would stay there. The horse-headed creature in the late 4th stage H. L still wanted to pursue the golden corpse in the mid-stage. But at this time, the natal flying sword of the great monk Yuj came to attack. The horse-headed creature from the late 4th level H. L waved his hand casually, and his hair-covered palms hit the natal flying sword, which bounced away. It shook its palm vigorously, leaving a sword mark under its palm. The reason why the great monk Wugu was sent to guard the Hell Cave was because he mastered a sword, the evil-breaking sword, which had a strong restraining effect on all kinds of evil energy. The attack he just made, because he was in a hurry, did not gather too much evil-breaking sword intent. But even so, it still caused some losses to the horse-headed creatures in the late 4th level H. L. A Vajra flew out of the hands of the great venerable Hungwung, with golden Buddha light on it, and flew towards the horse-headed creatures in the late 4th grade H. L. The horse-headed creature in the late 4th level H. I was very afraid of the golden Buddha's light on the Vajra, and did not take the blow forcefully, and retreated dozens of meters in a flash. The Vajra flew after the horse-headed creatures in the late 4th grade H. L. The mid-grade 4th grade H. L creatures along the way were in bad luck. If they were hit by the Buddha's light, they would instantly turn into ashes. Even if they were not hit, as long as they touched the edge, they would be destroyed. The parts contaminated by the Buddha's light will be burned black. After Li Yuanba sensed that the golden corpse in the middle stage was being attacked, and at the same time sensed the aura of the horse-head creature in the late 4th grade H. L. He stopped restoring the energy in his body, and then took out a 4th grade high-level elixir to restore energy. His actions made Grand Venerable Hungfa feel heartbroken. But considering Li Yuanba's status as an alchemy master, it is understandable that Li Yuanba has the luxury of confidence. When Li Yuanba showed his great power through the help of Venerable Hungwung, he recalled the injured mid-stage golden corpse to his side. The green light on his body flashed, activating the innate Imu magical power, and the green light enveloped the injured position of the golden corpse in the middle stage. The healing power of innate Imu actually conflicts with the energy in the refining corpse. However, since the mid-stage golden corpse indirectly belongs to the main body Li Shiming, it is equivalent to belonging to him. The death energy in the mid-stage golden corpse is ineffective against him. When he used the magical power of Xiantian Imu to treat the golden corpse in the middle stage, the death energy could not affect the healing of the injury by the energy of Xiantian Imu. In the world of cultivating immortals, the most commonly used method of treating the corpse is to prepare a dead atmosphere environment so that the corpse can recover on its own. But Li Yuanba's Xiantian Imu is a healing magical power. It can treat any living being. Magical power is a manifestation of rules. Treatment involving rules can be achieved as long as the energy conflict in the corpse is restrained. Heal the corpse. It didn't take long, and the hollow where the golden corpse was hit in the middle stage had been restored. If this kind of injury were placed on a monk, it would be considered a moderate to serious injury. But if it was placed on a mid-stage golden corpse, it could only be considered an ordinary injury. Li Yuanba also only used one healing opportunity from the magical power of innate Imu to completely recover the golden corpse in the middle stage. He waved his hand and let the mid-stage golden corpse return to the battlefield. After this attack from the horse-headed creature in the late 4th stage H. L. He also had a clear idea of the defense of the golden corpse in the mid-stage. The defensive power of the mid-stage golden corpse is enough to withstand several attacks from the great monk. Of course, these attacks cannot hit the vital points of the mid-stage golden corpse. Chapter 762 Essence. Li Yuanba saw the power of the horse-headed creature in the late 4th level H. L. Although he was slightly injured under the attack of the two great monks, the injury had little impact on it. You must know that whether it is the great monk Wuga or the Great Venerable Hungwang who are arranged to guard this place. They all have means to target the creatures in H, L. The evil breaking sword intention of the Great Monk Wuga, and the Buddha's light of the Great Venerable Hungwang. Two attack methods, with extremely strong amplification power against evil energy, are unable to cause fatal damage to the horse-headed creatures in the late 4th level H, L. However, with the help of these two men, the 5 mid-stage golden corpses and all the criminal monks had time to rest. In particular, the Buddha's light of the Great Venerable Hungwang continuously spreads out from the Vajra, forming an extremely wide-range attack effect on the creatures in H, L. Although this Buddha's light does not cause too much damage to the horse-headed creatures in the late 4th grade H, L, it is fatal to the creatures in the mid-4th grade H, L. The mid-level 4th level H, L creatures have super defense and melt like ice and snow, meeting flames in the Buddha's light. Also melting are the bodies of mid-level 4th level H, L creatures. When Great Monk Wugu saw the horse-headed creatures in the late 4th grade H, L retreat, he turned into sword light without any hesitation and approached the horse-headed creatures in the late 4th grade H, L. He is used to working with Venerable Hungwang and knows how to better utilize their strengths. The natal flying sword is blessed with the evil breaking sword intent. The evil breaking sword intention, blessed this time, is completely different from the previous hasty attack. This time the power of the evil breaking sword intent is almost twice as strong. Li Yuanba knew that the reason why the Great Monk Wugu wanted to get closer was to increase the attack power of his natal flying sword. Although the attack range of the sword cultivator's natal flying sword is very wide, the shorter the distance, the stronger the attack speed and controllability of the natal flying sword, and it is easier to replenish the consumed energy at any time, especially the blessed sword intent. In a battle of this level, part of the sword intent will be consumed with every attack. When the distance is close, the sword intent can be replenished at any time. The Great Monk Yuge does not need to consider the mid-level 4th grade H, L creatures next to him. These H, L creatures are all affected by the Buddha's light of the Great Venerable Hungwang. Even those who did not die on the spot had no fighting ability, and could only fall and struggle in the Buddha's light. Zazas Hatsa! Great Monk Yuge shouted loudly. He mobilized almost all the spiritual power in his nascent soul, as well as all the evil-breaking sword intent, just to deal with this late 4th grade H, L horse-headed creature as soon as possible. He also had the same idea as Master Hungwang. The reason why these two thought this way was because they were stimulated by Li Yuanba's previous battle. The speed of the natal flying sword is fast, but the speed of the H, L horse-headed creature in the late 4th stage is even faster. It constantly dodges the attacks of the natal flying sword. If it were not for the Vajra of Lord Hungwang assisting the attack, it would not just dodge but fought back. The most annoying thing for the horse-headed creatures in the late 4th level H, L is the Buddha's light of the Great Venerable Hungwang. This type of Buddha light has extremely destructive power on evil energy, making it unable to get close to the enemy at its speed. If there is only the Great Venerable Hungwang, the horse-headed creature from the late 4th grade H, I can completely kill the Great Venerable Hungwang with the Buddha's light. The problem is that there is also the Great Monk Yuge, who is the sword cultivator with the strongest attack power. The evil-breaking sword intent does not seem to threaten the horse-headed creatures in the late 4th level H, L at all times like the Buddha's light. However, the horse-headed creatures in the late 4th level H, L know very well that if they are really hit by the evil-breaking sword intent, the damage caused will definitely be more serious than the Buddha's light. The cooperation of a great swordsman cultivator and a great Buddhist sect constantly compress the space for activities of the horse-headed creatures in the late 4th grade H, L. Although the horse-headed creature in the late 4th stage of Hell has considerable intelligence, it still has an instinct that it does not want to return to the H, L cave. There are too many things in the outside world that attract H, L creatures. The delicious energy of the mid-stage nascent soul monks in front of them, and the endless temptations of the vast world, all make the late 4th grade H, L horse-headed creatures unable to go back. Therefore, the horse-headed creature in the late 4th level H, L has been trying hard to rush out, but its range of activities has been unconsciously compressed to a very small area. Li Yuanba did not participate in this kind of battle. He was very aware of his own strength. Unless he exposes the quality of the spiritual treasure of Xing Yi's sword and uses his chaos sword intent with all his strength, it is possible to break through the defense of the late 4th level H, L horse-headed creature. However, it is almost impossible to kill the late 4th level H, Lish horse-headed creature with one sword. Impossible. The biggest trouble with his attacks is that the horse-headed creatures from the late 4th level H, L will focus their attention on him. You must know that the space energy here is extremely chaotic. unless he activates the space receiving talisman and uses the newly arranged space receiving array to return to the formation. The rest of the space movement will be restricted. Without the magical power of South close to the end of the world, his life-saving ability has dropped by more than half. Especially since the speed of the horse-headed creature from H.L. in the late 4th level is obviously blessed by the speed rules. If he is really chased by the horse-headed creature from H.L. in the late 4th level, he will not be able to compare with it in terms of speed. He was observing this high-level battle, which was a rare experience. Even though he had fought against the great monks many times, he had also seen the battles between the great monks with his own eyes. But this battle was an all-out battle between the two super-powerful monks and great lords. Because the opponent's defense was strong enough to allow the two great monks and great lords to do whatever they wanted. In particular, the battle of the great monk Wuge was the most attractive to Liu Yunba. Some of the skills of the great monk Wuge in using the natal flying sword and some of the application of the sword's intention were of great reference to Liu Yunba. Liu Yunba contacted Z15 and recorded the battle, and will study it slowly when he has time. Sleepy! Venerable Hongwang shouted softly. At this time, during the entire battle, because his magic weapon Vajra continued to emit golden Buddha light. The golden Buddha light filled half of the passage like golden mist. With his sleepy sound, these golden Buddha lights quickly gathered towards the horse-headed creatures in the late 4th grade H.L. And at the same time, the golden Buddha lights turned into a golden lotus that seemed to be materialized. The horse-headed creature from the late 4th level H.L. seemed not to have expected such a change. It wanted to rush out of the range of the golden lotus. But its collision did not break the golden lotus. The huge golden lotus kept shrinking, trapping the horse-headed creatures in the late 4th grade H.L. within it. Liu Yunba found that the great venerable Hongwang was also having a difficult time, especially the collision with the horse-headed creatures in the late 4th grade H.L. He saw the great venerable Hongwang's face turn pale. It was obvious that the attacks from the horse-headed creatures in the late 4th level H.L. were not ineffective, but were forcibly suppressed by the great venerable Hongwang. The energy in the body of the great venerable Hongwang gushes out like a tide. The Buddha's secret method he used, in order to trap such a powerful 4th grade late H.L. horse-headed creature, consumed so much energy that even the great venerable himself it can only support 3 breaths of time. If it weren't for the cooperation of the great monk Wuge, he would never use this secret method in a normal battle. It consumes almost half of the energy in the body just to trap the enemy for 3 breaths. No matter how you look at it, it is extremely uneconomical. However, at the right time, the effect of using this Buddha's secret method is unexpectedly strong. The great monk Wuge has known the great venerable Hongwang for a long time, and he knows the methods of the great venerable Hongwang very well. When he saw the great venerable Hongwang perform this secret method, he withdrew his flying sword. The natal flying sword stopped in front of him. He tried his best to pour the spiritual power and sword intention in his body into the sword body. Only when he was struggling did he launch the flying sword attack. It took him 2 breaths to retract his natal flying sword and recharge his energy and sword intent. This makes the power of the natal flying sword attack reach the ultimate level of his attack. Boom! The horse-headed creature in the late 4th level H.I. was trapped. So this time it took the sword firmly. The natal flying sword pierced its head, making a deafening sound. The evil-breaking sword intent, used by the great monk Wuge with all his strength, broke the skin of the horse-headed creature in the late 4th grade H.L. And a burst of black smoke rose from the broken skin. The most terrifying thing about sword intent is after breaking through the defense, the evil-breaking sword intent invaded the body of the horse-headed creature in the late 4th level H.L. and immediately followed the piercing of the natal flying sword, destroying everything in the body of the horse-headed creature in the late 4th level H.L. Although the H.L. creatures felt no pain, this attack, which was almost equivalent to burning their souls, still made the late 4th level H.L. horse-headed creatures howl in agony. Since the head of the horse-headed creature in the late 4th grade H.L. is attacked, the first thing the evil-breaking sword intent attacks is the head of the horse-headed creature in the late 4th grade H.L. There was a bang sound, and a penetrating wound appeared from front to end on the head of the late 4th grade H.L. horse-headed creature. Venerable Hongwang did not relax just because the late 4th grade H.L. horse-headed creature had a fatal wound on its head, and the vitality of the late 4th grade H.L. horse-headed creature was so weak that it was almost undetectable. Although the golden lotus could no longer be maintained, the Buddha's light scattered by the golden lotus was all concentrated on the body of the horse-headed creature in the late 4th grade H.L. In the Buddha's light, Black smoke is rising from the body of the horse-headed creature in the late 4th grade H.L. After a long time, the body of the horse-headed creature from the late 4th grade H.L. disappeared. A crystal glowing with green light was left behind at the place where the late grade 4th grade H.Lish horse-headed creature died. Grand Venerable Hungwang glanced at the crystal of green light, with a look of disgust in his eyes. I just hate these H.L. monsters. When other late-stage 4th grade spiritual beasts die, they will leave some resources more or less. But what this H.L. monster leaves behind is trouble. Great Monkyage said with a frown. Li Yuanba's eyes widened. He saw something. It was a piece of pure uranium crystal. Although he didn't know the purity, it was definitely many times purer than those L-tired crystals. Senior Wu, what is this? He asked the great monk Wu Gu. This is the hell-resisting crystal essence. It can only be condensed in the bodies of late 4th grade H.L. monsters. The hell-resisting crystal essence is extremely harmful to monks, so it needs to be sealed every time it is obtained. Brother Yuji replied. No wonder he is extremely dissatisfied with the late 4th grade H.L. creatures. The late 4th grade H.L. creatures are extremely powerful and very difficult to kill. 2 against 1. With their attributes incompatible and occupying the best fighting environment. It still took a lot of energy to kill this late 4th level H.L. creature. But the effort was completely out of proportion to what was gained. What you get is just trouble. This L-tired crystal essence is not so easy to seal. Even if you use the Forbidden Spirit Jade Box, it won't last long. The radiation of L-tired crystal essence can affect almost all spiritual objects. Regardless of the effect of the spiritual object, it will cause a certain degree of damage. This brings trouble to the preservation of the L-resisting crystal essence. Fortunately, some monks discovered that putting the L-resisting crystal essence into a medicinal liquid can slow down its impact on spiritual objects. Currently, the L-resisting crystal essence is stored in this way. Fortunately, there are very few H.L. creatures in the late 4th grade. That is to say, the space in the Hell Cave has collapsed recently, so there have been many late 4th grade H.L. creatures appear. I want to discuss with the 2 seniors. I will use some resources in exchange for this L-resisting crystal essence. Li Yuanba suppressed his excitement and said to the great monk Wuge and the great Hungwang. It's not that I'm stingy, but the hell-resisting crystal essence is too harmful, and giving it to you will actually harm you. Great Monk Yu shook his head and refused. Senior Wu, I feel that this hell-resisting crystal essence and recent research are some help. Please rest assured that I will take good care of the hell-resisting crystal essence, Li Yuanba said helplessly. He knew that it wasn't that Brother Yuge was reluctant to part with him, but that he really cared about him and didn't want him to be hurt. Try it. You can really handle this piece of hell-stained crystal essence. I promise you. There are 5 more hell-stricken crystal essences on Hell Island, all of which will be found for you. Great Monkyage pointed to the ground. Hell's crystal essence, said. He wanted Li Yuanba to retreat in the face of difficulties, but he knew that without the special liquid, it would be impossible to properly preserve the Hell's crystal essence. Thank you, Senior Wu. Li Yuanba smiled. When he said this, he looked at the great master Hungwang. His meaning is very clear to the great venerable Hungwang. He is seeking the advice of the great venerable Hungwang. After all, this Hell's crystal essence is not the trophy of the great monk Yuge alone, but belongs to 2 people. Donor Wu has agreed. You can take action. If you really can deal with the hell-resisting crystal essence, I will go with him to help you get the remaining 5 hell-resisting crystal essence, the great master Hungwang said with a smile. His attitude has long been completely different. Li Yuanba's combat prowess and importance to the defense of Hell Island have won his respect. Chapter 763 Disposal. Li Yuanba bowed to venerable Hungwang and expressed his gratitude. Then he looked at the Hell's crystal essence on the ground. The small Hell's crystal essence was emitting strong radiation energy to the surroundings. Even though he was wearing radiation-proof clothing and the protective jade charm he carried was working, he could still feel the radiation penetrating the 2 layers of protection and acting on his body. As his mind moved slightly, a jade box appeared in his hand. This jade box is a Forbidden Spirit Jade Box. When Great Monk Wuge and Great Master Hungwang saw the Forbidden Spirit Jade Box he took out, they couldn't help but shake their heads. If the Hell's crystal essence was so easy to process, they would still have a headache from using it. Li Yuanba ignored these 2 people. This Forbidden Spirit Jade box was different from ordinary Forbidden Spirit Jade boxes. This is the Forbidden Spirit Jade box that he made specifically to preserve the Altair crystal. In the Forbidden Spirit Jade box, there are various means to prevent radiation leakage. The first is pure water. This is pure water that Li Shiming, the main body, uses 1 nanometer of control power to forcibly create in the computer room space. Pure water has no impurities at all. It is completely water, at least without impurities exceeding 1 nanometer in size. In addition to the pure water, there are containers made of lead around the pure water. He has engraved a large number of isolation runes on the periphery of the lead container. And finally the SHL of the Forbidden Spirit Jade box. Li Shiming had a L-resisted crystal in his hand. He made this Forbidden Jade box based on the radiation standards of the L-resisted crystal. He developed this kind of Forbidden Jade box specially designed to preserve radiation sources in preparation for future exploration of the H.L. Cave. Unexpectedly, he had no chance to come to Hell Cave Heaven. But his clone Li Yuanba came over. When the clone Li Yuanba came into contact with Li Shiming before leaving, Li Shiming handed him this Forbidden Spirit Jade box. But I didn't expect that the first thing I got was not the L's crystal, but the L's crystal essence. He put the L's crystal essence into the Forbidden Spirit Jade box. Several lead holders for the L's crystal essence were placed in the middle of the pure water without contacting the 4 walls. When he closed the Forbidden Jade box, both the Great Monk Wuda and the Great Venerable Hengwang were looking at his joke. However, they discovered that no radiation energy was emitted from the Forbidden Jade box in Li Yuanba's hand. "This is impossible," Great Monk Yuge said in disbelief. How did he know that there are many related papers on the storage of radioactive materials in the Z15 database? Li Yuanba used the technology of his previous life to combine it with the methods of this world, especially the effect of pure water, which greatly weakened the radiation impact of L-Weary crystal essence, and the isolation radiation of lead. And finally, the isolation of runes, and forbidden the effect of spiritual runes. Of course, without the previous pure water and lead seal, the final isolation rune and forbidden spirit rune would not be able to last long. Li Yuanba smiled and placed the Forbidden Spirit Jade box beside him, but did not put it away. At this time, the impact of the death of the H.L. Horsehead creatures in the late 4th stage was eliminated, and a large number of H.L. creatures began to rush into the passage again. Since there were no late 4th grade H.L. creatures, neither the Great Monk Yuge nor the Great Venerable Hengwang took action. The 5 mid-stage golden corpses started fighting again. The criminal monks repeated the previous fighting method without orders, and continued to use ranged spell attacks to clean up the H.L. creatures. A few more hours passed, and the spiritual consciousness of the Great Monk Wuda and the Great Venerable Hengwang had been placed on the Forbidden Jade box. "You really have a way to deal with the L's crystal essence. I will find the other 5 L's crystal essence for you later. You can also solve a problem for Hell Island." Yujada at this time. The monk also knew that Li Yuanba really had a way to deal with the Altair crystal essence. He said with a smile, "To be honest, L's crystal essence is not a good thing. Although L's crystal essence comes from late 4th grade H.L. creatures, the strong radiation energy makes it impossible for monks to use it. When the Altair crystal essence was first discovered, the great monks on Hell Island studied it for a long time. Even the great monks who came to rotate later, and the great monks who heard the news came to study it. Among them, one of the great monks who has been studied for the longest time has mutated his body. His bones have suffered extensive necrosis. There is a kind of radiation energy in his blood, which makes his blood extremely active. It is difficult for the active monk to calm down. That is to say, the physical body of the great monk was already powerful. After discovering this situation, the great monk stayed away from the L-resisting crystal essence. After 100 years of conditioning, the physical body was restored to normal. Fortunately, the great monk left decisively. Finally, based on his own situation, the great monk summarized the information about the Altair crystal essence. Since then, no great monk has studied the Altair crystal essence. The initial Altair crystal essence was taken away and placed in a warehouse for only a few months. When a great monk went to check it, he found that the warehouse was filled with radiation energy, and the entire warehouse, including the surrounding areas, was a large area was completely contaminated by radiation. Of course, there is no concept of radiation in the world of immortality. The monks call this phenomenon poison pollution. In the end, the L-resisting crystal essence was stored in Hell Island, under the care of the great monks who guarded it. The criminal monks would replace the special liquid at the specified time to extend the storage period of the L-resisting crystal essence. Then I'm sorry to bother you, Senior Wu. I really need the L's crystal essence for research, Li Yuanba said with a smile as he put away the forbidden spirit jade box. The battle was still going on until it was time for rotation. 2 great monks, a man and a woman, came with 100 criminal monks to rotate. When the 2 great monks looked at the 5 mid-stage golden corpses in front and discovered that the group of criminal monks led by Great Monk Wuda and Great Venerable Hengwang had almost no losses, they understood the reason. They looked at Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba was too special. There was a Great Venerable beside him. This Great Venerable hid his figure, but his demeanor showed that he was to protect Li Yuanba. Brother Wu, who is this? The male monk asked aloud. But fellow Taoist Li Yuanba is in person. Thank you very much, fellow Taoist Li, for your help in Lankai Mighty Cave and saving your disciple Yao Feng. The female great monk recognized Li Yuanba, smiled and stepped forward to salute and thank him. Li Yuanba's face was now covered by the hood of the radiation protection suit, so his face could not be seen. But how many monks in the world of cultivating immortals need to see their faces to recognize their identity? Li Yuanba's cultivation as a monk in the middle stage of Yuaning, his aura of sword cultivator, his age of 100 years, and the protection of the great lord beside him. These all indirectly explain Li Yuanba's identity was revealed. This is still the case when the female great monk has never seen Li Yuanba. As long as the monk has met him once, he can identify the identities of other monks by their aura. It turned out to be a senior from Wanfeng Palace. That time it was just for self-protection, and the rescue was just a convenience. Li Yuanba bowed to the female high monk. The attitude of the female great monk from Wanfeng Palace was so good that she regarded Li Yuanba as an equal. However, Li Yuanba maintained enough respect for the great monks. He regarded himself as a junior, which was also in accordance with the rules of the world of immortality. I have long heard that fellow Taoist Li has 5 golden corpses, which are 10 times more powerful than those of mid-nascent soul monks. I thought it was just Yao Feng and the others who had little knowledge. But today when I saw Yao Feng, I still said it was too little, pointed out the female senior monk. The 5 mid-stage golden corpses were standing and commented with a smile. After watching the battle for a while, she saw the importance of the 5 mid-stage golden corpses. Although 5 mid-stage golden corpses cannot kill the H.L. creatures, the presence of 5 mid-stage golden corpses is equivalent to creating a solid line of defense between the H.L. creatures and the monks. The monks only need to cast spells with all their strength and do not need to consider the threats from H.L. creatures. The most important thing is that such a battle will not consume the energy of the formation at all, giving Hell Island enough time to calmly wait for the arrival of reinforcements from various forces. I wonder if we can keep these 5 golden corpses here. We will calculate the military merit according to the contribution of the golden corpses. After the male chief monk learned Li Yuanba's identity, he treated Li Yuanba with the same equal attitude as the female chief monk. Participating in the Hell Island mission requires military merit, and military merit is similar to the contribution points of each super force. However, the contribution points are awarded by the sect to which the monk belongs, and the redemption of resources or exercises is also done in the sect to which the monk belongs. But war merit is different. War merit is recognized by all superpowers, and all superpowers will use part of their resources, skills, and magic weapons to reward monks who have achieved war merit, depending on the amount of military merit. The military merit can be exchanged for corresponding resources. Please protect my golden corpse. Li Yuanba hesitated for a moment and then decided. Of course, if something goes wrong, Luanfeng Palace will compensate you, the female high monk said with a smile. With these 5 mid-term golden corpses, the guarding task of this rotation will be easy, especially after knowing that the great monk Wuga and the great venerable Hengwang killed a 4th grade late H.L. creature. Their confidence became even stronger. The frequency of late-stage 4th grade H.L. creatures appearing is extremely low. Only one of them has been killed. It is unlikely that another late-stage 4th grade H.L. creature will appear for at least a few days. Li Yuanba shared the authority over the 5 mid-term golden corpses with the female great monks. Luanfeng Palace had a good reputation. In addition, the female great monks admitted it in front of several great monks. So the female great monks must abide by the agreement. He followed the great monkage back to his place of residence. He was really tired. He continuously used his flying sword to kill. When attacking, he needed to hone his sword intent. So he used almost all his strength to attack, which consumed a lot of energy. This rest lasted for half a day. After all the energy in his body was replenished, he returned to the battlefield. On the battlefield at this time, his 5 mid-stage golden corpses were still fighting. The long-term battle had left the 5 mid-stage golden corpses covered with scars. The defense of the 5 mid-stage golden corpses was extremely strong, and so much damage did not have much impact. He also saw that the 2 great monks here did not watch, but occasionally helped the 5 mid-stage golden corpses. This is also the reason why none of the 5 mid-stage golden corpses has died yet. Most of the injuries on the mid-stage golden corpses were caused by the L sheep-headed creatures who attacked from a distance. Even 2 great monks would consider their own consumption in such attacks. Under such circumstances, it is impossible to achieve complete control. Fellow Daoisley, let the 5 golden corpses rest first and recover from their injuries. I will provide the materials for them. The female great monk couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw Li Yuanba. The 5 mid-stage golden corpses were of great help, but the pressure on her was also great. She was always worried about the death of a mid-term golden corpse. Such an excellent mid-term golden corpse, even if she was willing to compensate, would not be able to produce a mid-term golden corpse with the same combat power. As Li Yuanba's mind moved slightly, 5 mid-stage golden corpses returned to his side. As the 5 mid-stage golden corpses withdrew from the battlefield, the L creatures rushed forward one after another, immediately putting the criminal monk's defense line at risk. The 2 great monks took consecutive shots to stabilize the defense line. On Li Yuanba's side, he was using the magical power of Innate Imu to restore the injuries of 5 mid-stage golden corpses. The injuries of the 5 mid-stage golden corpses are very limited. In the absence of late-stage 4th-stage L creatures, it is not easy for the mid-stage 4th-stage L creatures to harm the mid-stage golden corpses. If there weren't too many L creatures and the numerical advantage caused the long-range evil energy ball attack to damage the mid-stage golden corpse, the evil energy of the evil energy ball would not be able to harm the mid-stage golden corpse. After a few magical powers of Xiantian Imu were applied, it didn't take long for the injuries of the 5 mid-stage golden corpses to heal. I thought you were here. Great Monk Wugu appeared. He looked at Li Yuanba and said with a smile. Li Yuanba looked at his hand. He was holding a water tank, and there was a medicinal smell coming from the water tank. From the water tank, there is a steady stream of strong radiation radiating to the surroundings. The concentration of radiation was so strong that he, who was extremely afraid of radiation, felt like his scalp was numb. Are these the 5 L-resisting crystal essences? After thinking about it, he understood what was in the water tank, and asked the great monk Yuj. It's just 5 pieces of L-stained crystal essence. Please handle it quickly. I feel uncomfortable all over when holding these L-stricken crystal essence in my hands. Great Monk Yuj said, as he threw the water tank to Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba immediately took out the Forbidden Spirit Jade box and carefully put the 5 L-tired crystal essence in the water tank into the specially made Forbidden Spirit Jade box. When he saw that the 5 L-tired crystal essences no longer had radiant energy scattered around, the great monk Yuj smiled reassuringly. In order to take out the 5 L-tired crystal essence, he made a lot of guarantees. Although the L-sick crystal essence is not taken seriously. After all, it is the crystal left behind after the death of the L creatures in the late 4th stage. In theory, it should be extremely precious. Although I don't know what the use of L-resisting crystal essence is. The quality of L-resisting crystal essence is the top quality of the 4th grade. If the radiation is not too strong, this quality alone would be extremely precious. Chapter 764 Arrival. When he went back to rest this time, Li Yuanba tested the concentration of L's crystal essence remotely through the Z15. Although L's crystal essence was only a civilian level uranium concentration in the previous life, it was much higher than the concentration of L's crystal. The most important thing was that he knew that uranium ore existed in Hell Cave, and it was highly concentrated uranium ore. The L-weary crystal essence in these late-stage 4th grade L creatures is unknown whether it is condensed by the late 4th grade L creatures themselves or produced in the L cave. He had the idea of entering the Hell Cave to check, but looking at the turbulent passage, with his own strength, even if he was promoted to a great monk, he would not dare to enter the Hell Cave. due to the benefits of taking over Hell Island. Although in the minds of the monks on Hell Island, he solved their troubles, he decided to stay at the exit passage of Hell Cave to help guard the passage. The great monks naturally welcomed his decision, and the most popular ones were the criminal monks. Judging from the situation in the Hell Cave this time, the criminal monks knew very well that without Li Yuanba's help, they would need to use their lives to protect the passage. Li Yuanba is not doing it for these criminal monks. He is considering the safety of Hell Island. Once the Hell Island formation is really broken, the harm caused by these radiation-filled H.L. creatures entering the world of immortality will be beyond imagination. The great monk Yuge did not stay. He needed to go back and have a good rest, waiting for the next battle. In order to let the 5 mid-stage golden corpses exert their strongest combat power, Li Yuanba chose to come to a single-person defensive formation near the battlefield. Under the protection of the formation, he threw 10,000 swords peak to the mid-stage above the golden corpse's head. Wang Jianfeng activated the gravity field. Now he has more precise control over the gravity field of 10,000 swords peak. With the mid-stage golden corpse as the center, he has placed the scope of the gravity field within a radius of 60 meters. This distance is also the best attack distance for the H.L. sheep-headed creatures. With the influence of the gravity field, the threat of long-range evil energy attacks by the H.L. sheep-headed creatures is much smaller. The most critical thing is that within the scope of the gravity field, under Li Yuanba's precise control, the golden corpse in the midterm was not only not subjected to double the gravity, but the gravity was weakened, allowing the speed to be faster. As long as the rest of the H.L. creatures enter this range, they will be affected by the gravity field and their movements will become slower. In order to save energy, Li Yuanba knew that this was a long-term battle. So he intentionally weakened the effect of the gravity field and reduced the consumption of 10,000 swords peak. With the blessing of 10,000 swords peak, the chance of the golden corpse being attacked in the midterm is significantly reduced. Those evil energy balls that attack from a distance. Not only do the H.L. sheep-headed creatures move slowly when taking action, but the attack frequency cannot be increased, and the evil energy balls are flying. During the process, it was also affected by the gravity field, and the attack speed was slowed down a bit, allowing the golden corpse to dodge calmly in the midterm. Only very rarely will the mid-stage golden corpse be hit by evil energy balls, because it faces multiple enemies at the same time. Be careful with your magic weapon. If the magic weapon is used for a long time in this environment, it will be damaged, the female monk reminded. Li Yuanba was startled. He had not considered this. No wonder the great monks rarely took action, and the criminal monks here rarely used magic weapons. His mind fell on 10,000 swords peak, feeling the situation of 10,000 swords peak. Since 10,000 swords peak is Li Shiming's natal magic weapon, it is also equivalent to his natal magic weapon. His mind could clearly detect every change in 10,000 swords peak. He was surprised to find that although the radiation here was strong, the surface of 10,000 swords peak seemed to have some kind of protection and was not affected by the radiation. At least at this stage, Wang Jianfeng is still not affected by radiation. He only needs to pay attention to Wang Jianfeng frequently. If there is any problem, he can take it back in time. Is there any magic weapon that is not affected by the environment of the H.L. cave? Li Yuanba asked curiously. He did not find out the reason why Wang Jianfeng was not affected by radiation. He had also used Xingyijian before. He quickly sensed Xingyijian, his natal flying sword, and found that Xingyijian was also not affected by radiation. In fact, as long as Xingyijian is affected by the slightest influence, he will immediately react with the sword intention Chongshao technique he cultivated. This was probably the reason why Great Monk Wu Ge didn't remind him. He was also a sword cultivator who practiced the sword intent climbing to the sky, and knew his own sword cultivator's natal flying sword very well. Unless it is a spiritual treasure, it will not be affected by the environment of the H.L. cave. It is a pity that the powerful ones cannot stay here for a long time. The female monk shook her head and said. Li Yuanba finally understood the reason why 10,000 swords peak, and Xingyijian had no influence at all. He didn't say anything. He just made an appearance of checking 10,000 swords peak from time to time, just to make other monks think that he had been paying attention to the situation of 10,000 swords peak. He stayed on the battlefield for 5 days. Although he did not take any action during the 5 days, his 5 mid-stage golden corpses continued to fight. Every once in a while, he would use the magical power of in Atimu, to treat the 5 mid-stage golden corpses to prevent them from being too seriously injured. Beside him, the great venerable Hungfa stood as a guardian and stayed with him on the battlefield for 5 days. This is not an easy task for a great lord who is not good at fighting. It was precisely with the addition of Li Yuanba that the consumption of the Hell Island formation was extremely small, except for a few particularly unlucky ones, who were swept away by the aftermath of the evil energy without paying attention to defense and suffered some injuries. The criminal monks, not one was killed on the battlefield. This was simply unbelievable. But it actually happened before their eyes. The reinforcements from Sword and Tent Chongshao Pavilion have arrived. Following the reminder from Great Monk Yuge, all the criminal monks were excited. Criminal monks are here to atone for their sins. Although they live a life worse than death, they do not want to really die. When they heard reinforcements arriving, they knew the battle was time for a counterattack. When Li Yuanba heard the news, he couldn't help but relax, even though he didn't take part in the battle. In this battlefield environment, he had to concentrate on the danger at all times. He felt that his experience in the past few days was almost equivalent to his mission experience in the previous 2 years. After experiencing such a level of killing battlefield, his Chaos Sword Intent has the foundation to improve. As long as he gets more insights after returning, his Chaos Sword Intent can be improved quickly. Sure enough, sword cultivators are fighting creatures, and a sword cultivator who has not experienced combat is incomplete. Reinforcements from the Great Lane Temple have also arrived. As if sensing something, the Great Venerable Hungwang also said with a smile. Li Yuanba still stayed on the battlefield. Although reinforcements had arrived, they still needed to be settled, and other reinforcements were on the way. How these reinforcements are to be fought requires a corresponding plan, which all takes time. During this period, nothing can happen to the passage between Hell Cave Heaven and Hell Island, and Li Yuanba's help is needed. The sky above Hell Island became lively, and large flying boats continued to fly in. In addition to Jinni Chongshao Pavilion and De Lane Temple, other super forces also arrived. Since Li Yuanba participated in the defense of Hell Island, the superpowers had more time to prepare and agreed on a time to come together. Otherwise, according to the original plan, the first batch to arrive should be the sword cultivators from the Sword and Tent Chongshao Pavilion. They arrived to establish the first solid line of defense. Unexpectedly, Li Yuanba could complete this first solid line of defense by himself, allowing the sword cultivators of Sword and Tent Chongshao Pavilion to have more time to calmly prepare corresponding resources. Fellow Daoistly, these are the corpse refining resources that I informed Luanfeng Palace to bring. Please accept them. The female great monk from Luanfeng Palace flew to the battlefield and handed a mustard seed ring to Li Yuanba and said, "You are quite fast. This is the corpse refining resource I asked Guiyuan Sect to bring." The great monk from Guiyuan Sect followed. He first greeted the female great monk with a smile, and then handed over a mustard seed ring, gave it to Li Yuanba. Then came the other great monks from various superpowers guarding Hell Island. Each of them brought corpse refining resources and handed them over to Li Yuanba. Even Venerable Hungwang of Dalian Temple took a mustard seed ring from the hands of a venerable person who came over. The mustard seed ring also contained corpse refining resources and gave it to Li Yuanba. This was their agreement. During the past few days of defense, Li Yuanba's 5 mid-stage golden corpses had suffered great damage. Although he was treated with Li Yuanba's innate magical power, everyone could see that the damage to the mid-stage golden corpse from a battle of this level was not just superficial. Fellow Daoistly, please put the golden corpse away, and we will defend it from now on, the female high monk said with a smile. Li Yuanba nodded, and with a wave of his hand, he put away all the 5 mid-stage golden corpses and the 10,000 swords peak. He checked several mustard rings, which contained excellent quality corpse refining resources, not to mention making up for the consumption of mid-stage gold corpses. It was enough to refine multiple 4th-grade late-stage gold corpses. He smiled, although he was not short of resources. It was not easy to purchase excellent quality corpse refining resources. The main reason is that most of the production of such resources is the resource areas of superpowers. The Jinni Chongshao Pavilion, where Li Yuanba is located, is one of the few superpowers with no resource areas. In addition, there are almost no sword cultivators who refine corpses in Jinni Chongshao Pavilion. So the resources for corpse refining are relatively scarce in Jinni Chongshao Pavilion. This time he obtained high-quality corpse refining resources, and he was ready to refine the corpse of the great monk into a corpse refining material. It's a pity that the realm between him and Li Shiming is still too low. At least, he has to reach the peak of the mid-stage nascent soul. Only with Li Shiming's mental power can he truly control the late-stage golden corpse. Li Yuanba retreated to the rear. At this time, many monks from various superpowers rushed over to observe the passage of the H.L. cave. Li Yuanba huddled behind and did not attract the attention of these monks. The monks who can come to Hell Island are all middle-stage nascent soul monks. And among them, there are many core monks from various superpowers. I heard that the most suitable ones for defense here are golden corpses. 5 mid-stage golden corpses have resisted these H.L. monsters for 5 or 6 days before. A monk visiting the passage said with a smile. He didn't have much fear of the H.L. creatures. He kept pointing at the H.L. creatures in the passage with his fingers, as if he could kill a H.L. creature with one finger. Brother Wu, you have refined 8 mid-stage golden corpses. You have taken advantage this time, another monk said with an exaggerated expression. The monk surnamed Wu looked proud. After hearing that Li Yuanba had used 5 medium-term golden corpses to help Hell Island resist the attack of Hell Cave Sky, he rushed to the battlefield. He has more mid-term golden corpses than Li Yuanba's. Besides, the sword cultivators at Jiani Chongshao Pavilion know nothing about corpse refining. But they don't have the expertise from the Baidu sect. Several of the great monks present had strange looks on their faces. And even the great monk of the Baidu sect didn't explain anything to the monk surnamed Wu. In just one sentence, the monk surnamed Wu said that the threat from the Hell Cave could be solved with a golden corpse. So what was the purpose of these great monks stationed here? The monk surnamed Wu did not expect that he would offend a group of great monks. Many monks came to visit the battlefield. He wanted to perform in front of these monks to enhance his reputation. The reputation of a monk is very important. Many sects allocate resources based on the reputation of a monk. Especially when the reputation reaches a certain level, the sect will consider the monk to be among the core monks. In addition, a monk's reputation will make it easier for him to contact other monks when he goes out. And it will be easier for him to trade for satisfactory resources and other invisible benefits. The monk surnamed Wu waved his hand, and 8 mid-stage golden corpses appeared. Each of these 8 mid-stage golden corpses has a strong aura, and it can be seen at a glance that they have been carefully cultivated. And they have all reached a higher level of mid-stage golden corpses. This monk surnamed Wu does have great skills in cultivating golden corpses. And he was extremely lucky. And he was able to cultivate 8 mid-stage golden corpses. You must know that the refining efficiency of golden corpses is not high. No wonder the other party is so proud. With the combat power of these 8 mid-stage golden corpses, it would be difficult for ordinary mid-stage nascent soul monks to get benefits from him. Go! He waved his hand and gave the order to the 8 mid-stage golden corpses. 8 mid-stage golden corpses rushed to the front line of the battlefield, lined up and charging towards the H.L. creatures. 8 mid-stage golden corpses were lined up, almost completely occupying the 10-meter width of the passage. And their momentum looked extremely shocking. A mid-stage golden corpse was the first to collide with the H.L. creatures. And the one that collided with it was a H.L. bull-headed creature. What the H.L. bull-headed creatures are best at is charging. But they don't know how to leave any room for power. This collision was a full blow from the H.L. bull-headed creatures. In the stunned and disbelieving eyes of the monk surnamed Wu, the middle-stage golden corpse was knocked upside down by the bull-headed creature from H.L. Before the mid-stage golden corpse landed, a H.L. horse-headed creature from behind caught up with the mid-stage golden corpse and launched continuous attacks against the mid-stage golden corpse that had no defense capabilities. Chapter 765 Strange Object. In the eyes of all the onlookers who were watching the mid-stage nascent soul monks, and under the faint sarcastic gazes of several great monks, the mid-stage golden corpse turned into pieces in the air. The mid-stage golden corpse was actually seriously injured when it was hit by the bull-headed creature from H.L. However, the mid-stage golden corpse had almost no feeling of the injury. But the blow from the horse-headed creature from behind completely killed the mid-stage golden corpse. In the middle stage, from when the golden corpse was thrown into the battlefield to when it was torn into pieces, it was only 2 breaths of time, one of which was still in the process of charging forward. The monk surnamed Wu only felt a pain in his head, which was the backlash caused by the contract of corpse refining and annihilation. This made it too late for him to recall the remaining 7 mid-stage golden corpses when he discovered something was wrong. In fact, even if he wanted to recruit them back, how could the H.L. creatures be recalled so easily by him? Almost within 2 or 3 breaths after the first mid-stage golden corpse was torn into pieces, the remaining 7 mid-stage golden corpses were all torn apart in the same way. The monk surnamed Wu was suffering from backlash. 8 consecutive backlashes made him spit out a mouthful of blood. What made him more uncomfortable than the backlash was the death of 8 mid-stage golden corpses. Most of his combat power was on the 8 mid-stage golden corpses. Without the 8 mid-stage golden corpses, his combat power suddenly dropped a lot. He barely recovered. And when he saw the looks of the surrounding nascent soul monks looking at him, he felt ashamed. In particular, there were some monks who had enemies with him. After seeing him lose 8 mid-stage golden corpses, the playful look in their eyes made him dare not stay here any longer. Li Yuanba was also shocked by the courage of the monk named Wu, who actually threw all 8 mid-stage golden corpses into the battlefield. He dared to put his mid-term golden corpses on the front line, because these 5 mid-term golden corpses were sacrificed by Li Shiming using a special corpse refining method. And they were also fused with the corpse core of Zhai Ji's powerful cave golden corpse, with the blessing of some speed rules. Normal mid-stage golden corpses, just like the 8 mid-stage golden corpses of the monk named Wu, can only be better than the mid-stage nascent soul monks in defense in one-on-one situations. But they are inferior in other aspects. However, any of Li Yuanba's 5 mid-stage golden corpses can defeat the peak monks in the mid-stage nascent soul. If he had no confidence, it would be impossible for Li Yuanba to step forward and use the 5 mid-stage golden corpses to help resist the attacks of H.L. creatures. You all return to your respective gathering places, and don't interfere with the battle here anymore, Great Monk Yuge said in a deep voice at this time. The monks who came to visit quickly left after hearing the words of the Great Monk Yuge, and soon all the monks who came to visit disappeared. They really think they can be like fellow Taoists, the Great Monk from Wanfeng Palace said with a chuckle. Except for the Great Monk of Beidu Sect. All the other Great Monks laughed. As for the Great Monks of Beidu Sect, they are already thinking about how to let the sect teach the monk named Wu a profound lesson. Seniors, I'm going to join you too, Li Yuanba said to several great monks. Several great monks smiled and waved to him. Although it had only been a few days, Li Yuanba had fought with them all, and they regarded Li Yuanba as their equal. Although Li Yuanba is still called senior, they are already calling him fellow Taoist. Li Yuanba took Venerable Hungfa back to the tents. All the more than 100 tents here had their owners. Yuanba, I heard that you have given Jianichong Shao Pavilion some face this time. Brother Lu saw Li Yuanba and stepped forward with a smile. Standing next to Monk Lu was Lu Wu. Originally, only monks in the middle realm of nascent soul could participate in this mission. However, Lu Wu was the son of Monk Lu and a disciple of Li Yuanba. He was led by Monk Lu. No one would say anything at all. Lu Wu, why are you here? Li Yuanba asked in a deep voice with a slight frown. Master, I begged my father to bring me here. I am a swordsman. Lu Wu bowed and replied with a okay salute. Put this on. Li Yuanba shook his head, took a set of radiation-proof clothing, and threw it to Lu Wu and said. Although Lu Wu was puzzled, he still took over the weird radiation protection suit and put it on. In his heart, he was a little disapproving. He felt that this was a mortal thing. If it weren't for the master's order, he would never be able to wear ordinary clothes. Only Brother Lu discovered the special features of the radiation protection suit. He regretted it after taking Lu Wu to Hell Island. The radiation energy here was at least 3 times more intense than before. In this radiation energy environment, he was worried that Lu Wu would be seriously affected. Now when Lu Wu put on this weird mortal clothes, he actually found that the impact of radiation energy on Lu Wu had dropped by more than half. Why don't you hurry up and thank Master Yi? Seeing that Lu Wu still didn't know the severity, Brother Lu reminded him with a light kick. Thank you, Master. Lu Wu was not an idiot. After hearing what his father said, he knew that this ordinary piece of clothing was a good thing, and he hurriedly thanked him. Okay, follow your father closely. The monsters in the Hell Cave are very powerful. If you encounter danger, use the space to receive the talisman and return immediately. Li Yuanba confessed with some worry. Brother Lu watched Li Yuanba teach his son with a smile on his face. He knew that he had done the right thing by letting his son join Li Yuanba's sect. This was the thing he was most proud of. And all the other great monks in the Sword and Tianchen Chong Shao Pavilion expressed their envy towards him. And as Li Yuanba became more and more famous, even the great monks from the outer sect expressed their most sincere congratulations when they learned that Lu Wu had joined Li Yuanba's sect. In fact, Li Yuanba's alchemy ability is only circulated in Jianichou Shao Pavilion. If the outer sect really knew about his alchemy ability, he would not just congratulate Lu Wu for joining his sect, but would be envious, jealous and resentful. Yes, Master, Lu Wu responded. He thought of something and asked with a smile. Master, Did you really block the defense line of 2 great monks and 100 middle-stage nascent soul monks by yourself? Who did you listen to? Li Yuanba couldn't help but ask, dumbfounded. We just came here, and we heard about it from the exiled monks here. Lu Wu replied without hiding anything. Exiled monks, also known as criminal monks. Many of them come from major superpowers. Although they were exiled here, they knew many of the monks who were reinforcing them. So it was natural for some news of the battle to spread. But Li Yuanba didn't expect that the exiled monk would say such an exaggerated statement. If he was really that powerful, he would have gone into the Hell Cave alone to find those Altair crystal essence, without waiting for the reinforcements to arrive. Don't just believe what others say. There are 2 great monks standing guard and 100 exiled monks helping out. It just so happens that my 5 mid-stage golden corpses are the best at defense. So I managed to make some contribution. Li Yuanba waved his hand and said, Master, can I cultivate a refined corpse? Lu Wu asked aloud. No. Li Yuanba and Brother Lu denied in unison. Li Yuanba and Brother Lu looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Brother Lu made a gesture of invitation to Li Yuanba, meaning to ask Li Yuanba to explain to Lu Wu. My 5 mid-stage golden corpses were sacrificed by a friend. That friend had a special method of refining corpses and added some special materials to create these 5 mid-stage golden corpses. Not to mention that the sword cultivator's main focus is on his natal flying sword, and he should not be distracted by other things that will affect the sword cultivator's practice. I just want to say that an ordinary mid-stage golden corpse, in front of a sword cultivator of the same level, can only be killed with one sword. It is better to work hard to practice sword cultivation than to spend all your energy refining corpses. Li Yuanba explained to Lu Wu. I'm just saying that many of the monks who came here this time had the idea of refining corpses after hearing about the master's deeds. Lu Wu saw that both the master and his father were opposed, and he also knew that sword cultivators cultivate refining corpses is out of the question. Just now, 8 mid-stage golden corpses of a monk from the Baidu sect were all killed in an instant when faced with H.L. monsters. The mid-stage golden corpses that had been cultivated for at least hundreds of years were completely destroyed. Li Yuanba then talked about what just happened. Don't compare yourself with your master. Even if your master doesn't have the help of the golden corpse, he is still the number 1 person in the middle stage of Yuanying. The golden corpse is just an auxiliary means for him. Besides, 100-year-old monk in the middle stage of Yuanying. Even if you are distracted, you still have time to reach a higher realm. Big Brother Lu's words were a bit of a blow to Lu Wu. Lu Wu's talent is good, and he is already considered young among the early Yuanying monks. But it depends on who you compare with. If you compare with Li Yuanba, there is no comparison at all. Yuanba, Jianlao asked me to bring this to you. This is the pavilion's gratitude to you, and it also wants you to play a greater role. Brother Lu ignored Lu Wu and turned around to pick up a jade box. He handed it to Li Yuanba and said, What is this? Li Yuanba asked as he took the jade box. Open it yourself and take a look. Insulate it before opening it to prevent the breath from leaking out. Brother Lu said with a smile. Brother Lu didn't wait for Li Yuanba to arrange the isolation. He casually fired out a few bursts of spiritual power and arranged isolation around the area. Li Yuanba opened the jade box with great anticipation, and inside was a heart-shaped piece of wood. The moment he opened the jade box, he felt a strong breath of life, and at the same time he felt an extremely friendly breath. This is the heart of the innate building wood tree. It can only be generated in caves with powerful wood elements. The heart of the innate building wood tree combined with your innate wood magical power can increase the effect of your innate wood magical power several times. The heart of the innate Jianmu tree can also provide energy for the magical power of the innate Imu. Brother Lu explained to Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba naturally sensed the specialness of the innate Jianmu tree heart. That innate Jianmu tree heart was not a magic weapon at all, but a strange object. He didn't know how Jianlao obtained this innate building tree heart, but he knew very well that this innate building tree heart had a great attraction for him. He played a master recognition tactic, and the master recognition tactic penetrated into the innate Jianmu tree heart. Just as he was waiting for the master recognition technique to take effect, the innate Jianmu tree heart suddenly turned into a green light and sank into his body. He was startled at first and quickly examined his body with his mind. Soon he discovered that the Xiantianimu magical power rune on the nascent soul inner rune dagger had an extra heart. The heart was beating slowly, and with every beat, green energy poured into the Xiantianimu magical power rune, and the green energy of the Xiantianimu. Magical power rune also flowed into the other side of the heart. The magical power rune of Xiantianimu seemed to come to life. With the beating of the heart, green energy circulated inside the magical power rune of Xiantianimu. Like blood, he felt that the magical power of Inadimu was no longer as unfamiliar as before, even through sharing the inside of Inadimu magical power with Li Shiming. But since he himself does not have with talent, this Inadimu magical power is more like another object and cannot be used freely. But now it's completely different. He feels that the magical power of Inadimu has become a part of him, and he can use it at will. Brother Lu was also looking at Li Yuanba, with surprise flashing in his eyes. It can be seen that he did not know that the Inajianmu tree heart would produce such magical changes. But since Jianlao found the Inajianmu tree heart for Li Yuanba, he definitely knew that these changes would occur. The Inajianmu tree heart is indeed very compatible with you, Brother Lu said with a smile. I feel like my Inadimu magical power has broken through the realm limit. Li Yuanba was still checking the Inadimu magical power runes, and he said with some uncertainty, Try me! Brother Lu became interested. Li Yuanba thought for a while and nodded. He tried to mobilize the energy in the magical rune of Inadimu. Almost instantly, the projection of the magical rune of Inadimu appeared in his hand. One breath after the projection appeared, it turned into green light and shot towards Brother Lu. Brother Lu's whole body was shrouded in green light, and he closed his eyes in a state of intoxication. Huh? After a few breaths, he exhaled a long breath. Yuanba, your Inadimu magical power is indeed effective against the great monks. Although I was not injured, your Inadimu magical power made me feel relaxed all over my body, and even some old injuries have recovered. Brother Lu exclaimed. Perhaps Li Yuanba still doesn't know what this means. But Brother Lu understands that Li Yuanba's importance has increased again. Almost every great monk has some hidden wounds left in his body. Most of these hidden injuries were left over from countless battles, and some were left over from taking elixirs. Great monks need to take elixirs to improve their strength, since normal elixirs for great monks are only junior and intermediate elixirs. They contain a lot of impurities. After repeated use, impurities will remain in the body. These impurities will slowly damage the body of the great monk. Even if most of the impurities are eliminated by various means, some stubborn impurities will always remain in the body. Chapter 766 Enter. Don't tell anyone about this matter. This is something that the great monk is more worried about than Yuanba's alchemy ability. Great monk Lu thought of something, and turned to his son Lu Wu to order. Lu Wu nodded quickly. As the son of Brother Lu, he had a lot of knowledge. But today was a real eye-opener. He had never even heard of such strange objects as the Inajianmu tree heart. Today, he not only saw it, but also saw the Inajianmu tree heart integrated into the master's body, and integrated the master's innate tree heart. Imu's magical power has been improved to the point where it can work on the great monks. Master, has the effect of this innate Imu magical power on mid-stage nascent soul monks also improved? He asked with curiosity. Although I haven't tried it yet, the life energy contained in the magical power of Xiantianimu has been increased by almost twice. The most important thing is that the quality of life energy has been improved by a large level. I think the treatment effect should be greatly improved. Li Yuanba replied with a smile. He once again used the magical power of Inadimu and shot a green light at Lu Wu. The green light flew into Lu Wu's body, but there was no effect of the green light wrapping, as if it was unsuccessful. I have blessed you with the healing effect of the Inadimu magical power. If you are injured within 2 days, this Inadimu magical power will automatically heal your injury until all the energy contained in it is used up. Or maybe 2 days will pass before the magical effect of this Inadimu will become ineffective. Li Yuanba continued to explain. In the past, the magical power of Xiantianimu could also have such an effect, but the duration at that time was only a few hours. But now it can be delayed to 2 days. Yuanba, if you can, you will bless every core sword cultivator with an Inadimu magical power. They are all the hope of Sword Intent Chengshao Pavilion. I will tell them about the confidentiality. Brother Lu. His eyes lit up. He had personally experienced the power of Li Yuanba's Inadimu magical power. If he really had this Inadimu magical energy in his body, he could save his life even if he was seriously injured. Coupled with the function of the space receiving talisman, It will make the core sword cultivator safer. No problem. Li Yuanba agreed with a smile. Not long after, 7 core sword cultivators came over. Senior brother Wu. Li Yuanba saw Wu Qi. Although he knew the other core sword cultivators, they were not familiar with him. Only Wu Qi had the best friendship with him. So he took the initiative to greet him. Yuanba, you are getting stronger and stronger, Wu Qi said with emotion. Every time he met Li Yuanba, he felt Li Yuanba's progress. He had never seen such a speed of improvement in strength. He felt more and more fortunate that he had brought Li Yuanba back to Jinni Chengxiao Pavilion. Li Yuanba used the innate Imu magical power on Wu Qi, and also blessed the other 6 core sword cultivators with an innate Imu magical power. Don't rely too much on the treatment of this magical power of innate Imu. Treatment is not omnipotent and cannot save you from death. This is your last life guarantee, not a barrier for you to take risks. See Brother Lu. When Li Yuanba finished his act, he spoke to several core sword cultivators in a deep voice. He was very aware of the dangers of this mission, which was why the reinforcements from Jinni Chengxiao Pavilion could have arrived immediately. After learning that Li Yuanba had resisted the attack of Hell Cave's sky by himself, Jinni Chengxiao Pavilion could have arrived immediately. It was readjusted and arrived together with reinforcements from other superpowers in order to avoid heavy casualties. The effect of the innate Imu magical power on you will last for 2 days. After 2 days, if possible, I will ask Yuanba to replenish it for you. Brother Lu continued. At this point, he turned to look at Li Yuanba and said, Yuanba will have to work harder for this. Although the 7 core sword cultivators do not understand how effective the healing effect of the innate Imu magical power is, judging from the importance that Master Lu attaches to it, we can know that this innate Imu magical power must be very important and related to their lives. This mission is to enter the H.L. cave and clean up the H.L. monsters. I will enter with Brother Wuda, but we will not interfere with your battle with the mid-level 4th level monsters. You need to face the mid-level 4th level monsters on your own. Lu the Great Monk explained again. Li Yuanba was overjoyed, even though he had already suspected about this mission. In the past, the entrance to the Hell Cave was too small to allow large-scale entry. In addition, the threat from the Hell Cave was not great at that time, so there was no need to go to war. Things are different now. Due to the space collapse in Hell Cave Heaven, the space barrier of Hell Cave Heaven has been broken. If the troubles in Hell Cave Heaven are not solved properly, it will bring great trouble to the world of immortality. Among them, Zhongzhou continent will be the first to be attacked because it is closest to the Hell Cave. The attack is actually not terrible. What is terrible is the pollution carried by these H.L. creatures. This time, all the superpowers in the Zhongzhou continent have been united, and the reinforcements from the Zhongzhou continent are only the first batch. Reinforcements from the other superpowers in the other continents will also arrive one after another. It would take a month for the rest of the continent to get here, even with the full force of the great monks. Yuanba, I know that your combat power is very strong. You have to put in more effort this time, at least to establish a base of sword in Tianchen Chengxiao Pavilion in the Hell Cave. Brother Lu explained to Li Yuanba again. Li Yuanba nodded. As long as he didn't need to consider the late 4th grade H.L. creatures, he didn't care too much about the mid-4th grade H.L. creatures. During the past few days of defense, he failed to show his true strength. Unlike other sword cultivators, what he is best at is using fewer enemies to defeat more. The teams were already divided when we arrived. Yuanba is free to maneuver and will not join any other teams. Now you take your respective teams to the direction of the passage and prepare to enter the H.L. cave. Brother Lu waved his hand and issued the order at the end. The 7 core sword cultivators took the order and left. Li Yuanba followed Monk Lu and flew towards the H.L. cave passage. On Hell Island at this time, the criminal monks had long been driven to the passage, and behind them were the superpower monks who were gathering. The H.L. creatures were still pouring out of the H.L. cave passage, but with the help of several great monks from time to time. These H.L. creatures had no effect at all and were killed in the middle. Your redemption time has come. This time you charge at the front, and the monks who survived the war can leave Hell Island. A great monk said to the criminal monks standing at the front. Some of the criminal monks had despair in their eyes, while others flashed with hope. Some of them were about to be exiled, while some were exiled permanently. But anyway, this war gave them hope of leaving here. Besides, they don't have the ability to refuse. Look at the monks here. Just a few big monks can wipe them all out. Stay alive and rush. A criminal monk shouted. taking the lead and rushing towards the passage. The other criminal monks also shouted in response and rushed towards the passage together. There are quite a few criminal monks here, nearly 400 of them, all of whom are in the middle stage of nascent soul. They launched a charge, frantically attacking the H.L. creatures in the passage. And in a short time, they defeated the H.L. creatures. Almost every monk has the ability to attack from a distance, and their combat power burst out in an instant, almost clearing away the H.L. creatures in front of them. Of course, some of them were unlucky enough to be hit by the long-range evil energy balls from the sheep-headed creatures in H.L. and fell to the ground screaming. The other monks stepped on the bodies of their fallen comrades and continued to charge forward. As these criminal monks get closer and closer to the other end of the H.L. cave and sky passage, their losses are also increasing. One after another monks fell down, and the monks behind them came up to replace them. The monks standing behind looked at the charge of the criminal monks. Not many of them sympathized with the criminal monks. Any criminal monk here will not commit a minor crime. Otherwise, he would not be exiled to Hell Island. If it is a monk in the early stage of Yuaning, he will be killed for the same crime. But if a monk in the middle stage of Yuaning commits something, he will only be sent to Hell Island. The more serious the crime, the longer the exile time. All mid-nascent soul monks from all forces in the entire world of immortality who commit crimes will be sent to Hell Island, which is why there are nearly 400 mid-nascent soul criminals. Let these criminal monks launch the charge first. On the one hand, after Hell Island has experienced this large-scale mission, it is very likely that there will no longer be a need for criminal monks to be stationed here. On the other hand, it is also to reduce the casualties of ordinary monks. During the entire war, breaking through the entrance to the Hell Cave was the most difficult. As long as you broke through the entrance and entered the cave, you could continue to expand your results until you established the first base you could stand on. Li Yuanbo was also watching quietly. His heart was calm. He saw Director Sun of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank among the charging criminal monks. Manager Sun betrayed Li Shiming at the beginning. At that time, Li Shiming was still a guest of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank and earned huge benefits for Zhongzhou Commercial Bank. Director Sun's crime was tantamount to betraying Zhongzhou Trading Company. If his cultivation had not reached the middle stage of nascent soul and was still somewhat useful, such a crime would most likely result in beheading. Director Sun's period of exile was short among these criminal monks, which shows how serious the evil deeds of these criminal monks were. These are what he learned while chatting with several high monks while helping the defense these days. He could not express sympathy for such monks, who could only redeem themselves for their crimes by death. He saw that Supervisor Sun was stabbed in the stomach by a sharp horn. Supervisor Sun let out a shrill scream in despair, and the magic light in his hand emitted a final explosion, blowing the head of the H.L. creature who hurled him into the sky. Manager Sun fell to the ground, and then another H.L. creature jumped forward and bit his neck. As we approached the end of the H.L. cave passage, the battle became increasingly fierce. Every inch of advancement by the criminal monks will bring huge casualties. At this time, the criminal monks were all crazy. They had no way out, and they only knew how to release the spiritual power in their bodies at all costs. Finally, after losing most of the criminal monks opened the passage and entered the H.L. cave. All sword cultivators, enter the H.L. cave with me. Brother Liu issued the order. They are sword cultivators, and there is no way they can let other superpowers take the lead. Li Yuanbo rushed at the front. Since the passage was cleared and only the flesh and blood of monks and H.L. creatures were mixed together, his forward speed was not hindered, and he was the first to rush into the H.L. cave. For the first time, he saw the scene of the Hell Cave. A black sun hung in the sky. Strangely, this black sun made the earth bright. On the contrary, the sky where the black sun is located is extremely dark, like rain clouds. In the sky, H.L. creatures were flying in the air on their wings, and countless H.L. creatures on the ground were rushing towards us. At a glance, the number of H.L. creatures is endless. The only thing that reassured him was that there were very few late 4th grade H.L. creatures among the H.L. creatures, at least among the endless 4th grade mid-grade H.L. creatures in front of him. He did not sense the existence of late 4th grade H.L. creatures. Of course, this may also be because the H.L. creatures in the late 4th grade are well hidden. Just like the previous time, the H.L. creatures in the late 4th grade hide their own aura. The battle is the same as the ordinary H.L. creatures in the middle 4th grade, only when it breaks out, Only then will the terrifying strength of the late 4th grade be revealed. Li Yuanbao was stunned for just a moment. He found that the remaining criminal monks, who were more than 100, were about to collapse. The previous impetus of the criminal monk turned into fear after he rushed through the passage and entered the H.L. cave. After seeing the scene in front of him, he became afraid. They only have over 100 criminal monks. But the number of H.L. creatures here is so overwhelming that they are desperate. Li Yuanbao waved his hand, and 5 mid-stage golden corpses appeared on the battlefield. He himself threw the 10,000 swords peak above his head. An invisible wave spread from the 10,000 swords peak above his head to the surroundings. The gravity field blessed by the gravity brick was deployed, with him as the center. Everyone within a radius of 1 kilometer was affected by the gravity field impact. Although he did not explode the power of the spiritual treasure of 10,000 swords peak with the gravity field, he was still able to explode enough power in a short period of time. But he also felt that as soon as the gravity field was deployed, the energy in 10,000 swords peak was rapidly consumed. He continuously injected the spiritual power in his body into 10,000 swords peak to make up for this rapid consumption. But his supplementation could not make up for the speed of consumption. He has used a gravity field before, and a gravity field with a radius of 1 kilometer does not have such consumption. It's just that this time is different from the past. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, there are an extremely large number of mid-level 4th level H.L. creatures. If you want to exert a gravitational influence on these mid-level 4th level H.L. creatures, it requires a huge amount of energy. Exceeded his expectations. Chapter 767 Base. When the criminal monks saw the 5 mid-stage golden corpses, their enthusiasm immediately burst out. In the past few days, it was these 5 mid-stage golden corpses that allowed them to survive at the most dangerous time. Seeing the 5 mid-stage golden corpses again gave them hope of living again. The gravity field of 10,000 swords peak enveloped an area. Li Yuanbao had no time to think about other things at this time. He drove the gravity field of 10,000 swords peak with all his strength. The energy in his body is constantly being output, and he also needs to control the gravity field, which only works on H.L. creatures. He has no energy left to interfere with other things. The remaining more than 100 criminal monks felt that the attacks of the H.L. creatures had weakened, and the speed of the H.L. creatures had dropped significantly. How could they let go of this opportunity and use all their strength to control various spell attacks against the H.L. creatures? At this time, the rest of the sword cultivators also entered the battlefield. Brother Lu and Brother Wu were on guard together. They would only take action when the H.L. creatures appeared in the late 4th stage. As soon as the sword cultivators entered the H.L. cave, they joined the battle. They had just come in, and their natal flying sword had not yet been contaminated by radiation. This was actually the time when their combat power was at its strongest. A flying sword flew out, killing the creatures in H.L. "Why are you so weak?" a sword cultivator asked when he killed a H.L. creature. "You are speeding up to deal with these H.L. monsters. Didn't you see that Li Yuanbao is struggling to support you and weaken the combat power of the H.L. monsters for you?" Brother Lu shouted in a deep voice. As soon as he came in, he could see that Li Yuanbao was controlling the Wanjian thing to activate the gravity field. You can imagine how much effort it takes to use a gravity field to affect so many H.L. creatures of the same level. Hearing what Master Lu said, the sword cultivators also understood and controlled their flying swords to attack faster. The sword cultivator's attack power was indeed the strongest, and he quickly cleared an area with a radius of about 100 meters. Brother Lu took out an array disc, threw it, and landed on the ground. In an instant, the soil on the ground rose up, forming a 5-meter-high wall surrounding the area. A wall made of earth cannot stop the H.L. creatures, but with the formation method, it can resist to a certain extent. At the same time, the mud wall is still thickening, and with each thickening layer, the formation light will flash on the wall. Li Yuanbao saw the subtlety of this formation. This formation is to add formation runes to the earth walls, and then stack the earth walls layer by layer, so that the defense power of the earth walls is continuously enhanced. Of course, the effect of this formation is limited, unless it is a special environment. This formation can be easily broken, no matter how strong and thick the 5-meter-high wall is. Monks can easily cross it while flying in the air, but it is excellent for use in the H.L. cave, judging from the habits of the H.L. creatures. Except for a small number of H.L. creatures who can fly and fight, most of the H.L. L creatures fight by charging on the ground. Therefore, they will attack the wall first. With the protection of the wall, the sword cultivators can use their natal flying swords with all their strength to kill the L creatures without any scruples. Most importantly, this formation protects the entrance to the Hell Cave from the outside, allowing monks from outside to gain a relatively safe space after entering. The original plan was for all the sword cultivators to spend some time, and even use the combat power of the great monks, to clear an area and set up this formation. Unexpectedly, Li Yuanba used a gravity field to slow down the movements of the L creatures, allowing the sword cultivators to clear the area at an extremely fast speed. Jianichou Pavilion established this temporary base at almost no cost. Return to the formation, Brother Lu ordered in a deep voice. There are only 100 sword cultivators in total. Once they are scattered, the formation here cannot be maintained. Yuanba, you should also take a rest, Brother Lu said to Li Yuanba again. Li Yuanba also felt that the consumption was too great. He nodded and cancelled the gravity field. At this time, the criminal monks and the sword cultivators retreated into the base. The sword cultivators did not refuse the criminal monks to fight the enemy together. At this time, having more combat power on the monk side would be a great help. Only Li Yuanba's 5 mid-stage golden corpses remained outside the formation, scattered and blocking a section of the formation wall. Li Yuanba took a pill that replenished his spiritual power. He sat down cross-legged in the formation and began to absorb the energy of the pill at an accelerated rate. It had only been 30 breaths since he entered the L cave, but these 30 breaths had consumed most of his spiritual power. At this time, another monk entered. This time, the great venerable Hongwang of Dalian Temple and another great venerable led 100 mid-term venerables into the battlefield. Amitabha, the sword intention Chongshao Pavilion is really powerful. It has established a safe base in such a short time. Seeing the scene in front of him, the great venerable Hongwang couldn't help but shout out the Buddha's name in praise. They were facing the enemy when they were about to enter. It didn't take long before the sword cultivators from Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion entered. At this time, Jianichou Pavilion established a base in the Hell Cave, with formation defense. Although this base is not safe, as a transit point to enter the cave. As more and more monks enter, the number of monks here will increase. You guys are here just in time. I leave the defense of the wall over there to you, Brother Lu said, pointing to the wall on one side. With hundreds of sword cultivators and more than 100 criminal cultivators, the defense was extremely tight, so he assigned tasks without any politeness. Venerable Hongwang waved his hand, and the hundreds of mid-term venerables entered the designated positions. The Buddha's light on their bodies flashed, and the Buddha's light of the hundreds of mid-term venerables merged into one. Venerable Hongwang cast a spell, and the Buddha's light condensed by 100 mid-level venerables fell on the wall they were defending. Buddha's light shone on the wall, and the L creatures that were attacking the wall instinctively avoided the wall. All the mid-term sages began to continuously cast large-scale spells, and balls of golden Buddha light exploded among the creatures in L. The two great sages stood in the center of the 100 mid-term sages. Golden Buddha light condensed in their hands. They maintained the highest vigilance, and were ready to deal with powerful enemies at any time. Brother Lu was a little envious when he saw the actions of the sages of Dalian Temple. But thinking of Li Yuanba's actions, these actions of Dalian Temple were nothing. The female cultivator appeared next, which was naturally the middle stage nascent soul cultivator from Wanfeng Palace. They were also assigned a wall, and the phoenix beasts were summoned one by one. In front of the wall they defended. A large sea of fire made it difficult for L creatures to approach. Teams of superpowers entered the L cave one after another. The number of monks continued to increase, and it became easier and easier to guard the small area with a radius of 100 meters. When the last team entered, there were more than 1,000 mid-stage nascent soul monks, and nearly 20 great monks in this small area. From here, we can also see the terrifying strength of Zhongzhou Continent's superpower. This is an urgently transferred combat force. Looking at the Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion, the sword cultivators transferred are only a quarter of the middle stage nascent soul sword cultivators currently available in the pavilion. We are lucky. There are no late-stage 4th grade L monsters here, which gives us a safe foothold, Brother Lu said with a smile. We still have to go deep into the L cave to find out what has spawned so many monsters. This is simply unreasonable. How can there be so many resources to support the growth of so many monsters? Grand Venerable Hongwang was not very happy. He pondered, said the voice. Ever since he entered the L cave, he had felt a strong aura of evil. When he was defending the Hell Cave passage, he thought that the H.L. creatures in the Hell Cave heaven were gathering together to attack the passage. But after entering the H.L. cave, he discovered that the place was full of mid-level 4th grade H.L. creatures, and their number far exceeded previous judgment. Even the great venerable Hungwang felt deeply uneasy in his heart. He had just used a secret method to explore, and found that the space in the Hell Cave was extremely vast. If all areas were as dense as this one, then the existence of the Hell Cave would be extremely unreasonable. Whether it is a mid-4th grade H.L. creature or a late 4th grade H.L. creature, a large amount of energy is needed for its growth. Even if the energy needed by these H.L. creatures is evil energy, there must be enough evil energy source to supply the H.L. creatures. The purpose of the great master Hungwang is to at least find out what is spawning so many H.L. creatures. If this source is not solved, no matter how hard we clean up, new H.L. creatures will appear. Now we don't need so many monks to defend the base here. We can take turns to go out and clean up. First, reduce the density of monsters in this area. Otherwise, if we really go all in, we will probably be trapped and die. Lu Du the monk suggested. His opinion is to play it slow and steady, and it is not a good thing to rush forward at this time. It has occupied an area and established a base. With this base as the center, it spreads the controlled area to the surrounding areas. I agree. The great monks of the superpowers all agreed. The great monks did not want their families to lose too much, so a steady approach was the best choice. Then our Jianichou Shao Pavilion will go out to clean up first. Please strengthen the formation here. Brother Lu's own opinion was not modest, and the sword cultivator took the lead. Regarding the matter of sword intent, Chong Shao Pavilion taking the lead. The great monks of the superpowers are still eager to do so. Sword cultivators are the most powerful in combat. We still don't know if there are late-stage 4th grade H.L. creatures in the secrets. If we have sword intention, we will go to Chong Shao Pavilion to test it out. If there are really hidden late-grade 4th grade H.L. creatures, it is also the sword cultivator who encounters them first. The sword cultivators had no objection. They formed a battle formation as a small team. The 7 battle formations cooperated with each other and flew out of the protection of the formation. All sword cultivators, be careful. Don't use your natal flying sword to attack directly. Switch to sword light attack. The environment here will pollute your natal flying sword. Brother Lu said at this time. Some sword cultivators have already discovered this. But since the previous battles were relatively short, the impact was not significant. At this time, they heard the instructions from Brother Lu, and they used the secret method of sword light differentiation to separate the sword light from the natal flying sword, and used the sword light blessed with sword intent to attack the creatures in H.L. Although this weakens the sword cultivator's attack power, it will no longer contaminate the natal flying sword. Li Yuanba did not take action, and his 5 mid-stage golden corpses opened the way at the front of the sword cultivators. Although it was a bit strange that the sword intention Chong Shao Pavilion team had 5 mid-stage golden corpses in front. No monks at the scene, including the other super powerful monks, had such thoughts. They all know how powerful Li Yuanba's midterm golden corpse is. It would be the most stupid behavior to not use such a midterm golden corpse. The speed of killing the creatures in H.L. is not fast, but it is not slow either. The main reason is that the 2 great sword cultivators did not take action, and Li Yuanba did not take action either. They were able to kill continuously with only the energy of the sword light. The creatures from H.L. are already powerful sword cultivators. Li Yuanba was still recovering the spiritual power in his body. He was standing next to Brother Lu, protecting Lu Wu. The great venerable Hung Fa did not enter the H.L. cave. He stayed in the space to accept the formation. The space to accept the formation was very important. A great venerable staying there could avoid unnecessary troubles. However, Lu Wu was taken into the Hell Cave and was not assigned to the 7 teams. No matter how big-hearted Brother Lu is, he cannot let Lu Wu join the attack formation. Lu Wu was also attacking, but after attacking a few times, he gave up. Because his attacks couldn't even break through the defenses of H.L. creatures. He withdrew his sword light with some disappointment. Not to mention just using the sword light. Even if he used his natal flying sword to attack with all his strength, it would be difficult to break through the defense of the H.L. creatures. The weakest H.L. creatures are at the mid-level 4th level, which is a big level higher than Lu Wu's realm. In addition, the H.L. creatures have very strong defense, and the strength of Lu Wu, who is a big level lower, is far behind. Work hard to sharpen your sword intent. When the sword intent is strong enough, The defense of these monsters is nothing, Li Yuanba said with a smile. As he spoke, he casually fired a sword light. This sword light, which was blessed with a chaos sword intent, fully penetrated the bodies of 4 mid-level 4th grade H.L. creatures before stopping, killing 4 mid-level 4th level H.L. creatures with one sword. This kind of attack power far exceeds that of 100 sword cultivators of the same level, with the same sword light and the same use of sword intent. The difference is so huge that it is unimaginable. Lu Wu didn't understand how complicated the chaos sword intent was. He only knew that the master sword light had such an effect. This also proves what the master said about the strong enough sword power that the enemy's defense is nothing. His confidence returned, and he tried hard to observe the battles of every sword cultivator, hoping to learn from the experiences of these seniors. Monk Lu shook his head slightly. His son was so easy to be deceived. Li Yuanba's chaos sword intent, let alone his son's. Even his great monk sword intent could not compare with it in terms of sword intent quality. Chapter 768, Killing. The fighting power of sword intent Cho Shao Pavilion is really amazing. The great monk of Beidou sect couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the figures of the sword cultivators advancing steadily. The combat power unleashed by 100 sword cultivators, especially in an environment like the Hell Cave and unable to use their own spells for a long time, is extremely rare to be able to unleash such combat power. In fact, in this radiation environment, sword cultivators are somewhat passive. Other superpower monks at least have backup magic weapons available. Even if one magic weapon is contaminated by radiation, there will be another magic weapon to replace it. But sword cultivators usually have a natal flying sword. Once the natal flying sword is contaminated, its combat power will be greatly affected. Li Yuanba only took action once, and after untying Lu Wu's hard knot, he readjusted the spiritual power in his body and restored his spiritual power as quickly as possible through the elixir he took. Since he was standing next to Brother Lu, he didn't have to worry about his own safety. If there was danger around Brother Lu, then there would be no safe place in the H.L. cave. His consciousness had been in an external state, and suddenly he stopped adjusting the spiritual power in his body and moved his sword in one direction to prepare for attack. Brother Lu and Brother Wu reacted faster than him. 2 natal flying swords flew out and struck in one place. Wu Qi was unlucky because there was Li Yuanba's mid-stage golden corpse in front of the team. As a core monk and a captain, he was standing on the outside of the team. This was the most dangerous position. For the rest of the positions, there are midterm golden corpses in the front to open the way, another team on the other side, and the ones behind have just been cleared. Only this side is the most vulnerable to attack. He had just killed an approaching H.L. creature, when a charging H.L. bull-headed creature was approaching. He was not in a hurry. This kind of bull-headed creature charging straight into H.I. was very easy for a sword cultivator to deal with. He sent out a sword light that contained the Breaking Void sword intent, and slashed towards the bull-headed creature in H.L. with the power of Breaking Void sword intent. This kind of H.Lish bull-headed creature, which does not know how to dodge and relies entirely on physical defense, can be seriously injured with one sword. If the sword cultivator on the side takes action in time, then this H.Lish bull-headed creature can be killed instantly. But when the sword light of Broken Void sword intent fell on the body of the H.L. bull-headed creature, it was bounced away. Not even a single sword mark appeared on the H.L. bull-headed creature's skin. The original concealment of the H.L. bull-headed creature that was beheaded was broken, revealing its true state. The bull-headed creatures in the late 4th level H.L. are exactly the powerful beings of the same level that the great monks are guarding against. At this time, the distance between Wu Qi and the bull-headed creatures in the late 4th level H.I. was less than 10 meters. For the creatures in the late 4th level realm, the distance of 10 meters was equivalent to being close at hand. When Brother Lu and Brother Wu launched attacks together, the bull-headed creature from the late 4th level H.I. had already collided with Wu Qi. The speed of the H.L. bull-headed creature in the late 4th stage was revealed, and its speed suddenly increased. The last 10 meters of charge made Wu Qi unable to even dodge. The attacks of many other sword cultivators were also due to the sudden acceleration of the H.L. bull-headed creature in the late 4th stage. Failed. In fact, even if the attacks of these mid-stage nascent soul sword cultivators fall on the late-stage 4th stage H.L. bull-headed creatures, they will not be able to cause any real damage. Wu Qi's body was severely knocked away, and his body could be seen in the air showing a strange distortion, which was a tragic situation where the physical body was severely damaged. The super-powerful monks, who were watching the battle in the formation couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Sword Intention Chengxiao Pavilion was going to lose a core sword cultivator. Although Wu Qi is not the strongest among the core sword cultivators, he is still an established and well-known sword cultivator. But something unexpected happened. Wu Qi's severely injured body in the air flashed a green light. The green light enveloped his body, while his body was still flying in the air. The green light repaired the damage in his body. Most of the injuries, the remaining injuries, are still being slowly repaired by the green light. But one thing is certain. Wu Qi did not suffer any life-threatening injuries after being hit hard by the bull-headed creature from the late 4th level H.L. But another danger was also waiting for Wu Qi. The distance he was thrown was a bit far, and the place where his body landed was where the H.L. creatures were. If he fell into the group of H.L. creatures in his current state, he would probably be in a desperate situation. Wu Qi's figure suddenly emitted a white light and disappeared out of thin air. It's the space receiving formation. Sword Intention Chengxiao Pavilion has arranged the space receiving formation here. Grand Venerable Hongguang immediately called out the reason for Wu Qi's disappearance. It is not that Dalian Temple has not considered arranging a space receiving array here, but after on-site inspection, it was found that due to the abnormal space energy caused by the collapse of the H.L. cave space, the space receiving array they mastered could not operate smoothly. Who would dare to use a space receiving formation that cannot move smoothly? If there is an inexplicable missing part of the body when the teleportation comes back, it would be better not to teleport at all. However, the space acceptance formation, mastered by Jiani Chengxiao Pavilion, is a formation that has been strengthened many times over the space acceptance formation of the Dalian Temple, and can withstand the influence of abnormal space fluctuations in the H.L. cave. The green light before seemed to be the magical power of innate Imu. Another great monk also recognized the green light that erupted from Wu Qi's body after he was injured. At this moment, the monks from several superpowers looked at the team of Jiani Chengxiao Pavilion with envy. With the blessing of the magical power of innate Imu and the space acceptance formation, under these dual protections, even if you encounter danger, your chances of survival will be higher. At this time, Brother Lu and Brother Wu were already fighting with the late 4th grade H.L. bull-headed creature. The other sword cultivators could not intervene in this level of battle. Li Yuanbao pulled Lu Wu behind him, and 10,000 swords peak rose into the air again, releasing a gravity field. This time the gravity field did not release a large area, but only covered an area of 80 meters around the body. Such a large area only protected the sword cultivators, but did not cover the H.L. creatures. He has no choice. He cannot use the spiritual treasure quality power of Wanjianfeng. Wanjianfeng fully drives the gravity field at the top quality level of the 4th level to deal with a large number of mid-level 4th level H.L. creatures, which will make him extremely difficult to support. It is extremely dangerous behavior to consume a large amount of one's own energy on such a dangerous battlefield. The two great sword cultivators moved the battle to the side so that the aftermath of the battle could threaten their own sword cultivators. The sword cultivators were not idle either. After the bull-headed creatures from H.L. appeared in the late 4th stage, the H.L. creatures were extremely excited and rushed towards the sword cultivators with even more violent attacks. Li Yuanbao focused a little bit on the battle between the two great sword cultivators. He didn't have to worry, as the sword cultivators blocked the attacks of the H.L. creatures. The combination of Brother Lu and Brother Wu is definitely super powerful in terms of attack power, but their opponent's defensive power is also the strongest among the late 4th level H.L. creatures. The strongest spear met the strongest shield, and the battle between the two sides became fierce from the beginning. The bull-headed creature in the late 4th level H.L. let out an angry howl, and black mist continued to rise from its body. The black mist formed a defensive layer on its body, like a thick armor. Brother Lu's flaming sword intent ignited the bull-headed creatures in late 4th level H.L., and the originally black mist turned into fiery red. But due to the isolation of the fog, the actual damage caused was not as strong as imagined. However, the effect of Monk Wuda's evil-breaking sword intent far exceeded that of the flame sword intent. This is not to say that Monk Wuda's sword intention is stronger than the flame sword intention, but that the evil-breaking sword intention is more targeted, and is the nemesis of the bull-headed creatures in the late 4th level H.L. Monk Wuda's sword cut through the fog and struck the skin of the bull-headed creature in the late 4th grade H.L., leaving a wound on the skin. This wound is constantly rolling, as if it wants to heal. This is the self-healing ability of H.L. creatures. The super self-healing ability gives them stronger fighting endurance. However, the sword wounds of the late 4th level H.L. bull-headed creatures had not been able to heal. The damage caused by sword cultivators is not so easy to heal. If the sword intention of the wound is not removed, the wound will continue to erode the vitality of the late 4th level H.L. bull-headed creatures. The body of the bull-headed creature in the late 4th stage of H.L. suddenly grew several times in size, turning into a huge body 10 meters high. The body that was originally human-shaped transformed into a giant bull after growing in size. Li Yuanba could feel the radiation energy rising from the giant bull's body, and the radiation energy almost distorted the light. He looked at the two sword cultivator monks with some worry. The two sword cultivator monks were fighting with their own flying swords. If the natal flying swords were seriously contaminated, the combat power of the two sword cultivator monks would be affected. Extremely repressive. Most of the sword cultivator's combat power lies in his natal flying sword. If there is a problem with his natal flying sword, it will be a disaster for the sword cultivator. Obviously, the two great sword cultivators also understood this. They looked at each other and decided not to delay any longer. The longer the battle drags on, the worse it will be for them. Monk Wuda's natal flying sword flew back to his side. As the aura of evil destroying sword intent flashed on his body, the natal flying sword intention shone brighter. This is the re-blessing of the evil breaking sword intent, which puts the natal flying sword in its strongest state. The natal flying sword flew out and accurately hit the wound where the giant bull transformed from the bull-headed creature in the late 4th stage H.I. was. This time, the natal flying sword cut open the muscle tissue on the wound. Although the late stage 4th grade H.L. bull-headed creature far surpasses the two great swordsmanship monks in terms of strength and defense, its speed cannot be compared with the two great swordsmanship monks, which makes it impossible to catch up with the two great monks. In a passive state of being beaten, even transforming into a giant bull state did not reverse the situation. Instead, it became more vulnerable to attacks after the body became larger. If the bull-headed creature from the late 4th level H.L. transforms into a giant bull when its defense is not broken, then the giant bull's defensive power will cause a lot of trouble to the two great sword cultivators. But at this time, a hole was opened in the defense of the bull-headed creature in the late 4th level H.L., and there was a sword mark on its skin. This gave Monk Wuda the opportunity to continue to increase the results of the battle. 1 sword, 2 swords and 3 swords. Although each sword of Brother Wuda's natal flying sword only cuts an extra layer of muscle, but because of the blessing of the evil breaking sword intent, every time it cuts a layer of muscle. This is an injury that cannot be healed by the bull-headed creatures in the late 4th level H.L. When the wound reached a certain level, Brother Lu, who had been accumulating strength, exploded. His natal flying sword changed from fiery red to white due to the long-term accumulation of energy and the flaming sword intention. The white natal flying sword penetrated along the wound of the late 4th grade H.L. bull-headed creature. Even though the 4th grade late stage H.L. bull-headed creature had been injured many times by the Wuda monk before, the reaction was not as big as this time. The bull-headed creature from the late 4th level H.L. let out a shrill scream, and the huge bull body twisted on the ground, as if it wanted to disperse the pain caused by the injury in this way. But this method had no effect. It was the strongest blow that Master Lu had accumulated for a long time. After many continuous attacks by Brother Wuda, a wound was created that penetrated deep into the body of the bull-headed creature in the late 4th level H.L. Brother Lu's full sword struck a large amount of flaming sword intent deep into the body of the bull-headed creature in the late 4th level H.L. No matter how strong the defensive power of the late 4th level H.L. bull-headed creature is, the internal defenses of the body cannot withstand the damage of the flaming sword intent. Especially the relatively fragile inner abdomen was severely damaged by this level of flame sword intent. The tumbling bull-headed creature in the late 4th stage of H.I. could no longer maintain the state of a giant bull and return to its previous humanoid state. From the skin of the bull-headed creature in the late 4th grade H.L., you can see faint red light flowing inside it. This is the flaming sword intent that is wreaking havoc. Brother Lu and Brother Wu would not let go of such a good opportunity. Their flying swords did not hold back at all, and they kept slashing at the bull-headed creatures in the late 4th level H.L. After slashing out more than 100 swords in a row, the life breath of the bull-headed creature in the late 4th level H.I. was completely dissipated. Brother Lu and Brother Wu breathed a long sigh of relief. Dealing with such late 4th level H.L. creatures, especially in an environment with no space restrictions, greatly increased the difficulty of the battle. Fortunately, the battle went very smoothly, and there were no accidents. Yuanba, come and clean up! Brother Lu turned to Liu Yunba and ordered. At this time, the corpses of the late 4th grade H.L. bull-headed creatures had turned into fly ash, leaving only one L-tired crystal essence. All the great monks on Hell Island know that Liu Yunba has a way to deal with the L-tired crystal essence. The superpowers here have all conducted research on the L-resisting crystal essence, because the L-resisting crystal essence is extremely destructive to spiritual objects. It cannot be used in any refining or formation. On the contrary, it is because the radiation of L's crystal essence cannot be better restricted, and it is a headache to store L's crystal essence. Liu Yunba had a way to deal with the L's crystal essence, and the L's crystal essence he obtained was naturally placed in his hands. Chapter 769 Rotation. Brother Lu and Brother Wu took back their natal flying swords, and they began to use their spiritual power over and over again to clean up the pollution on their natal flying swords. This work is extremely troublesome, and each cleaning can only remove a very weak trace. But this work must be done. If it is not cleaned continuously, after 1 or 2 battles, the pollution on the natal flying sword will be superimposed, which will have an impact on the natal flying sword. Just when the 2 great monks returned to the team of Jiani Chongshao Pavilion, a figure flew out from the base protected by the formation and chased after the team of Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. Wu Qi has recovered! The first to recognize him were the monks who were already in the base. They marveled at Wu Qi's recovery speed. That was hit by a late 4th level H.L. creature, and Wu Qi's injuries were not light at that time. In addition, they also noticed the effect of the space acceptance formation, which can allow the monks in danger to quickly leave the battlefield. This is more effective than the life-saving Jade Talisman. The most important thing is how difficult it is to make a life-saving Jade Talisman. It requires a great monk to refine it, and consumes extremely precious materials. However, the space acceptance formation only requires a space acceptance talisman. It is said that Jiani Chongshao Pavilion has solidified the space acceptance talisman into the identity Jade Disc, so that the cost of each activation is so low that it is almost nothing. The sword cultivators of Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion all had smiles on their faces after seeing Wu Qi return to the team. Wu Qi, are you okay? Brother Lu asked in a deep voice. It's no problem to participate in the battle, and the injuries are mostly healed, Wu Qi said, while showing a grateful smile to Liu Yunba. Liu Yunba waved his hand, and a green light from the magical power of Innate fell on Wu Qi. It's a bit of a waste. My injury is almost healed, Wu Qi said, as he felt the rapid recovery of the injury in his body. Wu Qi, you still have to stand in front of the team and let Yunba bless you, Brother Lu said in a deep voice. Liu Yunba ignored Wu Qi. And then the second magical power of Innate was released, and green light fell on Wu Qi. This time it was not treatment, but the magical power of Innate was applied to Wu Qi's body to prevent Wu Qi from being hurt again. If it hadn't been for the blessing effect of the Innate supernatural power, Wu Qi would have been on the verge of death just by the heavy blow from the late 4th grade H.L. creature. The battle continued, and the sword cultivators continued to advance, killing a large number of H.L. creatures. The super forces behind the base were not idle. They began to arrange all the cleared areas into formations, and began to expand the current base. The base is too small. There is no deep base, only a line of defense. There are too many monks defending at the same time, so the monks' combat power cannot be fully utilized. Only by expanding the base can we better defend the occupied area. The sword cultivators fought for a full hour, and returned to the base under the command of 2 great sword cultivators. A battle that lasts for an hour still consumes a lot of money for sword cultivators. In addition, the battle rotation has been discussed in advance, and it is now time to rotate the battle. The next round was the monks from Zhongzhou Trading Company. Under the leadership of 2 great monks, they walked out of the base formation. As soon as they came into contact with the H.L. creatures, they felt the pressure, watching the vertical and horizontal battles of Jiani Chongshao Pavilion in the base. It seemed as if it was very relaxed. But when it was actually my turn to take action, I found that it was not the case at all. The fighting power of the H.L. creatures is not weak at all, and they will also engage in small-scale cooperative battles. The monks of Zhongzhou Trading Company must exert all their strength to ensure that the H.L. creatures cannot get close. But with such full output, even a mid-stage nascent soul monk cannot sustain it for long. Among the H.L. creatures, a small number of H.L. creatures with advantages in defense or speed used their respective advantages to forcefully rush in front of the monks. If the two great monks hadn't taken action, perhaps the monks at Zhongzhou Trading Company would have begun to reduce their numbers. The two great monks of the Zhongzhou Commercial Bank looked ugly. This time, they were embarrassed in front of many superpowers. How easy it was for the sword intention to Chongshao Pavilion before. It was only after the late 4th grade H.L. creatures appeared that the two swordsmanship masters took action. The rest of the time, the two swordsmanship masters watched the battle. When it was Zhongzhou Trading Company's turn to fight, the two great monks had to take action right from the beginning. From this, we can see the gap between Zhongzhou Trading Company and Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. But this is not the case. But the 5 golden corpses of Li Yuanba in the middle period. Don't underestimate the 5 midterm golden corpses. There are 5 midterm golden corpses in front, which is equivalent to 5 midterm golden corpses resisting all the attacks of the H.L. creatures. In the middle stage, the defense of the golden corpse is extremely strong, and its speed and strength are far superior to those of the H.L. creatures. Only when it cooperates with the sword cultivators can it look easy. Now Zhongzhou Commercial Bank is facing directly the creatures of H.L. and it cannot use magic weapons for a long time to attack. Some monks who are good at magic are better, and can use magic weapons to increase the power of spells. But monks who are good at direct attacks with magic weapons have their combat power greatly reduced in this situation. The two great monks loudly ordered the monks of Zhongzhou Trading Company to form a battle formation, and use the bonus of the battle formation to fight. They had not formed a battle formation before, mainly because Jiani Chongshao Pavilion fought too easily, which made them careless. The monks of Zhongzhou Trading Company quickly formed a battle formation. The situation was a little better at this time, but the speed of advancement was still very impressive. Just to not stay in place, they only advanced 5 meters every 60 breaths distance. This was almost equivalent to standing still. But seeing the fighting situation, the two great monks did not ask for anything more. The two great monks had their own tasks, and they dare not be distracted at any time to support the battle of the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul. Once they are distracted, or if they consume too much in support, the appearance of late-stage 4th grade H.L. creatures will bring disastrous consequences to this team. The monks from Zhongzhou Trading Company advanced 50 meters, taking nearly as long as a cup of tea. It seemed that the battle was going well. But as the battle continued, the middle-stage nascent soul monks of Zhongzhou Trading Company became increasingly difficult. A H.L. bull-headed creature charged in front of the monks, and was immediately attacked by several spells. The body of the H.L. bull-headed creature shook. Judging from previous combat experience, this H.L. bull-headed creature was unable to block so many spell attacks. But a black light fell on the H.L. bull-headed creature from behind, and the body of the H.L. bull-headed creature immediately regained its vitality. With a boom, the H.L. bull-headed creature collided with the nearest monk. With the sound of bones breaking, the monk's body was knocked out. Since magic weapons would be contaminated when used in the H.L. cave, the monks did not use defensive magic weapons, but defensive spells. The defensive power of defensive spells is far inferior to that of defensive magic weapons. Under the impact of the bull-headed creatures from H.L., the monk's defensive spells were broken, and half of his body was deformed. Seeing this unexpected situation, the monks on the side immediately turned their spells, and attacked the H.L. bull-headed creature. When the bull-headed creatures from H.L. were killed, the chaos brought more H.L. creatures closer to the monks' battle formation. Li Yuanba could see clearly that the monks from Zhongzhou Trading Company were inexperienced, and did not kill the deer-headed creatures in H.L. immediately, which was the most threatening thing. In addition to a certain amount of attack power, the H.L. deer-headed creature also has the ability to heal. The H.L. bull-headed creature just now had the power to collide after being healed in time after being severely injured. An accident caused many H.L. creatures to rush into the monks' formation. After the 4 monks were severely injured, the 2 big monks finally had to take action. They waved their hands and launched attacks one after another, killing the H.L. creatures approaching the monks' battle formation, and finally rescued the monks. The 2 great monks focused their attention on the battle between ordinary monks, and did not notice that the aura of a H.L. horse-headed creature in front of them began to rise. At the same time, the H.L. horse-headed creature began to accelerate and charged in the direction of a great monk. The 2 great monks were in the center of the team. The mid-stage nascent soul monk in front of them noticed the abnormality and immediately attacked the horse-headed creatures in H.L. But something unexpected happened. The speed of the H.L. horse-headed creatures suddenly increased. This time difference caused all the attacks of the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul to fail. It's a late-stage 4th grade "El creature!" a monk exclaimed in surprise. But things happened too fast. The two great monks were cleaning up the L creatures on the other side, eliminating the threat from the middle stage nascent soul monks over there. When they sensed the danger, the horse-headed creatures in the late 4th grade L opened up at full speed. He rushed close to a great monk. "Be careful!" The exclamation came from another great monk. The attack monk only had time to erect a spell shield in front of him. And then the horse-headed creatures from the late 4th level L collided with the spell shield. The great monk felt the terrifying collision coming from the spell shield. Although he was frightened, he relaxed slightly. It seemed that he was blocking it. However, what the horse-headed creatures from the late 4th level L are best at is speed. They did not retreat after the impact, but used the rebound force to change directions and come to the other side of the great monk. The horse-headed creature in the late 4th level L slapped the great monk with its thorn-covered hand. This change of direction bypassed the spell shield, leaving the great monk with one less defense. A passive treasure on the great monk was activated, and an energy shield blocked the hand of the horse-headed creature from the late 4th level L. With a click sound, the energy shield emitted by this passive treasure was broken. The hands of the late 4th level L horse-headed creature continued to attack. When they were about to touch the robe, light flashed on the robe, and another defense at the level of a great monk appeared. However, the monk-level defensive spells solidified on the robes are not too strong. The material limitations of the robes themselves prevent them from blessing spells that are too strong. There was another shattering sound. The defensive spell on the robe was instantly broken, and this hand hit the great monk's body. The sharp thorns on his hands broke through the great monk's skin and penetrated into his body. At the same time, terrifying power was transmitted into his body, causing his whole body to tremble, and a mist of blood spurted out from his mouth. If the horse-headed creature from the late 4th level L attacks again, the life of this great monk will be in danger. At this moment, the attack of another great monk from Zhongzhou Trading Company finally arrived. The great monk activated a life-saving jade talisman. This was not a jade talisman made by the great monk himself, but a life-saving jade talisman made by a powerful being. The powerful life-saving jade talisman flashed and turned into a ray of light that bound the body of the late 4th level L horse-headed creature, making it impossible for the next 4th level Lish horse-headed creature to attack. The rest of the attacks from the great monk also arrived, and the bound 4th grade L horse-headed creatures were unable to dodge and defend. This made all his attacks fall on the 4th grade late stage L horse-headed creatures. In order to maximize the attack power during the duration of the powerful life-saving jade talisman, he not only launched the attack with his most powerful magic weapon, but also activated several attack jade talismans made by the great monks. In just 2 breaths, the defense of the horse-headed creature in the late 4th level I was broken and its body was seriously injured. When the effect of the powerful life-saving jade talisman disappears, the vitality of the horse-headed creatures in the late 4th grade L also disappears. The entire battle process was clearly seen by the monks at the rear. The monks who originally watched the battle should have lamented the bad luck of the Zhongzhou Trading Company. When the two great monks were attracted, they were suddenly attacked by the horse-headed creature from the late 4th level L. But after seeing the fighting style of the great monks of Zhongzhou Trading Company, they no longer had any thoughts of emotion. Look at how the great monks of Zhongzhou Trading Company fought. The great monk who was attacked barely had time to make much defense when he was attacked, and he was approached closely. But even if it doesn't have much defense, in addition to actively issuing a spell shield, it also maintains 2 passive defenses. One is a passive defense treasure, and the other is the robe on the body. The value of these 2 passive defense treasures alone is beyond the reach of ordinary great monks. Apart from these, the battle process of another great monk was even more exaggerated. From using the powerful life-saving jade talisman to restrain the horse-headed creature in the late 4th level L, to using multiple great monk jade talismans to launch an attack. The consumption of this short attack is almost equivalent to that of an ordinary great monk. All the money is gone. Not a single super powerful monk has a powerful life-saving jade talisman, and the difficulty of making the jade talisman makes each monk only give it to his close descendants to use. The purpose of using the great monk's jade talisman is to launch attacks faster. Only the great monks of the Zhongzhou Trading Company have such courage. Li Yuanba can be considered a rich man, but seeing the fighting style of these 2 great monks, he also felt deeply ashamed. The great monk of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank gave a signal. He lifted up the injured great monk and began to lead the team back towards the base. After fighting until now, They could no longer hold on. Chapter 770 Treatment. The team of Zhongzhou Trading Company retreated to the base in embarrassment. The injured monk took several spiritual pills, and his breath stabilized. However, the great monk's injuries would make it difficult for him to be effective in subsequent battles. Yuanba, how about you treat Brother Liu? The combat power of great monks cannot be reduced. Brother Liu said to Li Yuanba using sound transmission. He didn't give orders, but spoke in a consultative tone. Li Yuanba has the ability to heal great monks. This news will be a huge shock. But since Li Yuanba participated in this mission, this ability will inevitably be exposed in the days to come. You must know that neither Brother Liu nor Brother Wu can guarantee that they will not be injured forever. Once injured, Li Yuanba's innate magical power will be needed to help. At that time, Li Yuanba's ability to heal the great monks will be exposed, which will make other superpower great monks who were injured earlier feel dissatisfied. Although the superpowers of Zhongzhou continent are said to be scheming with each other, there is one rule that must be followed. That is, full cooperation is required when performing common tasks. This is also the reason why the superpowers can firmly control Zhongzhou continent. No matter how big the trouble is, all the superpowers can work together to solve it. Only the great monks can know about my affairs. Li Yuanba thought for a while, and made his request. After all, there is still a certain lower limit for the great monks. Among the other monks, there may be spies from the Baidi sect or the Yuqing sect. The less his ability is exposed, the safer it will be. No problem. I will discuss it with all the big monks, Big Brother Liu said with a smile. After a while, Li Yuanba was called to a temporary tent. As soon as he entered the tent, he found that all the great monks involved in the mission were here. Donor Li, Venerable Hongwang, whom he had known and worked with for some time, greeted with a smile. The other great monks, whether they knew him or not, all smiled at Li Yuanba. Anyone who hears that Li Yuanba has the magical power to heal great monks will show a friendly attitude. They also saw the battle just now. Fortunately, only one late-stage 4th grade H.L. creature appeared each time. But even one late-stage 4th grade H.L. creature caused serious injuries to the cultivator Liu. In this dangerous environment, Li Yuanba's innate magical power is extremely important. Of course, the great monks present still need to observe the therapeutic effect of Li Yuanba's innate magical power. But at least it is basically guaranteed that the innate magical power is equivalent to the effect of a high-level healing elixir. If a monk in the early stage of nascent soul is injured, being treated by the magical power of innate is nothing. Even among the superpowers here, there are also cultivators who cultivate the magical power of innate. However, the magical power of innate that can heal great monks. In theory, the monks who use the magical power of innate must also be in the realm of great monks. However, in the world of immortality, there has never been a great monk who has been successfully promoted to someone who has inherited the magical power of innate. At least not in the world of immortality today. The chance of being promoted to a great monk is extremely low. And if it is restricted to the condition of having practiced the magical power of innate, the chance will be even lower. Not to mention that the monks trained by various superpowers who practice the magical power of innate are all trained as healing monks. They cannot even enter the core monks, let alone have the opportunity to reach the realm of great monks. A great monk's advanced healing elixir. Even among the great monks present, there are very few who can produce such elixir. It is accumulated by the sect for countless years, and is left to the great monks to save their lives. Yuanba, everyone has agreed to the conditions, and I'm just waiting for you to take action, Brother Liu said with a smile. Thank you, fellow Taoist Li. The great monk from Zhongzhou Commercial Bank helped the great monk Liu, and said to Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba didn't speak, but a flash of light flashed in his eyes, indicating that he had activated his spiritual eyes. He is connected to Z15, and is analyzing the injuries on Brother Liu's body. He wanted to use the innate magical power for treatment more accurately, instead of using the innate magical power with all his strength, so that in addition to the injury, the mainland monks would also get additional benefits. This is not because he is stingy, but because it is not a good thing to reveal that he can clean up the hidden wounds in the body of the great monk. It will bring him big trouble. Although Jinni Chongshao Pavilion can protect him, and is confident in protecting him, he can't really stay in Jinni Chongshao Pavilion without leaving. With the help of Z15, based on the fluctuations of spiritual power in the monk Liu's body, and the changes in various body data, Li Yuanba activated the innate magical power. and a green light fell on the monk Lu's body. The green light traveled around the body of Brother Lu, and finally converged on his injured location. The great monk Lu was also considered to have a small fortune. He took a great monk's intermediate healing elixir as soon as he was injured and suppressed the injury. When the light of the magical power of Xiantian Imu fell on his body, he felt the rapid healing of his injuries. The extreme relief made him almost scream out. But thinking that he was surrounded by great monks, and if he really screamed out, he would probably become the laughing stock of all the great monks in the days to come. So he forced himself to endure it. The great monk has extremely strong control over the body, and he can sense changes in injuries. His injury was healed in just over 10 breaths, and at the same moment the injury was healed, the green light of the innate Imu magical power also disappeared. He had a feeling of loss. If this healing light could last, it might be more beneficial to him. But it's a pity that the end is the end. Under Li Yuanba's precise control, there is not even a trace of healing energy. "How is Brother Lu?" a great monk asked. In fact, you can tell without asking how experienced the great monks present are. Just by relying on the aura of the great monks, you can sense that the injuries of the great monks have healed. "I feel very good. If that HL creature is still alive, I can still fight it," Brother Lu said with a smile and waved his arm. After getting confirmation from him, all the great monks looked at Li Yuanba differently. This is a treasure. At least in the Hell Cave. The safety of these great monks needs to be guaranteed by Li Yuanba. "Fellow Taoist Li, I don't know how to thank you. This is a sword cultivation book that I got before. Unfortunately, I don't have the talent for sword cultivation, so I treat it as a thank you gift. I hope you like it." Brother Lu took out 10 jade slips and handed them over. He gave it to Li Yuanba and said thank you. Li Yuanba took the jade slips. Just from the fact that there were 3 gold and 5 purple ones in these jade slips, it can be seen that these jade slips are extremely precious. "I couldn't refuse Senior Lu's gift of thanks, so I accepted it shamelessly," Li Yuanba said with a smile. This is a sword cultivation classic, from the collection of a great monk from Zhongzhou Trading Company. And judging from the appearance of the jade slips, most of the 10 jade slips are dated jade slips. The age of creation in the world of immortals is different from that of mortals. In the eyes of the monks, the age is at least thousands of years old. Without thousands of years of history, how can it be called an age? You must know that the lifespan of a monk in the early stage of yuaning alone is as long as 1,000 years. Let alone the lifespan of a monk in the middle stage of yuaning. As long as fellow Taoist Li likes it. Giving away these 10 jade slips made Monk Lu very happy. The 10 sword cultivator jade slips were accidentally discovered by him when he was discussing business. They came from the collection of a disappeared sword cultivator sect. When they fell into his hands, they were regarded as a secret investment. The key to repaying Li Yuanba's favor is to rely on the 10 sword repair jade slips, and perhaps be able to make good friends with Li Yuanba. This is extremely cost-effective. From the internal intelligence network of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank, there was vague information that Li Yuanba was refining elixirs in Jiani Chongshao Pavilion, and also refining elixirs for the great monks. This can be proved by the fact that the great monk of Jiani Chongshao Pavilion has not found other alchemy masters to refine the great monk elixir for more than 10 years. In addition, from another piece of information, we got the news that the great monks of Sword Intention Chongshao Pavilion have high-level spiritual elixirs in their hands. The meaning of this can be imagined. The greatest possibility is that Li Yuanba possesses the level of a high-level monk's elixir in refining alchemy. Even if there is only 1% chance of this news, Brother Lu will not let it go. Taking advantage of the opportunity of being on good terms with Li Yuanba, he can ask Li Yuanba to refine elixirs for him. Besides, let alone alchemy, even the effect of Li Yuanba's innate Imu magical power was enough for him to make a sacrifice. But what the great monks did made many great monks glare. Not every great monk is as wealthy as the great monks of Zhongzhou Trading Company. Zhongzhou Trading Company is a rare commercial superpower and has a natural advantage in wealth. The thank you gift given by Brother Lu immediately increased the remuneration for Li Yuanba's treatment. Don't talk about free treatment. There is nothing free in the world of immortality. The more free it is, the less it can be repaid. Why do many monks not want to owe a favor? Sometimes, the repayment of a favor may be a struggle on the edge of life and death. According to the agreement, although the team of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank did not complete the cleanup time, another superpower team was still replaced to continue the cleanup work. At the same time, the Altair Crystal Essence from the late 4th grade H.L. creatures that had been killed previously also fell into Li Yuanba's hands. and no great monk had any objections to this. If it had been before, perhaps there would be some ideas for the great monks to obtain the Altired Crystal Essence without Li Yuanba's contribution. But after he showed the magical power of innate Imu that healed the great monks, no other great monks would think so. In the subsequent battles, every superpower team was extremely careful and had no thoughts of comparing themselves with Jinni Shao Pavilion. What we have to do now is to kill as many H.L. creatures as possible to reduce the density of H.L. creatures in this area. If you want to explore the H.L. cave in depth, you need to make this base safe and secure. Li Yuanba sat cross-legged 1 foot above the ground, and his consciousness swept over the 10 jade slips of the soul crystal ring. After contacting Z15, the knowledge contained in these 10 jade slips will be included in Z15's database. Hey, this is a classic book on melee swordsmanship. Just as he was scanning and thinking, he discovered a golden jade slip with something special in it. Generally speaking, golden jade slips can only be viewed under certain conditions. But with his mid-stage nascent soul realm and his sword cultivation, even if there are any prerequisites for the golden jade slips, it is enough to satisfy them. There was an unknown skill in the golden jade slip, but he felt extremely familiar with it. This technique uses a certain metal to be refined into one's own body, and then through the continuous strengthening of the physical body, the sword made of metal can be continuously improved, so that the quality of the sword can be continuously improved to meet the needs of the growth of the realm. This has many similarities with the Secret Code of Sword Demon, except that there are many things in Secret Code of Sword Demon that are not clear, and it only ends at the golden elixir stage. The only thing that is useful later is physical improvement. The effect of sword base can still be used. Nowadays, the 4th grade sword base in Li Yuanba's body is rarely used, mainly because the power of the 4th grade sword base is too weak for him. In addition, although he has practiced the sword body in the Sword Intention Chong Shao Ju, the sword body is not enough to meet his requirements for close combat. Sword body is a body training method, but it is a traditional sword training method, which can also be said to be a long-range flying sword training method. It focuses on the enhancement of defense power, and does not have much effect on melee combat. Hi! Today's 4th grade sword base can only be reduced to weapons that are much weaker than itself. But this nameless skill is a close combat swordsmanship skill that reaches the Mahayana stage. Of course, the following content about the Mahayana period was open because Li Yuanba met the conditions and met the prerequisites of the jade slips. If the monk Lu really knew that the jade slip given contained a technique that could directly lead to close combat sword cultivation in the Mahayana stage, it would be impossible to just give it away like this. Although Brother Lu could not check all the contents of the jade slip himself, he found the sword cultivator from Zhongzhou Trading Company to check it before sending the jade slip as a thank you gift. In his opinion, the greatest value of these jade slips is to supplement the knowledge of sword cultivation. Especially the melee sword cultivation recorded in this golden jade slip has long become a thing of the past. Even in terms of swords, no monks would use handheld long swords, but would choose flying swords. Li Yuanba looked through the contents of the nameless technique in his chest with bright eyes. The Secret Code of Sword Demon that he and Li Shiming practiced had laid the foundation for this nameless technique. And if there is no foundation for the nameless technique, it will be impossible to practice it at all. Without the sword foundation in the body, one cannot practice the nameless technique. The sword base must be refined into the body during the chain energy stage. At that time, the monk's body is not too strong before it can be completely integrated with the refined metal. Li Yuanba has 2 spiritual treasure-level natal magic weapons. Although the natal magic weapons are also refined by himself and become energy-based magic weapons, they are not the same as the existence forms of 4th grade sword bases. The 4th grade sword base is more like an organ of the physical body and will grow together with the physical body. In normal times, even a monk cannot detect the existence of the 4th grade sword base. However, when necessary, the 4th grade sword base can be transformed into a physical melee weapon. Long sword. Chapter 771 Harvest. Li Yuanba named this nameless skill the Nameless Sword Code. This skill is very good, although he will not regard the Nameless Sword Code as his main skill. He can still practice it. The Unknown Sword Codex will greatly enhance one's combat power in close combat. It is no longer the same as before. When close combat is required, one can hold a 4th grade sword base and use the golden elixir stage combat skills in the Sword Demon Codex to fight. Of course, he will not spend time on the research of the Unknown Sword Code. This matter is still done by the original body Li Shiming. As long as the main body Li Shiming separates 1 or 2 brains and conducts some research with Z15, he can initially understand the unknown sword code, and it will be much easier to practice it later. He checked the other 9 jade slips. Although they were not particularly good swordsmanship classics, they could supplement his knowledge of swordsmanship. In the following days, Li Yuanba would only go out with the Jinni Chongshao Pavilion team when they went out, and stayed at the base the rest of the time. On this day, Li Yuanba was invited to the previous tent. When he entered, he saw that all the great monks had arrived. The chief monks greeted him friendly, and he was assigned a seat. He saw that this should be a preparation for a meeting. Currently, his status in the Hell Cave is very transcendent. The reason why Sword Intention Chongshao Pavilion is here is because he is an alchemy master, and he is also a very high-level alchemy master. The monks all need him to make elixirs. As for the other super powerful monks, it is because of his innate magical power. In the past 10 days, he has treated 4 great monks alone. This not only made the 4 great monks owe a favor, but also made all the great monks see his importance. Only then did the great monks discuss matters and invite him to participate, which recognized his equal status with the great monks. Fellow Taoist Liu, you have also seen that the Wuliang sect has lost 8 monks, including 1 core monk. I hope that Jinni Chongshao Pavilion will provide space to accept the talismans, so that the monks of the Wuliang sect can also have the opportunity to escape when they encounter danger. The great monk of Wuliang sect first smiled and nodded to Li Yuanba, then turned to look at great monk Liu and said, what he meant by doing this was obvious. That is, he didn't want Li Yuanba to misunderstand anything. Fellow Taoist Liu, our sect has also suffered a lot of losses. The great monk of the Beidu sect continued. Next, every super powerful monk made the same request. The main reason was that 10 days had passed since Sword Intention Chongshao Pavilion. There were only injured sword cultivators, but not one of them died. And even the injured swordsman can quickly return to his fighting position under the treatment of Li Yuanba's innate magical power. But the rest of the superpower teams are not so lucky. No matter how careful they are, they cannot prevent accidents 100%. In 10 days, the Wuliang sect lost 8 monks, which was relatively small. Of course, the Wuliang sect's losses were not small, because they lost a core monk. In fact, a superpower would rather lose 10 ordinary monks than lose 1 core monk. The core monks are the foundation of a force, the hope for the future, and the core combat strength. I can accept this, but it will only be used in the H.L. Cave. Brother Liu smiled slightly, and did not refuse. He didn't say what benefits he wanted, but this was a deal between superpowers. How could it be for nothing? The relevant exchange of benefits would be negotiated by specialized monks. As long as they, the great monks, have a good grasp of the direction, they will be fine. Hearing Brother Liu's agreement, the faces of the other super powerful monks relaxed a lot. They put pressure together in order to reduce the occurrence of casualties. But they knew that if Jinni Chongshao Pavilion was not allowed to agree, it would be even more difficult in a few days. Because in a few days, reinforcement teams from superpowers from other continents will also arrive. There will be too many teams at that time. Sword Intention Chongshao Pavilion will not allow too many monks to use the space acceptance formation at the same time, which will affect the sword cultivators. Use the space acceptance formation deployed on Hell Island is a temporary formation that can only be used by 1 monk at the same time. Usually this situation is enough. When 1 monk is teleported back, he immediately gets out of the way, and the second monk can teleport back. With the current number of monks on the battlefield and the frequency of encountering danger, there is almost no possibility of conflict. But if the number of monks increases several times, no one can say whether 2 monks will be in danger at the same time. At that time, 1 monk will definitely die because he cannot be teleported back in time. After discussing the most important things, except for the big monk who was going out to clean up the creatures in H.L., the other big monks started communicating in the tent. It is rare for so many great monks to gather together, and the exchanges between them will bring benefits to all the great monks. Of course, the contents communicated by the great monks are all to the point, and will not involve the confidential contents of the superpowers. Li Yuanba is also listening. He is still some distance away from the realm of a great monk. He will record what he hears by contacting Z15, which will serve as a reference when he reaches the realm in the future. In 10 days, he obtained several more L-resisting crystal essences. Unfortunately, with the expansion of the base and the expansion of the monk's scope of activities, No special resources were found. However, the Owl's Crystal has discovered some. There are a lot of Owl's Crystals in the H.L. cave. Within the scope of the current control, there is a small piece of exposed Owl's Crystal. Li Yuanba did not mind Owl's Crystal because he did not want other monks to discover his special interest in Owl's Crystal. Besides, since he obtained the Owl-resisting crystal essence, his interest in ordinary Owl-resisting crystals has been greatly reduced. He has already tried to purify the Owl's Crystal to military-grade purity, but it is currently impossible to do it. If he just wants to purify it to the level of Owl's Crystal Essence, it will take hundreds of years to purify it with a centrifuge. Only then can we do it. As for purifying it to military-grade purity, it is unlikely to be possible simply by using a centrifuge. This is not a matter of time, but because Owl's Crystal is a fourth-grade spiritual object, and the purification methods in previous lives were extremely ineffective. This is also the reason why Li Shiming, the main body, stopped purifying the Owl-resisting crystal. He would not do research without hope, but this does not mean giving up. This exploration of the Hell Cave is in the hope of finding a better way. Get ready to go, Brother Lu ordered. All sword cultivators have begun preparations for battle, and the 5 mid-stage golden corpses are also in peak condition, thanks to Li Yuanba's innate magical power. Otherwise, with the fighting frequency and intensity of the 5 mid-stage golden corpses, it would be an illusion to be able to guarantee the integrity of the body. Li Yuanba used the magical power of innate on himself, and green light wandered through his body. He discovered that the magical power of innate enhanced by innate Jianmu tree heart, can eliminate most of the radiation effects. Coupled with his radiation protection suit, anti-radiation medicine, and protective jade charms made by great power, the radiation in his body did not increase but decreased in 10 days. He was even certain that as long as he left the radiation-filled environment of Hell Cave, he could use the magical power of innate to remove all the radiation from his body. All that is needed is to use the magical power of innate a few more times. The Great Venerable Hungfa has something to do now. After Jinny Cho Shao Pavilion decided to share the Space Acceptance Formation, the Great Venerable Hungfa stayed at the Space Acceptance Formation. Once a monk is teleported back, he needs to invite him out of the formation as soon as possible and leave the formation vacant. Monks who have not experienced space teleportation will not be able to withstand space teleportation very well. Generally, they will feel dizzy for a period of time after being teleported back. If you really want the monk to stay in the Space Reception Formation, it will greatly delay the transmission time of the next monk. In addition, with the presence of the Great Master Hungfa, it can also be ensured that no monk will take advantage of the teleportation opportunity to destroy the Space Receiving Formation. Don't think that this won't happen. There will always be some hostile forces that will use spies to cause damage. Having a Great Venerable guarding the Space Acceptance Formation can perfectly prevent this kind of thing from happening. Li Yuanba followed Brother Lu. He looked at the sparse H.L. creatures around him. This was the result of 10 days of fighting. In the past 10 days, a large number of H.L. creatures have been cleared away, and the number of H.L. creatures in this area has finally been cleared to the current density. As long as the base protecting the entrance to the H.L. cave is not attracted to H.L. creatures from further away, there will be no trouble in terms of safety. He glanced at Lu Wu again. After so many days, Lu Wu was also participating in the battle. Lu Wu's fighting power was not enough, but he still continued to emit sword light and cooperated with the mid-stage nascent soul sword cultivators to fight. Perhaps his sword light cannot break through the defenses of H.L. creatures, but for some H.L. creatures whose defenses have been broken, his attacks are still somewhat effective. His talent is very good. Just from these days of fighting, you can feel that his swordsmanship has improved to a certain extent. This is a battle with an enemy beyond his own realm. Although he is in a protected state, the number of H.L. creatures in the middle stage of the 4th level is really too many. Even if the benefits to him are small, the total to him is still a great deal. Income. Li Yuanba sent out a sword light, which killed several H.L. creatures before stopping. He sent out sword rays one after another, killing the H.L. creatures almost like a massacre. His realm is too deceptive. His combat power has reached the level of a great monk, but his realm is in the middle stage of nascent soul. The sword light he emits contains the Chaos Sword intent, and even great monks need to be careful when facing it, let alone these mid-level 4th level H.L. creatures. In fact, he gained the most in 10 days. He used the Chaos Sword intent in battle again and again, which gave him a new understanding of the Chaos Sword intent he is fighting at the moment. And his main body Li Shiming has separated several brains to coordinate with his battle insights and analyze and study the sword intent monument, so that the Chaos Sword intent can be fundamentally enhanced. The sword intention analyzed and researched can be displayed in Li Yuanba's battle, confirming the analysis and research results of the ontology Li Shiming. This process of research and analysis, while practicing verification, has allowed Chaos Sword intent to be rapidly improved. In the past, when he used Chaos Sword intention, he had to deliberately increase the attack power before he could kill several H.L. creatures in one blow. But now, he just uses it at will. Every sword like containing Chaos Sword intent can take away the lives of several H.L. creatures, and his performance will attract the attention of late 4th grade H.L. creatures, making him a bait. This also greatly reduces the danger to other sword cultivators. The 2 great sword cultivators only need to pay attention to Li Yuanba's side to find the late 4th grade H.L. creatures. After so many days of cooperation, the sword cultivators have already cooperated tacitly. Li Yuanba's performance was outstanding. Firstly, he did so intentionally. And secondly, his combat power was much stronger than that of the mid-stage nascent soul sword cultivators. And the sword cultivators here did not regard him as a sword cultivator of the same level. This time the advancement was very fast, and the relatively sparse H.L. creatures could no longer block the progress of the sword cultivator team. Sometimes there is no need for other sword cultivators to take action, and the smaller number of H.L. creatures are dispatched by Li Yuanba's sword light. But after rushing out 10 miles, the density of H.L. creatures began to increase to a dangerous level again. The sword cultivators team began to slow down, and the battle at this time really began. According to the current cleaning speed, if we only rely on the existing monks, it will probably take 10 years to clean up the H.L. cave. But when the reinforced monks arrive, more monks will speed up the cleanup work. In addition, the situation in the Hell Cave has been confirmed, and the second batch of monks from various superpowers will also be sent, which will greatly increase the efficiency of the cleanup work. Monk Lu, who was watching the battle, suddenly shot out the natal flying sword above his head. An H.L. creature was about to attack Li Yuanba, but Monk Lu discovered something was wrong in advance. Having experienced many raids by late-level 4th-level H.L. creatures, he has experience in dealing with late-level 4th-level H.L. creatures. He can find the opponent and launch an attack the moment the aura of late-level 4th-level H.L. creatures changes. Of course, the most important thing is that Li Yuanba is a bait. Brother Lu originally needed to pay attention to the situation of the entire sword cultivator team. But because Li Yuanba's performance is so outstanding, almost as long as there are late 4th level H.L. creatures, they will be the first time raids Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba's realm was too low, and his attack power was too strong. Especially when he swung it casually, the damage caused was many times that of other sword cultivators. The late 4th level H.L. creature waved its hand to block Brother Lu's attack, and also lost the opportunity to surprise Li Yuanba. Monk Wuda's attack also arrived, slashing towards the late 4th grade H.L. creatures. A battle began between 2 great sword cultivators and the creatures of late 4th grade H.L. The 2 great sword cultivators deliberately distanced the battlefield. This was also the experience gained from many battles. Chapter 772 Single Kill. Li Yuanba is not worried about the battle between Brother Lu and Brother Wu. Although the late 4th level H.L. creature is very powerful, the combat power of the 2 great sword cultivators and their perfect cooperation can make a late 4th level H.L. creature destruction is only a matter of time. In particular, he also blessed the 2 great sword cultivators with the magical power of Innate. Even if they suffered some damage, they would recover quickly. The 2 great sword cultivators left the team, and Li Yuanba stopped taking action, instead focusing on Lu Wu. When Brother Lu goes to fight, he needs to protect Lu Wu. Without the 2 great sword cultivators, the combat strength of the sword cultivator team has not changed much, and they are still cleaning up the H.L. creatures on the ground. Suddenly, Wu Qi's body flew out, and he vomited blood in the air. At the same time, green light lingered around his body. This was the unique healing light of the Xiantianimu magical power. Wu Qi was helpless in the air, wondering why he was always unlucky. In order to protect their respective teams, each core swordsman's position is where the team is most vulnerable to attacks. In front of the team were 5 mid-stage golden corpses. But there was no need for the core swordsman to worry. It is the core sword cultivator's responsibility to protect his team. In addition, each core sword cultivator has the blessing effect of the innate magical power, which makes the core sword cultivator not afraid of injury. Even if Li Yuanba possesses the innate Jianmu tree heart, and greatly improves his innate magical power, it is impossible to bless all hundreds of sword cultivators with the innate magical power at the same time. He didn't want to die from exhaustion, so he only chose core sword cultivation. Wu Qi, who was in the air, activated the space acceptance talisman in the identity jade disc, and his figure disappeared in the air in a flash. The moment he disappeared, a sharp claw grabbed him where he was originally. Damn it! How could there be a second late 4th grade L creature? Li Yuanba said bitterly. He spoke, but his movements were not slow at all. 10,000 Swords Peak was thrown into the air by him, covering the late 4th grade L horse-headed creature. The gravity field blessed by the gravity gold brick pressed on the body of the late 4th level L horse-headed creature, slowing down its movements and allowing the sword cultivator, who was being diverted by it, to attack the second target. Time to dodge. Back off! Li Yuanba shouted. In the entire sword cultivator team, except for Brother Lu and Brother Wu, he has the highest status. Although there is no explanation on this point, every sword cultivator is aware of it. Even the captains, who are also core sword cultivators, are aware of this. Li Yuanba's combat prowess, his status as an alchemy master, his possession of the innate magical power, etc., all put him in a super high position among the core sword cultivators. In particular, his recognized status as the first person in the middle nascent soul stage convinced the sword cultivators even more. In the world of immortal cultivation, only absolute strength is what convinces the monks. Li Yuanba's combat power makes the sword cultivators extremely convinced. So with his loud shout, the entire sword cultivator team immediately retreated. Only he did not move, still standing in place, which put him in a state of facing the horse-headed creatures in the late 4th level L. On the other side, Brother Lu and Brother Wu discovered the trouble of the sword cultivator team. They could not disperse at this time. Any of them. The sword cultivator could not quickly deal with the late 4th grade L creatures. Once the two great sword cultivators are separated and unable to quickly deal with the late 4th grade L creatures, the two great sword cultivators will fall into a bitter battle. It would be better to immediately deal with the 4th grade late L creature in front of you, and then deal with the other one faster. Of course, there is another reason for this. That is, Li Yuanba is there, and Li Yuanba has a record of killing great monks. The two great sword cultivators did not expect Li Yuanba to be able to deal with the horse-headed creatures in the late 4th grade L. It was enough for Li Yuanba to delay a little while and let them solve the battle at hand. Yuanba, please give me some time, Brother Lu said loudly. Leave this to me, Li Yuanba responded. Although the true quality of the Ling Bao, 10,000 Swords Peak, cannot be revealed, the energy flying sword inside does not need to be kept secret. 10,000 swords are unleashed. Li Yuanba pointed at the 10,000 Swords Peak and shouted in a deep voice. Countless energized flying swords flew out from 10,000 Swords Peak. The sword cultivators of Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion were particularly sensitive to flying swords. When the energized flying swords flew out from 10,000 Swords Peak, they all felt their hair standing on end. There was an indescribable sense of threat, as if each of these energy flying swords had the power to kill them. Among the 10,000 energy-based flying swords, nearly 8,000 energy-based flying swords are all fake, because the sword intent contained in these 8,000 energy-based flying swords is extremely shallow. They cannot cause any damage to the late 4th grade L horse-headed creatures. Threats. Therefore, these 8,000 energy flying swords are just flying around the periphery, under the control of the weapon spirit of 10,000 Swords Peak. An isolation formation is formed, and the 2,000 energy flying swords containing the sword intention of the great monk are actually used in battle. Feijian is isolated from the horse-headed creatures in the late 4th grade L. This is also a way of fighting that he thought of to minimize the exposure of the secrets of 10,000 Swords Peak. Fortunately, he had the help of the weapon spirit. Otherwise, he would not be able to control so many energy flying swords at the same time and arrange complex formations by himself without having as much brains as Li Shiming. It is much easier for the weapon spirit to set up the formation, as long as the weapon spirit learns the formations that need to be arranged in advance. The weapon spirit can practice it several times without making any mistakes. The weapon spirit of Ling Bao is extremely intelligent. Although the weapon spirit of Ling Bao, 10,000 Swords Peak, has not grown up since it has been too short to become a Ling Bao, it is still not a problem to arrange a formation. Think about the weapon spirits who manage the cave. They need to control all the formations in the entire cave, when necessary. They also need to manage important buildings such as the library pavilion and the treasure pavilion. This is many times more complicated than setting up a formation. The isolation formation formed by the 8,000 energy flying swords isolated 2,000 truly powerful energy flying swords. The energy formed flying sword, which contained the great monk sword intent, was slashing towards the horse-headed creatures in the late 4th grade H.L. However, the speed that the horse-headed creatures from hell in the late 4th stage are best at is greatly affected by the gravity field, making it impossible to dodge the attack of the energy-based flying sword. The first energy flying sword that contained the sword intention of the great monk struck the body of the late 4th grade H.L. horse-headed creature, leaving a shallow wound on its skin. Li Yuanba felt relieved. As long as he could break through the defense, he didn't have to worry about anything else. Subsequent flying swords containing the energy of the great monk sword intent continued to attack the same spot, and the wounds on the horse-headed creatures in the late 4th level H.L. continued to expand and deepen. However, the horse-headed creature from hell in the late 4th stage is also extremely powerful. After being continuously attacked by more than 100 flying swords containing the energy of the great monk sword intent, it finally took action. A black evil energy gathered and formed a black shield to block its wound. At the same time, it continued to increase its struggle, trying to get rid of the suppression of the gravity field. After all, there is a big gap between Li Yuanba and the realm of the horse-headed creatures in the late 4th grade H.L. In addition, he did not just suppress the quality of 10,000 Swords Peak to the top level of the 4th grade, and was unable to exert the power of 10,000 Swords Peak. The full power makes the gravity field somewhat unstable under the struggle of the horse-headed creatures from the late 4th grade H.L. Seeing that if the gravity field continues like this, it will be broken free by the horse-headed creature from the late 4th grade H.L. If the speed of the horse-headed creatures from H.L. in the late 4th stage is allowed to unfold, even if he uses thousands of swords, he will not be able to catch up with the speed of the horse-headed creatures from H.L. in the late 4th stage. Li Yuanba's eyes flashed with light. He mobilized a lot of energy and waved his hand towards 10,000 Swords Peak. Cut! Following his angry roar, the only energy flying sword that was transformed from the natal flying sword of the sword cultivator, which contained the shocking sword intent of the great monk Guguang, paused in the air. 100 energetic flying swords containing the great monk sword intent were attached to this sword cultivator's natal flying sword, forming a huge energetic flying sword that was many times larger than other energetic flying swords. This huge energized flying sword slashed at the horse-headed creature in the late 4th grade H.L. The evil energy used as a shield by the horse-headed creature in the late 4th grade H.I. was constantly broken by the huge energized flying sword. This shield of evil energy is extremely strong, and every time it advances a little distance, it will consume the sword intent of the great monk who turned into energy flying swords. However, 100 energy-based flying swords containing the sword intention of the great monk are enough for this huge energy-based flying sword to penetrate the evil energy shield. When the energy-based flying sword slashed at the deep wound of the horse-headed creature in the late 4th level H.L., the body of the energy-based flying sword shrank a lot, leaving only a dozen or so energy-based flying swords and the sword cultivator's native flying sword together. But this was enough. The natal flying sword of Brother Guguang obtained from the great monk Guguang who was killed by him was the strongest energy flying sword in 10,000 Swords Peak. Even the 5 energy flying swords that contain the sword intention of the great monk personally blessed by Jian Lao are not as good as this natal flying sword. It is not that the level of the great monk Guguang is higher, but that this natal flying sword was used by the great monk Guguang. Rhyme has been cultivated for thousands of years. The other energy flying swords containing the sword intention of the great monk were only made in a short time and were completely different. As for the 2,000 energy containing flying swords that contained the sword intent of the great monk obtained from the cave, they were only one of the many portions of the remaining sword intent of the great monk, and they were also incomparable to the natal flying sword of the great monk Guguang. Brother Guguang's natal flying sword penetrated deeply into the body of the late 4th grade H.L. horse-headed creature, and the shocking sword intent erupted inside it. The horse-headed creature in late 4th level H.L. let out a shrill scream. The horse-headed creature in late 4th level H, I had no pain. But it could not isolate the mental pain. The great monk Guguang's natal flying sword opened a gap. And then hundreds of energy flying swords containing the great monk's sword intent penetrated into the body of the horse-headed creature in the late 4th level H, L. This time, the horse-headed creature in the late 4th level H, L no longer screamed. So many energy flying swords containing the sword intention of the great monk completely wiped out its vitality. The bodies of the horse-headed creatures from hell in the late 4th stage were turned into fly ash, leaving behind a glowing L's crystal essence. On the spot, Li Yuanba took out a special jade box and put the L-tired crystal essence into it. Until this moment, Brother Lu and Brother Wu on the other side had not yet resolved the battle. The sword cultivators, who saw this scene, were all shocked. What they saw was that they were also fighting against late 4th grade H, L creatures. But the two great sword cultivators started fighting one step ahead. Li Yuanba fought against the late 4th grade H, L creatures much later. But Li Yuanba ended the battle early. For a moment, the sword cultivators were unable to accept what they saw in front of them. Although they knew through various rumors and Li Yuanba's record that Li Yuanba had the power to kill the great monks. In their opinion, Li Yuanba should have mastered some special means to be able to kill the great monks. However, the battle between Li Yuanba and the horse-headed creatures from the late 4th grade H, I was happening right in front of them. Every swordsman among them could see clearly that Li Yuanba did not use any unconventional means at all. The only thing used is 10,000 Swords Peak, and 10,000 Swords Peak is a magic weapon that many sword cultivators are very familiar with. The reason why I say they are familiar is because many sword cultivators among them have provided flying swords that contain sword intent to 10,000 Swords Peak. Although 10,000 Swords Peak is extremely special. In their opinion, it is like a magic weapon, like a sword gourd or a sword box. These are special magic weapons that are good at controlling multiple flying swords. But he didn't expect that Li Yuanba would use 10,000 Swords Peak to kill the horse-headed creatures in the late 4th level H, L very easily. On the other side, Brother Lu broke out, and the terrifying sword intent crisscrossed. Brother Wu also had no reservations about his flying sword. Under their sudden offensive, the 4th level late H, L creatures that had been retreating were no longer able to as long as he persisted. He was beheaded by two great sword cultivators. Brother Lu and Brother Wu were not happy at all. They looked at each other with helpless smiles. They also saw the power of Li Yuanba for the first time. And the method used by Li Yuanba was the first time they had seen it. And it was different from the Chaos Sword intent they imagined. Even Li Yuanba didn't even use his own flying sword, and just used 10,000 Swords Peak to solve the battle. From here, they can judge that Li Yuanba has two means that can threaten the great monks. One is the Xingyi sword that contains the Chaos Sword intention, and the other is the mysterious 10,000 Swords Peak. Even in their opinion, the threat of 10,000 Swords Peak may be stronger, because although the attack methods of the late 4th level H, L creatures are single, their defense power is beyond that of ordinary great monks. It is not easy to kill the late 4th level H, L creatures. Of course, they also knew that the combat capability of Wan Jianfeng would never be sustainable. Chapter 773 Reinforcements. Yuanba, your power surprises me. Brother Lu came to Li Yuanba's side and exclaimed, I used up the power that has been stored in Wanjin Peak for a long time. Li Yuanba shook his head and explained. His voice was loud enough that the sword cultivators around him could hear it. His explanation was recognized by the two great sword cultivators, who also did not believe that such powerful power could be continuously output. In fact, Li Yuanba lied. Although he used up a lot of the energy of the flying sword that contained the energy of the great monk sword intent this time, most of the flying sword containing the energy of the great monk sword intention was still available. For example, he could kill 2 to 3 more late 4th grade H, L creatures like the one just now. He deliberately let other sword cultivators know that 10,000 Swords Peak had weaknesses. This would reduce the threat level of 10,000 Swords Peak and allow some enemies hiding in the dark to make misjudgments. Li Yuanba's sudden outburst gave the sword cultivators of sword intent Chongshao Pavilion stronger confidence. In the following battle, all of them showed super-level combat power. A few more days passed. When Li Yuanba was resting this day, through his contact with the great master Hongfa, he learned that reinforcements from other continental superpowers had arrived. The arrival of these reinforcing monks made the small Hell Island even more crowded. However, this crowding did not last long. In just half a day, The reinforcing monks entered the Hell Cave. There are 11 superpower monks arriving this time. And they are also led by 2 great monks. Each superpower has 100 middle stage nascent soul monks. As this group of reinforced monks entered the Hell Cave, the monks were finally able to carry out larger scale cleanup work. After some discussions, the superpower monks from the Zhongzhou continent formed one team, and the superpowers from other continents formed another team. The 2 teams divided into 2 directions and headed towards the depths of the Hell Cave. This proposal was initiated by the superpowers of Zhongzhou continent and was welcomed by the superpowers of other continents. For the monks of other continents' superpowers, their team has more monks, and they are in their prime state that has not been consumed in the H.L. Cave. Looking at Zhongzhou continent, after nearly 20 days of fighting, all the monks are a little tired. The monks from other continents' superpowers don't know that there is a reason why the Zhongzhou continent's superpower proposed this. The superpowerful monks in Zhongzhou continent all have space acceptance talismans with them, and they can return to Hell Island immediately if there is danger. This has greatly improved their safety since the creation of the space acceptance talisman, except for a few particularly unlucky monks. The rest of the monks have escaped safely when encountering danger. Those few who were particularly unlucky encountered a sudden attack by late-stage 4th level H.L. creatures and were instantly killed on the spot without even having a chance to activate the space acceptance talisman. The monks from the superpowers of Zhongzhou continent did not want the monks from the superpowers of other continents to know the existence of the space acceptance formation, so they chose this grouping method. As for the monks who stayed at the base, they were defended by the monks from each of the 2 teams. At the current entrance base, due to the nearly 20 days of cleanup by the superpower monks of Zhongzhou continent, the number of H.L. creatures around the base has become very small, and as the 2 teams fight, a large part of them will be attracted away. Hell creatures. Therefore, there is no need to worry too much about the security of the entrance base. At the worst, the news can be sent to the monks in Zhongzhou continent. There will be monks who will rush back in time to reinforce the entrance base through the space acceptance formation. Yuanba, let your 5 golden corpses open the way, Brother Lu said to Li Yuanba. Brother Lu had no choice. When the team set out, the monks unanimously asked Li Yuanba's 5 mid-stage golden corpses to go to the front. But they know that the reason why Sword and Tianchen Chengshao Pavilion has been going well these days, apart from the blessing of the innate magical power in the space acceptance formation, are these 5 mid-stage golden corpses. The 5 mid-stage golden corpses blocked most of the dangers. Even if they encountered late-stage 4-stage H.L. creatures, the late-stage 4-stage H.L. creatures would not be able to instantly kill the mid-stage golden corpses. The defensive power of the mid-stage golden corpse is very strong, and it can prevent the 4th level H.L. creatures from being instantly killed. This gives Li Yuanba enough time to use the innate magical power to treat the mid-stage golden corpse. Therefore, instead of using the lives of monks to clear the way, it is better to use the midterm golden corpse to pave the way. The role of the midterm golden corpse in this environment is infinitely magnified. If they didn't all know that Li Yuanba's midterm golden corpse was not an ordinary midterm golden corpse, all the superpowers would have had the idea of cultivating a group of golden corpses. Li Yuanba released 5 mid-stage golden corpses, with the 5 mid-stage golden corpses in front, advancing towards the distance. The team on the other side also set off. They had more monks than Li Yuanba's side. Even the number of great monks was several more, which made them confident. The dangers of the Hell Cave were described to the new monks by the great monks who had been fighting in the Hell Cave for nearly 20 days. It's just that these great monks believe in their own judgment, no matter how dangerous it is in the Hell Cave. Judging from the fact that these monks from the superpower of Zhongzhou continent can open up a safe area here, establish a base, and clear a large area, the degree of danger is limited. Some monks were left behind, and Li Yuanba's team still had close to 700 middle-stage nascent soul monks, as well as 14 great monks. The combat power of such a team is extremely terrifying, especially when the superpowers pay attention to the cooperation between them, so that the combat power can be exerted to a greater extent. The sword cultivators of Sword and Chengshao Pavilion are in the middle of the team, which is also the front of the team. The entire team advances in an arrow shape, and the sword cultivators play a role in opening the way. They are the first to come into contact with the creatures from H.L., and they are also the most dangerous. Although the pressure from the other superpowers is smaller than that of Jinni Chengshao Pavilion, it is not that easy. Of course, this formation is not static. After a period of time, it will rotate, and the super powerful monks at the forefront will return to the surrounded center position, where they do not need to fight and can rest. With sufficient combat power support, the team can advance quickly this time without considering the issue of consumption. This time, Li Yuanba stood at the front of the team. In front of him were 5 mid-stage golden corpses. He kept emitting sword light blessed with Chaos Sword Intent, and was particularly eye-catching among the sword cultivators. The monks in Zhongzhou continent also truly saw the terror of Li Yuanba. There was no fraud in Li Yuanba's battle. He did not use powerful magic weapons, and there was no secret method to increase his combat power in a short time. Instead, he used the sword cultivator's real attack method. Sword Intent. That terrifying unknown sword intent. Every time the sword light is emitted, this unknown sword intent will kill 4 or 5 H.L. creatures before disappearing. If these monks had not fought against H.L. creatures themselves, they would have thought that these middle-level 4th grade H.L. creatures were extremely weak. Every mid-level 4th grade H.L. creature has a higher defense than ordinary monks. It is only because the H.L. creatures have too few attack methods that they are killed by the monks. You must know that the monks who come here are all super powerful middle-stage nascent soul monks. If any of them is placed in the world of immortal cultivation, they will be powerful beings among the monks of the same level. This is why we have such a record of easily killing H.L. creatures. However, if other sword cultivators want to kill H.L. creatures, they must either attack many times in a row or multiple sword cultivators join forces. Otherwise, it will be difficult to kill a H.L. creature in a short time. But looking at Li Yuanba's battle, it looked like a monk in the middle stage of Yuanying was bullying a golden elixir monk. Of course, the premise is that the defense of the 5 midterm golden corpses is too strong. The 5 midterm golden corpses are not just for defense. They can always use their strength and speed to dodge most attacks and knock away the enemy's missiles. Way to reduce the number of enemies you face. The 5 mid-stage golden corpses are also owned by Li Yuanba. At this moment, the monks from all the superpowers in Zhongzhou continent, whether they were ordinary monks, core monks, or great monks, all recognized Li Yuanba's combat power. Li Yuanba's Chaos Sword Intent made the great monks here also feel threatened. In the past, it was rumored that Li Yuanba had killed a great monk. At that time, other great monks were dubious. Now all the great monks present believe that rumor. What Li Yuanba is using now is a conventional method that can be used for a long time, which can threaten the great monks. They don't believe that Li Yuanba has no hidden methods. Especially when I heard that a few days ago, Li Yuanba killed a late-stage 4th level H.L. creature alone. Although the sword cultivators in Chongshao Pavilion did not reveal more details due to the sword intent. This point alone made most of the big people here not even as good as a monk. Li Yuanba exerted his sword power to his heart's content. These H.L. creatures of the same level allowed him to sharpen his sword power. After so many days, the Chaos Sword Intention has been improving. The most important thing is that the foundation of the Chaos Sword Intent is also constantly expanding, and the sword intention attributes contained in Chaos are increasing. These are the results of using the Chaos Sword Intent in battle every day, combined with the analysis and research of the Sword Intent Monument by the main body Li Shiming. And as the use of Chaos Sword Intent continues, the improvement of Chaos Sword Intent continues, he was in a good mood. He originally thought that the reinforcements from the superpowers would bring him some trouble. But he didn't expect that they were divided into 2 teams, and the superpowers, who had a grudge against him, were assigned to the other team. This way he didn't have to worry about anything. Play freely. You were too careless over there, and lost 24 monks. The voice of a great monk rang in Li Yuanba's ears. He and the great monks of the superpower in Zhongzhou continent are in a specific public transmission channel, which allows all monks in the public transmission channel to communicate with each other. The person who spoke was the great monk of the Beidou sect. And the other side he was talking about was naturally the teams of superpowers from other continents. It had only been a short time, probably just a short time after coming into contact with the H.L. creatures, to have suffered such a huge loss. Li Yuanba felt horrified. He could not imagine that a team composed of more than 1,000 super powerful nascent soul mid-level monks and 20 great monks would suffer such huge losses. They underestimated the H.L. monsters, thinking that our losses would be very small in 20 days. And these H.L. monsters would be very easy to deal with. Another great monk said. I still want to thank Jiani Chongshao Pavilion and Donor Li. Grand Venerable Hongguang said at this time. All the great monks understood that the reason for the reduced losses this time was precisely due to the space acceptance formation and Li Yuanba's innate magical power. Li Yuanba's innate magical power can save any monk who does not fall on the spot and recover quickly. Even if the great monks were injured, it was the same. It was precisely because of the help of the magical power of innate that they were able to achieve a record of minimal losses in 20 days. Think about it. Without Li Yuanba's innate magical power, then among the dozen or so monks here, at least 5 to 6 monks would be unable to fight due to injuries. The loss of 5 to 6 high monks will make the monks more vulnerable to losses, and the remaining high monks will be under greater pressure. In this way, the injuries of the great monk will increase, and it is not impossible that this mission can even be interrupted. All the great monks here understand this in their hearts, so they treat Li Yuanba with a completely equal attitude. Even the communication between the great monks involves Li Yuanba. If you don't pay attention over there, the losses will be even greater, Brother Lu said in a deep voice. The reason why he changed the topic was because Jiani Chongshao Pavilion was in enough limelight this time, and all the superpowers had already owed favors, so there was no need to say more. Yes, I hope they can be more careful, Brother Wu just said worriedly. There are only 2 teams in total. If there is a big loss on that side, the combat power of the monks will be weakened, making this mission more difficult. The scale of this mission is very large, and the time span is also very long. As for how long it will take to complete the mission, no one can tell, judging from the current situation. I am afraid that the troubles in Hell Cave will not be solved within 1 or 2 years. But with the rate at which the monks on the other side were losing, they couldn't continue fighting for that long. Even if there will be monks coming later, the excessive losses will cause some superpowers to delay sending out monks again and consider more gains and losses. The threat from the Hell Cave is indeed great. But even if the entire space of the Hell Cave collapses, the Zhongzhou continent will be the first to be affected. If L creatures really cross the ocean and threaten other continents, not to mention the probability, the time alone will be many years away. Let's remind them again not to underestimate these L monsters, Brother Lu said helplessly. The great monks here will more or less come into contact with the great monks over there. If everyone reminds them together, they will eventually be taken seriously. Chapter 774 Rendezvous. On the 15th day after they separated to clean up the L creatures, the 2 teams reunited. This was the initiative requested by other continental superpower teams. Within 15 days, their team suffered heavy losses, with nearly 100 monks injured and dead, and 4 of the great monks were seriously injured. According to their understanding, only 3 monks died in the Zhongzhou continent team, and the rest had no losses. A mission of this scale, a battle of this level, fighting against the L creatures in the middle and late stage of the 4th grade every day, but with only so little battle damage in 15 days. Other mainland teams had to want to explore. When the 2 teams met, each was sizing up the other. In the eyes of the monks from other continental teams, the Zhongzhou mainland team they saw was a team full of energy. Every monk was full of energy and had a strong enthusiasm for fighting. In the eyes of the monks in the Zhongzhou mainland team, the other mainland teams they saw were an extremely tired team. And every monk was extremely tired both physically and mentally. Especially in the middle of the team was the wounded area composed of more than 30 seriously injured monks. And there were even 4 high monks there. Is the situation so bad? Brother Lu couldn't help but said softly, as he looked at the miserable conditions of other mainland teams. Although I have reminded the great monks of other continental teams before, there are some things that are not enough to remind them. In the continuous battle, there will always be some surprises. Look, even the monks from the Zhongzhou mainland team, who had a space acceptance formation that could return to Hell Island at any time, lost 3 monks due to accidents. Not to mention other mainland team monks, who were in a more dangerous situation. The monks from other mainland teams did not have 5 mid-stage golden corpses with super strong defense, and no fear of death. Nor did they have Li Yuanba's innate magical power to treat them at any time. Even if there is a healing elixir, it can only stabilize the monk's injuries at most. If you want to get better treatment, you still have to return to a safe place and recover through a long period of rest. Who is Brother Li Yuanba and Li Dao? Please help our monks. A big monk in the opposite team glanced at the monks in Zhongzhou continent and asked anxiously. Li Yuanba's treatment methods were impossible to hide when the 2 teams were connected. Before the great monk from Jiani Chongshao Pavilion could react, the great monk's eyes had already fallen on Li Yuanba. He recognized Li Yuanba. Yuqing sect and Baidi sect had been looking for Li Yuanbao for a long time. Li Yuanbao's aura was not a secret to some monks, who had paid attention to the wanted order. Please take the injured monks from the Yuqing sect and Baidi sect aside, and the rest of the monks will receive treatment, Brother Lu said in a deep voice. Although in the Hell Cave, all the monks are in an alliance and cannot take any action because of previous grudges. This matter of whether to treat them or not is not one of them. Monks always have clear grudges, and Li Yuanbao cannot be asked to treat the injured monks of Yuqing sect and Baidi sect when both sides have a big hatred. Brother Lu was afraid that Li Yuanbao would suffer, so he made this request. Just after Brother Lu said these words, one of the 4 injured monks looked extremely ugly, judging from the thunder and lightning aura on his body. It goes without saying that he was a monk from the Yuqing sect. The superpowers would not let the injured monks of Yuqing sect and Baidi sect stand aside. That would be too obvious. Although their final loss results are the same, they are relatively better looking. They moved the injured monks except the Yuqing sect and Baidi sect to Li Yuanbao's side, leaving the injured monks from the Yuqing sect and Baidi sect behind. In fact, Li Yuanbao had already observed the monks of Yuqing sect and Baidi sect, and he found that among the 2 great monks participating in the mission, there were not those he knew. This is not surprising. For dangerous tasks such as clearing the H.L. cave, the most powerful monks are generally not sent. The main priority is to choose the high monks who have the ability to deal with the creatures in H.L. and the rest are the high monks whose relative combat power is above average. The reason why the weakest monk is not sent is because it will increase the chance of the monk's death. The reason why the strongest monk is not sent is because the strongest monk is related to the deterrent effect of the super force on the sphere of influence. Once the most powerful monk falls, it doesn't even have to fall. As long as he is seriously injured, it will greatly affect the interests of the superpower. Therefore, the 2 great monks sent by each superpower are carefully selected, taking into account the complementarity of the 2 great monks, the restraint of H.L. creatures, and the impact on the superpower itself. If Brother Lu hadn't made a request for Li Yuanbao, he wouldn't have cared to rescue the injured monks from Yuqing sect and Baidi sect. There were no monks who were enemies with him. Of course, if there really was a conflict between the 2 sides, he would not show any mercy when he killed 2 monks. Li Yuanbao first used an innate magical power on each of the 3 injured monks. Although it was only 1 innate magical power each, the auras of the 3 injured monks were significantly restored. Moreover, the energy of the magical power of Xiantianimu is still slowly exerting its effect, and will continue to treat the injuries of the 3 great monks for a period of time. Thank you, fellow Daoisli. The 3 great monks felt the relief on their bodies, and expressed their gratitude to Li Yuanbao respectively. The gratitude at this time was still verbal, but they all knew that the reward afterward must be given. This is almost equivalent to a life-saving grace. In this dangerous environment, with an injured body, it is easier to be targeted by the creatures from H.L. in the late 4th level. The current cleanup work has not yet reached the most dangerous areas of Hell Cave. Li Yuanbao smiled, and he used the magical power of Innateimu on the other mid-stage nascent soul monks. This was a range of treatment, allowing more than 20 mid-stage nascent soul monks standing together to bathe in the Innateimu within the magical green light. After this period of continuous use of the Xiantianimu god, he no longer needs to contact Z15 for analysis and judgment for the precise use of the Xiantianimu magical power. He can achieve perfect treatment by relying on experience. There will be no overtreatment to avoid any trouble. With a chorus of thanks, Li Yuanbao returned to the Jinni Chongshao Pavilion monks despite the destructive looks of the injured monks from the Yuqing sect and Baidi sect. At this time, not even one of the monks who had good relations with the 2 sects came out to speak for them. After experiencing previous battles, they all knew how dangerous the Hell Cave was, and it was extremely uneconomical to offend a monk like Li Yuanbao who had such healing powers. Not long after the 2 teams merged, the monks from other continents noticed something unusual. They saw with their own eyes that a monk was hit by a H.L. creature, when another H.L. creature was about to hit him again with a second attack. The monk who was attacked and lost his defense disappeared inexplicably. Space receiving formation. You have set up a space receiving formation on Hell Island. Great monks from other continents shouted. How could he not recognize the space acceptance formation? Over the years, Jinni Chongshao Pavilion has deployed space acceptance formation in various continents, making the sword cultivators much more courageous. The daring sword cultivators now have the backing of the space acceptance formation and dare to challenge stronger enemies. The space acceptance formation has also become an important formation that many superpowers want to learn. But unfortunately, the Space Acceptance Formation belongs to Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. If you want to get Space Acceptance Formation from Jiani Chongshao Pavilion, Space Acceptance Array is not easy. You have concealed it well enough. Why don't you let us use this method? How much we have lost in these 10 days. The senior monk looked at senior monk Lu and said, the capacity of the space receiving formation is limited. It is only enough for us to use. There is really no other way. Brother Lu spread his hands and said. The great monk didn't believe it. He looked at the other great monks in Zhongzhou continent and found that they all meant the same thing. Can you use the space to accept the formation and send the injured monk back to Hell Island? At this time, the uninjured big monk of Yuqing sect asked. Brother Lu didn't answer him, didn't even look at him, but turned his head to talk to Brother Wu. As for the other great monks in Zhongzhou continent, they would not do this. Although they all have Space Acceptance Talisman, they do not have the power to give the Space Acceptance Talisman to other super powerful monks. Not to mention that each monk only has one spare Space Acceptance Talisman. After it is consumed and sent back to the Space Acceptance Formation, the Great Master Hongfa will give a new Space Acceptance Talisman, who would give the guarantee of their life to others. In the H.L. Cave, a Space Acceptance Talisman may be a life. The great monk of Yuqing sect looked extremely ugly. He looked at Li Yuanba with a trace of murderous intent in his eyes. It was because of Li Yuanba that he was so embarrassed. Although it was on the battlefield and filled with all kinds of murderous intentions. The murderous intention of the great monks of Yuqing sect could not be hidden from the many great monks present. It's just that the expressions of the great monks in Zhongzhou continent are extremely strange. Even the two great swordsmanship monks in Sword Intention Chongshao Pavilion didn't show any expression because of the murderous intention of the great monks of Yuqing sect. They all looked like watching the fun. All the great monks in Zhongzhou continent know how terrifying Li Yuanba's combat power is. Even if Li Yuanba only used the Chaos Sword Intention, he could compete with the great monk of Yuqing sect. Not to mention Li Yuanba's hidden methods. Although most of the great monks in Zhongzhou continent have never seen this powerful method that can kill late-level 4th-level H.L. creatures in a short period of time. From the Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion nascent soul mid-level swordsman, Li Yuanba is extremely convinced. In his eyes, you can judge the horror of this method. The sword cultivators of Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion are all extremely proud. Unless they exceed themselves too much, they cannot be allowed to express this extremely convincing emotion. Even some great monks are thinking about letting the great monks of Yuqing sect fight Li Yuanba, so that they can see Li Yuanba's true combat power. The great monk of Yuqing sect always felt that something was wrong. But he couldn't say what it was. He hid the leaked murderous intention. There will be a long time to come. And there will always be a chance. Besides, the two great monks from the Baidi sect next to them are also the best collaborators. When the time comes, they will find an opportunity to take action together. After the two teams joined together, the team's advancement speed accelerated a lot. There is a building ahead. A few days later, a monk exclaimed, attracting the attention of all the monks. During these long days in the Hell Cave, everything you could see was an empty, desolate place without any vegetation. And all you could see were rocks except dirt. This was the first time they encountered a building in the Hell Cave, which gave all the monks motivation. No matter how weird the H.L. Cave is, it is still a powerful cave. Any spiritual object preserved in it is a rare treasure for the monks. Every time you explore the cave, you will bring a lot of wealth. Of course, the monks don't have much hope for how many treasures the Hell Cave can produce. Even if there are treasures, under such strong radiation energy, the treasures will be contaminated and cannot be used. Li Yuanba activated his spiritual eyes, and he saw the building. It was a tall stone tower. There seemed to be nothing special about the tower on the surface. But when he used his divine vision to observe the energy fluctuations, he found that the energy fluctuations around the tower were a bit strange. The tower seems to be connected to the earth, and also has some kind of connection with the invisible distance. The formation knowledge he shared told him that the tower might be some kind of formation node. But this was the first time he had seen such a distant formation node. He has never seen that the distance between one formation node and another formation node cannot be observed even by divine vision. When approaching the tower, all the monks discovered a situation. That is, the creatures in H.L. were obviously much smarter. The original H.L. creatures all relied on instinct to fight, and they might have some cooperation. But these cooperation tended to be instinctive fighting cooperation. But now the H.L. creatures seemed to have received some command. The bull-headed creatures from H.L. gathered together to form a stormtrooper team. And the sheep-headed creatures from H.L. gathered together to form a long-range strike group. Hell's horse-headed creatures gathered together to form a team that was as fast as a cavalry. The deer-headed creature from H.L. stood at the end, no longer rushing forward, but dedicated to healing. The team of monks was caught off guard by this sudden change. Fortunately, several great monks intervened, and there were no late-stage 4th grade H.L. creatures here. So the situation was stabilized, and there were no surprises. But even so, the team's advancement speed became very slow. It took most of the day from seeing the tower to approaching the tower. Chapter 775 Tower. Everyone was amazed when they saw the tower. It's not that these monks are ignorant. On the contrary, the monks here all come from various superpowers, and are the most knowledgeable group of monks in the world of immortality. The tower in front of me is made of ordinary rocks, but its surface is covered with runes. This is what surprised the monks. Ordinary rocks cannot bear the inscription of runes. Li Yuanba was also watching. He shared the weapon refining ability and formation ability with the main body, which allowed him to better understand the runes' demand for material quality. The spiritual treasures he refined were all based on 4th grade top quality materials. Only 4th grade top quality materials could withstand hundreds of millions of micro-enchanted runes. Even with Li Shiming's weapon refining ability, he couldn't carve runes on mortal rocks, let alone so many runes. The tall tower in front of me is 100 meters tall, standing like a pillar. The tower didn't feel like a building to him, but rather like a spike growing out of the earth. I feel the breath of the formation. This is a formation base. A great monk who is good at formation said his opinion in a deep voice. Does that mean that as long as the base of the formation is destroyed, the formation can be broken? Another great monk asked. There was a boom. While he was still asking, Brother Lu's natal flying sword had already struck the tower, making a deafening sound. All the monks looked at the location of the tower that was hit. Their eyes widened in surprise, and they looked at the location of the tower in disbelief. There was not the slightest trace left at that location. No monk thinks that Brother Lu's natal flying sword is weak. The attack power of the sword cultivator can be ranked at the forefront even among all the great monks here. But even such an attack did not leave any traces on the tower. Is this still an ordinary rock? Brother Lu murmured to himself. Although he did not use his full strength to execute this sword, he still used 50% of his strength, let alone ordinary rocks. Even if he had a 4th grade top magic weapon in front of him, he could stay on it without the protection of the master's spiritual power. Traces? In fact, he had just checked whether it was an ordinary rock. No monk here, let alone a great monk, could make a mistake in this regard. I'll give it a try, the great monk from the Yiqing sect said, glancing at the great monk Lu. He wanted to use this matter to suppress Jinni Chouxiao Pavilion and retaliate against Jinni Chouxiao Pavilion for not letting Li Yuanba help. Of course, if he wants to overwhelm his sword intent and reach Xiao Pavilion, he also needs to be able to successfully damage the tower. The Sky Strike Thunder Hammer appeared in front of him. The thunder spiritual power in Yuanying flowed into the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer in large quantities, and the terrifying power of thunder and lightning shot out in all directions on the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer. He prepared for 10 breaths, and all the great monks could see that he was accumulating strength. Accumulating power can strengthen the attack power, especially in this kind of attack that does not need to consider time. Accumulating power can increase one's own combat power by 30 to 40%. Compared with the sword intent Chong Xiaogu Lu, the great monk who only used half of his strength to draw the sword. The Yiqing sect's great monk exploded with all his strength. Just when the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer was filled with the power of thunder and lightning, almost overflowing, the great monk activated the Lightning Strike technique. A thick thunder and lightning hit the tower heavily. Li Yuanba could sense that there was a trace of power of rules in this thunder and lightning. The great monk really didn't hold back at all. Lightning technique is a one-on-one lightning spell. After the lay cultivator's deliberate compression, the final attack position is only 1 point. Obviously, Brother Lei Xiu also saw the weirdness of the tower, using this method of attacking a little bit. As long as he left a little trace, he would be able to overwhelm Brother Lu. The thunder and lightning struck the tower. After the lightning struck the tower, it scattered outwards from the point where it hit. Not only are they scattered on the tower, but they also flow into the earth along the tower. After all the thunder and lightning disappeared, there was still no trace left on the tower. There is no need to try again. This tower and the Hell Cave are one and the same. Unless you have the ability to forcibly destroy the Hell Cave, you will not cause any damage to the tower. Grandmaster Hungwang explained in a deep voice. He could see some clues because there was a similar building in the cave of Dalian Temple. This type of building existed when Dantian was first formed, and then grew with Dantian, coupled with the intentional layout of the cave. It has the characteristics of being almost indestructible. Let's build a second base here. At this time, Brother Lu's suggestion rang in Li Yuanba's ears. This was not Senior Brother Lu asking him, but the audio channel for Senior Monk to discuss matters. It's really good to build a second base here. From here on, the monster should be affected by the tower or the formation, and the battle will be more coordinated. We need a base to rest. Another high monk agreed. Since approaching the tower, all the great monks have found that the battle is getting more and more difficult, considering that the tower is the base of the formation. The sudden cooperation of the L creatures must be related to the tower. Agree! Agree! With the big monk's approval, this proposal was approved. After that, specialized monks from each superpower came out and began to cooperate in setting up bases. It is said that there is a base, but it is actually multiple formations. The superpowers are very rich and have been prepared for this large-scale mission. Pieces of formation bases were taken out, and layers of formations were laid out. It didn't take long before a base with a radius of almost 50 meters appeared next to the tower. The reason why it is so small is because it is more dangerous here. And the smaller the range, the stronger the defense. Of course, the most critical ones are isolation and confusion formations. These formations make it difficult for L creatures to discover the existence of the base. This will also be a place to rest for a period of time. They will not continue to go deeper before clearing away the L creatures in this area. If the L creatures are the same as before and fight solely by instinct without much cooperation, then they can go all out and kill directly to the core area. But with the cooperation of the L creatures, the difficulty of the battle suddenly increased many times. So we need to consider a steady attack. The teams of the various superpowers have redistributed tasks. The team of Jiani Chouxiao Pavilion has always been in the heaviest position. So at this time, Jiani Chouxiao Pavilion and several other superpower teams entered the base to rest first. The rest of the superpower team centered on the base and began to clean up the L creatures bit by bit. Although the combat power of the L creatures has improved a lot after they cooperated. In the end, human monks are still stronger in wisdom. As long as they don't rush forward and the human monks spend more time, they can still deal with the L creatures. Li Yuanba didn't rest. He came to the tower. There was a faint flash of light in his eyes, and his divine vision was fully opened. And he contacted the body's natal magic weapon Z15. How could he let go of this opportunity to see unknown formations? The runes on the tower are difficult to see clearly because the formation is in operation. Under his divine vision, he deciphered these runes with hidden meanings bit by bit based on a large amount of formation knowledge. After a long time, he breathed a long sigh of relief, and a look of wonder flashed in his eyes. With the formation ability of the main body Li Shiming, coupled with the assistance of Z15, it is impossible to have a more in-depth analysis of the formation arranged in the formation base of the tower. The most important thing is that he doesn't even know the function of this formation, let alone decipher it. If the tower formation base had a clear function, he might be able to find a way to crack it through the formation. There was a tower formation in front of him, and he had no idea where to start. This was the first time he encountered an incomprehensible formation, but he also understood that such a high tower formation must play an extremely important role. He shook his head. When he saw other formations, or went deep into the core of the Hell Cave, he would know what the formations of the tower formations were. His previous research was not entirely fruitless. He saw something about space and stability in the runes of the tower. He wanted to study it in depth. First, he didn't have enough time. Second, there were too few formation bases and couldn't be destroyed. So he couldn't do in-depth study. Li Yuanba thought that it could not be destroyed. So he used his Chaos Sword intent to hit the tower. But the result did not change. His attack disappeared when it touched the tower. What a pity! He thought to himself. If Li Shiming, the main body, were here and tried Li Shiming's various methods, it might still be possible to research some content. But Li Yuanba himself specializes in sword cultivation, and his abilities mainly lie in combat. Most of his other abilities are shared from Li Shiming. By the time he returned to the base from the tower, it was already 3 hours later. No big monk interferes with his actions. And he has great power here. Yuanba, you bless all the other great monks with the magical power of an Atimu. Except of course the Yuqing sect and the Baidi sect. Great Monk Lu came to him and made a request. Once that Inatimu magical power is blessed, the healing energy of the Inatimu magical power will remain in the body for 2 days. In case of injury, you can be directly treated by the Inatimu magical power energy. If 2 days pass, the healing energy of this Inatimu magical power will automatically dissipate. Previously, Li Yuanba had only blessed his core monks and major monks with the blessing of the Xiantianimu magical power. Now that Brother Liu is looking for him, there is nothing he can do. After many battles, all the great monks have long known that the core monks of Jiani Chongshao Pavilion are blessed with the magical power of Inatimu, and they will be treated immediately if they are injured. This allowed the core sword cultivators of Jiani Chongshao Pavilion to escape death many times in crisis, and successfully saved the core sword cultivators countless times. In previous battles, the great monks from various superpowers believed that they would be injured at most, and that their lives would not be in danger. After being injured, they could seek help from Li Yuanba for treatment. But the situation is different now. The danger of H.L. creatures has greatly increased, and the great monks also need to consider their own safety. Under certain conditions, the great monks are willing to show some sincerity in exchange for the guarantee of their own safety. No problem. Just ask the great monks who need to bless the magical power of Inatimu to come to me. Li Yuanba nodded in agreement. Every blessing will make the great monk owe a favor. In addition, the blessing of the magical power of Inatimu can only last for 2 days, and it will be blessed again after 2 days, which increases the favor. I believe that after this mission is over, the favors owed to him by the great monks of various superpowers will make it easier for him to act in the future. Except for the Yuqing sect and the Baidi sect, the other great monks came to Li Yuanba with a smile and received the blessing of Li Yuanba's Inatimu magical power. The 2 great monks of the Baidi sect are relatively good. At least they are still in normal condition. But there is an injured great monk of the Yuqing sect. Even after taking the healing elixir, he is still unable to fight. As the intensity of the battle increases, the situation of the injured monk of Yuqingzong becomes more and more dangerous. There are only 2 great monks in the Yuqing sect. One of the great monks was injured and had to stay in the base, which greatly reduced the combat effectiveness of the Yuqing sect. When a great monk faces a late 4th level H.L. creature, he cannot resolve the battle quickly, and may even delay the battle for a long time. This will bring great risks to the mid-stage nascent soul monks of Yuqing sect. Without the help of the great monks, once there is a problem in the battle of the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul, there will be no combat power to remedy it. Now, with Li Yuanba blessing the great monks with the Inatimu magical power, the gap between the Yuqing sect and the other teams has become even greater. With the second base, the fighting method has been changed, and the teams of each super force will separately carry out the task of cleaning up the creatures from H.L. The Yuqing sect and the Baidi sect have always acted domineeringly, but now when they perform their tasks, they have no other superpowers to help them, and can only rely on themselves. This also requires the 2 teams to face greater dangers, but they have to perform their tasks. Li Yuanba's 5 middle-stage golden corpses were borrowed from Wanfeng Palace. I don't know what conditions were negotiated between the great monk Lu and the great monks of Wanfeng Palace. Anyway, it was good for Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. Not only Wanfeng Palace, but also several other superpowers are also discussing with Brother Liu about borrowing the midterm golden corpse. After so many days of fighting, all the superpowers have realized the importance of the 5 mid-stage golden corpses. In order to reduce the casualties of our own monks, it is the best choice to borrow 5 mid-stage golden corpses to open the way forward. Li Yuanba didn't have any objections. As long as Brother Liu agreed, he would lend it out. Anyway, the benefits would be great for him. The high-quality 4th-grade corpse refining materials he has received so far, as well as the high-quality 4th-grade corpse refining materials he has not received but has been promised, are enough for him to refine all the corpses of the core monks in the middle nascent soul stage on hand. Chapter 776 Route. On the 5th day at the second base, Li Yuanba was resting. In these 5 days, the Jiani Chongshao Pavilion team was dispatched 3 times. They were lucky enough to not encounter late-stage 4th-grade H.L. creatures, which made their cleanup task very easy. In addition, since Li Yuanba treated the injuries of the great monks and blessed the magical power of Inatimu among the superpowers, except for the Yuqing sect and the Baidi sect, the other superpowers have obtained Altired crystal essence. Gave it to Li Yuanba. It's not that they don't want to preserve it, but that they use conventional preservation methods such as isolating jade boxes, which will cause problems soon. The worst time was when a great monk placed the isolation jade box containing the L-resisting crystal essence in his soul crystal ring. 1 day later, he discovered that the isolation jade box had lost its effect at some point. L-resisting crystal essence. The radiation energy produced polluted many precious spiritual objects in the soul crystal ring. Of course, the reason why they were able to successfully deliver the L-resisting crystal essence to Li Yuanba was because they heard that the superpowers in Zhongzhou continent had conducted long-term research on the L-resisting crystal essence. L-resisting crystal essence was considered to be useless. Such a decision can only be made based on the quality of the material. As for the Yuqing sect and the Baidi sect, the Altired crystal essence in their hands is a big trouble. They are reluctant to throw it away, but it is a huge trouble to have it on their bodies. Other superpowers will not allow them to place the L-resisting crystal essence in the second base. The radiation pollution produced by the L-resisting crystal essence is too strong and has a great impact on the monks. As for the great monks of Yuqing sect and Baidi sect, they did not have Li Yuanba's means to deal with the L-resisting crystal essence. In the end, they had no choice but to transfer the L-resisting crystal essence to the great monks of other superpowers at a small price. Even if the great monks of Yuqing sect and Baidi sect knew that these Altired crystal essence would eventually fall into Li Yuanba's hands, there was nothing they could do about it. An alarm sounded at the second base. This was an alarm that would only sound in an emergency. What happened? Many monks were asking the same question. Li Yuanba flew into the sky. This was his right. Except for the big monk. The other monks were not allowed to fly freely in the base. There are more than 1,000 mid-stage Yuaning monks in this small base. If they could fly at will, what kind of chaos would this base be like? He saw a fleeing team through his Shen eyes, and he recognized that team as the Baidi sect's team. However, the number of monks in the Baidi sect team at this time was reduced by half, with less than 50 monks remaining. The figures of the two great monks flying in the air were unstable, and it was obvious that they were seriously injured. Li Yuanba looked at the rear of the Baidi sect team, and his eyes couldn't help but condense. Damn it! How did they lure the monster to the base? Li Yuanba saw the situation behind him clearly and cursed. Behind the White Emperor sect's team was a battle formation composed of 2,000 H.L. creatures. A normal battle formation of 2,000 H.L. creatures is not scary. Even a battle formation with a command only adds some trouble to the monk's battle. But in this battle formation of H.L. creatures, he found 5 late 4th grade H.L. creatures. Right at the front of the H.L. creature battle formation, 2 late stage 4th grade H.L. bull-headed creatures formed the sharp corners of the battle formation. Behind them were late stage 4th grade sheep-headed creatures, responsible for long-range strikes, constantly bombarding the White Emperor sect with evil energy balls. Monk, a late stage 4th grade horse-headed creature, was lingering on the outskirts of the battle formation, waiting for the opportunity to move, waiting for the best opportunity to attack. At the end of the battle formation is a late-stage 4th grade deer-headed creature. This is the most troublesome late-stage 4th grade H.L. creature. It would be better if there was only one late-level 4th level deer-headed creature. But if there were 2 or more late-level 4th level H.L. creatures, the late-level 4th level deer-headed creatures must be dealt with first. Otherwise, with the treatment of the deer-headed creatures in the late 4th stage and unable to instantly kill the other H.L. creatures in the late 4th stage, the H.L. creatures in the late 4th stage are almost immortal. This was the first time that Li Yuanba saw 5 late 4th level H.L. creatures appearing at the same time. No wonder the Baidi sect was in such misery. Protect the base and prepare to launch spell attacks in turns. A great monk flew into the air and shouted an order in Li Yuanba's ears. He also heard the discussion in the communication channel of the great monks. In particular, the 2 great monks from the Baidi sect made rescue calls. They no longer had the demeanor of the usual great monks and seemed a bit harsh. Among all the monks, the most calm ones are the monks from the Zhongzhou continent. They have the Space Acceptance Talisman, which gives them an extra layer of life protection than the monks from other continents. Yuanba, you are in the middle of the base. Don't participate in the battle. Just be responsible for healing, Brother Lu said in the audio channel. This proposal was not decided by Brother Lu alone, but a joint decision by all the monks. With the healing monk Li Yuanba here, It can at least ensure that the core monks of each super force can receive timely treatment after being injured. Whether ordinary monks receive treatment depends on Liu Yunba's mood. No great monk will make any special requests in this regard. There are more than 1,000 monks here, and he is only one of them. The magical power of Xiantianimu consumes a lot of money. It is impossible to cover everything, and he can only treat key monks first. The key monks were marked, okay, by the great monks. This mark was the spiritual power beacon of the great monks, and Liu Yunba could clearly sense it. If these monks were really hurt, they would need immediate treatment from Liu Yunba, which was why he was not required to participate in the battle. The battle began as the remaining monks of the Baidi sect rushed into the base. A round of spells covered the bodies of the H.L. creatures, paying special attention to the two late 4th level H.L. bull-headed creatures. As for the later 4th level H.L. creatures, they cannot attack accurately due to distance and obstruction. When the spell rain fell on the H.L. creatures, a black shield appeared on the outer layer of the H.L. creature battle formation, and it temporarily blocked the spell rain. Although the black shield seemed to be crumbling, with the full charge of the Hell creature battle formation, the monks could only launch this round of attacks. Previously, because the Baidi sect was being chased too closely by the battle formation of H.L. creatures, it was very likely that the Baidi sect's team would be accidentally injured once they attacked. Therefore, the base side waited until the Baidi sect's team was safe before launching the attack. According to the original plan, more than 1,000 monks, including many great monks, could definitely cripple this H.Lish creature battle formation with one round of spell attacks. Obviously, they underestimated the H.L. creatures. Or in other words, the battle formation joined by 5 late 4th grade H.L. creatures was far beyond their imagination. 2 late 4th level H.L. bull-headed creatures collided with the formation of the base. This was a collision that carried the charge of all H.L. creatures. The horns of the 2 late level 4th level H.L. bull-headed creatures had a strange armor-piercing effect. Liu Yunba watched as the base formation was broken 7 times in a row. Fortunately, the base formation was built by multiple superpowers, and its formation defense had up to 10 layers, so the formation was not completely broken by this impact. At this time, the late 4th level H.L. sheep-headed creature in the H.L. creature battle formation fired an evil energy ball. The black energy ball hit the base formation just 1 moment slower than the 2 late level 4th level H.Lish bull-headed creatures. With a click sound, the formation could no longer hold on, and directly shattered. "Spread out and fight on your own!" An order from a great monk came out. This has been planned for a long time. Once the base is breached, the teams of the various superpowers will engage in mobile warfare. The defense of monks cannot be compared with that of H.L. creatures, and monks mostly fight from a distance. After losing their base, they can only put distance between themselves and H.L. creatures. Liu Yunba shook his head. The great monk who presided over this battle obviously made a mistake. Misjudgment of the strength of the H.L. creatures allowed the H.L. creatures to break through the base's defense. In fact, as long as the attack is launched in advance, even if a small number of Baidi sect's monks are affected, it will be better than the current situation. He had just seen that the defense of the H.L. creature battle formation could definitely be broken through with one more chi fire spell bombardment, and it could even cause considerable damage to the H.L. creatures. It's too late to think about this now. I believe that all the great monks will not make the same mistake again after this time. He flew back to the team at Jianichengshao Pavilion, and his treatment mission ended before it even started. Monk Lu and Wuda both performed sword escape, and all mid-stage nascent soul sword cultivators followed suit. Their sword escape was dependent on the sword escape of the 2 great sword cultivator monks. In this way, the mid-stage nascent soul sword cultivator can borrow the sword escape speed of the 2 great sword cultivators in a short period of time. Liu Yunba also used sword escape, but his sword escape speed was no slower than the 2 swordsmanship masters. He could keep up with the 2 swordsmanship masters without any help. All superpowers use their own methods. These superpowers have special acceleration methods. Under the leadership of the 2 great monks, they quickly stayed away from the H.L. creature battle formation. But there were exceptions. The 2 great monks of the Baidi sect were seriously injured and managed to escape back to the base with their team. However, they did not expect that the base was destroyed before they could get any rest. They did not receive treatment from Liu Yunba. At this time, they could only summon up their remaining strength and escape into the distance. At this time, they had no time to take care of their own monks. They only brought 2 core monks each. This was their last effort. The battle formation of H.L. creatures rushed into the base. Before the remaining monks of the Bitey sect could escape, they were swallowed up by the battle formation of 2,000 H.L. creatures. These middle-stage nascent soul monks, who were extremely powerful in the world of immortal cultivation, were all killed in front of 2,000 H.L. creatures before they even gave birth to waves. The Hell creature battle formation targeted another team, which was slower. This team is the team of Yuqing sect. Originally Lei Xiao should be the fastest, but they have an injured monk and many injured monks to carry. This made them the second to last among all superpowers in the process of retreating. The two Lei Xiao who were in charge of the injured monk suddenly felt a biting chill. This was a danger warning when their lives were in danger. They wanted to speed up, but the speed of the attacking enemy was too fast. The late 4th grade H.L. horse-headed creatures that have been wandering around the periphery of the H.L. creature battle formation are waiting for this opportunity. It regards the great monks as its primary target. Only by killing the most powerful monks among the enemies can the enemy's threat be resolved. It can be seen from this that the fighting methods of these H.L. creatures have undergone great changes. Li Yuanba was wondering if there were very few late 4th grade H.L. creatures in the past few days. It was intentional, just to organize such a battle formation to deal with the monks. If this is the case, then the intelligence of the weapon spirits that control the creatures in H.L. is probably very high. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at the high tower. No matter how he looked at it, this high tower might be related to the weapon spirit. It's a pity that the tower cannot be destroyed. Otherwise the weapon spirit may not be able to command these H.L. creatures. On the Jade Qing sect team side, the two Lei Xiao monks were hit without any resistance by the surprise attack by the horse-headed creatures from the late 4th stage Hell, followed by the injured Lei Xiao monk who was protected by them. With a flash of black light, the first fallen monk from the beginning of the mission appeared. Since Li Yuanba's innate magical power has been strengthened and has a strong healing effect on the great monks. Although many mid-stage nascent soul monks were lost in this large-scale mission, the great monks have not yet fallen. The great monk Lei Xiao of Yuqing sect was the first one, and all the monks who saw this scene sank in their hearts. No! Another great Lei Xiao monk from the Jade Qing sect made a shrill cry. Hundreds of years of friendship, coupled with life and death together, gave them a deep understanding of each other. However, Li Yuanba saw that the Lei Xiao monk's eyes glanced towards him intentionally or unintentionally while being angry, and he felt the deep-seated hatred in his eyes. This is to blame the fall of the great monk Lei Xiao on him. The H.L. creature war formation approached Yu Qingzong's team. They withstood Yu Qingzong's thunder and lightning attack. The H.L. sheep-headed creatures counterattacked a wave of evil energy balls. Then, led by two late 4th level H.L. bull-headed creatures, they rushed forward, joined the Yuqing sect's team. Abandon the injured comrades. Disband the team and run away. Senior brother Lei Xiao issued the final helpless order. He regretted the decision he made, taking the injured monk with him so that his speed in escaping was affected, which led to the current situation. Dispersing the team is not a good idea, but it is the only solution. When Lei Xiao scatters, there will always be Lei Xiao who uses thunder escape to escape. Instead of gathering together and being swallowed up by the battle formation of H.L. creatures. After the great monk Lei Xiao sent out a bolt of thunder and lightning, he also turned into lightning and escaped. He did not get close to the other superpower teams, but fled towards the entrance. Chapter 777 Reconstruction. Keep your distance, Brother Lu ordered in a deep voice. When the team of Jenny Chongshao Pavilion were separated from the battle formation of 2,000 H.L. creatures at a safe distance, they did not move away, but kept this distance, ready to take action at any time. Brother Lu is waiting to discuss the battle plan with other monks. With so many superpower teams, it is impossible for them to fight like a piece of sand. We can't go on like this. Hell monsters are gathering, and their numbers are increasing, a senior monk reminded in the communication channel. Indeed, H.L. creatures are constantly joining the battle formation of 2,000 H.L. creatures. The newly added H.L. creatures are completely integrated into the battle formation as soon as they enter the battle formation. That is to say, this area has been cleaned up by the monks, and the number of H.L. creatures has been significantly reduced. So the number of H.L. creatures in the H.L. creature battle formation has not increased greatly in a short period of time. But as time goes by, when the H.L. creatures in the distance come and join the H.L. creatures battle formation, this increasingly larger battle formation will bring great trouble to the monks. Take turns to strike at long distances. Consume their numbers first. A senior monk expressed his opinion. Soon the great monks reached a consensus. And the team from Jianichou Pavilion was the first to launch an attack. In this regard, Jianichou Pavilion has never shied away. The ones with the strongest speed and combat power here were Sword Cultivator and Lei Xiao. Unfortunately, the Yuqing sect has been disabled. And even the Lei Xiao Great Monk has lost one. The team of Jianichou Pavilion approached the battle formation of H.L. creatures. The two late-stage 4th grade H.L. ox-headed creatures naturally discovered the Sword Cultivator team and immediately turned around and rushed towards the Sword Cultivator team. The Sword Cultivator team flashed to the side, keeping a distance from the battle formation of H.L. creatures. At the same time, sword lights containing sword intent flew towards the battle formation of H.L. creatures in a projectile manner. The sword light of hundreds of sword cultivators, including the sword light of 2 great sword cultivators, only caused the black shield above the H.L. creature battle formation to shake, but did not completely break the black shield. The sword cultivators were not in a hurry. Under the leadership of Brother Liu, they took their time. Anyway, their speed was faster, and they maintained the strike frequency of the sword light projectiles. Just as the sword cultivators were connecting with each other, a figure rushed towards the sword cultivators at an unimaginable speed. The speed was so fast that the sword cultivator team had no time to react. Brother Liu and Brother Wu realized that this was a late-stage 4th grade H.L. horse-headed creature. The late-stage 4th grade H.L. horse-headed creature had been on the periphery of the H.L. creature battle formation, because it changes positions from time to time and uses H.L. creatures to hide itself. It is difficult for the monks to locate its location. Only when an opportunity arises, this late 4th level H.L. horse-headed creature will reveal its fangs and launch the strongest attack. At this time, even if Brother Liu and Brother Wu wanted to stop it, they could not stop it before the horse-headed creature from the late 4th level H.L. came into contact with the Sword Cultivator team. Once it gets close to the Sword Cultivator team, there will definitely be a lot of losses. The most important thing is that if the Sword Cultivator team is in chaos, the H.L. creature battle formation will have a chance to catch up with the Sword Cultivator team. A team of 100 mid-stage nascent soul sword cultivators led by 2 great sword cultivators was incomparable in terms of combat power, with a battle formation of 2,000 mid-stage 4th stage H.L. creatures led by 5 late-stage 4th stage H.L. creatures. The sword cultivator team can only play a role in harassment, consuming the combat power of the H.L. creature battle formation bit by bit through constant long-range attacks. In a real face-to-face battle, the sword cultivator team has no chance at all. Just when the horse-headed creatures from the late 4th level H.L. were about to attack the sword cultivator team, a sword light appeared, blocking the figure of the horse-headed creatures from the late 4th level H.L. This is Li Yuanba's Xingyijian. Although he has suppressed the quality of Xingyijian with the blessing of 400 million speed runes, Xingyijian's speed is extremely fast even if the speed rule imprint is not activated. Xingyijian blessed with Chaos Sword Intent. When it shot at the late 4th grade H.L. horse-headed creatures, the 4th grade late-stage H.L. horse-headed creatures instinctively sensed the threat. So the late 4th grade H.L. horse-headed creatures defended themselves. Posture. Xingyijian's sword was blocked by the horse-headed creature from H.L. in the late 4th stage. But the speed of the horse-headed creature from H.L. in the late 4th stage also stagnated. The 2 natal flying swords of Brother Liu and Brother Wu were shot in time, hitting the body of the late 4th level H.L. horse-headed creature, severely injuring the late 4th level H.L. horse-headed creature. Unfortunately, just when the 2 great sword cultivators wanted to expand their victory and completely kill this late 4th grade H.L. horse-headed creature, the H.L. creature battle array arrived. A ray of black light fell on the body of the late 4th level H.L. horse-headed creature, and its injuries recovered quickly. There was no other way. The 2 sword cultivator monks directed the sword cultivator team to distance themselves and resume the original long-range sword light projectile. To be honest, the power of this long-range projectile sword light is limited, but it is also the only way to safely attack now. The sword light was thrown again and again, and finally after more than 10 times, the black shield covering the H.L. creature battle formation was broken. The H.L. creatures in the H.L. creature battle formation began to suffer casualties, although the injured H.L. creatures would be treated soon. After such a long battle, the sword cultivators had already cooperated, and each attack was to attack as many people as possible. A swordsman focused on attacking a H.L. creature. The effect of this is to instantly kill the H.L. creatures. And the L deer-headed creatures cannot be treated even if they want to. There was a cheer from the Sword Cultivator team. This was the first time that this battle array of L creatures had caused casualties since it appeared. Even the monks watching the battle from a distance have confidence that as long as they can kill the L creatures, then with the monks taking turns fighting, they will eventually kill all the L creatures. While projecting the sword light, Li Yuanba controlled the Xingyijian above his head, always ready to deal with the late 4th grade L horse-headed creature. The sword light he throws out can kill a lish creature with one strike without the need for coordination with other sword cultivators. It is also due to the projectile problem that such an attack cannot cause more damage to him. In fact, the sword light ejected was beyond the control range of the sword cultivator at the end. It only relied on the final inertia of the projectile and used the sword intent contained in the sword light to produce lethality. In the continuous fighting, until the 1-hour rotation time came, none of the horse-headed creatures from the late 4th grade L launched a second attack. The horse-headed creatures in the late 4th level L seemed to have discovered Li Yuanba's Xingyi sword and could keep up with its speed. At the same time, as long as they are blocked in front of the Sword Cultivator team, they will be attacked by the Sword Cultivator with all their strength, and they will most likely be killed on the spot. This late 4th level L horse-headed creature was extremely smart and did not try to attack again without a chance. This also gave Li Yuanba's Xingyijian no chance to attack again until the Sword Cultivator team withdrew from the battlefield. The second team is the team from Dalian Temple, led by 2 great sages, with the experience of the Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion Sword Cultivator team. The 2 great sages used a secret method of Buddha's light that can be projected remotely, and another that can be delayed to successfully continuously cause damage to the L creature battle array from a long distance. The many attacks by the horse-headed beings in hell in the late 4th stage were due to the Buddha's light secret technique that could be delayed where the team from the Great Thunder Sound Temple had passed. The Buddha's light secret technique exploded and affected their speed. In fact, after the demonstration of the Sword Cultivator team, almost all the super forces have their own different methods of dealing with the battle array of L creatures. Even if the L creatures have a command, they cannot compare with the real superpower monks in terms of wisdom, especially in terms of combat methods. The monks have richer methods. The biggest weakness of L creatures is their single attack method. No matter how the L creatures form a battle formation to strengthen their cooperation, their attack methods are still the same. As long as they find the rules and keep a certain distance from them, they can slowly consume their vitality. This battle lasted for 2 days, and the 2,000 L creatures were consumed bit by bit using various long-range attacks. In the end, the great monks joined forces and killed the 5 late 4th grade L creatures. Without the help of the battle formation of the mid 4th grade L creatures, the great monks only had to focus on dealing with the late 4th grade L creatures. When the battle is over, clean up the battlefield and rebuild the second base. These tasks were handed over to full-time monks, and the monks also began to rest. Brother Qiao from the Yuqing sect did not return to the entrance base. Only 14 Lei Xiao from the Yuqing sect escaped, and all the rest died. The 2 great monks from the Baidi sect returned to Hell Island from the entrance base, except for the 4 monks taken away by the 2 great monks. The Baidi sect was completely wiped out. Most of the corpses of the fallen monks were devoured by L creatures. Not many were recovered and have been returned to Hell Island. The big man cleaning the battlefield, the monk said in the communication channel of the great monk. All the great monks were a little silent, and they all thought about the reasons why the Yuqing sect and Baidi sect had such consequences. If the Yuqing sect and the Baidi sect could maintain their full combat power, how could they end up with such a result? Although this matter has something to do with Li Yuanba, Li Yuanba cannot be blamed. Although in the Hell Cave, due to the agreement between the parties, they are not allowed to attack each other. But it is unrealistic for the 2 parties with hatred to live in harmony without any gaps. Not to mention asking Li Yuanba, a monk who was wanted by Yuqing sect and Baidi sect, to treat and help his enemies. It was only at this time that the great monks truly understood the importance of Li Yuanba. With the guarantee of Li Yuanba's innate magical power, they had not suffered any major losses until now. Brother Qiao was not injured. How could he not return to the entrance base? Brother Lu asked with a frown. He remembered, however, that when Brother Qiao fled, he abandoned all his fellow disciples and was not injured at the same time. It is impossible to say that with the combat power of Brother Qiao, he was attacked and killed by L creatures in an area cleared by the monks. As long as Brother Chiao doesn't encounter many late-stage 4th level H.L. creatures, he can escape with his Thunder Escape ability. After this battle, the monks discovered that the tower should be a dividing ridge. The H.L. creatures in the outside area were uncontrollable and fought by instinct. In the area further inside the tower, the H.L. creatures are controlled by the cave spirit, and their combat power has been greatly improved. Perhaps Brother Chiao did not leave the Hell Cave, but just found a place to rest, Venerable Hungwang said calmly. When he spoke, he glanced at Li Yuanba intentionally or unintentionally. Although his words were vague, all the great monks understood what he meant. Brother Chiao did not return to Hell Island and did not act with them, so he must be hiding and preparing for revenge. Of course, it is impossible to find the creatures from H.L. According to Brother Chiao's opinion, Li Yuanba is probably the biggest enemy. Yuanba, be careful lately and don't act alone, Brother Lu said without any scruples. Don't worry, fellow Daoisley. If something is discovered here at Luanfeng Palace, I will notify you immediately, said the great monk of Luanfeng Palace. The Wuliang sect will also pay attention to Brother Chiao's movements and will inform fellow Daoisley if he discovers anything. Guiyuan sect. Whether it was Zhongzhou continent or the superpowers from other continents present, their great monks all expressed their attitudes. I don't know how long it will take for the mission in Hell Cave to be completed. They all need Li Yuanba's help. If you don't express your attitude at this time, if Li Yuanba doesn't bless you with the magical power of innate Imu, how can you rest assured in the subsequent battles? Some superpowers are already regretting that they have never paid attention to the magical power of innate Imu before. In the past, those who approached the Fulia sect to request the inheritance of the innate Imu magical power were all monks who chose the Wood-type talent. The Wood-type talented monks among the superpowers. Even if they received the inheritance of the innate Imu magical power, their status was only improved. Some cannot be compared with the core monks. As a result, monks who have inherited the magical power of innate Imu have a low chance of being promoted to the middle stage of nascent soul, let alone being promoted to a great monk. The magical power of innate Imu can only help monks in the early and middle stages of nascent soul, which greatly reduces its value and makes the superpowers pay less attention to it. Now that I have seen Li Yuanba's innate Imu magical power, although I don't know how Li Yuanba's innate Imu magical power can have an effect on the great monks when he is in the middle stage of Yuanying, this has greatly increased the importance that all super forces attach to the innate Imu magical power. Degree. The superpowers are already preparing to go to Fulia sect to discuss the inheritance of the Xiantian Imu magical power. It's a pity that they are all disappointed. Fulia sect is about to be disbanded. As for the inheritance of the magical power of innate Imu, the sacred tree that is the inheritance is in Li Shiming's Banshun cave. Nowadays, if you want to inherit the magical power of innate Imu, the difficulty has increased many times compared with before. It is estimated that the power of the inheritance of innate Imu magical power is still retained, and the management of the inherited objects will definitely be increased. Chapter 778 Counterattack. Due to the failure of the Baidi sect's mission, the teams of the Baidi sect and Yuqing sect all withdrew from the battle. And at the same time, some H.L. creatures were introduced into the previously cleared area. In the days that followed, the task of each super force was to continuously clean up the H.L. creatures. And at the same time, they also slowly moved forward to clean up the area. No monk is in a hurry to solve the trouble quickly. When the monks know the danger, the patience of the monks becomes extremely terrifying. Li Yuanba has always felt a sense of voyeurism these days. But in the H.L. cave, his perception was greatly affected, and he could not determine where the sense of voyeurism came from. This also made him have to use the 4th grade formation flag to set up a formation to protect himself every day when he rested. But in fact the defense of this formation was not that reassuring. He guessed that the person peeping might be Brother Chiao from Yuqing sect, or a monk who wanted to help Brother Chiao. This can't continue like this. Li Yuanba knew that there was no way to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. And he also had confidence in his own combat power. If Brother Chiao really wanted to deal with him, the formation set up by the 4th grade formation flag was not very effective, and could not defend against the full force attack of a Lei Xiao monk. If Brother Chiao really loses his mind due to hatred and conducts a surprise attack, there will be no way to prevent this from happening in the second base. The second base will not prevent Brother Chiao from entering. Li Yuanba left the base and went to the tower. His behavior did not attract much attention from other monks. Many monks had studied the tower in the past few days. The indestructibility of the tower and the complex runes on it have great appeal to many monks. As he walked out of the base, he felt a distinct sense of prying eyes. Arriving at the tower, there were no other monks here at this time. He flicked his fingers and placed an object on the ground. The object disappeared after it fell to the ground. He came to the tower as if nothing had happened, almost clinging to the surface of the tower, studying the secrets of the tower. Brother Qiao had been waiting for an opportunity. This time he and another brother Lei Xiu led the team. But in the end, they were almost completely wiped out. If he went back like this, he would probably be imprisoned for 100 years. And he would even become the laughing stock of other great monks. He could not release his anger on the monsters in the H.L. cave. It would be meaningless to kill more of these unintelligent monsters. All his hatred was on Li Yuanba. He did not consider that it was because of the hatred between Yuqing sect and Li Yuanba that Li Yuanba did not want to help Yuqing sect's team. Whoever Li Yuanba helped was also Li Yuanba's freedom. "It's all because of you," Brother Qiao muttered to himself. He looks very embarrassed now, wearing a cloak with the effect of blocking spiritual power and breath, which allows him to hide around the second base without being discovered. Taking advantage of his connections with the Yuqing sect, he invited a monk from another superpower to monitor Li Yuanba on his behalf at a high price. Finally, he received the news that Li Yuanba walked out of the second base alone. This was the best news in so many days. Not long after that, he saw Li Yuanba. As the news said, Li Yuanba was extremely interested in the tower, and was checking the runes on the tower. Brother Qiao moved his body gently, shielding the cloak of spiritual power and aura. It still exerted a good effect in this low-speed traveling. As he was approaching the tower, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He was not in a hurry. He had heard rumors about Li Yuanba's combat power. Li Yuanba's combat power was comparable to that of ordinary great monks. The recognition of Li Yuanba's identity as the first person in the middle nascent soul stage also confirmed Li Yuanba's combat prowess. Therefore, if you want to attack Li Yuanba, it is best to kill him with one strike. If you want to kill him with one strike, you need to close the distance with Li Yuanba. With his strength as a thunder cultivator, he could instantly kill Li Yuanba as long as he reached a certain distance. As a senior monk of the superpower Yuqing sect, Senior Monk Qiao knew the weaknesses of a super genius like Li Yuanba. A super genius like Li Yuanba may only appear in 1,000 years. In terms of attack power, such a super genius can break through the realm and fight across levels. But in terms of defense power, especially when defensive magic weapons are not used, the physical defense power is far inferior to that of a super genius. Monk. As long as the sneak attack is successful, a super genius like Li Yuanba can be killed with one blow. Brother Qiao approached carefully. As he got closer to the tower, he got closer and closer to Li Yuanba. When he was 1,000 meters away from Li Yuanba, he almost couldn't help but launch an attack. But Li Yuanba happened to move and turn to the other side of the tower, making it impossible for him to hit directly. He approached the tower again and entered a kilometer away from Li Yuanba. At this time, he stopped. Even through the cloak that blocked the spiritual power and breath, he felt something was wrong. There were tiny particles suspended in the air. These tiny particles seemed ordinary. But when he released his consciousness, he felt that his consciousness was affected by these tiny particles. Samadhi Kamikaze! He was suddenly startled and recognized what it was. The Samadhi Divine Wind, used by Li Yuanba, uses minimal release to allow the Samadhi Divine Wind to exist in an almost transparent state. Due to the special nature of Samadhi Divine Wind, as long as it enters the range of Samadhi Divine Wind, every piece of Samadhi Divine Sand is equivalent to Li Yuanba's sensory organ. No matter how concealed Brother Qiao was, he could not escape the discovery of the Samadhi Divine Sand that was everywhere within a radius of a kilometer. After discovering the Samadhi Divine Wind, Brother Qiao immediately understood that it was a trap, and he prepared to retreat without any hesitation. But when he lifted up his cloak and prepared to leave with Thunder Escape, he found that his escape route was blocked by a barrier. The moment he came into contact with the barrier, he knew what it was. An isolated space with a radius of a kilometer. A powerful isolated combat treasure made by great energy. Li Yuanba. Did you know I was coming? Brother Qiao took a breath, calmed down, and said in a deep voice. At this time, the magical power of Samadhi Divine Wind disappeared, which allowed Brother Qiao to sense that in the isolated space here, only he and Li Yuanba were present. It seemed that Li Yuanba wanted to have a fair fight with him. He was also a battle-hardened monk, and was not afraid of this kind of battle. How can I feel at ease when someone is staring at me every day? Li Yuanba stood up from behind the tower. He had many battle experiences with the monks. At this time, he kept a distance from the monk Qiao and said, Brother Qiao looked at Li Yuanba and seemed to be about to say something. But suddenly lightning flashed on his body. His figure rushed forward. And at the same time countless thunder and lightning shot towards Li Yuanba. He had heard about Li Yuanba's power. So he would not say anything to Li Yuanba, let alone give Li Yuanba more time to prepare. He just wanted to catch Li Yuanba off guard and use Lei Xiao's speed to resolve the battle. But what he didn't know was that Li Yuanba was extremely familiar with Lei Xiao's fighting style and even the Jade Pure Thunder Code practiced by Brother Qiao. Li Yuanba shared his original body Li Shiming's understanding and perception of the Yuqing Lei Code, which is comparable to the core Lei Xiao of Yuqing sect. And there are many true inheritances that cannot be obtained by the core monks. When Brother Qiao launched the attack, Li Yuanba's figure flashed to the back of the tower, using the tower as a defense and retreating continuously. Li Yuanba chose this place as the battlefield. On the one hand, it was an excellent excuse to come and observe the tower. On the other hand, the indestructibility of the tower was the best defense. When he retreated, he used sword escape. At this time, he was in the isolation space of the infinite isolation law. Without the slightest scruples, he showed his strongest quality of Xingyi's sword. Lingbao level Xing Yijian received the blessing of the speed rule mark. When he performed sword escape, his speed at short distances was even faster than the thunder and lightning set by Brother Qiao. Brother Qiao's thunder and lightning spread toward Li Yuanba behind the main tower. At the same time, he himself was changing directions, trying to bypass the tower and face Li Yuanba directly. Lei Xiao's best attack is a direct attack. Only when there is no obstruction can the attack speed and power of thunder and lightning be unleashed. When he bypassed the tower, he found that Li Yuanba had once again distanced himself from him. But being in the infinite isolation law, the space here is extremely small. Even if you retreat, where can you retreat to? You are seeking death! Brother Qiao shouted softly and chased after him. At this time, the 10,000 Swords Peak above Li Yuanba's head rose into the air, and the approaching monk Qiao suddenly felt a heavy weight on his body. Even with his level as a great thunder cultivator, his movements became sluggish. Lingbao! This is a spiritual treasure. And your natal flying sword is also a spiritual treasure. At this time, he clearly felt the breath of two spiritual treasures and shouted in disbelief. Behead! Li Yuanba pointed at Brother Qiao and said with killing intent in his eyes. More than 2,000 energy flying swords containing the sword intention of the great monk flew out from the spiritual treasure. 10,000 Swords Peak! And flew towards the great monk Qiao. The fighting method of Ling Bao, 10,000 Swords Peak, is almost perfect. The gravity field blessed by Gravity Brick will affect even the great monks within the range of the gravity field. As long as it is affected by the gravity field, no matter how strong the cultivation level is, the speed will be more or less slower than usual. This gives the energized flying sword an opportunity to attack. Otherwise, with the flying speed of the energized flying sword, there are still many powerful monks who can use their speed to avoid it. Brother Qiao sensed more than 2,000 energy-conforming flying swords, and he sensed the great monk's sword intent from each of the energy-conforming flying swords. Even though he is well-informed, he never thought that he would encounter an opponent like today. What kind of magical treasure is this? It actually shoots out more than 2,000 energy flying swords that contain the sword intention of a great monk. There are only a few great swordsmanship cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation. Do all the great swordsmanship cultivators do nothing every day just to cultivate the flying sword for Li Yuanba Yun? He activated the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer and frantically attacked the energy flying swords flying towards him. It's a pity that these are energy flying swords that contain the sword intention of the great monks. Their solidity cannot be destroyed by lightning in a short time. He wanted to dodge, but was affected by the gravity field and could not move freely. At this moment, he finally knew why Brother Guda was killed by Li Yuanba. It turned out that Li Yuanba had this terrifying spiritual treasure. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and he shot out a series of spells in his hand. Just when Brother Qiao made a move, Li Yuanba saw the clues. This is preparing to self-destruct the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer, causing both sides to lose. This desperate secret method recorded in the Yuqing Lei Code activates the energy in the natal magic weapon, Heavenly Strike Thunder Hammer, to form a terrifying blow containing the self-destruction of the 4th grade top magic weapon, causing serious damage to the enemy and oneself. Li Yuanba would not let Brother Qiao have such an opportunity. He could not guarantee that Brother Qiao would not be instantly killed on the spot if he blew up his magic weapon. Heaven Strike Thunder Hammer! With his current mastery of the magical power of Innate Imu, as long as he doesn't die on the spot, he is confident that he can recover through the magical power of Innate Imu. So he launched an attack. Unlike the speed of the more than 2,000 energy-converted flying swords of Ling Bao's 10,000 swords peak, the speed of one strike of his natal flying sword Ling Bao was unparalleled. Almost as soon as he thought about it, Ling Baoxing's sword flew out. Brother Qiao, who was about to self-destruct, had already given up his defense. In fact, as a thunder cultivator, he hardly needs defense. Defense relies entirely on his own thunder shield spell. Ling Baoxing struck him with a sword just before he was about to self-destruct his magic weapon. Heaven Strike Thunder Hammer! The Chaos Sword Intent brought powerful destructive power to Ling Baoxing's sword, cutting space, splitting everything, breaking armor. Powerful impact and other effects that were simultaneously applied to Brother Qiao's Thunder Shield spell. This Thunder Shield spell is extremely weak. Brother Qiao was preparing to sneak up on Li Yuanbao before, so he would not deploy too strong a defensive spell on his body, but would only maintain the most basic effect of the Thunder Shield spell. With the power of Ling Bao combined with the blow of Chaos Sword Intention, this Thunder Shield spell was broken like a thin piece of paper. Brother Qiao, who was driving his natal magic weapon, Heavenly Strike Thunder Hammer, and preparing to self-destruct, suddenly stopped and looked at his body in disbelief. A sword mark appeared on the body, and Ling Baoxing's sword penetrated more than half of it into the sword mark. His whole body felt weak, and it was impossible to describe the destructive power of the Chaos Sword Intent on his body. It was an all-round destruction, from the spirit to the body, from the inside to the outside. Even nascent soul has been hurt by the Chaos Sword Intent. It was like the feeling of being hit by multiple monks who mastered different powerful sword intentions at the same time. He could not imagine that there was one kind of sword intention that could be so destructive. He still wanted to make a final struggle to get his nascent soul out of his body. This was his last hope for survival. It's a pity that no matter how hard he drove the Yuanying couldn't get out of the body. The damage from the Chaos Sword Intent made the Yuanying lose its vitality. On the nascent soul's body, and at the same location as the sword in the physical body, there is a sword mark that is the same as the physical body. All the damage reflected on the physical body affects the nascent soul at the same time. Chapter 779 Wanghe. Li Yuanbao discovered that using his own flying sword Ling Baoxing to kill a great monk with one sword had a great impact on the growth of Chaos Sword Intent. He could feel the feedback from the Chaos Sword Intent contained in his natal Fei Jianqingyi sword as the nascent soul in Brother Qiao's body was wiped out bit by bit. He clearly felt the process of the Chaos Sword Intent torturing Brother Qiao's body, which allowed him to further understand the characteristics of the Chaos Sword Intent, and pointed out the direction for him to strengthen the Chaos Sword Intent in the future. He slowly retracted his flying sword, and with a move of his hand, the Ling Bao, Wanjianfeng, retracted the energy flying sword that had not hit Brother Qiao. Although more than 2,000 energetic flying swords containing the sword intention of the great monk did not attack the great monk Qiao, it was the threat of more than 2,000 energetic flying swords that made the great monk Qiao lose the consciousness of resistance, allowing his natal flying sword to easily kill him with one sword strike. Li Yuanbao hesitated for a moment, but did not put away the body of Brother Qiao. Judging from the rules of the world of immortality, his killing of Brother Qiao was because Brother Qiao violated the agreement abided by all the superpowers and attacked the monks who were performing the mission together in the H.L. cave. This kind of thing was originally done secretly, and if Brother Qiao succeeded, as long as there was no evidence afterwards, it would only be Jiani Chongshao Pavilion who was suspicious. Now that Brother Qiao came to Li Yuanbao and was killed, even the Yuqing sect could not come to Li Yuanbao because of this matter. Of course, the enmity between Li Yuanbao and Yuqing's own. Even if there was no killing of Brother Qiao, there was no possibility of peace between the two parties. Li Yuanbao thought about it and put away the immeasurable isolation law. Just after he put away the infinite isolation law, he saw the great monk suspended in the air far away. Almost all the great monks in the second base are here, and they are observing this side. The natal flying swords of Brother Lu and Brother Wu are already in a state of preparation, and they seem to be ready to break through the isolation space of the infinite isolation law. When all the great monks saw the corpse on the ground, they all gasped. These great monks had heard about Li Yuanbao's achievements, and they all judged that Li Yuanbao had the fighting power to fight against the great monks. and that Li Yuanba had successfully killed the great monk Guguang of Wuyang sect. If Jian Lao hadn't negotiated with the great masters of Wuyang sect, there would have been a big war between the superpowers of Zhongzhou continent. In addition, the great monks also heard that Li Yuanba killed a late 4th level H.L. creature alone in the H.L. cave. But in the end, those were just hearings, and they were not as shocking as the scenes in front of me. This is Brother Qiao from the Yuqing sect. Like the sword cultivator, he is a super powerful monk named Lei Xiao who is as famous as the sword cultivator. He is also a great monk named Lei Xiao. A super powerful Lei Xiao monk was killed on the spot by Li Yuanba in a one-on-one situation. Although these great monks did not see the battle process due to the infinite isolation law, the existence of the infinite isolation law illustrates the fairness and justice of this battle. Among them, the two great monks of the infinite sect had the most say. They looked helplessly at the infinite great isolation decree that was put away by Li Yuanba. It was a treasure made by the great power of the infinite sect. But regarding matters related to Li Yuanba, Jian Lao had discussed it with the great masters of the Wuyang sect. At least in public, the monks of the Wuyang sect would not be hostile to Li Yuanba. Not to mention that the combat power displayed by Li Yuanba made the two great monks feel threatened. Among all the great monks here, Brother Qiao of Yuqing sect ranks at the forefront in terms of strength. After a great monk from the infinite sect discovered that Li Yuanba's aura was isolated and sensed the aura of the infinite great isolation decree, the great monk immediately informed all the great monks. Even if Li Yuanba had some conflicts with the infinite sect, it would definitely not be in the Hell Cave, nor would it have anything to do with them. The infinite sect monks, who were performing their missions, they also need Li Yuanba's help to survive the long mission ahead. From the fact that Yuqing sect and Baidi sect did not get help from Li Yuanba, we can see the consequences of losing Li Yuanba's help. This is not what they want. So when the great monk of Wuyang sect notified all the great monks in the great monks audio channel, the great monks all came over to check the situation. Brother Xiang Lu and Brother Wu were anxious to break the infinite great isolation law. The two of them were the most worried about something happening to Li Yuanba, but they were persuaded by other great monks. Some great monks also recognized that the isolation space was created using the infinite great isolation law. What the infinite sect and Li Yuanba did during the time was not a secret. This infinite isolation decree was naturally arranged by Li Yuanba. So even if Brother Qiao from the Yuqing sect came to Li Yuanba was prepared and deliberately exposed the flaws to lure out Brother Qiao. If he rashly attacks the space of the infinite isolation law, it may affect Li Yuanba. In a battle of this level, just a little surprise could lead to another outcome. Therefore, no matter how anxious Brother Lu and Brother Wu were, they could only drive their own flying swords and be always ready to rescue Li Yuanba. Yuanba, are you not injured? Brother Lu looked at Li Yuanba up and down and asked with concern. He was concerned but confused. With Li Yuanba's healing ability in the innate Imu magical power, as long as he was alive, recovery from his injuries was just a matter of using the innate Imu magical power a few more times. I'm fine. Brother Qiao suddenly attacked me, and I killed him, Li Yuanba explained, pointing to the body of Brother Qiao on the ground. Fellow Taoist Li, we can prove this for you. It was Brother Qiao who violated the rules, and the Yuqing sect should bear the consequences of this matter. Venerable Hengguang was the first to stand up and say. Then almost all the great monks nodded in agreement with Venerable Hengguang's words and expressed their attitude. Yuanba, please put the body away. The Yuqing sect doesn't have the nerve to take the body back. Brother Lu pointed at Brother Qiao's body and said. He also meant to pass on the meaning of sword intention Chongshao Pavilion to the Yuqing sect through the many great monks here. Everyone knows that Li Yuanba is good at refining corpses. Although it is strange to say that the sword cultivators of sword intention Chongshao Pavilion are good at refining corpses. No one can say anything because through the mission of Hell Cave Heaven, all the monks have seen Li Yuanba's 5 midterm golden bodies. Importance of corpses. The corpse of the super powerful monk is definitely the best main material for refining the golden corpse in the later stage. Li Yuanba also understood what Brother Lu meant. In fact, even if Brother Lu didn't say anything, he would still put away Brother Qiao's body. There are not many opportunities like this. The body of a super powerful monk or a thunder cultivator is really not that easy to obtain. In front of many great monks, he put away the body of Brother Qiao and took off the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer and the soul crystal ring from the body. During this process, all the monks saw the fatal wound on the body of Brother Qiao. There was only one wound on Brother Qiao's body, which was the fatal wound caused by the flying sword. This discovery gave all the great monks a clearer understanding of Li Yuanba's combat power. Great Monk Qiao was killed by Li Yuanba's flying sword. From the time when the great monks of the Immeasurable sect discovered the isolation space and Li Yuanba's aura disappeared, to when Li Yuanba put away the Immortal Isolation Decree, the entire battle process was not long. Only more than 30 breaths ago. Perhaps it was not all fighting process. Yuanba, you shouldn't take risks. After returning to the tent of the second base, Jiani Chouxiao Pavilion, Brother Lu said in a deep voice. Brother Qiao has hired monks to spy on me and is waiting for me to show my flaws. Instead of me really showing my flaws, it would be better to choose a battlefield that is beneficial to me and finish off Brother Qiao completely. Li Yuanba spread his hands and explained. Brother Lu wanted to say more, but he did not persuade him. Because of Li Yuanba's combat power and status, it would be inappropriate for him to say more. Monk Buddha stood aside and watched with a smile. Although he had not been in contact with Li Yuanba for a long time, he recognized Li Yuanba's style of conduct. In the following days, Li Yuanba returned to his previous fighting life. Every 2 days, he needs to bless the innate magical power for the great monks and some important core monks. When the Sword Intention Chongshao Pavilion goes on a mission, he is also the hardest working swordsman. During the killing, his Chaos Sword Intention became more and more powerful. These days filled with battles were extremely peaceful for Li Yuanba. Killing was like sharpening his sword for him. No matter how much he sharpened his sword intention before, the killing process had never lasted so long. Unfortunately, such days did not last long. One day a month later, reinforcements from the Yuqing sect and the Baidi sect arrived. On this day, Li Yuanba was practicing the unknown sword code with a 4th grade sword base in his tent, when suddenly he stopped what he was doing. He sensed a powerful thunder and lightning aura, which was a thunder and lightning aura that he was very familiar with. If his perception was correct, it was Wang He, the great monk of Yuqing sect. He did not expect that the Yuqing sect would actually send the great monk Wang He. Look at all the superpowers here. None of them has sent the strongest monk. Great monk Wang He is not an ordinary great monk, but an existence at the pinnacle of great monks. In the world of immortality, great powers are rarely used, and the existence of a great monk at the peak of his powers is the top combat power. There may still be half-step powers, but it is almost impossible for those half-step powers to get out of seclusion, and they are all in seclusion looking for a chance of promotion. Li Yuanba walked out of the tent and saw that Brother Lu had also sensed the aura of Brother Wang He and came out to check. Yuanba, don't act alone anymore, Brother Lu said with worry in his eyes. No matter how powerful Li Yuanba was, he did not believe that Li Yuanba could fight against the great monk Wang He. Great monk Wang He is a being who stands at the top of the great monks. Only great monks understand how big the gap is between ordinary great monks and the peak of great monks like Wang He. I will pay attention. Li Yuanba nodded in response. He also understood that he might be able to harm other great monks with some means. But beings like the great monk Wang He were not so easy to deal with. He couldn't even guarantee whether his Chaos Sword Intention could break through the defense of the great monk Wang He. Even the more than 2,000 energy flying swords of the Lingbao, 10,000 swords peak, that contain the sword intention of the great monk are not guaranteed to be able to suppress the great monk Wang He. When a monk's strength reaches a certain level, he cannot win with numbers. Maybe Li Yuanba attacks the great monk Wang He 1,000 times, and the great monk Wang He can block it. But as long as the great monk Wang He attacks him once, he will die. Hearing that Li Yuanba agreed, Brother Lu felt relieved. The two of them looked at the teams coming for reinforcements. They were 2 teams. One was the Yuqing sect team led by the great monk Wang He and another great monk Lei Xiao, and the other was led by the 2 great monks of the Baidi sect team. The 2 teams each have 100 middle stage nascent soul monks, which should make up for the previous difference. Wang He has met fellow Taoists. Long time no see. Great monk Wang He stood on top of the second base and said in a deep voice while looking down. He did not hide his power, and everyone present felt the terrifying oppression. Whether he was a middle-stage nascent soul monk or a great monk. The great monks looked at each other, and then they all flew into the air, floating together with the great monk Wang He, so that their momentum would not be suppressed too much by the great monk Wang He. The great monks have a very tacit understanding. Perhaps this is also related to the long time of fighting together. The auras of the great monks are connected with each other, and together they can resist the momentum of the great monk Wang He. For a while, The great monk Wang He was unable to suppress these great monks, although the combat power of these great monks was far behind him. I met fellow Taoist Wang, but I didn't expect fellow Taoist Wang to come over. I thought the cleanup task would be much easier after coming, a great monk said calmly. Due to the previous provocative behavior of the great monk Wang He, all the great monks in the second base were united unprecedentedly. Where is Li Yuanba? A great genius came out of Jiani Chou Shao Pavilion, and he can kill the great monk. Great monk Wang He ignored the target of the great monk's words and asked as he glanced at the second base. His eyes fell on Li Yuanba, and he didn't need to look any further. In recent times, Li Yuanba, who had greatly improved his Chaos Sword intent, had made it almost impossible to hide his Chaos Sword intent through a lot of battles, making it Li Yuanba stood out among the thousands of mid-stage nascent soul monks. It's not that Li Yuanba didn't want to hide his sword intent, but because of the continuous fighting, his sword intent improved too quickly. Hiding his sword intent would actually affect the improvement of his Chaos Sword intent. Besides, in the second base, all the monk's auras are released to the outside. This is caused by long-term battles, but his aura is the most obvious among the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul. Chapter 780 War. Nice to meet you. Great monk Wang He looked at Li Yuanba and said lightly. As soon as his words came out, Brother Liu and Brother Wu both approached Li Yuanba. If he really wanted to make any move, these two sword masters would take action immediately. This is a clear attitude. Brother Qiao of Yuqing sect broke the rules before, and Brother Qiao paid the price with his own life. Although the matter has been resolved, if Brother Wang He breaks the rules, it's not that simple anymore. The great monk Wang He can represent almost half of the will of the Yuqing sect, except for the particularly important matters that need to be decided by the powerful. The other great monks Wang He are the highest powerful people in the Yuqing sect's affairs. The great monk Wang He did not take action, and it was impossible for him to take action in this situation. He glanced deeply at Li Yuanba, and then withdrew his gaze. Li Yuanba observed the Yuqing sect's team, and then the Baidi sect's team. The Baidi sect's team's combat strength could only be considered average. After all, when the Baidi sect evacuated, the two great monks each took away 2 core monks, which made the Baidi sect's losses in the Hell Cave not as great as imagined. Even if 100 ordinary middle-stage nascent soul monks had fallen, it would still be acceptable to the Baidi sect. There are only core monks. Due to the previous losses, Baidi sect has not yet recovered and can no longer accept the loss of core monks. In addition, the monks of the Baidi sect are greatly restricted in the Hell Cave. This is related to the fighting habits of the monks of the Baidi sect. The most commonly used magic weapon by the monks of the Baidi sect is the mountain magic weapon. However, in the Hell Cave, the attacks from the mountain magic weapon will cause great pollution. This kind of pollution is aimed at the mountain magic weapon itself. If used too much, it will even make it impossible to take the mountain magic weapon back into the body, and its power will be greatly reduced. It will take a long time to slowly remove the pollution. That's why the Baidi sect suffered a big loss in the Hell Cave. Compared with the situation where all the monks here are unable to use magic weapons, the monks of the Baidi sect are the most affected. Li Yuanba is not too worried about the Baidi sect. The Baidi sect's combat power in the Hell Cave is not a big threat to him. There is only Yuqing sect. This time Yuqing sect not only sent the great monk Wang He, but also a great monk with average strength. Such combat power was enough to suppress Li Yuanba, and even directly threaten Li Yuanba's life. The great monk Wang He put away his strong aura. The reason why he activated the strong aura as soon as he arrived was that he needed to intimidate the great monks here. Previously, the performance of Brother Qiao and another great monk was too poor, which greatly lost the face of Yuqing sect and made the great monks here look down upon Yuqing sect. After his strong suppression, the great monks recognized the strength of Yuqing sect. At this time, he communicated with the great monks with a smile, while another great monk Lai Xiao directed the Jade Qing sect monks to enter the second base. As for the great monk Wang He, the great monks do not want to make enemies. The combat power of the great monk Wang He is too powerful, and they cannot resist it. As long as the great monk Wang He no longer violates the rules, the great monks are willing to accept him as a member here. However, during the communication process, neither the great monk Wang He nor the other great monks mentioned Li Yuanba's innate magical power. Li Yuanba stood together with the 2 great sword cultivators. This was the request of the 2 great sword cultivators. With the 3 of them together, even if the great monk Wang He launched an attack, I believe that the combined strength of the 3 of them would be enough to deal with it. Wang He is a great monk. Therefore, Li Yuanba had the opportunity to watch the exchange between the great monks. Fellow Taoist Liu, I heard that Jiani Chongshao Pavilion has arranged the space acceptance formation. Here, I hope that the Yuqing sect can get 6 quotas to use it. After communicating with the great monks, Great Monk Wang He came to Brother Liu said in front of him. I guess fellow Taoist one doesn't know that there is indeed a space acceptance array here, but the number of users of the space acceptance array is limited. It has reached the limit, and no more places can be added. Brother Liu smiled, replied, no matter from any aspect. He did not want Yuqing Zone to use the space receiving formation. This is easy to handle. I will have a friendly discussion with them. I think they will give up some quotas. In fact, not only the Yuqing sect, but other non-Zhongzhou continent teams also need a small number of quotas to ensure the core monks and the great monks themselves safe. Senior Monk Wang Yi looked at Senior Monk Liu with sharp eyes and said in a more serious tone. As soon as the words of the great Monk Wang Yi came out, he immediately received the support of the great monks who were not the superpowers of Zhongzhou continent. If you really can use the power of space acceptance formation, then in the Hell Cave, even if the Baidi sect and the Yuqing sect encounter the same disaster, at least the safety of the core monks and major monks can still be guaranteed. This is even safer than the magical power of Xiantianimu, which directly escapes the danger of the H.L. Cave and returns to the safe H.L. Island. I support fellow Taoist Wang's proposal. It's not a big deal for you to give up some of your places, but it is an extra safety guarantee for us. A senior monk stood up and said. The rest of the great monks, who were not in Zhongzhou continent, expressed their agreement. One word from the great monk Wang Yi caused the originally united monks to collapse and divide into 2 factions. Li Yuanba sighed in his heart. The great monk Wang Yi's methods were very good. He used his strength to make the great monks realize the power of Yuqing sect, divided the great monks with their interests, and mastered the control of people's hearts. Obviously, the great monks in Zhongzhou continent could not withstand the pressure. They discussed it, and finally divided the quotas equally among several superpowers based on the number of non-core monks and great monks in Zhongzhou continent. Of course, none of the great monks suggested that Sword Intention Chongshao Pavilion allocate quotas. Sword Intention Chongshao Pavilion is not a good-tempered person. If it really pisses off the sword cultivators, it is very likely that the space acceptance formation will be used. All places are forfeited. Therefore, no matter how these superpowers are distributed, it will not affect the interests of Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. I will make up for the tasks owed by Yuqing Zong from today on. Great Monk Wang He announced after he got what he wanted. Yuqing sect and Baidi sect were owed more than a month of tasks. What he said greatly reduced the pressure on the other teams and gave them a lot more rest time. This made him welcome again by the great monks. At this time, the great monk seemed to have forgotten his previous strong suppression. Li Yuanba returned to his tent. He summoned 5 mid-stage golden corpses, and at the same time took out 72 4th-grade formation flags to re-strengthen the tent's protection. He had not done this before, but there was an extra person in the second base who was powerful enough to threaten his existence. And he was still a powerful and hostile existence. This made him feel at ease. The formation of 72 4th-level formation flags could only slow down the actions of the great monk Wang He at most. In addition, the delay effect of the 5 mid-stage golden corpses was extremely limited. But with this time, Li Yuanba would have time to react and use the speed of Ling Baoxing's sword to escape with his sword. As for the 5 mid-stage golden corpses, in fact, he was not as interested in the 5 mid-stage golden corpses as other monks imagined. The real body Li Shiming has completely mastered the Heavenly Man Cave Heaven. Although he cannot summon the golden corpses from the Heavenly Man Cave Heaven for use, it is not a problem to obtain the corpse cores of some Cave Heaven golden corpses. In the past, he still needed to consider the issue of corpse refining resources. But now the corpse refining resources in his hands, which are the corpse refining resources gathered by so many super forces, are enough for him to refine a lot of midterm golden corpses. As long as he can ensure his own safety, he can accept some losses. Li Yuanba prepared for the worst and made arrangements in the tents at the second base. However, Brother Wang He was not crazy enough to dare to break the rules. Even the previous Brother Qiao wanted to sneak attack Li Yuanba when there were no other monks. Under the leadership of the great monk Wang He, the Yuqing sect team cleaned up the H.L. creatures at an extremely fast speed. Lei Xiao is at the peak of the great monks. Especially monks like Lei Xiao who rarely need to use magic weapons to attack directly. Magic weapons are more used to stimulate thunder and lightning, making the environment of the H. L cave particularly suitable for Lei Xiao's performance. Great Monk Wang He. The combat power in the Hell Cave is minimally affected. In just 5 days, the Yuqing sect team completed the cleanup area that other superpower teams took for a month. Great Monk Wang He fulfilled his promise with practical actions, and used his strong combat power to win the recognition of more great monks. No wonder the Great Monk Wang He kept silent about the blessing of the Innate magical power. Judging from the situation these days, the Great Monk Wang He did not need the blessing of the Innate magical power at all. The L creatures here are extremely difficult to deal with for other great monks. But this is not the case for Great Monk Wang He. In just a few days, his voice in the second base has increased a lot, surpassing that of Brother Liu of Jinni Chongshao Pavilion. This is an unsolvable matter. The monks only believe in strength. After the strength of the Great Monk Wang He was fully demonstrated, he was naturally convinced by all the monks. Compared with Li Yuanba's innate magical power blessing, a being who is powerful enough to easily kill the creatures in L is more easily accepted by the monks. Li Yuanba could feel his influence declining. If it weren't for the blessing of the innate magical power that was given every 2 days, he would have doubted whether the great monks would have an antagonistic attitude towards him because of the Great Monk Wang He. Of course, the arrival of the Great Monk Wang He is not all bad. At least the pressure on the creatures in L has been relieved. Even if they encounter a battle formation of 5 late-stage L creatures, there is no need to worry about the second base being breached again. The days seem to have returned to the time of fighting every day. Li Yuanba never left the team of Sword Intention Chongshao Pavilion. He used fighting to sharpen his sword intention, and no longer considered the pressure brought by the Great Monk Wang He. The team of monks continued to clean up, and a large number of L creatures were killed. One thing that makes Li Yuanba feel gratified is that all the L's crystal essence has gathered here. Even the Yuqing sect and the Baidi sect sent the L-tired crystal essence to Sword Intention Chongshao Pavilion in return for allowing them to use the space acceptance formation. In fact, during this period of time, due to the space acceptance formation, the superpower teams had fewer worries in the battle, and their combat power was better displayed. The core monks played a great role in the battle. The days passed day by day, and 3 months passed quickly. The 3-month cleanup speed far exceeded previous estimates, and was almost the previously planned cleanup speed of more than a year. Of course, as we advance further and further, we encounter greater resistance. The number of late-stage 4-stage L creatures has increased significantly, with at least 1 to 2 late-stage 4-stage L creatures launching attacks every 2 days. Even later, more than 5 of the late 4th level L creatures appeared. Even if Great Monk Wang He took action, he could not kill all these late 4th level L creatures. The late 4th grade L creatures here are even more cunning. Once they are unable to achieve results, they will take the initiative to evacuate. They will not fight to the death like those former 4th grade L creatures before when there is no hope. The monks' losses here began to increase. The core monks had the space acceptance talisman, and could use the talisman to return to Hell Island instantly in times of danger. But most ordinary monks did not have such treatment. When core monks are attacked by late-level 4th level L creatures, they may still use life-saving means to escape. But ordinary monks have almost no chance of survival once they are attacked by late-level 4th level L creatures. Not to mention other teams. Even Jinni Chongshao Pavilion also suffered some losses. Li Yuanba blessed each sword cultivator with the magical power of innate. But even so, it still could not prevent some sword cultivators from being killed instantly by the surprise 4th level late L creatures. No matter how powerful the healing effect of the magical power of innate is, it cannot heal the sword cultivators who were killed instantly. These sword cultivators also have no chance to activate the space acceptance talisman. We should be almost reaching the core area. Great Monk Wang He's voice sounded from the Great Monk communication channel. It depends on what the situation is. There are so many late-stage 4th grade monsters. This density is terrifying. Another Great Monk then said. Each of the 4th grade late-stage L creatures is equivalent to a Great Monk. But in the Hell Cave, they have killed more than 100 late-stage 4th grade L creatures. Looking at the situation ahead, they are afraid that the number of late-stage 4th grade L creatures in the Hell Cave will exceed this number. If the fighting methods of the late 4th level L creatures were not very simple, and their intelligence was not very strong, the human Great Monks would not be able to clean them up so smoothly. Why haven't the second batch of reinforcements arrived yet? A monk asked. In the previous plan, There was a second batch of reinforcements. But they were almost reaching the core area, and the reinforcements had not arrived yet. Chapter 781 Arrival. It should be here soon. Since the arrival of the great monk Wang He, the speed of clearing the H.L. monsters has increased many times compared with the original plan. It seems that it has disrupted the preparation of reinforcements. A great monk who got the news said, and the great monk said in the communication audio channel. I still want to thank you all for your efforts. I just did what the Yuching sect should do. Great monk Wang He responded with a smile in the channel. Good news. Reinforcements have arrived. At this moment, a great monk shouted happily. Following the words of this great monk, many great monks also received corresponding news. This was news from the monks who stayed on Hell Island. The environment in the Hell Cave is a bit weird. You must first contact the entrance base, and then contact the entrance base with Hell Island, so that the message can be transmitted. We're finally here. It seems we can return to the sect earlier. Some great monks have long wanted to leave the Hell Cave. The radiation environment here makes them very uncomfortable. Even if they use magic weapons as little as possible, their magic weapons are still more or less contaminated. In addition, the radiation pollution on the physical body is constantly accumulating. If you really stay for too long, it may cause some irresolvable troubles for the monks. The troops who were fighting also withdrew after hearing the news. After most of a day passed, the second batch of reinforcements finally arrived. The superpower teams reinforced this time were led by a great monk. And there were as many as 200 monks in the middle stage of Nascent Soul. The person coming from Sword and Tent Chongshao Pavilion is Brother Tung, who is very familiar with Li Yuanba. The arrival of 200 sword cultivators also brought with them a large number of talismans. These talismans were all 4th grade intermediate talismans made by mid-stage Yuanying monks, and possessed the attack power of mid-stage Yuanying monks. 300 sword cultivators were allocated, and each sword cultivator could be assigned 10 talismans. This shows that Sword and Tent Chongshao Pavilion has made a big deal this time. The value of 3,000 mid-level 4th grade talismans alone is an extremely considerable amount of wealth. This is of course not for daily consumption, but for an additional means of quickly responding to the enemy in times of danger. In fact, compared to most of the superpowers here, there is a slight gap in the number of sword cultivators in Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. The talent of sword cultivator is too rare. Even though Jiani Chongshao Pavilion has dedicated monks in the entire world of immortality, who are responsible for recruiting young people with gold talent. And Jiani Chongshao Pavilion has excellent methods for gold talent monks to master sword and tent, but still cannot make the number of sword cultivators reach the level of other superpowers. The Jiani Chongshao Pavilion has the same problem as the Yuching sect. This time the Yuching sect sent the powerful monk Wang He here, because it really couldn't afford the loss. Lei Xiao and sword cultivator have difficulty recruiting disciples. The number of monks has always been a barrier that restricts the development of the two superpowers. Of course, with the strength of Lei Cultivator and Sword Cultivator, if the number of monks were equal to that of other superpowers, then Yuching sect and Jiani Chongshao Pavilion would already have a combat power far beyond that of other superpowers. The new Sword Cultivator communicated with the Sword Cultivators, who had been fighting for a long time, and learned about the situation of the battle in the Hell Cave. Li Yuanba blessed the 200 Sword Cultivators with the magical power of innate Imu, one by one. As for the preparations for the space acceptance formation, they had already been prepared before the 200 sword cultivators entered the H.L. Cave. The second batch of reinforcing monks rested for a day, except for the remaining high monks at the necessary checkpoints on Hell Island. All the other high monks came to the second base. All the great monks have managed the fellow monks and started to line up. Today we will officially start to clear the H.L. Cave. The voice of the great monk Wang He resounded over the second base. His combat prowess was the strongest, and his superb performance in recent months made the great monks recommend him as the battle commander. The power of this combat command is not very great, and it is responsible for directional command. At the level of monks, it is managed by the great monks of their respective superpowers. All the superpower monks left the tent and formed a team with their respective superpowers. More than 5,000 mid-stage nascent soul monks and more than 50 great monks gathered together. The terrifying aura stirred the sky and distorted the light above the H.L. Cave. All the monks present were excited. This was a very large task that was rare in hundreds or even thousands of years. There are so many middle-stage nascent soul monks and great monks standing together. This is the first time for most of the monks here to see them. Go forward! Great monk Wang He waved his hand. There is no need to say anything more. The teams of each superpower are arranged in a parallel manner. This is a combat method that has been discussed long ago. Now, the great monks no longer need to preserve anything. According to the research and analysis of the Hell Cave, they know that the previous cleanup has been extremely close to the core area of the cave. The monks moved forward neatly, and their numbers maintained an absolute advantage when encountering the H.L. creatures. The sword cultivators of Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion are assigned a position near the leftmost area, where the pressure is very small. In the past, the sword cultivators of Jinni Chongshao Pavilion would have been placed in the middle position, where the war pressure was greatest. But since the influence of the great monk Wang He has grown, the Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion's voice in the Hell Cave has also weakened, and the sword cultivators no longer need to take the lead in the battle. On the contrary, the Yuqing Sect's team was in the middle, with thunder and lightning flashing constantly, and the H.L. creatures were killed before they could even get close. Li Yuanba sent out a sword light and killed a H.L. creature that was close to the team. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill more H.L. creatures, but that the number of H.L. creatures in front of the sword cultivator team was limited. He looked in the direction of the great monk Wang He and couldn't help but smile. Although the great monk Wang He didn't say anything, everyone could tell that his behavior was to suppress the sword cultivator team of Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion. But what is the point of this suppression? The Sword Intention Chongshao Pavilion will not suffer any losses due to the suppression of the great monk Wang He. If the Sword Intention Chongshao Pavilion is really like the Yuqing sect and sends the strongest sword cultivator, there will be no such thing as the great monk Wang He. It's over. In addition, among the superpowers here, which one does not have the existence of the peak monk? Why haven't they been sent? It's not that they don't need it. If the two previous Lei Xiao monks from the Yuqing sect had not died, let's see if the Yuqing sect would send the great monk Wang He. Li Yuanba saw it clearly, and he guessed that many great monks also saw it. Yuanba, after this mission is over, you should be able to retreat, Brother Lu said through a message. It was also because the war was too easy that Brother Lu was bored enough to chat with Li Yuanba. I think I will go into semi-reclusion when I go back. I'm afraid complete seclusion is not possible. I still have some alchemy commissions to complete. Li Yuanba thought for a while and replied. Due to intensive battle training, his Chaos Sword Intent has already reached an extremely deep level. According to his feeling, even if his realm reaches the peak of the middle nascent soul, there will be no problems due to insufficient understanding of the Sword Intent. Of course, in the middle stage of nascent soul, it is not easy to improve one's own cultivation. Although Li Yuanba has sufficient resources, he still needs a long time to practice. After I go back this time, my contribution points should be able to be exchanged for several alchemy resources, and I will ask you to help me then. Brother Lu made an appointment in advance. No problem. Li Yuanba agreed without even thinking. This made Master Lu very grateful. The time to start refining the elixir was uncertain, and it would take at least a month for the master to produce the elixir. This had a considerable impact on the monk's practice. Li Yuanba had enough training and was ready to practice with all his strength. Refining those fourth-grade elixirs in the early and middle stages of nascent soul would only take more than 10 hours at most. It would not have a big impact on his practice. But refining the elixirs for more than a month in a row was equivalent to consuming more than a month of his practice time. Li Yuanba didn't even consider it, which shows that Li Yuanba attaches great importance to Brother Lu. Master Lu understands the growth characteristics of sword cultivation. The improvement of sword cultivation requires the improvement of both cultivation and sword intention. The improvement of cultivation level means practicing in seclusion, while the improvement of swordsmanship requires a lot of battles to hone. Now Li Yuanba's sharpening of sword intent is enough. What is needed is seclusion and practice. Lu Wu can reach the middle stage of nascent soul this time when he returns. Li Yuanba turned to look at his disciple Lu Wu and said with a smile, This mission will be of great help to his experience. Speaking of his son, Brother Lu said with a smile on his face. Lu Wu followed the sword cultivator team. Although he was under the care of Master Lu and Li Yuanba, he was still in danger several times. Fortunately, with the blessing of the magical power of innate Imu and the space acceptance formation to save his life, Lu Wu didn't get into trouble. It is still too dangerous for a monk in the early stage of Yuaning to be in the H.L. cave. But the benefits are also great. His sword power has been greatly improved, and he has met the requirements for promotion to the middle stage of Yuaning. Be careful. There is a situation ahead, Brother Tung reminded him loudly, interrupting the chat between Li Yuanba and Brother Lu. At this time, the number of H.L. creatures suddenly increased greatly. Even the Jenny Cho Shao Pavilion team located on the left edge began to have to face a large number of H.L. creatures. Li Yuanba had no intention of chatting, so he waved his hand with a few sword lights. The Chaos Sword Intent no longer has the sharp edge as before, and the consumption has been reduced a lot. But its power has not decreased but increased. This is the benefit of mastering the Chaos Sword Intent. It is estimated that no sword cultivator can grow as fast as him in Sword Intent. He is fighting here, honing the Chaos Sword Intent. On the other hand, Li Shiming, the main body, sharpened his feelings by sharing the Chaos Sword Intent of his clone Li Yuanba, and continued to strengthen the Chaos Sword Intent by studying the Sword Intent Monument. If you compare the Chaos Sword Intent a few months ago with the current Chaos Sword Intent, you can see the difference between the two. Now his Chaos Sword Intention is getting closer and closer to the Sword Intention on the Sword Intent Monument. Of course, there is still a long way to go with the Sword Intention on the Sword Intent Monument, but he is getting closer. Middle. With the current Chaos Sword Intention, he is confident that when facing an ordinary Great Monk, he can defeat him with the top-quality 4th grade Xingyi sword. The ordinary Great Monks he imagined were based on Great Monks of the level of Brother Guguang and Brother Qiao. Li Yuanba's sword light kept flashing, clearing away the H.L. creatures in front of the team like mowing grass. Just when one of the sword lights struck a H.L. creature, the aura on the H.L. creature suddenly surged. This was a late 4th grade H.L. creature that had hidden its aura. But it was obvious that this late 4th level H.L. creature did not expect how powerful the Chaos Sword Intent it faced was. Although its aura surged, the sword light containing the Chaos Sword Intent was still powerful. Opened its body. The creatures from H.L. in the late 4th stage let out a roar. And this roar was full of unwillingness. Then its body collapsed. Although it had not fallen yet, it could no longer fight, and could only struggle. Li Yuanba was also shocked. He did not expect that there would be late 4th grade H.L. creatures. But the power of this sword light did not disappoint him. This late 4th level H.L. creature was also unlucky. He probably saw that his opponents were all mid-stage nascent soul sword cultivators. So he planned to paralyze the sword cultivators, directly receive a sword light attack, and take the opportunity to approach the sword cultivators team and launch an attack. But it never expected that the sword light that greeted it would be so terrifying. The Chaos Sword Intention cut through the defense of the late 4th grade H.L. creature, and the Chaos Sword Intent invaded its body and began to cause all-round destruction inside its body. From the soul to the body, fully differentiated attacks caused the late 4th grade H.L. creatures to lose control of their bodies. A flying sword shot into the head of the late 4th grade H.L. creature. The body of the late 4th grade H.L. creature turned into fly ash, leaving behind a L-tired crystal essence. Yuanba, your strength seems to have improved a lot. I can't make it as easy as you do, Brother Lu said to Li Yuanba with emotion after killing the late 4th grade H.L. creatures. As a great sword cultivator, he rarely takes action in ordinary battles like this, and will only take action at critical moments. His full attack was naturally stronger than the sword light emitted by Li Yuanba. But the sword light emitted by Li Yuanba was continuous, which showed that the sword light did not consume much on Li Yuanba. Brother Lu did not have such means. The reason why the sword light he emitted was more powerful than Li Yuanba's was because he increased the output of sword intent and spiritual power to the sword light, and also added a trace of rule power. If he continued to emit sword light like Li Yuanba, he would not be able to casually inflict heavy damage on the late 4th grade H.L. creatures. If every sword light had such power, the energy in his body would not be able to sustain it. It's because this late 4th level H.L. monster didn't do any defense, Li Yuanba explained with a smile. Although he explained it like this, the performance just now made all the sword cultivators excited. A sword light severely damaged the H.L. creatures in the late 4th stage. This is not the sword light that the sword cultivator in the middle stage of nascent soul can emit. Chapter 782 Oath. The sword cultivators of Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion encountered late 4th grade H.L. creatures. So the teams in the middle of the formation naturally encountered more late 4th grade H.L. creatures. The unique thunder and lightning flashes of the Yuqing sect's team turned the area in front of them into a sea of thunder. It can be seen that with powerful monks like Great Monk Wang He around, even if encountering strong resistance from H.L. creatures, the Yuqing sect can still handle it with ease. However, the Baidi sect next to them was having a hard time. Many monks were attacked by a careless move. The core monks were better. and they instantly used the Space Acceptance Talisman and disappeared from the place. The rest of the ordinary monks could only fall to the ground in pain, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. The monks of the Baidi sect had no choice but to use the mountain-like magic weapon. They did not care about the contamination of the mountain-like magic weapon by the H.L. creatures. They smashed down the mountain-like magic weapons one after another to stop the H.L. creatures that broke through the defense. The two great monks of the Baidi sect rushed to make amends. But at this moment, several late 4th level H.L. creatures seemed to have been waiting for this opportunity. When the two great monks changed their targets, they suddenly charged from the H.L. creatures. These late 4th level H.L. creatures rushed into the White Emperor sect's team and massacred the White Emperor sect's monks. Another great monk from the Baidi sect used his natal magic weapon, the mountain magic weapon, but still could not stop the massacre of several late 4th level H.L. creatures. When the other two great monks from the Baidi sect came to support, at least 30 monks from the Baidi sect had fallen. The three great monks exploded with all their strength, and finally managed to withstand the slaughter of the H.L. creatures in the late 4th stage. But they could not hold on for long. This kind of all-out explosion could not last long. They want to wait for help from other superpower teams. But other superpowers are also in trouble. This time, the number of late 4th grade H.L. creatures among the H.L. creatures was quite large, almost holding back all the great monks, making it impossible for the great monks to assist each other. Only the team near Jianichou Shao Pavilion and two great sword cultivators from Jianichou Shao Pavilion came to help them. On the sword cultivator team, there is a great sword cultivator left, and with Li Yuanba, who is almost equivalent to a great sword cultivator, there is no problem in dealing with possible troubles. On the Jade Qing sect side, Great Monk Wang He repelled the 4th level late stage H.L. creatures that attacked the Yuqing sect team, leaving two late level 4th level H.L. creatures behind. He took action to save the endangered Baidi sect, and continued to help other superpowers. When the chaos stabilized, except for Jianichou Shao Pavilion, the rest of the team suffered varying degrees of losses. We need to concentrate our strength. We can no longer fight in this formation. The great monk of the Baidi sect put forward his own opinion. He looked at his monks, and his heart was bleeding. In a short period of time, there were 43 fewer monks, not including the two core monks who used the Space Acceptance Talisman to return to Hell Island. Yes, if we are attacked by H.L. monsters a few times like this, our losses will be too great. A senior monk continued. The great monks all looked at the great monk Wang He. The great monk Wang He was the nominal commander. If there was any problem, they would go to him. Change to the 4-square formation. Great monk Wang He also knew that he could not continue like this, and he said in a deep voice, the square formation is a square formation. There are more than 5,000 middle-term infant monks and more than 50 great monks. After forming a square formation, the outer monks and the inner monks are divided into 3 groups, taking turns to hold the top position. Front. The 2 groups of monks inside can attack with all their strength relatively safely. The most important thing is that most of the more than 50 great monks can be gathered together, so that the combat power of the great monks can be gathered together to burst out with greater power. The great monk Wang He was at the front of the square formation, with all the great monks on both sides of him. When this square formation moves forward, even if there are multiple late-stage 4th grade H.L. creatures in front, they will be easily killed by dozens of great monks. Of course, changing to a 4-sided formation slowed down the team's ability to clear out the H.L. creatures. The 4-sided formation attacked many times fewer H.L. creatures at the same time, but it was safer. Li Yuanba, get to that position. Great Monk Wang He suddenly said in the Great Monk communication channel after fighting for a while. The position he was referring to was the left corner of the square formation, which was the most attacked position besides the middle position and the right corner. Fellow Taoist Wang, this is against the rules. Yuanba is only a mid-stage Yuaning monk. You have no right to directly order the mid-stage Yuaning sword cultivator of sword in Tianchen Shao Pavilion. Brother Lu immediately objected. Fellow Taoist Lu, this is indeed the rule. But all of us know how powerful Li Yuanba is. His sword intent is extremely lethal to H.L. monsters, even easier than most of the great monks here. I think letting him that position is more suitable. I think everyone should have the same idea as me. When the great monk Wang He said this, his eyes swept across the great monks beside him. After months of fighting, he established a high prestige among the great monks. His proposal is reasonable, and Li Yuanba's position in the left corner is indeed suitable. Yes, it's okay for fellow Taoist Li to be in that position. We are all on the side, and we will take action if anything happens, a great monk said. After that, the rest of the great monks agreed one by one. They were not targeting Li Yuanba. They also believed that Li Yuanba could make greater contributions in the left corner, and safety should not be a problem. The front row of the square formation was all composed of high monks. Although the left corner would be attacked from two sides, it was not out of the attack range of the high monks. If Yuanba passes by, I will change to Yuanba's side. Seeing that there was nothing he could do, Brother Lu could only agree. Li Yuanba didn't care. He switched to the left corner with Brother Lu. After arriving at the left corner, he casually summoned 5 mid-stage golden corpses to stand in front of him. When the great monk Wang Yi saw the scene, he didn't say much. He had no intention of making any small moves under the eyes of many great monks. Although almost all the great monks support him now. If Li Yuanba's safety is really endangered, most of the great monks here will come to his rescue. The great monks all owed Li Yuanba a favor, and their innate magical power still needed Li Yuanba's blessing. Yuanba, you have to be careful. I always feel that Wang Yi has bad intentions, Brother Lu reminded Li Yuanba through sound transmission. It's okay. Actually, you don't have to come over. Lu Wu still needs your protection, Li Yuanba replied with a smile. I gave Lu Wu to Brother Tung. He is safe inside the formation, Brother Lu said solemnly. Monk Tingda was not in the front, but in charge of the rear of the four-sided formation. There were few attacks from L creatures there, so it was relatively easy. Although they were communicating, all the monks' attacks did not stop. Li Yuanba came to the left corner, and his pressure suddenly increased many times. From both directions ahead and to the left, L creatures were constantly coming towards him. The sword light containing Chaos Sword Intent shot at the L creatures as he divided the sword light again and again. Each sword light can clear a long area wherever the sword light passes. He felt the sword intent in his body. Because the Chaos Sword Intention was too powerful, he could achieve such results by dividing very little Chaos Sword Intent every time. The other great monks were also secretly observing his battles. They had previously regarded his status as equal to that of the great monks and had seen his fighting style. But this was the first time that he had fought together with all the great monks. The great monks didn't want Li Yuanba to surpass them, no matter what. He was the great monk. Seeing that Li Yuanba killed many L creatures with a single sword light, they also deliberately increased the intensity of their attacks. Each attack could have an attack effect that exceeded that of Li Yuanba. As a result, the speed at which the L creatures are being cleared out suddenly increases. After the battle lasted for several hours, some of the great monks had already begun to take spiritual pills to restore their spiritual power. This was the result of excessive consumption that could not be replenished in time. The spiritual power in Li Yuanba's body is not as good as that of the great monks, but the consumption of each sword light he has is much less than the attack cost of the great monks, which gives him long-lasting attack power. In order to exceed the power of his attack, the great monks have been maintaining a high-intensity attack, so they cannot persist for too long. Step back a mile and prepare to rest. Great monk Wang Yi saw this and gave the order helplessly. If this continues, once the great monks consume too much and encounter a large number of late 4th grade L creatures, they may suffer heavy casualties. The four-party formation slowly retreated. During the retreat, the L creatures chasing in front were killed. When they retreated to a distance of 1 mile, the L creatures chasing in front were almost cleared. The great monks also understood the purpose of this break. Many of the great monks felt that their spiritual power was being consumed too much, all for the sake of face. In front of so many great monks, if you really don't perform as well as Li Yuanba, a mid-stage nascent soul monk, it will be extremely embarrassing if you tell anyone about it in the future. Yuanba, you have made them suffer. Brother Lu sent a message. What do they think? We are sword cultivators, and they are competing with sword cultivators for attack power? Li Yuanba shook his head and said with a smile, Yes, the attack power is compared with that of a swordsman. Brother Lu also laughed. It seems that Brother Lu has forgotten that Li Yuanba is still a monk in the middle stage of Yuanying. Or perhaps Brother Lu has stopped treating Li Yuanba as a monk in the middle stage of Yuanying a long time ago. Li Yuanba, I want to talk to you. Monk Wang Yi came to Li Yuanba's side and said. His actions attracted the attention of the great monks. Brother Lu winked at the distant monks Wu Da and Tungda. The 3 sword cultivators were all ready for battle. Senior Wang, please speak. Li Yuanba smiled and made a gesture of invitation. He has 5 mid-stage golden corpses beside him. Even if the great monk Wang He suddenly attacks, he is confident enough that the 5 mid-stage golden corpses will stand in front of him in time to block the attack of the great monk Wang He. Of course, in the current situation, unless the brain of the great monk Wang He is broken, he will attack Li Yuanba. I hope to discuss your grudges with the Yuqing sect after we leave the Hell Cave. In the Hell Cave, we still give priority to our mission. On behalf of the Yuqing sect, I make an oath with you to live in peace with you in the Hell Cave. Defend the enemy. Great monk Wang He said in a deep voice. His words were still beyond Li Yuanba's expectation. Master Wang He obviously didn't want any trouble in the Hell Cave. Or perhaps Master Wang He was confident that he could deal with him in the outside world in the future. But none of this mattered. As long as Yuqing Zone, and he could live in peace in Hell Cave. He didn't care at all that he would encounter trouble when leaving Hell Cave. In the Hell Cave, his ability to protect himself has actually declined greatly. Without the ability to use the magic foot power, his speed relies entirely on the sword escape performed by Xingyijian. Although Xingyijian has 400 million speed runes, and is extremely fast when performing sword escape, this speed is still not enough in front of Lei Xiu Great Monk Wang He. I am willing to live peacefully with Yu Qingzong in the Hell Cave. Li Yuanba nodded and replied. Monk Wang He casually drew an oath rune in front of him. Li Yuanba used his divine vision to observe the oath rune. Monk Lu on the side sent a message to Li Yuanba, telling Li Yuanba that there was nothing wrong. Witnessed by many great monks, the two parties signed an oath contract against the oath runes. After seeing the oath runes successfully turned into contracts, the great monks present breathed a sigh of relief. In the past few months, the conflict between the Yuqing sect and Jiani Chouxiao Pavilion, or the conflict between the great monk Wang He and Li Yuanba, has caused the great monks to feel in a dilemma. On one side is the powerful monk Wang He. Monk Wang He's combat power is the strongest guarantee in times of danger. On one side is Li Yuanba, who possesses the magical power of innate Imu. Not only can he bless the innate Imu magical power, he can also provide timely treatment when he is seriously injured. No matter who the great monks here are, they all owe Li Yuanba a favor. This is the best. The Hell Cave requires full cooperation from both sides, Grand Venerable Hungwang said with a smile. The great monks congratulated each other, as if they were happier than both parties involved. Senior monk Wang He was actually helpless in his heart. He also wanted to solve Li Yuanba's trouble quickly. But after such a long period of observation, he found that the 3 sword cultivator monks in Jiani Chouxiao Pavilion protected Li Yuanba extremely well. There was no chance for him at all. Li Yuanba himself was very careful and never acted alone. The long-term confrontation made the sword cultivators of Jiani Chouxiao Pavilion extremely wary of the great cultivator Wang He. If the situation in the Hell Cave was not critical, great monk Wang He would not care. However, as the Hell creatures in the Hell Cave become more and more threatening, he does not want to continue like this. He needs to unite all the monks, including the sword cultivators from the Sword Intent Chouxiao Pavilion, to complete the mission of the Hell Cave. Chapter 783 Crack. Without the threat from the Yuqing sect, at least within the scope of the Hell Cave, Li Yuanba no longer has to worry about attacks from the Yuqing sect. This made him take off his guard, and his whole body felt much more relaxed. He used the magical power of innate Imu to treat the injured monks. At the same time, some core monks and major monks who had consumed the blessing of innate Imu magical power were also blessed again. This time, after 3 days of rest, all the monks who returned to Hell Island in an emergency also returned. 3 days later, the monks were reorganized and moved forward again. This time, there was no big monk to compare with Li Yuanba. The previous lessons made them clear that the consequences of doing so would not be good. Li Yuanba only used the Chaos Sword Intent and maintained the top quality of the 4th grade sword suspended above his head, constantly dividing it into sword lights on his own and shooting towards the approaching Hell creatures. 10,000 Swords Peak was not taken out. 10,000 Swords Peak was his life-saving weapon. The only ones who knew how powerful 10,000 Swords Peak were the sword cultivators of Sword Intent Chouxiao Pavilion. In fact, in a battle of this level, he does not need to use all his strength. His combat power is extremely limited. He looked at the great monk Wang He in the middle of the team. The Jade Pure Thunder Code was used by the great monk Wang He to a level that he could not imagine. Watching the battle of the great monk Wang He at such a close distance was of no help to him. But it was of great benefit to Li Shiming. The main body This is the battle of a great monk at the peak of Lashio, and it is impossible to see it in ordinary times. Through the application of the Jade Clear Thunder Code by the great monk Wang He, the main body Li Shiming can gain more insights into the Jade Clear Thunder Code practiced. That is to say, Li Shiming has a lot of brains and has the help of Z15, so he can study and understand the Chaos Sword Intent and Jade Purity Thunder Code while practicing in seclusion. This time, based on previous experience, more than 50 great monks took part in rotational battles, and the role of 5,000 mid-stage nascent soul monks was also brought into play. Only when the H.L. creatures appear in the late 4 stage, the great monks will take action. The rest of the time, the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul will launch waves of ranged spell attacks. Although this attack method makes the advancement slower, the endurance is enhanced. In the left corner of Li Yuanba, he and Brother Lu took turns to rest, protected by 5 mid-stage golden corpses. Neither he nor Brother Lu needed to worry about being approached by H.L. creatures. Continuous advancement, even if it is an okay rotation. But as the fighting time increases, fatigue still appears on the monks. Take the elixir! Unexpectedly, the great monk Wang He did not let the monks rest, but issued an order. It is not difficult to use the elixir to restore energy, but it cannot last for too long. You can use the elixir once or twice to restore your energy. After a long time, you must rest, especially for the spiritual power in the body. The recovery effect of the elixir is far less than the recovery of movement skills. I feel strong spatial fluctuations. There should be some important place ahead. Brother Lu was taking a rest. He looked into the distance and said with some confusion. Li Yuanba felt it even more strongly than he did. He himself had practiced magic foot power and was extremely sensitive to space fluctuations. This spatial fluctuation made his scalp numb, and the divine foot power runes in his body even trembled slightly. If the space fluctuations caused by the previous space collapse in the Hell Cave were grenade explosions, the space fluctuations in front of him felt like nuclear explosions. I'm a little uneasy. The space fluctuations are too strong, Li Yuanba said via voice transmission. Be careful when the time comes, and don't get too close. Brother Lu thought for a while and said, it is impossible to stop at this time. We can only keep moving forward. Li Yuanba used his Shen eyes to observe the front. Unfortunately, the radiation energy here was too strong, making the scenery observed by his Shen eyes distorted and unable to be seen clearly. However, the space energy observed by Shin Mutong seems to have condensed into winding curves in the void, and it seems that the space here is not so stable. He turned to look at the great monk Wang He. He believed that the feeling of the great monk Wang He should be clearer. He was the existence closest to the powerful. The expression of the great monk Wang He was extremely serious, and his brows were furrowed, showing that he was under a lot of pressure. All the super forces did not send the strongest monk, but the Yuqing sect sent him. This also means that the Yuqing sect is the strongest in the Hell Cave and needs to shoulder more responsibilities. Now that he is commanding all the monks, he is responsible for the safety of all monks. The spatial fluctuations in front of him gave him an extremely unreal feeling. Based on his experience, he could judge why such spatial fluctuations occurred in front of him. But this shouldn't appear in a cave. Maybe it wouldn't be strange for him to appear anywhere in the outside world, but it would be too strange to appear in a cave. Everyone, there may be a space crack ahead. Do not fly. Do not activate the Space Acceptance Talisman, and fight with your feet on the ground. Great Monk Wang He said in the Great Monk Exchange audio channel. Impossible. This is inside the Hell Cave. There has never been a space crack in the cave. If there was a space crack leading to the outside world, and it was still at this location, a large number of H.L. monsters would have escaped from the Hell Cave. It's impossible that we didn't discover it. A great monk heard his words and immediately retorted. Theoretically, space cracks can only appear in the main world and cannot exist in the cave sky. There will be no space cracks in the cave. If the space is unstable, the space will collapse, just like what happened at the entrance to the H.L. cave. So far, no space cracks have appeared in any of the caves that have been explored. There were all great monks from the superpowers present, and they had the right to view some confidential information. Among them, the research on space cracks was involved in all the superpowers, and even the powerful ones had research on this aspect. But even the great power has confirmed that space cracks will only exist in the main world. The words of the great monk Wang He are contrary to the research conclusions of the great powers. This is something that cannot be tolerated by the great monks, who regard the great powers as the target of their worship.
Kill these L monsters, and you can see them,
Great Monk Wang He said in a deep voice without making any excuses. At this time, the great monks no longer held back, and each magic weapon was used to quickly clean up the late 4th grade L creatures that appeared. They wanted to see the situation ahead as soon as possible. After such a long battle, the monks have long seen the weaknesses of L creatures, the attack methods of L creatures, even the late 4th grade L creatures, are too single. This is the main reason why they cannot fight against human monks. In the past, the L creatures could rely on numerical superiority to fight. But after the number of human monks reached more than 5,000 mid-infant monks, and more than 50 monks, the numerical advantage was no longer there. The battle fell into constant slaughter, especially the presence of the great monk Wang He. Every attack he made would take away a large number of L creatures on the front of the square formation. Whether it is an ordinary L creature or a late-stage 4th grade L creature, there is only one result under the attack of thunder and lightning, and that is to be killed by the terrifying thunder and lightning.
I saw it! That's a space rift! What a rift in space!
With screams of surprise, the great monk saw a black crack standing on the ground. What surprised them the most was the L creatures that kept pouring out of the black cracks. It turns out that the L creatures are not bred in the L cave, but emerge from this black crack.
Use all your strength to clean up the L monsters around here. We must arrange a formation to block this space crack. Otherwise, we will not be able to kill all the L monsters.
Great Monk Wang He issued the order. The 4-sided formation of the monks began to rotate around the space crack, constantly killing the L creatures around the space crack. As one side is killed, a large number of formation bases will be deployed. At this time, Great Monk Wang He broke away from the square formation. He stood alone in front of the space crack, driving the
Sky Strike Thunder Hammer
to continuously send out thunder and lightning at the space crack. Li Yuanba was shocked to discover that the great monk Wang He had sealed the space crack by himself. Of course, this kind of outburst from the great monk Wang He could not be sustained for long, but it was already extremely powerful, beyond Li Yuanba's imagination. While fighting, Li Yuanba observed the arranged formation base. He discovered that this was a space-stabilizing formation. Once this formation was successfully deployed, it could suppress the space energy of the space cracks, thereby reducing the gaps in the space cracks. This is also a temporary space formation. It is not that simple to really seal this space crack. Judging from his formation level, this formation, which uses a large amount of precious 4th grade formation materials to make the formation base, can last for up to 6 days. He even suspected that the reason why he brought this set of space-stabilizing formations on this mission was not because he knew there were space cracks here, but to stabilize the space in the L cave and slow down the speed of space collapse. Compared with the battle of the great monk Wang He, the battle in the 4-square formation seemed very easy. When all the great monks were no longer retained, the number of L creatures surrounding the space cracks decreased sharply. Finally, after 7 hours of fighting, the L creatures around the space rift were finally cleared. Some L creatures approaching from a distance no longer pose any threat. On the side of the great monk Wang He, his whole body was flashing with electric light, and his body turned into a nascent soul form of more than 10 meters, which meant that he had activated all his combat power. Li Yuanba has been paying attention to the battle of the great monk Wang He, and the great monk Wang He is very likely to become his enemy. But after seeing the battle of the great monk Wang He clearly, Li Yuanba had only one idea. That is, it would be better to stay away from the great monk Wang He before he reached the level of the great monk. This is not about being timid, but about recognizing your own strength. When great monk Wang He exploded with all his strength, Li Yuanba saw 4 late-level 4th level L creatures from the other side of the space crack trying to rush over. However, during the process of passing through the space crack, only one head emerged and was killed by great monk Wang He. The thunder and lightning killed him. Li Yuanba was able to sense that the thunder and lightning of the great monk Wang He contained the rules of thunder and lightning. If he had not shared the experience of the rules of thunder and lightning from Li Shiming, he would not have been able to perceive the rules of thunder and lightning at this level. His spiritual eye is on, contacting Z15 to record the battle process of the great monk Wang He. This is extremely important data, and has a strong reference effect for the main body Li Shiming to practice.
Jade Clear Thunder Code. Help fight. Formation Masters. Hurry up and set up the formation.
Monk Wang He couldn't help shouting when he saw that all the monks were watching him fight. Each of his thunder and lightning strikes was inspired by the full force of his own thunder and lightning rules. This kind of explosion had already overwhelmed him. The thunder and lightning rules in his body are the foundation for his promotion to the Mahayana stage. Although ordinary consumption can be restored, if the consumption exceeds a certain limit, his foundation will be compromised. After hearing his words, the great monks joined the battle. Great Monk Wang He withdrew from the nascent soul Dharma, took out several more spiritual pills, and drank them. He did not dare to rest, but stood aside. If there was any trouble, he would take action to make up for it. On the other side, the formation was in progress. But due to the space fluctuations and battle aftermath that broke out from time to time in the space cracks, the arrangement work of several formation masters was progressing very slowly.
What's going on? Take the time to set up the formation. The monks are spending a lot of money.
Senior Monk Wang He said to several formation masters with some dissatisfaction.
Senior Wang, space fluctuations and the aftermath of the battle cause the energy here to constantly change. Every time we deploy a formation base, we need to perform a lot of calculations. This cannot be done quickly.
A formation master raised his head and explained.
How long will it take to set up the formation?
Great Monk Wang He wanted to get angry, but knowing that things could not be rushed, he asked in a deep voice.
I'm not sure. If everything goes well, it might take 2 days.
The formation master thought for a while and replied.
2 days? Look at the cracks in space. Where can you wait for another 2 days?
Monk Wang He finally couldn't hold back his anger and shouted loudly. Although the space rift is sealed now, the other side of the space rift seems to have discovered the blockade here. The number of H.L. creatures in the late 4th stage is constantly increasing. If it weren't for the fact that more than 50 monks were attacking the spatial cracks with fire, Senior Monk Wang He felt that he would not be able to seal the spatial cracks alone at this time. I really have to wait for 2 days, and I don't know what the result will be. After spending so much manpower and material resources, and killing so many monks, we found the source of the Hell Cave. We cannot fail because of the final formation.
We can only do our best. Setting up a formation in this environment is not that simple.
The formation master said helplessly after being yelled at. It's not that they don't want to be quick. The formation master's formation starlight sees calculation results that can be referenced. In a normal environment, no matter how complex the formation is, as long as the formation master has studied it, it can be quickly deployed. However, the various energies here are extremely chaotic. If you want to set up the formation here, you need to recalculate, exclude the interfering energy, and add the space energy into the calculation. This kind of calculation is the amount of calculations that several formation masters are in the world of cultivating immortals. Only the top ones can guarantee the success of the formation. Chapter 784 Arrangement.
I have some research on formations. Let me join in the formation.
Li Yuanba came to several formation masters at this time and said to the great monk Wang He. He already felt something was wrong. The spatial rift was under such attack, and it no longer had the stability it had before. He has practiced
magic foot power,
and is more sensitive to space energy than other monks. If the attack continues like this, the space crack will most likely collapse. The consequences of the collapse of the space rift are extremely serious. Although the space rift will disappear, before it disappears, its power is enough to clear out everything in a large range. The most terrifying thing is that this is the Hell Cave. After Z15's calculations, there is a 70% chance that the collapse of the space crack will swallow up the Hell Cave and wipe it out. And these monks in the Hell Cave will not be spared and will disappear together with the Hell Cave.
Li Yuanba. This is not a joke.
Great monk Wang He couldn't help being startled when he heard Li Yuanba's words. And he said in a deep voice, regarding Li Yuanba, the Yuqing sect had conducted an investigation, and he knew all the information about Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba was promoted to the middle stage of nascent soul at the age of 100, and became the core swordsman of Sword Intention Chongshao Pavilion. At the same time, he had strong combat power, and killed a super powerful monk on his own. This is almost the limit of the combat power of the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul. But according to the information from Yuqing sect, Li Yuanba's alchemy ability is also extremely strong. The centenary-year-old monk has achieved the ultimate in combat power and alchemy. This is already a miracle. If he can reach the level of several formation masters in the formation, the great monk Wang He will never believe it.
I'm not kidding. I feel like the space crack can't hold it anymore.
Li Yuanba pointed at the space crack and said. Monk Wang He was silent for a moment. In fact, he also sensed the instability of the space crack. And under the attacks of the major monks, this instability continued to increase.
You can join. If it doesn't work, quit immediately.
He waved his hand and said. Several formation masters wanted to object. But seeing that the great monk Wang He agreed, they couldn't object even if they wanted to. But they were thinking of driving Li Yuanba away as soon as he made one mistake. This was the formation master's position. And no matter how talented Li Yuanba was, he had nothing to do with the formation. Several formation masters can clearly sense that Li Yuanba is not a formation master, because Li Yuanba does not have the formation star C of formation master. The formation starlight C is the characteristic of the formation master. The absence of the formation starlight C means that Li Yuanba's formation calculation power is still at the level where he has to calculate every time. Li Yuanba did not consider the thoughts of several formation masters. He activated his Shen eyes and contacted Z15, passing the situation on the scene to Z15. Counting the interest time, Z15 gives the position of an array base. His consciousness grabbed a formation base and placed it at the designated position.
You?
The formation master next to him saw Li Yuanba's actions and was about to reprimand him, but found that after the formation base was put down, the energy transmission of the formation was normal. The other formation masters were also shocked. Li Yuanba's behavior was beyond their understanding. As Li Yuanba, under the guidance of Z15, used his spiritual consciousness to place the second formation base in one position, several formation masters began to grab their hair unconsciously. Without the formation master of the Xingguang Sea, what would Li Yuanba do for calculations? Could it be that he just relies on his brain for calculations? Li Yuanba began to arrange the third formation base again. And at this time, the great monk Wang Yi also saw that something was wrong. It took a long time for the previous formation masters to lay down a formation base. This was the result of the joint efforts of many formation masters. But watching Li Yuanba set up the formation, it looked like he was playing. And he had 3 formation bases set up in a short time.
Is there something wrong with the formation he arranged?
Great monk Wang He did not ask Li Yuanba, but asked the formation master who spoke before.
Senior Wang, his level of formation is unparalleled to anything I have ever seen. I'm ashamed that we still call ourselves formation masters. It turns out that we are just sitting at a well and looking at the sky. We have never seen a real formation master.
The formation master replied bitterly. Being able to be called a master means that you have reached the extreme in this industry. In particular, the formation masters trained by superpowers have far more knowledge and formation knowledge than other formation masters. This is also the pride of several formation masters. But Li Yuanba's formation shattered their pride. This time it was Brother Wang Yi's turn to be surprised. He looked at Li Yuanba and had the urge to kill Li Yuanba immediately. The more genius Li Yuanba is, the more threatening he is. Based on Li Yuanba's performance in the Hell Cave, almost all the great monks can be sure that it is only a matter of time before Li Yuanba is promoted to a great monk. Once Li Yuanba is promoted to a great monk, with the combat prowess he has shown, he will probably become the top one among the great monks immediately. At that time, he will be a serious threat to any superpower, especially the Yuqing sect, who has become enemies with him, but restricted by the oath contract. The great monk Wang He did not want to take action against Li Yuanba here. Li Yuanba felt a flash of killing intent, and he understood what was going on. If it weren't for the safety of himself and the sword cultivators of Sword Intent Chengshao Pavilion, he would not have exposed his formation ability. This was too evil and had too much impact on the great monk Wang He, so it was naturally not a good thing for him. The formation bases were placed one by one, and several formation masters had stopped working long ago, standing aside and looking at Li Yuanba as if they were gods. They couldn't imagine what kind of formation ability was needed to be able to arrange such a complex formation so easily. They would not know that behind Li Yuanba, there is a super server serving him. This level of calculation is extremely complicated for a formation master, but it is the best at Z15. It only takes a short time to get the results. The last formation base was deployed, and the formation was not activated immediately, but it was only a matter of instructions.
Please also check if there is any problem with the formation. If there is no problem, follow my command to activate the formation.
Great monk Wang He said, first looking at Li Yuanba, and then at the several formation masters.
Look at this smooth movement of spiritual power. There is no problem with the formation. I can guarantee it with my life.
The former formation master said with some obsession, as his consciousness traveled between the formation bases. Although setting up the formation is very troublesome due to environmental reasons, checking the formation is extremely easy. The other formation masters gave affirmative answers, which made the great monk Wang He feel relieved.
Master monks, listen to my order and prepare to stop attacking.
And at the same time, the formation begins to activate.
Senior monk Wang He said loudly. All the great monks and several formation masters concentrated their attention. Following his order, the great monk stopped attacking. And at the same time, the formation flashed with light. The light of the formation enveloped the space crack, and the space energy in the space crack quickly stabilized. Li Yuanba could faintly see that there were creatures from H.L. trying to pass through, but they were suddenly squeezed out of the space crack. At the same time, with the operation of the formation, the energy of the formation base was quickly extracted, even if the materials used in the formation base are extremely precious. At this speed of withdrawal, which is 6 days, the formation will lose its effect. But soon, he discovered that he was wrong. After the space energy in the space crack stabilized, there was no longer the impact of strong space fluctuations, and he felt the terrifying radiation. Radiation continued to penetrate into the hell cave from the space cracks, which also let him know where the radiation source of the hell cave came from. Most importantly, due to the influence of extremely terrifying radiation, the stable space formation that could originally last for 6 days will now fail in at most 2 hours. Not only him, but also the great monk Wang Yi also sensed the radiation. Perhaps the understanding of radiation in the world of immortality is different from that in the previous life, but he also knows the danger of this energy. In particular, radiation is highly destructive to any spiritual object. Monk Wang Yi knew that this stable space formation was suffering from constant pollution.
Li Yuanba, how long can this formation last?
This time, great monk Wang Yi asked Li Yuanba directly. In his opinion, Li Yuanba's formation level is the highest here. On this key question, Li Yuanba's answer is more professional.
2 hours at most.
Li Yuanba gave a relatively accurate time. The great monk Wang Yi looked ugly, and only 2 hours were not enough.
Is there any way to last longer? I need at least 1 day.
He asked unwillingly. He thought that Li Yuanba was the only monk who had the means to isolate the
hell-resisting crystal essence,
and he might have his own way of dealing with radiation.
1 day. I need 364th grade formation flags, and maybe it can last for 1 day.
Li Yuanba contacted Z15 and replied after some calculations.
There is no problem with the 4th grade formation flag. The total number of us is far more than this.
Before the great monk Wang He could speak, the formation master on the side spoke. He and the other formation masters all had admiration in their eyes. They wanted to see how Li Yuanba set up the formation again. Several formation masters took out the 4th level formation flags, and there were more than 800 4th level formation flags. These were all formation masters. The formation was not set up by monks who didn't know much about formations, but by using formation discs. The 4th level formation flag is used to set up the formation. The 4th grade formation flags are equivalent to their weapons to a certain extent. It is extremely normal to carry more 4th grade formation flags with them.
There are only 364th grade formation flags. Any more will be useless, because after consuming these 364th grade formation flags, the formation base will be contaminated. And no matter how many 4th grade formation flags there will be no more useful.
Li Yuanba took 364th grade formation flags and explained. The 364th grade formation flags he took seemed to be taken at random, but several formation masters knew very well that he took the best quality 4th grade formation flags among them. Li Yuanba's spiritual consciousness grabbed a 4th grade formation flag and placed it seemingly randomly, followed by another 4th grade formation flag. Several formation masters frowned from the beginning of the formation. They wanted to ask, but were afraid of disturbing Li Yuanba's formation process.
This is a variant of the heavenly stems and earthly branches formation. But what's the use here?
A formation master shook his head in confusion and whispered softly.
I don't understand, but I guess it still works.
Another formation master had blind trust in Li Yuanba's formation level and explained on his behalf.
What Li Yuanba arranged was indeed a variant of the
heavenly stems and earthly branches formation.
But the function of this
heavenly stems and earthly branches formation
was a barrier. He took out a mustard ring and poured out the sealed radiation-proof concrete from the mustard ring. These radiation-proof concretes are also a backup method prepared by Li Shiming long ago to strengthen radiation protection when conducting uranium research. At present, Li Shiming has not conducted in-depth research on radiation-proof concrete, but only restored the radiation-proof concrete from previous lives. According to Z15's calculations, even the addition of radiation-proof concrete only delays the damage time of the stable space array base, and cannot truly isolate the impact of radiation. Here we have to talk about the radiation in the world of immortality. This is radiation affected by spiritual energy, and its power far exceeds the radiation effect in previous lives. The limited amount of radiation-proof concrete he brought was so that he could build a safe house for himself in the event of an accident. Now if you want to use the limited radiation-proof concrete to protect the stable space array, you can only use some special means. In the variant of the
Heavenly Stems and Earthly Branches array,
he deployed a separation wall made of radiation-proof concrete will be added around each array base of the stable space array, and the important spiritual power lines that stabilize the space array will also be protected by radiation-proof concrete isolation walls. As a large amount of radiation-proof concrete was poured, and then shaped by the
array of Heavenly Stems and Earthly Branches,
short and thin radiation-proof concrete walls appeared one after another. Looking at the curious eyes of several formation masters, Li Yuanba couldn't explain anything. In fact, the variant
Heavenly Stems and Earthly Branches formation
just served as a mold. The first thing to be destroyed after that was the
array of Heavenly Stems and Earthly Branches.
After the
array of Heavenly Stems and Earthly Branches
was destroyed, the radiation-proof concrete had solidified. This was the effect he wanted. Although Great Monk Wang he doesn't do much research on formations, he has his own methods. He came to the base where his spiritual consciousness reached, felt the radiation contamination of the base, and immediately a smile appeared on his face.
Li Yuanba, what a good idea. It seems that you have a lot of experience in the research of
L-tired crystal, he praised.
I don't dare. I just like to think more.
Li Yuanba replied modestly.
Are you sure it can last for a day?
Although the Great Monk Wang he sensed it and confirmed that it was effective, he was not sure how long the stable space formation could be maintained, and finally confirmed.
1 day is no problem. Do you have any backup plan for this extra day?
Li Yuanba asked with some confusion as he looked at the cracks in the space. Judging from the appearance of the Great Monk Wang he, as long as he has this day, he can find a way to solve the problem of this space crack. Chapter 785 Compass. Li Yuanba solved the problem of the space crack. Great Monk Wang he was guarding the space crack. The other great monks were also nearby, working with all the mid-stage nascent soul monks to clean up the approaching H.L. creatures. Li Yuanba also had free time, because of the peace contract signed with him by the Great Monk Wang he on behalf of the Yuqing sect. He no longer worried about his own safety. Of course, even if the Yuqing sect wanted to cause trouble for him, the Great Monk Wang he did not have the time for this period of time. Li Yuanba prepared to investigate on his own. From the high tower to the formation formed here, he found that the space crack was not the center of the huge formation. The other great monks do not have his formation ability, nor do they have the supercomputing power of the Z15. Within the scope of super large formations such as towers, the great monks cannot accurately find the center position. He wanted to take a look at the central location. It was the core area of Hell Cave, and he might find something. No matter it was the great monk or the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul, no one would ask him to participate in the battle. His contribution to this mission is enough to give him additional free powers. The monks did not need him to contribute any more. He had already contributed enough. Li Yuanba opened the spiritual eyes, and without the influence of space cracks, his perception of energy became many times stronger. Due to the previous battle, a large number of H.L. creatures were attracted to the space crack, and now the H.L. creatures everywhere seemed a little sparse. As long as he is careful, there will be no problem. The closer you get to the core area of the Hell Cave, the clearer the formation spiritual power lines observed by Shin Mutong are, which also proves that Z15's calculation is accurate. Finally he came to the core area of Hell Cave's sky. There were no buildings there, only a small mound.
Found it!
Li Yuanba showed a smile on his face. There seemed to be nothing special about this mound, but he could sense that the formation spiritual power lines flowing here from everywhere were gathered in the mound. In addition, the mound is still absorbing radiation energy, which can be judged from the direction of the flow of radiation energy. He was about to step forward to check the mound when suddenly he felt his body weighing heavily.
Gravity field.
He knew immediately what he had encountered. It's funny to say that he has always used the gravity field to fight against the enemy.
He never thought that one day a monk would use the gravity field to deal with him. At the moment when the gravity field appeared, 3 great monks appeared from 3 directions, and threw 3 mountain peak magic weapons towards him. A stronger gravity field came from the magic weapon on the 3 mountain peaks, overlapping 4 layers of gravity fields, which restricted Liu Yunba and made his movements almost stagnant. Fortunately, he could still use his spiritual consciousness. With a thought, 10,000 sword peaks flew out of Nascent's soul. At the same time, the stronger gravity field swept across a radius of 1 kilometer, covering all 3 great monks within the range of the gravity field. Even the mountain magic weapons of the 3 great monks were affected. Due to the sudden increase in weight, the mountain magic weapon's original attack on Liu Yunba was interrupted. The 3 mountain magic weapons landed some distance away from Liu Yunba, and did not attack Liu Yunba. Liu Yunba finally regained control of his body. He activated Sword Escape without hesitation, and his figure instantly transformed into a sword light and escaped from a distance. He recognized the identities of the 3 great monks. If he fought with the 3 great monks, he might still be able to kill 1 or 2 of them. But this place was not far from the space rift. If he wanted to fight with all his strength, it is bound to expose his spiritual treasure. Instead of risking the spiritual treasure being exposed and killing the enemy, it would be better to retreat first. Anyway, he recognized the 3 great monks and could take revenge when he had the chance. The 3 great monks were the 3 great monks of the Baidi sect. He had been paying attention to the great monk Wang He of the Yuqing sect before, and underestimated the Baidi sect. Compared with the Yuqing sect, the 3 great monks sent by the Baidi sect can only be regarded as average in terms of combat power. They are far from the peak combat power of great monks like the great monk Wang He. They are overshadowed by the brilliance of the great monk Wang He. Liu Yunba did not expect that the 3 great monks from the Baidi sect would deal with him at this time. At this point in time, it is the time when all monks are most relaxed. The space cracks were sealed by the formation, leaving the H.L. creatures in the H.L. cave without a source. Such a long battle was about to end, and the large-scale mission had to be completed. Even Liu Yunba, who was accustomed to being vigilant, didn't pay too much attention to the danger. The sword light transformed by Liu Yunba flew out of the surroundings of the 3 great monks. With a wave of his hand, 10,000 sword peaks turned into energy and was taken back into his body. White Emperor sect. Just wait! He left angrily and disappeared. The 3 great monks of the Baidi sect looked at each other. This time, the 3 great monks worked together to set up a trap. They thought it was foolproof. They have also seen Liu Yunba's battles, and they can be sure that Liu Yunba has the attack power of a great monk. But in terms of defense, Liu Yunba is still at the level of the middle nascent soul. This can be seen from the fact that Liu Yunba always summons 5 mid-stage golden corpses to protect himself when fighting. What should I do? A great monk asked. What else can we do? Go back and join the fellow monks as soon as possible. No matter how powerful Liu Yunba's attack power is, he can't face the cooperation of so many monks. Another great monk shook his head and said helplessly. This time, the attack was regarded as a quarrel with Liu Yunba in the Hell Cave. Fortunately, the mission in the Hell Cave will be completed tomorrow. Liu Yunba would not have a chance to take revenge in the Hell Cave even if he wanted to. When the mission is over, they will return to Baidi sect. Liu Yunba needs to go to Xi'an continent to find them. The Xi'an continent is the territory of the Baidi sect. If Liu Yunba goes there alone, it will be like a doorstep. The Baidi sect has always wanted to find Liu Yunba. If Liu Yunba really wants to show up, I believe the Baidi sect will be able to keep him. The 3 great monks took back their mountain magic weapons and put away the gravity field spiritual objects they had arranged. They looked at the spiritual object with some pity. This time they took it out and used it in the Hell Cave, causing the spiritual object to be contaminated. The spiritual objects were contaminated, and the expected results have not yet been achieved. This operation was a huge loss. With regret, the 3 great monks flew towards the direction of the space crack. After a while, Liu Yunba's figure came back here again. He had not escaped too far before. He used his spiritual eyes to observe the movements of the 3 great monks. After the 3 great monks left, he returned to his original place. He shook his head. The 3 great monks did not discover the secret of the hill. He came to the hill, and his spiritual consciousness penetrated the hill, but found that his spiritual consciousness could not penetrate at all. He was not surprised but delighted, which just shows how special the hills are. If it were really an ordinary hill, how could it block the exploration of his spiritual consciousness? Liu Yunba took out the Lingbao Xingyi sword, and the Xingyi sword flew out.
sweeping across the hill. The soil on the hill was cleared bit by bit, and Xingyijian was his natal flying sword. For swordsmen, the natal flying sword was equivalent to the body's organs, and had the ability to perceive like divine consciousness. Therefore, when Xingyijian swept across the hill, he would immediately get out of the way if there was even the slightest trace of other matter. The soil was cleared away with the sword, revealing a huge compass inside the hill. There is a piece of L's crystal essence in the center of the huge compass. But this piece of L's crystal essence is only half the size of the normal L's crystal essence. Li Yuanba cast a master recognition spell on the huge compass. It is possible for this kind of ownerless core of the cave to be directly recognized as its owner. But it was obvious that the core of the compass cave was not easily recognized as its master, and his master recognition technique was bounced away.
Why don't you recognize the master? The cave here is on the verge of collapse, and it will collapse completely soon. Why don't you follow me, and I will arrange you in another cave?
Li Yuanba said in a deep voice. He does not think that the huge compass is a dead object. There must be a spirit in it. In the previous battle with the H.L. creatures, the weapon spirit used some method to control the H.L. creatures to fight. Luo Pan did not respond and refused Li Yuanba's spiritual contact. Li Yuanba was slightly angry. He knew that he could not stay here for too long. Not to mention that the Baidi sect was still causing trouble for him. Even if other monks patrolled here, the core of the compass cave would be discovered. If the core of Luopan Cave's sky is discovered, then the core of Luopan Cave's sky will miss him. No matter how much contribution he made this time, it was impossible to hand over the core of Hell Cave to his hands. This was a task jointly performed by all superpowers, and the disposal plan for the spoils was jointly discussed by all superpowers. As for the monk who gained the most from this mission, even if he wanted to get the core of the compass cave, it would be impossible for him. He used his own contribution and helped to obtain all the L-tired crystal essence. This time, although the L's crystal essence cannot be preserved by other monks and has no use value for other monks, since Li Yuanba wants it, it means that the L's crystal essence is useful to Li Yuanba. No one is a fool, but Li Yuanba paid some price to get all the monks to agree to hand over the L-tired crystal essence to him. Li Yuanba waved his hand and slashed at the compass with his sword. With a ding sound, Xingyi's sword bounced high. The divine light in Li Yuanba's eyes flashed. He had always activated his Shen eyes. From the sword strike just now, he sensed the power of rules, which were defensive rules.
Is this a spiritual treasure?
He felt that his luck was a little too good. I got a spiritual treasure. The golden rainbow sword. Before, and this time, I encountered another spiritual treasure. You must know that spiritual treasures can only be touched by powerful people. Li Yuanba found that ordinary attacks could not break through the defense of the huge compass. So he slashed it with his sword for the second time. This time he blessed Xingyi's sword with Chaos Sword Intent, and the terrifying Chaos Sword Intent struck heavily on the huge compass. There was another ding sound, and Xingyijian was bounced high again. He did not give up. The spiritual treasure,
10,000 Swords Peak,
flew out, and the terrifying gravity field enveloped the huge compass. Then 2,000 energy flying swords containing the sword intention of the great monk flew out. An energy-based flying sword containing the sword intention of the great monk kept slashing at the huge compass. After the first energy-based flying sword struck, it would dissipate because all the energy was consumed. Li Yuanba raised the attack of the energized flying sword to the highest level, consuming the sword intent and energy contained in the energized flying sword with one strike. The continuous attacks made a sound like falling rain on the huge compass. His consciousness was still trying to communicate with the weapon spirit in the core of Luopan Cave. Finally, when the 2,000 energy flying swords were almost exhausted, the weapon spirit connected with his consciousness. Li Yuanba didn't hesitate at all, and sent the master recognition technique. He didn't give the weapon spirit a chance to think more. Since the weapon spirit is willing to connect with his spiritual consciousness and has the idea of talk, it is better to recognize the owner directly. At the same time, his Xingyi sword exploded with all its strength, and another energy flying sword from the natal flying sword of the great monk Guguang was also preparing to strike with all its strength outside the core of Luopan Cave. As if sensing the threat, this time, the master recognition technique entered the core of Luopan Cave. He felt connected with the core of Luopan Cave's sky. This was because the master recognition technique successfully entered the core of Luopan Cave's sky, and he became the master of the compass.
Master!
The weapon spirit said to Li Yuanba through the soul connection of recognizing the master.
Tell me what the compass does. If I take it away, what trouble will it cause to Dantian?
Li Yuanba asked. This is a weapon spirit, so there is no need to be polite. In his opinion, the weapon spirit is somewhat like an intelligent system from the previous life. But the weapon spirit in the world of immortality has a certain degree of human thinking ability to a certain extent. But these thinking abilities are still limited, especially after becoming the master of the weapon spirit. The weapon spirit will only obey the master's orders and have no ability to resist.
Master, my body is called Bontian Compass, and it was refined to suppress the rift in H, L, without my control over the cave. The H, L creatures entering the cave from the rift in H, L will lose control, and the rest will not be affected, since Dantian has already collapsed once. My control over Dantian has been reduced to a very low level. Dantian's situation will not be worse without me,
the weapon spirit replied. Then the weapon spirit passed a piece of information to Li Yuanba, which was more detailed than the explanation given by the weapon spirit, and also let Li Yuanba know the origin of the H, L cave. The weapon spirit does not know the name of his former master. He only knows that when the former master discovered the hell crack, he placed his cave in the hell crack and restrained the hell crack inside the cave, in order to prevent the H, L creatures from causing serious damage to the cave. The former owner built 8 towers and combined them with the Lingbao, Dantian compass, to build a network that can control the H, L creatures. The H, L creatures in this network will be controlled by the Dantian compass, weapon spirit. Li Yuanba didn't know whether this powerful man's thoughts were good or bad, but judging from his behavior, if he ignored the cracks in H, L, perhaps the world of immortality would be filled with H, L creatures now. But if it is all for the sake of the common people in the world and the cultivation of immortality, then why do you seal the cracks in H, L alone and use the Dantian compass to produce
L-tired crystal essence?
Chapter 786 Revenge. For Li Yuanba, or for the real body Li Shiming, the most important thing about Dantian compass is to purify
L's crystal essence,
and it can even condense
L's crystal essence
by absorbing radiation. Based on the information given by the weapon spirit, he knew that it was not the limit for the Dantian compass to condense the
L-stained crystal essence,
and the Dantian compass could continue to purify the
L-stricken crystal essence.
It's just that the powerful former owner of Hell Cave Heaven was very satisfied with the
L's crystal essence,
and had no intention of continuing to purify the
L's crystal essence.
Li Yuanba was very happy. He discovered that the Babel compass he obtained this time actually solved the problem of basic raw materials for making nuclear explosions. Of course, even with the Dantian compass, it will take a long time to refine the
L-resisting crystal essence
to the weapon level again. In addition, although the amount of
L's crystal essence
he obtained this time was large, after Z15's calculations, after being purified into weapons-grade raw materials, it was only the basic raw material for making 2 nuclear explosions at most. He stretched out his hand and struck at the Dantian compass, and the Dantian compass automatically shrank and flew into his hand. The reason why Dantian compass can ignore the influence of radiation is that, in addition to the special rules that the Great Master added during the manufacturing process, Dantian compass is a spiritual treasure, and spiritual treasures are extremely resistant to the effects of radiation. You can even ignore it. Li Yuanba was very careful in the process of collecting the Dantian compass. He sensed the changes in the H, L cave. I'm afraid that if I accidentally collect the core of Hell Cave Heaven, the already unstable Hell Cave Heaven will directly collapse. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened and the Dantian compass was safely put away. He restored the ground for a moment, turned around and flew towards the crack in space.
I am Li Yuanba. 3 great monks from the White Emperor sect attacked me just now. Please watch the conflict between me and the White Emperor sect,
Li Yuanba said in the audio channel for the exchange of information among the great monks as he approached the space rift.
By D sect, you are looking for death.
Before the other monks could speak, Brother Lu roared angrily. Then the entire Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion's 300 mid-stage nascent soul sword cultivators, plus the 3 great sword cultivators all activated their sword intent, aiming directly at the White Emperor sect's team. The 3 great monks from the Baidi sect had just returned, but their actions did not inform their mid-stage nascent soul monks. Suddenly, the sword cultivators of the Chongshao Pavilion were locked with their sword intent, causing the monks of the Baidi sect to panic. One side was prepared, while the other side was unprepared.
Behead. When the other super powerful monks were still thinking of persuading them, Senior Brother Lu issued the order. This time was not like the previous battle against the H.L. creatures. All the sword cultivators used their natal flying swords. The natal flying swords containing different sword intents slashed towards the team of White Emperor sect monks with indescribable power. The natal flying swords of the three great sword cultivators locked onto the three great monks of the White Emperor sect respectively. This made the three great monks of the White Emperor sect unable to take care of the other monks, and could only summon the mountain magic weapon for defense. The chaotic battle started in an instant, and all the monks present saw the decisiveness of the sword cultivators. Monk Wang He frowned, but he did not say anything. Since he signed a peace contract with Li Yuanba, he could not take action against Li Yuanba in the H.L. cave. As for the safety of Baidi sect, it has nothing to do with him. The Baidi sect and the Yuqing sect are both superpowers in the Xian continent. They are competitive in many aspects. Now the Yuqing sect has lost two great monks. If the Baidi sect does not lose several great monks, the war between the two sides will be very serious. Unbalanced forces. This is the malicious idea of the great monk Wang He. But as long as he does not interfere, this result is very possible. Since the Baidi sect did not send a great monk with the magical power of Invisible Yuan Magnetic, the main reason is that the battle in the Hell Cave does not require the magical power of Invisible Yuan Magnetic. So when the Baidi sect responded to the attack of Sword Intention Chengshao Pavilion, the strongest coping method is missing. There has been a long-standing grudge between Jinni Chengshao Pavilion and Baidi sect. Now that they have the opportunity to attack the monks of Baidi sect, the sword cultivators are particularly active.
What do you want to do, Lu?
A great monk from the Baidi sect exclaimed.
You are allowed to do whatever you want. But I, Sword Intention Chengshao Pavilion, can't do it?
Brother Lu retorted, while intensifying his attack. Other superpowers saw that senior monk Wang He had no intention of interfering. In addition, Li Yuanba had previously greeted him in advance through the monk communication channel, which gave these superpowers no reason and no desire to interfere. Casualties occurred as soon as the battle between the two sides began. Dozens of middle-stage nascent soul monks from the Baidi sect were seriously injured. As for Sword Intent Chengshao Pavilion, due to the counterattack of the Baidi sect monks, more than 10 sword cultivators were injured. However, the injuries suffered by both sides are completely different. If a monk in the middle stage of the nascent soul of the Baidi sect is injured, he will no longer be able to participate in the battle. He may be affected by the aftermath of the battle at any time and lose his life. Every monk in Sword Intent Chengshao Pavilion has the Innate magical power blessed by Li Yuanba. After being attacked, the Innate magical power energy in the body will automatically repair the injury. The battle between Jinni Chengshao Pavilion and Baidi sect. As the battle lasted longer and longer, the combat power of both sides also changed greatly. Although the sword cultivators are extremely powerful, the Baidi sect is also a super force, and its mid-stage nascent soul cultivators are not weak either. At least, they are not easily defeated. It's just that the number of monks in the Baidi sect is getting less and less as they fight. And the number of monks in the Sword Intention Chengshao Pavilion has not decreased at all. The Baidi sect is getting weaker and weaker, while the Sword Intention Chengshao Pavilion is getting stronger and stronger as they fight. And the balance of strength between the two sides is moving towards Jinni Xiuga's side is getting more and more tilted. The number of middle-stage Yuanying monks from the Baidi sect falling on the ground is increasing continuously. Everyone can see that the Baidi sect has suffered heavy losses this time. The White Emperor sect is also a super force that is good at defense. After quickly realizing that something was wrong, they chose to defend and wait for the rescue of the great monks. The magic weapons from the mountain peaks were sacrificed, forming a series of defensive peaks to block the flying swords of the sword cultivators. In a short period of time, they were able to defend against the crazy attacks of the sword cultivators. But this kind of defense consumes a lot of money, and the mountain magic weapons defense power also has an upper limit. If it exceeds the upper limit, the defense will be broken. The monks in the middle stage of nascent soul of Baidi sect are waiting for the rescue of their great monks. But the great monks have no free time to care about them now. The three great monks of Baidi sect are being beaten by the three great monks of sword cultivator, and they are already at a disadvantage. Brother Lu continued to increase the power of his natal flying sword, trying to break through the defense of the opposite monk. But what Baidi sect is best at is defense. And the defensive power of the great monks is even more amazing. The great monk of the Baidi sect used the power of the mountain magic weapon to build a wall in front of him, blocking all the flying sword attacks of the great monk Lu. From time to time, Brother Lu was given a falling stone technique. Although it could not hit Brother Lu, it could still make Brother Lu need to dodge, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Brother Lu had anger on his face, but there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. John! He shouted loudly, this time with full force. The natal flying sword slashed hard at the great monk of the Baidi sect with a flaming sword intent. The great monk of the Baidi sect also felt the power of this attack, and couldn't help but put most of his defense on the front. At this moment, a sword light approached from the distance. It was the light of sword escape. Due to his high speed, and the figure that flew out from the onlookers, he was within the attack range of the great monks of the Baidi sect almost in an instant. Faster than this figure is a natal flying sword. The natal flying sword contains a terrifying sword intent that makes people's hearts beat. The great monk of the Baidi sect sensed the danger, but the other party came too fast. By the time he wanted to defend himself, it was already a step too late. Most of his energy was spent on resisting Brother Lu's all-out attack. The defense behind him was relatively weak, which also gave the attackers a chance. It was Li Yuanba who came. When he approached the space crack, the two teams of monks from Sword Intent Chonshao Pavilion and Baidi sect were already fighting together. Although some monks saw him, no monks came to stop him. Even the great monks present did not warn the Baidi sect about Li Yuanba's return. When Li Yuanba was attacked and full of anger, he ruined Li Yuanba's plan, which would probably cause a lot of trouble in the future. Li Yuanba is almost recognized as a genius, who can definitely be promoted to a great monk. Even his current combat power is as strong as that of an ordinary great monk. No great monk would want to offend such a talented monk unless necessary. In addition, all the great monks here owe Li Yuanba a favor. If it were not for the blessing of Li Yuanba's innate magical power, many great monks here would have been injured in the long-term battle with the creatures of H.L. Li Yuanba sent a message to the great monk Lu, and the great monk Lu cooperated with his actions, which led to his attack on the great monk of the Baidi sect. The sword that contained the Chaos Sword Intention was a sword that he had accumulated for a long time. If the White Emperor sect's great monks were in a state of full defense, they might still be able to block it. However, most of the defense was used to face Brother Lu's attack, which made only a very small part of the defense resist Xingyijian, which contained the Chaos Sword Intent. Jing Yi's sword slashed at the back of the great monk of the Baidi sect. With a tearing sound, the defense of the great monk of the Baidi sect was broken. Xingyijian then slashed at the back of the great monk of the Baidi sect. The body of the great monk of the Baidi sect froze. The various complex destructive attributes of the Chaos Sword Intent were attacking his physical body and nascent soul at the same time. Destroy? He tried his best to mobilize the spiritual power in his body to stop the destruction, but it was not that easy. The Chaos Sword Intent was destroying the body and nascent soul of the great monk of the White Emperor sect with almost overwhelming power. He opened his mouth wide and wanted to call for rescue from his companions, but he couldn't do it at all. After Brother Lu's natal flying sword felt that there was no resistance, he did not attack the White Emperor sect monk on the opposite side because he lost the blockage. He felt that it was unnecessary. Brother Lu knew how terrifying Li Yuanba's sword intention was. It was precisely because he knew how powerful the destructive power of the sword intention was that Brother Lu did not make any pursuit. The result was already doomed. Among the monks who were watching, not many middle-stage nascent soul monks saw the power of the Chaos Sword Intent, but all the great monks saw the power of the Chaos Sword Intent. Look at the great monk of the Baidi sect. His defense was broken, and he lost his ability to move. Even nascent soul couldn't escape. They really saw how terrifying Li Yuanba was. The great monks of the Baidi sect were extremely good at defense. Even if their magic weapon breaks through the defense of the great monks of the White Emperor sect, there is no guarantee that it can achieve the same effect as Li Yuanba. It is possible for the great monk to defeat, but the possibility of killing him is too low, unless it is a one-hit kill, leaving the great monk unable to activate life-saving things. It usually takes one breath to activate the life-saving thing. When feeling that his life is in danger, the great monk can persist for one breath even with the help of his physical body's defense. But it was obvious that the great monk of the Baidi sect had no chance to activate the life-saving object. Li Yuanba's sword intention imprisoned his physical body and nascent soul, leaving him unable to even activate the life-saving object. The eyes of the great monk Wang Yi flashed slightly, and he regretted a little. Li Yuanba's threat is very great. Now Li Yuanba is still in the middle stage of Yuaning. With his peak strength as a great monk, he can still suppress Li Yuanba steadily. But after Li Yuanba was promoted to a great monk, it would be difficult for him to suppress Li Yuanba. Even the great monk Wang He felt threatened by Li Yuanba's sword intent. He thought that after returning to Yukingzong, he would start planning a plan against Li Yuanba. He would not risk breaking the contract and take action against Li Yuanba in the Hell Cave. Of course, there was another reason why he did not dare to take action against Li Yuanba and Jiani Chongshao Pavilion in the Hell Cave. Thinking of this, the great monk Wang He looked at the great monk of the Baidi sect whose vitality was disappearing, with a sarcastic look in his eyes. What a death wish, he thought to himself. Even if Li Yuanba hadn't killed the great monk of the Baidi sect, based on what the great monk of the Baidi sect had done, when that man came, I'm afraid the result wouldn't be that good. He knew that that person's temper was not good at all, especially when facing enemies. Li Yuanba killed a great monk of the Baidi sect. When he was about to attack the other two great monks of the Baidi sect, the two great monks of the Baidi sect suddenly activated the Space Acceptance Talisman on their bodies. Then the two great monks of the Baidi sect disappeared, leaving behind Li Yuanba with a look of astonishment. Li Yuanba felt like he couldn't breathe out. The two great monks of the Baidi sect actually used the Space Acceptance Talisman to escape. This Space Acceptance Talisman was given by him. Fortunately, the Inanimu magical power blessed by the great monk of the Baidi sect, who was killed before, was blessed by him. After being hit by Xing Yi's sword, the energy of the Inanimu magical power did not heal the great monk of the Baidi sect. Monk, otherwise you will still run into trouble if you want to kill the great cultivator of the Baidi sect. Chapter 787 Solution. Li Yuanba's anger had no way to vent, and he set his sights on the monks of the Baidi sect beside him. Perhaps the three great sword cultivators in sword intent Chongshao Pavilion disdained to attack the already defeated mid-stage Yuaning monks of the Baidi sect because of their status. But Li Yuanba had no such scruples. He moved his sword and slashed at the Baidi sect monks. The middle-stage nascent soul monks of Baidi sect were all in confusion at this time. In the rescue they were looking forward to, one of the great monks was beheaded, and the two great monks escaped on their own. What should we do? This is the voice of all the monks in the middle stage of Yuaning of the Baidi sect. Of course, there are a few exceptions, including the core monks. They all activated the Space Acceptance Talisman, and their figures disappeared from the H.L. cave. Just after they disappeared, Xing Yijian's attack arrived. What is a dimensionality reduction strike? Li Yuanba's line of action is a dimensionality reduction strike. In the eyes of all monks, Li Yuanba is not at the same level as ordinary mid-nascent soul monks, or even core monks, although his realm is also at the mid-nascent soul stage. He has a record of killing great monks and late 4th level creatures many times, which makes him considered to be equal to the combat power of great monks. Nowadays, very few monks would even mention the so-called first person in the middle stage of Yuaning, because he should not exist in the middle stage of Yuaning at all. Xing Yijian, which contained Chaos Sword Intent, tore open a hole in the defense of the middle stage Yuaning monks of the Baidi sect, and Xing Yijian entered it. Continuous screams were heard, and as soon as Xing Yijian entered the defensive formation of the middle stage Yuaning monks of the Baidi sect, the massacre began. Since these mid-stage nascent soul monks do not have the Space Acceptance Talisman, only core monks and major monks are eligible to distribute the Space Acceptance Talisman. In addition, they were surrounded by 300 sword cultivators from Jiani Chongshao Pavilion, so even if they wanted to escape, they had no choice. Li Yuanba's Xingyi's sword is like the scythe of the god of death, harvesting the lives of the middle stage Yuaning monks of the Baidi sect. The Chaos Sword Intention can kill their physical bodies and Yuaning in an instant when it enters the bodies of these middle stage Yuaning monks. Run away! When he killed dozens of middle stage nascent soul monks, the remaining middle stage nascent soul monks from Baidi sect collapsed, and they let out shrill screams one after another. Amid the screams, these mid-stage nascent soul monks used their only hope of escape to leave their bodies. One by one, the nascent souls escaped from their bodies and fled in all directions. Li Yuanba did not expect that these mid-stage nascent soul monks would be so decisive. Perhaps it could not be said that they were decisive, but they were so frightened by the massacre that they completely collapsed. And that was why they gave up the physical nascent soul to leave the body. Because Yuaning's speed is extremely fast. When Yuaning uses all his strength to perform the escape technique, the speed is almost several times that of the normal state. So during Li Yuanba's dazed moment, many nascent souls fled the battlefield. Some of the nascent souls were killed by sword cultivators flying swords during their escape. However, there were still very few flying swords that could really keep up with the nascent soul's flight speed, which allowed many nascent souls to successfully escape.
Li Yuanba's anger did not dissipate. Although many Yuanings escaped, there were still some middle-stage Yuaning monks from the Baidi sect who hesitated for a moment when the Yuaning came out of the body. At this time, these nascent souls had just left their bodies and were not able to escape yet. A sheet of flying sand appeared on the battlefield, covering an area with a radius of 1 kilometer centered on Li Yuanba. Those nascent souls that had not yet arrived and escaped were all surrounded by flying sand.
How cruel!
The observing monk couldn't help but exclaimed. They recognized the origin of the flying sand. It was the
Samadhi Divine Wind,
a magical power of the sword in Tent Chongshao Pavilion.
Samadhi Divine Wind
Is one of the few magical powers that can target the nascent soul. Within the range of the
Samadhi Divine Wind
magical power, the nascent soul cannot escape at all, and will only be slowly consumed by
Samadhi Divine Wind.
The battle was over, and the sword cultivators of sword in Tianchen Chongshao Pavilion skillfully cleaned up the battlefield. The mustard rings were put together, and the complete corpses were also collected. Since most of the people here were killed by Li Yuanba, they packed up and stored the trophies that should be allocated to Li Yuanba separately.
Uncle Lu, this is for you. I want the body.
Li Yuanba came to the body of the great monk of the Baidi sect, took out the soul crystal ring from his body, and threw it to the great monk Lu without even looking at it.
What you killed is your trophy. I don't miss this.
Unexpectedly, Brother Lu threw it back and said. Li Yuanba shook his head and didn't say much. Indeed, even if it was the soul crystal ring of the great monk of the Baidi sect, he and the great monk Lu really didn't care much about the spiritual objects inside. He planned to see what spiritual objects were in the soul crystal ring, and then he would just compensate the great monk Lu. As for the trophies distributed by sword cultivators in the middle stage of nascent soul, he accepted them without refusing. The distribution rules of battles are unspoken rules. Unless they are very close cultivators, it is best not to break them. His relationship with Brother Lu, due to their long-term relationship and Lu Wu, was extremely close, and they naturally disposed of the spoils at will. Li Yuanba thought of something, and he contacted the great venerable Hengfa. I learned from the great master Hengfa that the two great monks of the Baidi sect immediately left Hell Island and disappeared without a trace after they appeared in the
Space Acceptance Formation.
He was originally worried that the two great monks from the Baidi sect would take action against the great venerable Hengfa or destroy the
Space Acceptance Formation.
However, I thought that although the great venerable Hengfa had signed a
soul recognition contract
with him, in terms of identity, the great venerable Hengfa was still the great venerable of the Great Lane Temple. The destruction of the
Space Acceptance Formation
was at most just a way to vent one's anger, since the battle in the Hell Cave was basically over. In addition, destroying the
Space Acceptance Formation
is tantamount to enmity with all the super forces at the same time. The great monks and core monks of the superpowers are all enjoying the convenience of the
Space Receiving Formation.
If it is really destroyed, it will harm the interests of these superpower great monks and core monks.
Fellow Daoisley, I will explain and protest to the Baidi sect through the sect what happened to you,
said the great monk of the Wuyang sect. The other great monks also spoke one after another and made similar promises. The behavior of the Baidi sect broke the rules that were observed by all the superpowers. In this super large task completed by all the superpowers, the teams of the superpowers worked together. Brother Qiao of Yuqing sect did break the rules before, but Brother Qiao paid the price with his life. Although some great monks from the Baidi sect also died, the ones who attacked the Yuanba were 3 great monks. The death of only one great monk did not make all the attackers pay the price. As for the death of those monks in the middle stage of nascent soul, for the great monks, the price is far from the price of the 2 great monks. Li Yuanba expressed his gratitude to all the great monks, and then he returned to the sword cultivator team. He exposed a lot of things this time, especially the terrifying
Chaos Sword Intent.
The monks who had only heard about his achievements in the past confirmed his combat power in this battle. This is of course of great benefit to his reputation, but it also creates hidden dangers. If any enemy wants to deal with him in the future, they will no longer treat him as a mid-stage nascent soul monk, but as a great monk. Normally, no enemy would dare to attack a great monk, but his strengths and weaknesses are equally outstanding, due to his realm. In terms of defense, his defense power is still that of the mid-stage nascent soul, at least until he has exposed the defense power of Lingbao.
10,000 Swords Peak.
His defense power is his biggest weakness. It is precisely because of his obvious weakness that he gives hope to his enemies, thinking that as long as they seize this weakness, they can kill Li Yuanba.
Why are you thinking so much? I didn't have so many scruples before when my combat power was weak.
He adjusted his mentality and said to himself with a slight smile. He turned his mind back to this harvest. The body and soul crystal ring of the great monk of the White Emperor sect. And the magic weapon of the 4th grade top mountain. The 4th grade top mountain magic weapon is a natal magic weapon. Although the quality is very high, it is of little value to other monks. There are very few monks who use mountain magic weapons. The 4th grade top mountain magic weapon with half the power cannot be afforded by monks who need it. And those with this wealth will not need it. Li Yuanba is planning to integrate this 4th grade top mountain magic weapon into
10,000 Swords Peak.
He has the special means of Baidi sect to transfer the essence of the 4th grade top mountain magic weapon into
10,000 Swords Peak.
Therefore, this 4th grade top mountain magic weapon can be regarded as a somewhat useful trophy. What caught his attention was the body of the great monk. This great monk is a great monk of the earth element. The physical strength of the great monk of the earth element is the strongest among all the great monks. Although this great earth cultivator only left his physical body after undergoing sacrifice and refining. The refined corpse he refined was naturally stronger than other refined corpses.
It's somewhat useful,
he murmured to himself. It's just that such a corpse of an earth-type great monk needs to be promoted to a great monk by him, or Li Shiming, before he can be sacrificed and refined into a refined corpse. His consciousness entered the soul crystal ring. As he expected, there were not many spiritual objects in the great monk's soul crystal ring to participate in such a highly dangerous mission. Even the superpowers do not want to send particularly powerful monks for fear of accidentally being damaged in the mission. That is to say, the Yuqing sect sent the great monk Wang He because of the loss of the great monks and some core monks, as well as some other reasons. In the soul crystal ring of the great monk of the Baidi sect, there are only a small amount of the great monk's elixir, a 4th level upper level flying boat, several 4th level upper level magic weapons, a 4th level top level defensive shield, and some sundries. It's a pity that this top grade 4th grade shield is seriously contaminated by radiation, and it will take a long time to be removed. This is also the reason why during the battle, the great monk only used his natal magic weapon, the mountain magic weapon, for defense.
Lu Wu, this flying boat is for you.
Li Yuanba took out the 4th grade high-level flying boat and threw it to his disciple. Lu Wu took over the 4th grade high-level flying boat in surprise, and quickly played the master recognition method to recognize the master. There is no need to be humble when the master gives you something. The relationship between master and disciple is even closer than that between father and son in the world of immortality. Li Yuanba also transferred the spiritual object that was originally supposed to be given to Brother Lu to Brother Lu's son. Even if Lu Wu has a father who is a great sword cultivator, owning a 4th grade high-level flying boat is not something he can have in the early stage of nascent soul. Generally speaking, the quality of a flying boat is the highest quality if it reaches the upper level of 4th grade. The 4th grade top flying boats obtained by Li Yuanba and Li Shiming all appeared for special reasons.
Yuanba, it's too early to give him this.
Brother Lu couldn't help but said when he saw the 4th grade high-level flying boat that Li Yuanba casually gave him.
It's not early. This time Lu Wu must advance to the middle stage of nascent soul when he returns. Otherwise he will not be allowed out.
Li Yuanba waved his hand and said. Lu Wu is very confident. This time he came out with the sword cultivator team. It can be said that he has a deep understanding of his sword intention. The tempering in this mission is almost equivalent to the decades of tempering in other places. The training outside can't compare to that in the H.L. cave. There are battles almost every day, and the targets of the battles are all the H.L. creatures in the middle stage of 4th grade. In addition, Lu Wu's master is a master of alchemy, and his father is a great swordsman. There is nothing to worry about in terms of 4th grade elixirs for promotion. Almost all conceivable elixirs for promotion will be prepared for him.
These elixirs are for you.
Li Yuanba threw a few more jade bottles to Brother Lu, as if they were throwing out useless objects. Brother Lu took over the jade bottles, and found that there were a small amount of monk's elixirs in several jade bottles. Although the quality of these monk's elixirs was not high, their value was not low at all, and they were exactly what he needed.
I'll take it.
He was no longer polite to Li Yuanba. He knew that Li Yuanba had a lot of great monk elixirs in his hands, and those were all of 4th grade high quality. There was a high probability that Li Yuanba would look down on these great monk elixirs. Of course, this does not mean that these great monk's elixirs are useless to Li Yuanba. Among the great monks in the world of immortality, the great monk's elixirs are absolutely hard currency. If you want to exchange them for any spiritual objects, use the great monk's elixirs. For the price, all great monks will give priority to redemption. Li Yuanbao looked at the mustard rings of the monks in the middle stage of yuaning of the Baidi sect. Most of the mustard rings were earth-based spiritual objects. And there were not many truly valuable spiritual objects, but as many as 210 mustard rings, which in itself is a huge wealth, no matter how low-value spiritual objects are. Once there are a large number of them, their combined value will be very high. Li Yuanbao, who happened to have nothing to do, began to organize these mustard rings. The reason why there are so many mustard rings is because although many nascent souls have escaped, there are really soul crystal rings that can be energy integrated into the nascent soul and can be taken away when the nascent soul leaves the body. Items are extremely rare. Among superpowers, only core monks can possess soul crystal rings. Chapter 788 Old Jian. The space crack is very quiet, except for taking turns to clean up the few H.L. creatures that appear. No one among the monks here speaks, even if they have witnessed the most brutal battles. The impact of seeing a large number of super powerful monks like themselves die in front of them is not a good experience for most of the monks here. And the death of the Baidi sect monks was caused by themselves. No monk will sympathize with his companions who attack behind his back. This is betrayal, and the most shameful behavior. In such complicated emotions, the monks mostly looked at the cracks in the space, waiting for their team of monks to change defense. Li Yuanbao checked the harvest and found that the loot this time was quite large. After returning, he transferred it to the main body Li Shiming and placed it in the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion has a special space for collecting various materials and spiritual objects, which can keep the quality of the spiritual objects and materials unchanged for a long time. He is too lazy to sell these trophies. Even if he sells them, it will not be of any help to him. The spiritual objects he needs cannot be obtained by exchanging them. At least not by using such spiritual objects and materials. He looked at Lu Wu. He was probably the happiest and most careless person here. Lu Wu was still looking at his new 4th grade high-level flying boat. If the conditions here did not allow it, he might have already used the 4th grade high-level flying boat. Li Yuanbao smiled. His mind returned to the unknown sword code, and began to receive from Z15 the recent research results of the unknown sword code by Li Shiming and Z15. Although he has never had the opportunity to use melee combat, he has still developed a certain combat power in the unknown sword code, especially the 4th grade sword base, due to its own chaos sword intent. Even if the quality of the 4th grade sword base is only the 4th grade mid-level, its power is enough to threaten any mid-stage nascent soul monk. Even the weaker great monks can also pose a threat. Of course, he would not get close to the great monk unless it was absolutely necessary. With his defensive power, as long as he was hit by the great monk, the consequences would be extremely serious. 3 great sword cultivators, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally, sat around Li Yuanbao, protecting him within them. During these days in the Hell Cave, Li Yuanbao showed enough importance, but as sword cultivators, they put Li Yuanbao in danger many times, and they felt that they had neglected their duties. Several hours passed, and there was no night in the H.L. Cave. But the monk's judgment of time was still extremely accurate. Suddenly, Li Yuanbao's spiritual energy rose. He moved his sword and took out the 10,000 sword peaks. At the same time, he also took out the identity jade disc in his hand, as if he was ready to use the space acceptance talisman at any time. The 3 great sword cultivators were startled, and then they felt the vibrations in the H.L. Cave space. The space in the Hell Cave has already partially collapsed, and there is also a sealed space crack inside. If a large space shock occurs in this case, the entire Hell Cave may collapse completely. By then, I am afraid that none of the monks will survive, and unknown changes may occur in the space cracks, bringing great disaster to the world of immortality. While he was thinking about it, a figure appeared in front of the crack in space. A dull pressure came from his own shadow. Although it was a dull pressure, it gave all the monks the same feeling as an ant facing an elephant. Sword Master! Brother Lu exclaimed in shock. Li Yuanbao also recognized the person who came. It was the Jian Lao from Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. But he didn't expect that Jian Lao would appear here. In his impression, Jian Lao had never left Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. Soon he discovered something was wrong. Jian Lao's body was slightly transparent, and his whole body was like a luminous body. This is a clone. Although Li Yuanbao has not practiced this technique, he has seen clones of great monks with similar shapes. It is not difficult to cultivate a clone, and any monk in the nascent soul stage can practice it. But most of the nascent soul monks, who actually cultivate clones can only practice at the level of great monks. Because cultivating a clone requires splitting part of the soul. And splitting the soul of a monk in the early and middle stages of nascent soul almost eliminates the possibility of being promoted to a great monk in the future. In some small sects and even medium-sized sects, some monks in the early and middle stages of nascent soul will practice the secret method of clones, mainly to facilitate things. As long as they send out clones, they don't need to show up. But this creates hidden dangers. The division of the soul makes the soul incomplete. When promoted to a great monk, a small gap will ruin the possibility of promotion. Superpowers and large sects have experience in this regard. Unless this monk in the early and middle stages of nascent soul has lost hope for the future, he will practice the secret method of avatar.
Boss Lu, Yuan Ba, and you too. It seems that the loss this time is very small,
Jian Lao said with a smile as he looked at the sword cultivators. All the great monks and mid-stage nascent soul monks nearby bowed down and made the most respectful salute. This is respect for the powerful and also all for the sword master. The great monk who paid attention to Jian Lao's words noticed the small details in Jian Lao's words. Elder Jian first greeted Brother Lu. On the one hand, Brother Lu was the first to take the initiative to greet him. On the other hand, Brother Lu was the leader of the Jiani Chouxiao Pavilion for this mission. But the second person Jian Lao mentioned was Li Yuanba, and he still called him by his first name. From this small detail, it can be seen that the relationship between Jian Lao and Li Yuanba is very close. This discovery made many great monks take a breath of cold air. They were all super powerful monks, so they naturally understood the meaning contained in it. Among the superpowers, even the great monks cannot get the favor of the powerful. The powerful will only pay special attention to a very small number of monks in the power. And these very few monks will become the most prestigious people in the force and hold great power.
Thanks to bringing Yuanba here. His contribution this time is very great. Not only us, but also other superpowers have received his help.
Brother Lu praised Li Yuanba for sparing no effort.
Yuanba is pretty good.
Jian Lao smiled and nodded in approval to Li Yuanba.
Thank you, Jian Lao, for the gift. If it hadn't been for that gift, my innate immune magical power wouldn't have been able to improve to the level of helping the great monk.
Li Yuanba bowed to Jian Lao.
That's what you deserve. I'll look for those old guys later and see if I can get some good stuff for you.
Jian Lao waved his hand and said. Jian Lao's eyes swept over the other superpower monks. Seeing the number of monks here, and comparing the mission reports said back many times, he understood how much role Li Yuanba played. He finally focused on the space crack and waved to the great monk Wang He. Great monk Wang He bowed respectfully to get out of the way, leaving the space crack to be dealt with by Jian Lao. Jian Lao looked serious. He observed the cracks in the space, and a look of horror flashed in his eyes. At his level, it's not easy to frighten him. He didn't explain much. The purpose of his coming here this time was very clear, which was to seal this space crack.
You all give up 100 miles, and the major monks lead their subordinates.
He gave the order in a deep voice. All the great monks led their fellow monks and retreated towards the rear. No monk will doubt that this is a powerful person. A powerful person with indescribable strength. An existence at the pinnacle of the world of immortality. Although it was only a clone. This clone was enough to wipe out any great monk in an instant. Even the great monk Wang He obeyed the orders honestly. Li Yuanba followed the sword cultivators and retreated 100 miles away. He turned on his spiritual eyes, which allowed him to see more clearly than other cultivators. Of course, all the monks present who had various child skills used their abilities. This opportunity to watch a powerful person take action may only be once in this life. From a distance of 100 miles, the monk's eyesight could still see Jian Lao's actions. Jian Lao came to the space crack. He first glanced at the formation on the ground. Although the formation is protected by radiation-proof concrete, it is about to be scrapped. This pollution is so strong that any spiritual creature will be affected. This is also the reason why none of the superpowers can preserve the L's crystal essence for a long time. There is also a reason why they have not found a way to apply L's crystal essence. Otherwise, even if it cannot be preserved for a long time, the L's crystal essence will not be stored for a long time. Give the essence to Li Yuanba. With a wave of the old sword's hand, the formation on the ground was erased by a force. The space crack lost the constraints of the stable space formation, and the space energy of the space crack became active again. The L creatures on the opposite side have been trying to rush over. At this time, they noticed the changes in the space crack and rushed towards the space crack.
Jian Lao ignored these L creatures. In his eyes, there was no difference between the L creatures in the middle stage of 4th grade and those in the late stage of 4th grade. Lish creature rushed through the space rift, but was torn into pieces by a terrifying energy as soon as it came out. There were no human monks within 100 miles, so Jian Lao released part of his power. Even though he was in an unstable L cave, the power he released had to be suppressed within a certain range, but it could still be resisted by the L creatures. L creature rushed out. These L creatures had no fear and only knew how to move forward. A sword intent suddenly appeared on Jian Lao's body. The original fragments of the L creatures, as well as the L creatures that had just emerged, were all turned into powder in an instant after the sword intent appeared. This cave is too fragile. Jian Lao carefully adjusted the power of the sword intention. When he condensed the sword intention just now, he felt that the space of the L cave was almost broken by the sword intention. You must know that the sword intention of the sword cultivator is one of the very few powerful means that can restrain the power and ensure that it is powerful enough. This is an extremely contradictory thing. If a powerful person wants to use powerful means, he can use them at will. But powerful means will trigger a series of effects, such as space oscillation or even collapse, serious damage to the environment, etc. As for the sword intention of the sword cultivator, the most important aspect is that under the restraint of the great power, a very small amount of power can be leaked out. This is also the reason why he can use such powerful means in the Hell Cave. If other powerful people come here, they may only show their methods, and the entire Hell Cave will be wiped out. Of course, another reason for inviting Jian Lao here is that his sword intention is related to space, which makes him have a strong understanding of space, which is suitable for sealing this space crack. Just when Jian Lao condensed his sword intention, Li Yuanba discovered that 100 miles away, not far ahead, the rocks on the ground were weathering into fine sand, and then the fine sand turned into dust. This discovery made Li Yuanba's scalp numb and his body trembling slightly. He saw how powerful Daning was, even if it was just a tiny bit of power that Daning showed. Within 100 miles, all matter was destroyed by the remaining power of the sword after Jian Lao condensed his sword intention. This is such a powerful force. He can't even imagine the power of the Almighty with all his strength. He looked at Jian Lao with concern, and at the same time contacted Z15 to record everything that happened. These data would supplement Z15's database, allowing him and the main body Li Shiming to have a first-hand understanding of the Almighty. A small flying sword appeared in front of Jian Lao, and he had a labored look on his face. This is just a clone, and the abilities he can call upon are far inferior to the original body. Of course, being strenuous does not mean that he cannot exert his strength, but rather that the burst of restrained strength makes him strenuous. Destruction is very easy. As long as you exert your full strength, you can do it, but restraining the power requires strong control ability. The more powerful the force, the harder it is to control. Li Yuanba saw Jian Lao's flying sword. He did not expect that Jian Lao's flying sword would be brought out by his clone, but after thinking about it, he realized that Jian Lao didn't have to worry about any problems with his natal flying sword. He himself has the Lingbao Xingyi sword, because the Lingbao Xingjijian took too short a time to form the Lingbao. The weapon spirit in it has not yet grown up. When the weapon spirit grows up, it can act independently even if Lingbao Xingjijian does not have its own control. This includes ultra-long-range autonomous attacks on enemies far away from the monk's perception range, thousands of miles, or even millions of miles away. At the same time, with the soul connection with the monk, when receiving the order to return, he can fly back to the monk from 1,000,000 miles away. These are some speculations made by Li Yuanba when he was in the middle stage of nascent soul. The powerful methods are not something he can fully figure out. Perhaps the powerful spiritual treasures have other unknown abilities. Jian Lao's Lingbao flying sword swept across the space crack, and a bright sword light remained on the space crack after the Lingbao flying sword swept across it. The space crack was covered by the bright sword light, and slowly the bright sword light dimmed, leaving only a mercury-like luster that formed a thin seal on the space crack. Jian Lao put away the Lingbao flying sword. As he put away the Lingbao flying sword, the terrifying aura that spread for hundreds of miles disappeared instantly. Li Yuanba looked at some rocks on the ground that maintained their shape. After the Lingbao flying sword was put away, they suddenly collapsed and turned into flying dust. Chapter 789 Return. Jian Lao's figure disappeared, leaving only the space crack sealed by mercury. The monks knew that this mission was successfully concluded.
But before leaving, they all came to the space crack. This is the seal left by the mighty sword master. And maybe we can get a glimpse of the mighty secret. Li Yuanba also came to the space crack. He felt the mercury-like material, but his spiritual consciousness could not get close at all. When his spiritual consciousness was still several meters away from the mercury-like material, his spiritual consciousness felt a strong burning sensation. The important thing is that if the consciousness is any closer, it will cause damage to the consciousness. But he sensed what the mercury-like substance was. It was an almost solidified sword in tint. The terrifying powerful sword in tint sealed the space cracks like a real thing. A novel app that has been running stably for many years. Comparable to the old book-chasing tool. And a source-changing app used by old bookworms. Although the space cracks still appear to exist. In fact, the aura of the space cracks has dropped to an extremely low level. No H.L. creature can pass through. Unless there is someone on the opposite side who is stronger than Jian Lao. But if there really is such existence, Jian Lao can sense it as long as he is close to this sword intention.
Yuanba, you go back to Jianichong Shao Pavilion first, and we'll leave later.
Brother Lu pulled Li Yuanba at this time, and said through a message. Li Yuanba was startled. And he quickly understood what Brother Lu meant. He saw that the great monk Wang He, and the other two great monks from the Yuqing sect were checking the seals on the space cracks, and did not notice him. The seal left by Jian Lao contains great power, and has an unimaginable attraction for the great monks.
You should also be careful,
Li Yuanba replied through a message. He activated the
Space Acceptance Talisman
on the jade plate of identity, and his figure disappeared into the H.L. cave. As soon as he appeared in the
Space Acceptance Formation,
he released his spiritual consciousness and adjusted the
Space Acceptance Formation. Hongfa, return your sword and tent to the Sky Pavilion.
Li Yuanba smiled and ordered the great Master Hongfa.
Okay, Yuanba.
Master Hongfa heard his instructions and stood up to respond. When Li Yuanba was in the Hell Cave, he sat in the
Space Acceptance Formation
and managed the formation. He didn't ask what happened or why he had to adjust the
Space Acceptance Formation.
He turned around and took out a flying boat. After Li Yuanba got on the flying boat, the flying boat rushed towards Jianishao Pavilion. In the space crack in the H.L. cave, the space fluctuation caused by the disappearance of Li Yuanba's figure was discovered by the great monk Wang He. When great monk Wang He saw Li Yuanba disappear, and knew that Li Yuanba had left early, he immediately took out a
Space Acceptance Talisman
and wanted to activate the
Space Acceptance Talisman
and return to Hell Island. As long as he returns to Hell Island, he may catch up with Li Yuanba. However, when he activated the
Space Acceptance Talisman,
he found that the
Space Acceptance Talisman
had lost its effect. At this time, Brother Lu received the news from Li Yuanba through the sword cultivator at the entrance base.
Fellow Taoist Wang, I forgot to tell you that the mission is over and all the
Space Acceptance Talismans
have become invalid. I think you can understand it,
Brother Lu said with a smile.
Humph.
Great monk Wang He snorted coldly, waved his hand at the Lei Xiao of Jade Qing sect, and all the Lei Xiao followed him, and turned into lightning, and went away into the distance. Brother Lu smiled, and waved his hand. Seeing the deflated appearance of Brother Wang he was in a good mood. As for the rest of the great monks, although they know that the
Space Acceptance Talisman
has lost its effect, if they want to return to Hell Island, they need to fly in the Hell Cave for a long time, and return to Hell Island from the entrance base. But they could see from the actions of the great monk Wang He that if Li Yuanba hadn't closed their permission to use the
Space Acceptance Formation,
Li Yuanba would have been running for his life right now. Of course they knew about the conflict between Li Yuanba and the Yuqing sect. Monk Wang He only signed a contract with Li Yuanba to live peacefully in the Hell Cave. After Li Yuanba left the Hell Cave, he would no longer be protected by the peace contract. Besides, even if the
Space Acceptance Talisman
works, they can't leave their mid-stage nascent soul monks alone and leave alone. Therefore, the
Space Acceptance Talisman
actually has no effect on them after completing the mission of Hell Cave. Of course, each of these great monks are considering that they need to negotiate with Jianichong Shao Pavilion after returning to see what price it will cost to obtain the
Space Acceptance Formation.
The
Space Acceptance Formation
plays an extremely important role for any force, which is almost equivalent to giving every monk an extra life. Li Yuanba returned to Jianichong Shao Pavilion safely. He asked the great Master Hongfa to rest first, while he went to see the real person Li Shiming first. Li Shiming rarely stopped practicing. This was the first time in such a long time that the cultivation process was interrupted. He has 191 brains. Even if he is refining elixirs, comprehending rules, comprehending techniques, etc., he does not need to stop practicing the art of heaven and man. What he lacks now is his cultivation, enough resources, and enough training, which makes him feel that the road to promotion to a great monk is smooth. In particular, the powerful technique of heavenly art itself has a great enhancement effect on the promotion of great monks. In the face of the heavenly art, promotion to a great monk is not a big threshold. It is just an ordinary promotion. What is really important about the heavenly art is to increase the chance of the great monk being promoted to the Mahayana stage. Li Yuanba entered the Tianren cave and came to the Balian Hall. The cultivation environment here made him feel that the spiritual power in his body was slowly increasing with every breath. If it weren't for the fact that Sword and Tianchen Chongshao Pavilion couldn't leave, he would have wanted to stay here and practice with the main body. He took out a bunch of boxes containing the L-Stain Crystal Essence, which means that one L-Stricken Crystal Essence is very small, although all the L-Stricken Crystal Essence he obtained this time was large. The special box he brought with him, it can still fit them all. Then he took out the Tantian compass, and he recognized this spiritual treasure as its owner. But his recognition of its owner was no different from the recognition of its owner by Li Shiming. Li Shiming took the Tantian compass and left Tianren Cave in a flash. Tianren Cave is the place where he cultivates, and it is also a relatively mature cave. He has not fully developed it yet, and he does not want to be affected by radiation. There is also a computer room space, which is too small. In addition, the computer room space also needs to refine weapons and elixirs, which also does not meet the conditions for use. There is only the Half-Life Cave Heaven, because the rules are still being established. In addition, he has extremely strong control over the Half-Life Cave Heaven. Even if he is affected by radiation, he can easily solve it. He had absolute confidence in this aspect, so he decided to place the Babel Compass in the Banshan Cave. When he arrived at Banshan Cave, he adjusted the environment and opened up a space with a radius of about 10 meters. By controlling the Banshan Cave Heaven, this space is isolated. Li Shiming placed the Babel Compass in the center, then took out all the Altair Crystal Essence obtained and placed them around the Babel Compass. Feeling the strong radiation radiating in the space, his figure flashed out of this separate space with a radius of 10 meters. Although the cave space barrier is used to isolate the space, there is still radiation seeping out from the space barrier. He shook his head. This was also a helpless matter. Fortunately, there were sacred trees and living soil here, which could purify the radiation. The radiation that penetrated would not cause too much trouble. Although he is not in that independent space, he can still sense the state of Tantian Compass through his relationship with Tantian Compass. He took out the half-formed L's Crystal Essence in the Babel Compass and put it aside. The Babel Compass is now absorbing the radiation energy of the L's Crystal Essence in the central area of the Babel Compass. A bit of ultra-high quality Hell-Weary Crystal Essence is being formed. Feeling the Altair Crystal Essence formed by this, Li Shiming showed a satisfied smile. As stated in the detailed information on obtaining the Babel Compass, the Babel Compass is refined to purify radiation energy. The unknown powerful man didn't know what methods he used to continuously purify the radiation energy and form higher quality L's Crystal Essence. Although the L's Crystal Essence formed this time still does not reach military grade, this is the first time it has been purified. As long as so much of the original L's Crystal Essence is purified, and then purified again, if it doesn't work just once, it can be purified several times, and it will always be able to be purified to military grade purity. Li Shiming was not worried about time. He originally created the military grade Altair Crystal Essence just to create nuclear weapons, based on the strength of him and his clone Li Yuanba. Even without nuclear weapons, his combat power can be considered extremely strong in today's world of immortal cultivation. As long as he is promoted to a great monk, he will be the most powerful being among the great monks. By then, there will not be many monks who can threaten him in the world of immortality. In the world of immortality, where powerful people rarely appear, the top monks will have ceiling-like combat power. As for nuclear weapons, this comes from a racial characteristic. Even if he comes to another world, the firepower syndrome caused by the race in his previous life has not weakened, but has become stronger. He re-examined the Banshan Cave and found that the space where the Altair Crystal Essence was purified was still very stable after a period of operation. In particular, he connected the natal magic weapon Z15 with the weapon spirit of the Tantian compass, so that Z15 can monitor the work of the Tantian compass at any time and remind him in time when an accident occurs. In addition, the weapon spirit also accepted his orders and knew how to work. He did not need to ask for further purification after that, as long as there were no problems. He could even wait until the military grade L's crystal essence was purified. Charge. He handed over the control of the small space of Banshan Cave to the weapon spirit of the Tantian compass, and the weapon spirit could move the L-resisting crystal essence. After the military grade L's crystal essence is produced, the weapon spirit can even directly put the military grade L's crystal essence into the prepared special radiation-proof jade box. Li Shiming first used the Ling Bao traceless magic sword to sweep over his body to clean up all the remaining radiation on his body. Only then did he return to the Tianren cave. At this time, Li Yuanbao also placed the harvest in the treasure pavilion, and some of the harvested jade slips were placed in the treasure pavilion.
Fellow Taoist, I will go back first. I will need to retreat for a while,
Li Yuanbao said with a smile.
I'll wait for you in the realm of the great monk,
Li Shiming replied with a smile, and then took out some jade bottles and threw them to Li Yuanbao. The two looked at each other and smiled. They were the same person, with the same confident smile. What Li Shiming gave Li Yuanbao was a set of elixirs for promotion to great monks from the Bai sect that he had received before. The reason why Li Shiming gave this set of elixirs for promotion to great monks to Li Yuanbao was because Li Shiming felt that he did not need them at all. This is not because he is arrogant, but because after practicing the
heaven and man art,
these elixirs can help him. The
heaven and man art
has the same effect on its own during the cultivation process. Even because the effect of the heavenly art is long-lasting, the effect produced in the process of promotion to a great monk is far greater than that of Bai sect's set of elixirs for promotion to a great monk. Li Yuanbao put away the jade bottle, turned around, and left the cave of heaven and man. Li Shiming was also disappointed that Li Yuanbao was unable to practice the
art of heaven and man
due to his qualifications. If he hadn't been bold enough to create the
5 elements receiving chi array
in his body during the chi chain stage, and finally created 5 golden elixirs and 5 yuanying, he might not have been able to cultivate this celestial being, Ju. Fortunately, the insights gained from the
art of heaven and man
were more or less helpful to Li Yuanbao, who shared his feelings. Li Shiming returned to the Balian Hall, sat cross-legged on the infinite jasper futon, took a spiritual pill, and began to practice the heavenly art. The 5 nascent souls practiced the heavenly art together, and he could feel the slow improvement of his cultivation. Cultivation is a long process. In the past, this process could be reduced through treasures, but after reaching the middle stage of yuanying, especially the second half of the middle stage of yuanying, the only way is to rely on one's own hard work. The environment of the world of cultivating immortals has determined that it is impossible to breed heavenly and earthly spiritual beings that can satisfy the need to quickly improve cultivation in the second half of the middle nascent soul stage. After reaching the realm of great monks, even great monk elixirs will become increasingly scarce. This is because heaven and earth are limiting the number of top monks. Li Shiming went into seclusion again, and after Li Yuanbao returned to Jiani Chongshao Pavilion, he entered the cave of Sword Cave and started a state of semi-seclusion. As for the great venerable Hong Dharma, he doesn't need to ask any more questions. Today's great master Hongfa, in addition to being Li Yuanbao's servant, has a high status in Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. Grand Venerable Hongfa is the only person in Jiani Chongshao Pavilion, besides Li Yuanbao, who can maintain the
space acceptance formation.
This alone makes Jiani Chongshao Pavilion attach great importance to Great Venerable Hongfa. The Great Master Hongfa has his own cave in the Sword Cave, but except for Li Yuanbao's call, he is still willing to stay in another cave in Jianfeng. The main reason is that the environment of the Sword Cave is more suitable for sword cultivation. He is not a gold cultivator, so he will not like that kind of environment. Chapter 790 Lu Wu. Li Yuanbao's life is almost unchanged. He usually retreats for a month, then leaves the cave to receive the monks who seek alchemy, and then goes out to deliver the alchemy materials sent by the monks to Li Shiming. Bring back from Li Shiming the elixir that has been refined last month. If it is the elixir of a great monk, this process will take 2 months or longer. Although his behavior is a bit weird, as a master of alchemy and an extremely talented monk, even his weird behavior will be regarded as normal. The senior officials of Jinni Chongshao Pavilion also knew that Li Yuanba was currently in seclusion, so they did not give him any more tasks. His previous participation in the Hell Cave mission and the refining of elixirs for the sword in Tianjin Chongshao Pavilion alone were enough to compare with the contributions of those sword cultivators who were diligent in their missions. Li Yuanba's reputation was also widely spread after the Hell Cave mission, and he became the top genius monk in Zhongzhou continent and even in the world of immortality. The monks and forces who had enmity with him wanted to cause trouble for him, but they could not realize it because of his long-term seclusion. No force can put its hand into the mountain gate of Jinni Chongshao Pavilion. At most, it can only buy some information. After Li Yuanba had been in retreat for 10 years, an important event caused him to temporarily end his retreat. On a deserted island outside Sword Peak, Li Yuanba and brother Lu stood in the air, quietly looking at Lu Wu on the island. Today is the day when Lu Wu reaches the middle stage of nascent soul. Lu Wu is a disciple of Li Yuanba, so he will naturally be present for such a big event. There are multiple pulse-locking discs arranged on the island, among which there are 3 great monks' spiritual veins. 2 of them were borrowed from other great monks, and 1 was brought by Li Yuanba. The reason why he chose this promotion was Lu Wu's own choice. Generally, he would choose the most suitable place for promotion, and it would be easier to get promoted. There seems to be some kind of story between this island and Lu Wu. Brother Lu didn't tell it, and Li Yuanba didn't ask. Anyway, with Li Yuanba and brother Lu as guardians, no matter how strong the enemy is, they can still protect Lu Wu's promotion process.
Yuanba, your cultivation has improved significantly. It seems that it won't take more than 100 years for you to reach the peak of the middle stage of Yuaning and try to hit the realm of a great monk.
Brother Lu felt the aura of Li Yuanba next to him, and he felt uneasy. Said with emotion, Li Yuanba's cultivation speed increased, which surprised him, a person who had experienced it before. But considering Li Yuanba's alchemy ability, it's understandable. There are few monks like Li Yuanba who possess almost full use of 4th grade advanced cultivation auxiliary elixirs. Even among the mid-stage nascent soul core sword cultivators in the Sword and Tint Chongshao Pavilion, none have the conditions to use 4th grade advanced cultivation to assist the full use of spiritual elixirs. Although core sword cultivators have more resources than ordinary monks, the resources are limited. They have better guidance than ordinary monks, are exposed to more profound knowledge, can do more difficult tasks, and can obtain resources more easily. Although the core sword cultivators receive a lot of knowledge and resources, they still have to pay a lot. Unlike Li Yuanba, the part he intercepted through alchemy could meet his own cultivation needs. In fact, Li Yuanba got more than brother Lu imagined, because he gave all the alchemy to Li Shiming, the main body. Li Shiming's alchemy process is still the 100-point elixir formula, which can produce double the elixir. If a monk could see the elixir that Li Yuanba took during his training, he would definitely find the difference between this elixir and the elixirs he made for other sword cultivation. The elixirs he took himself were all 4th grade high-grade elixirs, and their quality reached the theoretical highest value of 4th grade high-grade elixirs. This is the unique elixir refining ability of Li Shiming, a quality that can only be refined in the computer room space.
It will take another 100 years,
Li Yuanba said with a helpless smile. Master Lu thinks that it takes only 100 years to reach the peak of the middle nascent soul, which is definitely a very short time. But in Li Yuanba's view, this time is still too long. In terms of cultivation speed, a comparison is needed to know the speed of cultivation. Li Yuanba was in the Cave of Sword Heaven, due to his contribution to Sword and Tint Chongshao Pavilion. The aura concentration in his cave was adjusted to the level of a great monk. This was also the highest aura standard except for Jin Lao. But this kind of cultivation environment is still much worse than the cultivation environment of the original body Li Shiming. Li Shiming's cultivation environment is made up of a large number of treasures. From the Tianren Hall, in Tianren Cave. This is the place with the most abundant spiritual energy in Tianren Cave. A place like this was originally prepared for the Almighty himself. In addition, in many adventures, he sent the spiritual veins he obtained into the Celestial Hall, making the Celestial Hall more spiritually abundant. The Balian Hall is placed in the Celestial Hall. After the transformation of the Balian Hall, the spiritual energy has been purified. It is also blessed by the cultivation effects of the Infinite Jasper Futon and other treasures. Li Shiming's cultivation conditions are definitely at the high level. Something else. That's all for these external conditions. The one that has the greatest impact is the heavenly art technique. When practicing the heaven and man art technique, it is equivalent to using the 5 elements rules to open the technique. and the efficiency of cultivation is extremely high, at least based on his knowledge. He has never encountered a technique that is more efficient than the
Heavenly Man technique,
and even the
Sword Intent Chong Shao technique
cannot compare with it. Of course, this does not mean that the
Sword Intention Chong Shao Ju
is weak. Sword cultivators who practice
Sword Intent Chong Shao Ju
have experienced powerful and even ascended sword cultivators, which illustrates the
Sword Intent Chong Shao Ju.
The potential is huge. The shortcomings of
Heavenly Man technique
are also extremely obvious, since
Heavenly Man art
has almost no previous cultivation experience. It is a newly created method. Although it shows various advantages, no one knows how to practice it. What kind of troubles will you encounter, and how to solve them? In particular, the prerequisites for practicing the
Heavenly Man art
are too high. So high that even if a certain superpower wants to cultivate a monk qualified to practice the
Heavenly Man art,
it cannot be achieved. In the world of immortal cultivation, except for Li Shiming, I have never heard of any monks who have practiced the magical powers of the 5 elements and 5 attributes. This requirement alone is enough to stop the monks at the threshold of the
art of heaven and man.
In addition, Li Shiming practiced the
Heavenly Man technique
with 5 nascent souls at the same time. Like Li Yuanba, he did not need to worry about the cultivation elixir. He took the cultivation elixir at full capacity, and it was 5 times the amount that Li Yuanba took. Brother Lu said that it would take Li Yuanba 100 years to reach the peak of the middle stage of Yuanying. But Li Shiming only needed another 20 years to reach the peak of the middle stage of Yuanying. Therefore, Li Yuanba was not as happy as Brother Lu imagined. The difference of 80 years probably made Li Yuanba unable to help the real body Li Shiming for a long time. Brother Lu glanced at Li Yuanba with some confusion, not knowing why he had such an expression. At this time, Lu Wu's aura rose, diverting his attention again. Lu Wu took out the promotion auxiliary elixirs prepared in advance. Some of these 4th grade elixirs were exchanged by Brother Lu with his own contribution points to Sword Intent Chong Shao Pavilion. And some were refined by Li Yuanba and asked by Li Shiming. Li Yuanba is not worried about Lu Wu's promotion. He is afraid that among the current nascent soul early stage sword cultivators in Sword Intent Chong Shao Pavilion, Lu Wu's experience in sharpening sword intent can definitely be ranked first. The battle in Hell Cave gave Lu Wu too many benefits. Coupled with a perfect 4th level promotion auxiliary elixir, Lu Wu's chances of promotion are very high.
Uncle Lu, don't be nervous. Trust Lu Wu.
Li Yuanba noticed the state of Master Lu next to him, and said with a smile to comfort him.
I was never so nervous when I was promoted.
Brother Lu shook his head and laughed.
I have been in retreat recently. How far has the issue of the space acceptance formation gone?
Li Yuanba asked, changing the subject. What he was asking about was the superpower's request to Jinny Chong Shao Pavilion to share the
space acceptance formation.
Of course, it was impossible to force Jinny Chong Shao Pavilion to come up with the
space acceptance formation,
but in exchange for benefits, Jian Lao had approached him before and asked him what he thought. The main reason is that he designed the
space acceptance formation,
and even the great master Hongfa, who set up the formation, belongs to him. He didn't care. He said that the matter would be handled by Jinny Chong Shao Pavilion at will, and he didn't care about it anymore.
Only the 2 forces, the Luanfeng Palace and Dalian Temple, after paying some price, are going to let the great venerable Hongfa help arrange a
space receiving formation.
Luanfeng Palace and our Sword Intent Chong Shao Pavilion, the relationship has always been very close, and the influence of Luanfeng Palace is not small. On the side of Dalian Temple, taking into account the relationship between great venerable Hongfa and the alliance contract that Dalian Temple and Jinny Chong Shao Pavilion were about to sign, a set of
space acceptance formation
was also built for Dalian Temple.
We did not hand over the core part of the
space acceptance formation.
We just helped set up the formation.
Brother Lu told the results of the recent negotiations. At this time, his state of mind recovered, and he was no longer as nervous as he was at the beginning. Li Yuanba smiled. In addition to the layout of the formation, the refining of the formation base is the key to the
space acceptance formation.
If there is no inheritance, you want to reverse the formation based on the arranged
space acceptance formation.
The difficulty of drawing is not small. The most critical thing is that the
space acceptance formation
arranged by the great master Hongfa contains many traps designed by Z15. These traps are interlocking. As long as there is the slightest mistake,
the space acceptance formation
will collapse. Besides, in his understanding, The Space Acceptance Formation is only an initial research result. Each sect has a short-distance teleportation array. Today's Space Receiving Array has a longer distance based on this short-distance teleportation array, but it has not yet reached the level of intercontinental teleportation. His goal is to develop a real Space Transmission Array. Even if the Space Reception Array is cracked at that time, it will still be a backward technology. The sword intent on Lu Wu exploded, and the sword intent soared into the sky. Along with the rise of the sword intent, there was also his ever-increasing aura. The sword intention turned into white light, and Lu Wu's whole body was wrapped in the sword light. Li Yuanba and brother Lu both laughed. At this point, Lu Wu's promotion process has gone through 1/3, and the most important step has been completed. I'll take care of it. Li Yuanba turned to look at the sea aside and said in a deep voice, "Be careful." Brother Lu nodded and said. Li Yuanba flew in the direction where he discovered the abnormality, and at the same time, Ling Baoxing's sword appeared in front of him. In the ocean, a huge sea beast stopped moving forward and looked at Li Yuanba with a pair of yellow eyes. This was a mid-level 4th grade sea beast that was attracted by Lu Wu's aura fluctuations. Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion is in the ocean and often encounters this situation, since sea water can greatly affect the detection of spiritual consciousness. As long as sea beasts swim in the deep sea, they will not be discovered by monks, unless the sea beasts enter the warning range of the mountain gate of Jinni Chongshao Pavilion. Even Jinni Chongshao Pavilion will not take the initiative to drive away these sea beasts. The main reason is that there are too many sea beasts, and Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion will only drive away the sea beasts that pose a threat. This mid-level 4th level sea beast should not be a nearby sea beast. This island is not far from the gate of Jinni Chongshao Pavilion. If there really is a mid-level 4th level sea beast here, it should not appear at this time. Get out of here, Li Yuanba said with his spiritual consciousness. Mid-level 4th level sea beasts have wisdom, and there is no obstacle to spiritual communication. The middle-level 4th grade sea beast showed greedy eyes and looked in the direction of Lu Wu. Then its body stirred up a large amount of seawater and suddenly flicked its tail. The seawater rushed towards Li Yuanba from bottom to top. When the seawater rushed towards him, the seawater turned into solid ice. The terrifying power of ice and the impact of the solid ice made ordinary monks in the middle stage of nascent soul really need to be careful. Seeking death! Li Yuanba's anger rose. Not far away, his disciple was being promoted, and he didn't want this mid-level 4th level sea beast to disturb Lu Wu. He waved his hand, and Ling Baoxing's sword flew out. Sheng Yijian, which contained the Chaos Sword Intent, penetrated a small hole in the ice in front of him and shot towards the huge sea beast below. Even if Sheng Yijian penetrated the seawater and was slowed down by the seawater, Sheng Yijian's speed was still extremely fast. This place is close to the Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion. Without outsiders present, Li Yuanba did not hide the quality of his sword at all, and used the quality of the Lingbao to draw the sword with all his strength. Sheng Yijian, who was blessed by the speed rule mark, could not dodge by a mid-level 4th level sea monster. Not to mention that this mid-level 4th level sea beast was huge, so dodge was not its strong point. The mid-level 4th grade sea beast was hit by Sheng Yi's sword, and the Chaos Sword Intention wantonly destroyed everything about it. However, due to the huge size of the mid-level 4th grade sea beast, even if the Chaos Sword Intent enters the body and destroys its body, it still has the strength to struggle. It opened its mouth wide, and the energy mobilized in its body was much less affected by the attack. But special sound waves were still formed in its mouth. Just when it was about to emit sound waves, Li Yuanba appeared in its huge mouth. The 4th grade sword base appeared in his hand, and he slit its huge mouth and brain with a sweep of the sword. Something almost happened. Li Yuanba saw that the mid-level 4th level sea beast was completely dead, and then he felt relieved and shook his head. He didn't expect that this mid-level 4th level sea beast was good at sonic attacks. If he hadn't sensed it in time and used Chi Chi Tianya to appear in the sea beast's giant mouth, destroying the generation of sonic attacks, perhaps the sound waves erupted can affect Lu Wu's promotion. Chapter 791 Midterm. That's the deep-sea sky-crying beast. It seems you still don't know much about sea beasts, Brother Lu said, holding back the smile on his face. At this time, Lu Wu was in very good condition. His aura began to stabilize, and his sword intention became more solid. Brother Lu's smile was partly for Lu Wu, but partly because Li Yuanba finally showed some weakness, and was almost defeated by a deep-sea sky-calling beast. He didn't have to worry about Lu Wu. Even if the deep-sea sky-calling beast launched a sonic attack, he could block it for Lu Wu. After I finish my seclusion, I will find an opportunity to study these sea beasts, Li Yuanba said nonchalantly. If he wants to know this knowledge, he can actually just retrieve the information from Z15. But this body is not the original Li Shiming, and he can learn unlimited knowledge. Now that he has achieved extremely high achievements in many aspects, he deliberately gives up some knowledge that is not necessary to master. Speaking of sea beasts, it is almost impossible for sea beasts that have truly reached the late 4th level to approach the mainland. Even the late 4th level sea beasts that approach the mainland have reached some kind of agreement with human monks. There is a difference between sea beasts and spiritual beasts. Spirit beasts are the general term for all non-human beasts that possess spiritual energy, while sea beasts are a branch of spiritual beasts, and refer only to beasts that live in the ocean and rely on the ocean for their livelihood. Sea beasts did not pose any threat to him, so he did not study them in depth. Li Yuanba waved his hand, and he put the body of the huge, deep-sea sky screaming beast into an empty mustard seed ring and threw it to Brother Lu. It disturbed Lu Wu's promotion, so the corpse should be regarded as an apology, he said with a smile. Lu Wu should give less rewards here. After being promoted to the middle stage of nascent soul, he needs to travel to stabilize his state of mind, Brother Lu advised helplessly. Other fathers hope that their son's master will give him more, but Brother Lu is just the opposite. The main reason is that Li Yuanba is too rich. When he asked Lu Wu to become his disciple, Li Yuanba gave him 200 nascent soul initial cultivation spirit pills, and would reward him with things from time to time. It can be said that since Lu Wu entered Li Yuanba's sect, he has never worried about cultivation resources. There was no need for Brother Lu to say anything before. His son has a lot of accumulation, and can completely digest these resources without being affected. But if Lu Wu is promoted to the middle stage of Yuanying, he still can get a lot of training resources in the middle stage of Yuanying without doing anything. Brother Lu is worried that Lu Wu has a mental problem. My master doesn't have much time to guide me, so I don't know this. I originally planned to give these elixirs to Lu Wu as a gift for his promotion, so I'll leave them with you first, and you can give them to Lu Wu when the time is right. Li Yuanba thought for a while, took out 10 jade bottles, and sent them over and said. Brother Lu looked at the 10 jade vases in front of him speechlessly. Here were another 200 Yuanying mid-level 4th grade high-level elixirs. Even as a great monk, he was still shocked by Li Yuanba's generosity. 200 mid-stage nascent soul 4th grade high-level elixirs would be a huge amount of wealth anywhere. It would take a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator to earn at least several decades of hard work. Thinking that Li Yuanba was able to produce 200 mid-stage nascent soul 4th grade high-level elixirs under the premise of satisfying his own cultivation, this made Master Lu envious of the alchemy master. In fact, Brother Lu was wrong. These 200 mid-stage nascent soul 4th grade high-level elixirs were not the same thing as what Li Yuanba was taking. This batch of 4th grade high-level elixirs were intercepted when he was refining elixirs for the mid-stage nascent soul sword of sword intent Chongshao Pavilion. What he and his body, Li Shiming, took were better quality 4th grade elixirs that were refined for themselves alone. Advanced elixir. There is still some gap between the two. Li Yuanba takes less impurities, and the interval between taking is shorter. I accepted it on behalf of Lu Wu. Brother Lu did not say any words of thanks. With Lu Wu as the bond, the relationship between them was very close. Otherwise, he would not have had the slightest scruple when speaking, and he would have said whatever he wanted. Say what? At this time, Lu Wu's aura reached a critical point, and suddenly his aura reached the middle stage of Yuanying. It fluctuated continuously between the middle stage of Yuanying and the beginning of Yuanying, and then stabilized at the middle stage of Yuanying. After Lu Wu's breath stabilized, he still practiced for several hours before ending the process. He slowly opened his eyes, and the divine light in his eyes flickered. This was the overflow of spiritual power caused by the fact that he had not fully controlled the spiritual power in his body after his level had been improved. I have been promoted to the middle stage of nascent soul. He stood up and shouted happily. One of the people beside him was his father, and the other was his master. Naturally, he showed no restraint and expressed his emotions to his heart's content. Don't be proud. Even if you are promoted to the middle stage of nascent soul, you are still the weakest among them. You still have to work hard to practice, Monk Lu said in a deep voice. Yes, father! Lu Wu suppressed his excitement and bowed in response. Your master's reward is with me. I will give it to you when the time comes. In addition, this mustard ring contains the sea beast your master killed just now. It can be regarded as a congratulatory gift to you.
Brother Lu will be equipped with
Deep Sea Sky.
Ming Beast handed the mustard ring to Lu Wu and said. Lu Wu took the mustard seed ring and saw the huge
Deep Sea Sky Screaming Beast.
inside. This corpse can be exchanged for a lot of resources. He also knew that neither his master nor his father had paid much attention to the mid-level 4th grade
Deep Sea Sky Calling Beast.
So he put away the mustard ring with a smile. He was very curious about what reward the master had prepared. But looking at his father's expression, he didn't dare to ask.
You go back to seclusion for a while. And when you have mastered the spiritual power of the mid-stage nascent soul, you can go out on missions.
Brother Lu then explained. Li Yuanbao looked on with a smile. Although Brother Lu was very serious, his care for Lu Wu was obvious. Brother Lu tidied up the arrangements on the island, and then took Lu Wu and Li Yuanbao back to Jiani Chongshao Pavilion. Lu Wu needs to go to the pavilion to change the realm information, and the information on the identity jade plate will also be updated at the same time, which is related to his future treatment. There is also Lu Wu's cave. He can have his own cave in the Sword Cave. He was in the Cave of Swords before, but he was occupying the cultivation space of Monk Lu next to Monk Lu's cave. There is another miscellaneous item, which Li Yuanbao does not need to care about. It is more convenient for Brother Lu to operate. Lu Wu did not plan to hold a promotion banquet. So Li Yuanbao said Lo and returned to the cave to continue his retreat. The years passed silently, and the world of immortality without Li Yuanbao was no different, which showed that his influence was not very great yet. Jiani Chongshao Pavilion has developed extremely well over the years. There are many aspects to this, but two of the most important ones are related to Li Yuanbao. The
Space Acceptance Formation
protected the sword cultivators, and a large number of 4th grade high-level elixirs further improved the sword cultivators' cultivation. In the same training time, the efficiency of taking a 4th grade high-level elixir is many times that of a low-level elixir. Probably the Jiani Chongshao Pavilion is the only superpower in the world of immortality that can enjoy the use of 4th grade high-level spiritual elixirs. The other alchemy masters, no matter how high they are, cannot guarantee the alchemy level of Li Yuanbao. Of course, as time passed, Li Yuanbao's alchemy level could no longer be kept secret. Many superpowers know about Li Yuanbao's alchemy skills, but they are unable to find Li Yuanbao and entrust him with alchemy. Because he wanted to see Li Yuanbao, he only had 2 days per month. But these 2 days were reserved by the sword cultivator of Jiani Chongshao Pavilion, let alone the foreign sect who wanted to see Li Yuanbao. Even the sword cultivators from Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion had to wait in line for a long time before they had the chance to meet Li Yuanbao. Therefore, even if many superpowers have heard from intelligence that Li Yuanbao's alchemy level is able to maintain the high-level quality of 4th grade elixirs, without physical confirmation, this is still just a rumor. This retreat was the longest in the history of Li Shiming and Li Yuanbao. They experienced the cultivation life of a normal nascent soul monk. 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the Balian Hall, Li Shiming sat cross-legged on the immeasurable jade futon. Within his body, the 5 nascent souls were practicing the heavenly art. In the entire Balian Hall, the aura of terror filled every inch of space. The 5 nascent souls have all reached the peak of the middle nascent soul. 20 years of seclusion and a large number of 4th grade high-level elixirs have allowed him to finally advance his realm to the peak of the middle nascent soul. Originally, he planned to rest for a while after reaching the peak realm of the middle nascent soul, and then try to reach the realm of the great monk in the late nascent soul. But today, his 5 nascent souls simultaneously raised their realm to the peak of the middle nascent soul. But he did not feel the bottleneck. This feeling made him very surprised. Normally, let alone the extremely important realm improvement of the mid-nascent soul stage to the late Yuanying stage of the great monk, even the level upgrade in the Chain Chi stage would have bottlenecks. The absence of bottlenecks can only mean one thing: your own accumulation exceeds the requirements of your realm. Originally, due to Li Shiming's practice of
Heavenly Man technique,
in terms of skills, he had greatly reduced the bottleneck of promoting from the middle stage of Yuanying to the late stage of Yuanying. His clone, Li Yuanbao, fought continuously in the Hell Cave for nearly a year. The high-intensity battles greatly tempered Li Yuanbao, and this tempering was also shared with his true form. It was equivalent to him having been fighting the mid to late 4th grade L creatures in the L Cave for nearly a year. As for his understanding, because he had observed the creation process of the rules in Banshun Cave Heaven, his understanding of the 5 elements and thunder and lightning has even reached the level of an ordinary great monk. These are his accumulations, which far exceed the accumulation of all middle-stage Yuanying monks.
and should not appear in middle-stage Yuanying monks. Li Shiming is still practicing. But at this time, the demand for spiritual energy has increased a lot. One of his idle brains contacted the Tianren Danshan artifact spirit. And then the spiritual energy of Tianren Danshan was continuously input into the Balian Hall. This is a temporary extraction of spiritual energy from the rest of Tianren Cave. Although it will have a slight impact on other parts of Tianren Cave, it is insignificant compared to the major breakthrough of the Master Li Shiming. In the Balian Hall, a large amount of spiritual energy was input into it, and the spiritual energy formed spiritual mist, which is a semi-liquefied form of spiritual energy that is too rich. But this kind of spiritual energy cannot be retained for long. Li Shiming's body is like a whale swallowing the spiritual energy, and the spiritual mist pours into his body. Li Shiming sighed in his heart. Fortunately, he had his own Tianren cave, which stored a huge amount of spiritual energy. Otherwise, for a monk like him who no longer has a sect, it would be very troublesome to be promoted to a great monk just by relying on aura. Not to mention that he has 5 nascent souls, and the spiritual energy he needs to be promoted to a great monk is 5 times that of other monks. Because of the heaven art he cultivates, this multiple will be doubled, with the influx of massive amounts of spiritual energy. Even though his body had reached the level of a great body refining monk due to the cultivation of the heavenly art, he still felt bursts of pain in his physical body under the impact of the massive amount of spiritual energy. As a last resort, he used his spirit to help draw the spiritual energy, which used 5 idle brains. Probably only he can do this method, because a normal monk cannot be distracted in this state of cultivation, let alone use his energy to perform such delicate operations. Many monks will shut down all 5 senses when in retreat. They are worried that the 5 senses will affect their concentrated cultivation state. Li Shiming is different. With the help of his natal magic weapon Z15, his entire cultivation process is closely monitored. If there is even a trace of something wrong, Z15 will inform him immediately. He has 191 brains. Due to their special nature, the 5 nascent souls actually occupy only 1 brain, which is his main brain. This allows him to mobilize the other 190 brains at any time to think about different things. This allows him to gain knowledge, refine elixirs, and research the technology of previous lives even if he is in seclusion. The 5 brains control the 5 spirits and participate in the guidance of the spiritual energy, which greatly reduces the pressure on the physical body. It also allows more spiritual energy to be sent into the 5 Yuanying bodies. The heavenly art is still being practiced, and some wonderful changes are also taking place in the 5 Yuanying bodies. Li Shiming could vaguely feel that a new world was opening to him, and the 5 nascent souls were all pushing open a door. The 5 nascent souls are not sequential, and they are not pushing the same door. Perhaps at this time, for the 5 nascent souls, it is a process of 5 promotions. However, due to the 5 elements receiving chi formation, the energy in the 5 Yuanyings remains in a balanced state no matter how it changes, which makes the progress of the 5 Yuanyings in the cultivation process absolutely consistent. Li Shiming sensed that the guiding energy of the heavenly art in the 5 nascent souls had transformed from the energy of the 5 elements magical powers into a trace of pure energy of the 5 elements rules. Magical power is a form of expression of rules, but there is an essential difference between the two. Magical powers do not require understanding of the corresponding rules before they can be used, but the rules must satisfy the corresponding understanding before they can be mastered. Chapter 792 Overhaul. The most special thing about the practice of heavenly art is that the guidance energy turned on at the beginning of practice is carried out by the 5 elements of magical energy. This is also the reason why heavenly art is powerful, which is equivalent to indirectly borrowing the power of rules. But at this time, the heavenly man art, practiced by Li Shiming's 5 nascent souls, with the continuous improvement of their realm, the heavenly man art has been transformed into guided by the energy of the 5 elements rules. He recalled in his mind the process of the formation of the 5 elements rules in Bansheng Cave Heaven, which made the 5 elements rules of heaven and man art become clearer and clearer, and guided more and more of the 5 elements rules energy. Slowly, the proportion of the energy of the 5 elements rules in the cultivation process became larger and larger. At the beginning, it was only 1,000th of the amount. When the proportion reached 1%, the auras of the 5 nascent souls suddenly changed. The 5 nascent souls all crossed an invisible barrier. Although the barrier did not block him, he could clearly feel the barrier when he crossed it. This is probably the so-called bottleneck for advancing from the middle stage of Yuanying to the realm of Great Monk
in the late stage of yuanying, and it was easily passed by 5 yuanyings. The auras of the 5 nascent souls increased rapidly, and the essence of the nascent souls underwent unknown changes. This caused the internal spiritual power to become more than 10 times more solid after the operation of the Heavenly Man Art. At the same time, the 5 nascent souls continued to absorb his spirit and then output it. In the process, he found that his spirit had been greatly improved. Under normal circumstances, the spirit that the 5 nascent souls need to improve is the spirit of the main brain. But his spirit is not limited to these. He continuously mobilizes the spirit of the remaining 190 brains and inputs it into the 5 yuanyings, which are transformed and improved by the 5 yuanyings. He didn't know if the 5 nascent souls would still be able to improve their spirits after the promotion was over. The spiritual power in the 5 yuanying bodies is getting less and less, and in the end, the total spiritual power is less than 1/10. However, the quality of the spiritual power stored in the yuanying body is not at all the same as before. The same spiritual power. In these spiritual powers, there is a trace of the rules of the 5 elements. At the same time, in the bodies of the 5 nascent souls, the imprints of the rules of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth appear, as if they are engraved in the bodies of the nascent souls. The imprint of the 5 elements rules is somewhat vague, which also shows how well he masters the 5 elements rules. In fact, although he had mastered the Banshun Cave Heaven, he was able to observe the rules and see the process of generating the rules in the middle stage of nascent soul. However, due to his realm, the rules of the 5 elements that he could perceive were very limited. Of course, if there is a comparison, any of the rules of the 5 elements that he has mastered exceeds the level of understanding of the rules by other newly promoted monks. Even some great monks, who have practiced the rules for 300 to 400 years, do not have a comprehensive understanding of the rules as he does. He has witnessed the process of the creation of the 5 elements rules. This opportunity is extremely rare. When he completely digests the opportunity of being in the cave for half a lifetime, the imprints of the 5 elements rules and the 5 nascent souls will not be so unclear. Li Yuanbo was slightly moved in his heart. Why only the 5 elements rule mark appeared? And he also mastered the thunder and lightning rule. That was when he observed the process of clouds, rain, thunder and lightning appearing in the Banshun Cave Heaven under the influence of the 5 elements rules, and observed the formation of the rules of thunder and lightning. Probably only an incomplete cave like the Half-Life Cave can give monks the opportunity to perceive the rules so clearly. When the cave is perfected, the rules will automatically disappear and become the support for the operation of the cave. The probability of a cave, like the Half-Life Cave Heaven appearing, is extremely low. In the world of immortal cultivation for so many years, Shiohungi was the only one who left the half-step cave heaven. The rest of the half-step Mahayana cultivators had their half-step cave heaven collapse on their own when they fell. Without perfect rules, half-step cave heaven could not maintain spatial stability. Shiohungi didn't know what kind of methods he used and what kind of treasures he invested in, so that his half-step cave heaven could be preserved after his death. This gave Li Shiming the opportunity to clearly perceive the rules. At the beginning, so many monks competed for the core of the half-step rule cave heaven just because they wanted to have the opportunity to understand the rules. When Li Shiming was promoted to a great monk, he realized how beneficial it would be to get the half-life cave heaven. He recalled the creation of the thunder and lightning rules. This rule could even be applied to the attacks of the Jade Clear Thunder Code when he was in the middle stage of nascent soul. This shows how deeply he understands the thunder and lightning rules. During the recall process, the lightning rule marks appeared in the bodies of the 5 nascent souls. He was a little greedy, and he began to think about sword intent again. The rules contained in the Chaos Sword Intent are extremely complicated. When he was in the middle stage of nascent soul, he could not comprehend the rules contained in the Chaos Sword Intent. But at this time, especially when he was in the process of promotion, he was particularly sensitive to the rules. He called up the Phantom of the Sword Intent Monument from the Z15 database. From the Phantom of the Sword Intent Monument, he saw that the power of rules was contained in it. However, compared to the rules of the 5 elements and thunder and lightning, the power of the rules of the Sword Intention Monument is extremely complicated. This is a strange rule composed of many types of rule fragments, corresponding to the sword intention of the Sword Intent Monument. Li Shiming did not comprehend all the sword intent in the Sword Intent Monument, but he also comprehended most of it, which was his Chaos Sword Intent. At this time, he mobilized all 191 brains. At this time, because his brain was fully upgraded mentally. And in the promoted state, it was as if it was overclocked. 191 brains divided the rule fragments into many times. I began to gain a little insight. He didn't know that at this time. He understood the rules of Chaos Sword Intention, based on the Sword Intention rules of the Sword Intent Monument, which was the most important meaning of being promoted to a great monk. A normal peak monk in the middle stage of nascent soul does not have the opportunity to understand the rules and advance. It is during the process of being promoted to a great monk. Due to this special state of the promotion process, heaven and earth seem to have blessed the monk with some special perception ability. In the process of being promoted to a great monk, through the accumulation of a large amount of previous knowledge, I realized my own rules. Of course, this kind of understanding can only form a vague imprint of rules in Yuanying. After the promotion is completed, it will be a long-term process of continuously improving this imprint of rules. This also means that some great monks have very strong combat power, while some great monks have very weak combat power. In addition to the difference in spiritual power, the biggest difference is affected by the clarity of the rules imprints in the nascent soul. Having missed the important process of perceiving the rules during the process of being promoted to a great monk, if you want to perceive the new rules, you will have to wait until a long time later. And most of the great monks will not have the opportunity to perceive the new rules for the second time, since Li Shiming has no inheritance. Although he has gained a lot of knowledge, it is still somewhat different from the system inheritance. For example, he is not clear about the matters that need to be paid attention to in the process of promotion to a great monk. In fact, if he waits for Li Yuanba to reach the peak of the middle stage of Yuanying, Li Yuanba will get the corresponding inheritance from Sword Intent Chongshao Pavilion. These inheritances will only be open to the monks who are at the peak of the middle stage of Yuanying and are ready to attack the great monks. Knowing this knowledge in advance is not a good thing for the monks in the middle stage of Yuanying. It will affect the state of mind of the monks in the middle stage of Yuanying. In Li Shiming's 5 nascent souls, a vague rule mark belonging to Chaos Sword Intent appeared. At this time, Yuanying's body already had the imprint of the 5 elements rules, the imprint of the thunder and lightning rules, and the newly perceived imprint of the sword intention rules. After he comprehended the imprint of the sword intention rules of the Chaos Sword Intent, he also slowly freed himself. Exit in the special status of promotion. After exiting this special state, he wanted to continue to perceive the sword intention rules on the Sword Intention Monument, but found that the sword intention rules were no longer as clear as before, as if there was a layer of veil between them. Although it is much stronger than the perception in the middle stage of nascent soul, it is still far from the perception during the process of promotion to the great monk state. A clear understanding arose in his heart, and he knew that it was extremely important to understand the rules of the process of advancing to the status of a great monk. He felt the new rules imprints that appeared in Yuanying's body, and let out a long sigh of relief. He hadn't felt it before, but now he remembered that if he hadn't sensed these rule imprints before, he might not have sensed the rules imprints for a while. Abandoned. The 5 elements rule seal is the foundation for his practice of heavenly art. The thunder and lightning rule seal is the necessary foundation for the great monk level of Jade Pure Thunder Code, and the sword intent rule seal is the must for the great monk level of Sword Intention Chongshao Ju base. Therefore, no matter which kind of rule mark is missing, he will be unable to display his true strength as a great monk in this aspect. Fortunately, he had experienced the 5 elements rules and the thunder and lightning rules in Half-Life Cave Heaven, so he did not need to use his precious promotion to the great monk status for these aspects, but could use it for the sword intent rules. According to the summary afterwards, if he had spent a little longer on the 5 elements rules and the thunder and lightning rules, the sword intent rules would not be able to sense the imprint of the sword intent rules. Li Shiming's practice of heavenly man art has not ended. The aura in Yuanying's body has been upgraded to the level of a great monk, and the great monk level, Chaos Spiritual Power, in heavenly man art, has entered the physical body. His physical body is continuously strengthened by Chaos Spiritual Power. This first strengthening is the key, laying the solid foundation for the physical body. The benefits of the 5 nascent souls were once again revealed, allowing his physical body to be strengthened by the first of the 5 nascent souls, and he enjoyed the 5th monk level physical strengthening of the Art of Heaven and Man. The physical body continued to vibrate, making a sound like thunder. After an unknown amount of time, he withdrew from his cultivation state. Powerful. Extremely powerful. This feeling of power can only occur when one's own strength is greatly improved by leaps and bounds. There is a huge gap between the middle nascent soul stage and the late nascent soul stage. This is reflected in the fact that when the cultivating world calls monks in the middle nascent soul stage, they will be called middle nascent soul monks in the same way as early Yuan monks. However, monks in the late nascent soul period are respected as great monks. In terms of actual combat power, the great monks have a crushing advantage over the mid-stage nascent soul monks. The biggest difference is that the great monk has mastered a trace of the power of rules and has access to the fundamental power of the world. Li Shiming stretched out his hand, and the 4th grade sword base appeared in his hand. At this time, the quality of the 4th grade sword base had been upgraded to the top quality of the 4th grade. This corresponds to his physical body. The strength of his physical body is equivalent to the quality of the 4th grade sword base. The top quality of the 4th grade sword means that his physical body has reached the peak level of a great monk's body refining. Now, he can destroy ordinary 4th grade magic weapons with his physical body alone. Even if the great monk uses non-4th grade top level magic weapons, it will be difficult to break through his physical defense. Of course, this only refers to pure spiritual power and strength, and does not include some special skills and effects. Even if he has such a powerful body, he will not let a great monk who has mastered the Breaking Void Sword intent hit his body. The destructive power of the great monk level Breaking Void Sword intent exceeds the strength of a normal great monk. Li Shiming did not try his own strength more, but calmed down his mind and re-entered the state of seclusion. Since he had just been promoted, the amount of spiritual power reserves in his 5 nascent souls was pitifully small. Before practicing, he checked his great monk's advanced cultivation elixir. After so long of storage, he has 136 high-level cultivator elixirs. He has not calculated the number of other lower-quality cultivator elixirs. Those are either given away or traded.
It seems that I still need to accept more alchemy commissions from the great monks,
he murmured to himself. If other great monks heard his complaints and the number of great monk elixirs he possessed, they would probably jump up and curse. Even a super-powerful great monk has extremely limited resources for great monks. Judging from the fact that Li Yuanba received a great monk's alchemy commission during his time in Jianicheng Shao Pavilion, he can obtain a great monk's spirit in about 10 years. Medicine. The 136 high-level monk elixirs he owns are not considered quality factors. He only asks the alchemy master to refine them. If there is no failure in 1 high-level monk elixir, he can produce 2 high-level monk elixirs. The great monk elixir you possess requires a great monk to work hard for 600 years. At present, half of his 136 high-grade monk elixirs are made from the high monk elixirs that he had to withhold from many commissions for elixir refining by great monks when he was at Zhongzhou Trading Company. Among the commissions from the great monks that Li Yuanba received at the Jianicheng Shao Pavilion, the most were accumulated from the Jianicheng Shao Pavilion itself. The alchemy commissions from the great monks of the sword cultivator were not many. Li Shiming took 5 high-level cultivating elixirs for monks, and the 5 strands of medicinal power flowed to the 5 nascent souls. At such a consumption rate, these 136 high-level cultivator elixirs are simply not enough. The more nascent souls there are, the more troubles there will be. For the first time, he felt that he didn't seem to be very rich, which could not allow him to take the high-level monk's elixir to his full capacity. This feeling is very bad. Without enough high-level spiritual elixirs for senior monks, his cultivation speed will be affected. With this thought, his mind sank back into the practice of
the art of heaven and man.
Chapter 793 Strength. Li Yuanba opened his eyes. He stopped practicing the
sword intention Cheng Xiaoju
and kept feeling the insights from his body. Li Shiming. In his mind, in the process of being promoted to a great monk, Li Shiming realized the sword intention rules and print of
chaos sword intent.
Through the
sword intent monument,
Li Yuanba, who shared everything with Li Shiming, naturally accepted all Li Shiming's insights. However, due to insufficient realm, the sword rules of
chaos sword intent
that Li Yuanba felt were like flowers in the realm and the moon in the water, without any foundation. The sword intention rules of this
chaos sword intention
only exist in his spiritual world and cannot be manifested in the outside world. This feeling is very uncomfortable, as if you have invincible power, but this power is bound to your body and cannot be released. Of course, if he can really embody the sword intention rules of
chaos sword intent,
then he will truly be a great monk, not a mid-stage nascent soul monk. However, with the sword intention rules of
chaos sword intent,
at least when he is promoted to a great monk, the difficulty will be many times easier. Li Yuanbao felt a sense of urgency. His original body, Li Shiming, was promoted to a great monk, and his clone had to work hard. He thought for a while, and sent instructions to the great venerable Hengfa through the connection of the
Soul Recognition Contract Rune.
He plans to go into seclusion with all his strength in the coming days, and will no longer accept alchemy commissions. In the past, when I received alchemy commissions, I actually accepted them for my real body, Li Shiming. Anyway, when Li Shiming was practicing, he could easily make alchemy without any delay. But things are different now. Li Shiming has been promoted to a major monk, and the suppression he received before will disappear as his level increases. Even if Li Shiming's former enemies don't let him go. With Li Shiming's combat power, he won't be afraid of anyone as long as he doesn't have a powerful attack. Li Shiming does not need to hide. He will do the next alchemy work by himself. And he will no longer stay near the mountain gate of Jiani Chouxiao Pavilion. Sun Zhuo is a mid-stage nascent soul sword cultivator from the Sword Intent Chouxiao Pavilion. He has not done any tasks these days, and is just waiting for the arrival of the beginning of the month. The 2 days at the beginning of every next month are the days when Li Yuanbao receives the alchemy commission. In the past 20 years, due to Li Yuanbao's continuous practice of elixirs for the Yuanying sword, the overall strength of the Yuanying sword cultivators in Jiani Chouxiao Pavilion has increased a lot. However, it was too difficult to make an appointment for Li Yuanbao's alchemy commission. So Sun Zhuo made an appointment 2 years in advance.
Sun Zhuo, Li Yuanbao will enter complete seclusion, and all alchemy commissions will be stopped.
Just as Sun Zhuo was still thinking about alchemy in a few days, he unexpectedly received a message from the great venerable Hengfa.
Senior Hengfa, I have an appointment for 2 years. Can you be accommodating?
Sun Zhuo was shocked and asked quickly. Without waiting for a reply from the great master Hengfa, he contacted other sword cultivators to inquire about the situation. He found that all the sword cultivators who had made an appointment with him had received the same message from the great master Hengfa. Although Sun Zhuo was extremely disappointed, he also knew very well that Li Yuanbao had paid a lot for the sword cultivators. Like a normal monk, the best way to improve his cultivation in seclusion is to have no contact with the outside world at all, and devote himself wholeheartedly to cultivation. The cultivation effect in this state is the best. Li Yuanbao's habit of leaving seclusion on the first 2 days of each month had a considerable impact on Li Yuanbao's cultivation. In the past 20 years, Li Yuanbao has single-handedly improved the overall elixir quality of Yuanying sword cultivators in Sword Intention Chouxiao Pavilion, making all Yuanying sword cultivators qualified to take 4th grade high-level elixirs. There were many sword cultivators who had the same idea as Sun Zhuo. When the news spread, both the early and middle nascent soul monks and the senior monks were a little disappointed. But none of the nascent soul monks bothered Li Yuanbao's retreat. A year later, in the sea thousands of miles away from Sword Intent Chouxiao Pavilion, a figure flew out. This man was Li Shiming, who had stabilized his realm. He was suspended on the sea, and took a long breath of air that smelled of sea water. Although you are in the Balian Hall of the Heavenly Man Cave, and have enough spiritual energy every day, there is still a big difference between being in the cave and the outside world. The outside world has nature that is not found in the cave. The nature of heaven and earth makes him feel his own existence. And he is still alive, although he is only less than 130 years old. The decades of seclusion have been an extremely long time in his life experience, and it has even slowly affected his state of mind.
Go home and have a look.
Li Shiming's first thought as soon as he came out of quarantine was to go home. His home is the northern Shu continent, and there are people he misses the most. He didn't want to go back before because he was worried about bringing trouble back. Now that he has the power to protect himself, he feels homesick. Not only did he miss Yin Sherwan, but also his relatives on Tianhai Island. Perhaps because he had suppressed his feelings too tightly before. Now he had the idea of returning immediately without wanting to stay for a moment. He shook his head. Although he wanted to return immediately, he still suppressed his thoughts rationally. He had to go back. But before going back, he still needed to familiarize himself with the combat power of the great monks. This year, he has been practicing in seclusion. After consuming dozens of high-level spiritual elixirs for great monks, he finally stabilized his state. That is to say, he has a large number of high-level spiritual elixirs for great monks. So he can stabilize the realm of great monks in 1 year. Normal super-powerful great monks will have to stay in seclusion for at least 10 years, or even decades to stabilize their realm when they are first promoted. He used a large amount of high-level spiritual elixirs for great monks to save time in cultivation. In the eyes of other great monks, this was a huge waste. But he felt that it was very worthwhile, as long as he was willing to make the high-level spiritual elixir for a great monk. There were many great monks who were willing to entrust him to make the elixir, but time was precious. He felt that as his cultivation level improved, more and more time was needed for cultivation. Spiritual elixirs could be refined, but time could not be exchanged. This place was too close to Jinny Chouxiao Pavilion. He checked the direction, and his figure disappeared in a flash. What he used was one strike. At the level of a great monk, the spiritual power in his body was enough for the normal consumption of one strike. As long as he did not activate one strike hundreds or thousands of times in a row, his spiritual power meets the needs. The Chennai power allowed his vision to reach 8,000 miles. Although his realm reached the level of a great monk, he did not study the Chennai power intensively, so this magical power still stayed at the original level, and there was no a boost occurs. There is still not enough time. Even if he has 191 brains, it will be difficult to upgrade all he has learned to the level of a great monk in a short time, especially for magical powers such as spiritual eye power and heart-mind power. Although there are runes for these two magical powers in Yuanying, the power of the supernatural power cannot be improved without thoroughly studying the magical power runes. Studying a magical power is equivalent to studying the rules involved in that magical power. The application of magical powers before the realm of a great monk is still in the situation of not knowing the reason, and it is just the application of magical powers. After reaching the realm of great monks, because great monks have the ability to perceive rules, great monks can perceive the power of rules contained in magical powers, thereby breaking the constraints of the magical powers themselves and raising the power of magical powers to a higher level. In addition to the two magical powers of Shen Eyes and other minds, Shen Foot actually also encountered the same problem. He had used his previous skills to the extreme, but now he has no understanding of the rules of space. There has been too much progress, and Shinzatong is still at the level of the middle stage of nascent soul. It's just that the great improvement of spiritual power and spirit has turned the one shot that could only be used for a short period of time into a commonly used means of movement. His figure moved 8,000 miles at a time, far away from Jinny Chouxiao Pavilion, and arrived at the depths of the ocean in a short period of time. As his mind moved slightly, the Traceless Illusion Sword appeared beside him. However, due to the special nature of the Traceless Illusion Sword, other monks except him could not observe the existence of the Traceless Illusion Sword. He mobilized the Chaos Sword Intent in his body and added the Chaos Sword Intent to the Traceless Illusion Sword. The Chaos Spiritual Power and a nascent soul circulates along with the Sword Intention Climb to the Sky technique, replacing the original gold spiritual power and injecting it into the Traceless Illusion Sword. Even though he did not deliberately use the rules of the sword, there was still a trace of the rules of the sword in the Chaos Sword, which greatly improved the power of the Chaos Sword. This feeling is just like when he mastered the Chaos Sword Intention in the middle stage of nascent soul and could easily kill all the monks of the same level. He didn't know whether he could break through the defense of a peak monk like the great monk Wang He with one sword, but he was confident that he could kill the other great monks with one sword even if they were blessed with defensive magic weapons. He did not draw his sword, but based on the power of the Traceless Fantasy Sword, he was able to make some judgments about his sword cultivating strength. If you really want to know the true combat power of a sword cultivator, you still need to fight a powerful cultivator. The Chaos Spiritual Power is more powerful than the metal spiritual power cultivated by the Sword Intention Chongshao Ju, and is completely compatible with the Sword Intent Chongshao Ju. This is the most powerful part of the Heavenly Man art. He withdrew the Traceless Phantom Sword, and with a wave of his hand, the magic weapon beside him was replaced by the spiritual treasure. Heaven Strike Thunder Hammer. The Chaos Spiritual Power in his body was transformed into Thunder Spiritual Power with the operation of Jade Clear Thunder Code. This transformed Thunder Spiritual Power was more powerful than the original Thunder Power of Jade Clear Thunder Code. The spiritual power is a bit stronger. Thunderbolt Technique. He shouted softly. A bolt of lightning shot out from the Sky Strike Thunder Hammer and landed in the seawater. Countless electric lights scattered from the hit area, rendering a large area into a strange flashing area. He saw a third-grade sea beast swimming under the surface of the sea, which was covered by thunder and lightning. When the electric light engulfed that area, the third-grade sea beast disappeared directly. This was because the electric light was too powerful and completely annihilated the third-grade sea beast. He nodded slightly. Lei Xiu's attack power was extremely powerful, especially when used in large-scale attacks. This made up for Sword Xiu's weakness in attack. Of course, if he takes back the 10,000 Swords Peak, he can let the Sword Cultivator make up for this weakness. However, Li Yuanba needs 10,000 Swords Peak more than him. He has many attack methods, each of which is extremely powerful. On the contrary, Li Yuanba, without 10,000 Swords Peak, his combat power will be greatly affected. Besides, Li Shiming's Thunder Cultivation does not only have this power. The Ling Bao Sky Strike Thunder Hammer is just one way to enhance the Thunder Cultivation's attack power. With a slight movement of his mind, he contacted the Chishao Thunder Bead in the computer room space. Only when he reached the realm of a great monk did he truly feel the preciousness of the Chishao Thunder Bead. With his level as a great monk and the powerful strength he possesses by practicing the heavenly art, his self-confidence is stronger than that of the veteran great monks. However, after contacting the Chishao Thunder Bead, he still sensed the Chishao Thunder Bead. The vastness inside is incomparable. Li Shiming now believes that the Chishao Thunder Bead is the powerful treasure of Yuqing sect. He did not take out the Chishao Thunder Bead if there were no means left by the powerful Yuqing sect on the Chishao Thunder Bead. He would not believe it at all. Just like the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat, it has the mark of the White Emperor sect's great power on it. So the Aurora Swift Shadow Boat and other fastest flying boats in the world of immortality can only be placed in space items in the computer room space. However, there are differences between Chishao Thunder Bead and Aurora Swift Shadow Boat. Although they are both placed in the computer room space, Chishao Thunder Bead can be used by him due to its special nature. Chishao Thunder Bead only requires him to use the power in it to increase the power of his own thunder spells. He once again activated the Ling Bao Thunder Hammer to activate a lightning technique. In the process, he mobilized the Chishao Thunder Bead in the engine room space, and the Chishao Thunder Bead became the lightning technique, blessed with a bolt of lightning energy. When this lightning technique was released, he felt the difference in this lightning technique. The power of this lightning technique increased several times. Through his clone Li Yuanba, he had seen the thunder technique performed by the great monk Wang He. If the great monk Wang He had not concealed his combat power during the battle, then his thunder technique would be more powerful than that of the great monk Wang He. The most powerful thunder technique he fired was even stronger. As for the great monk Wang he was the peak of the great monk Lei Xiu, and he was one of the strongest beings in the nascent soul stage. Unfortunately, using the Chishao Thunder Bead will be sensed by the Yuqing sect's Lei Xiu. The great master of the Yuqing sect has been looking for the Chishao Thunder Bead. This is also understandable. Chishao Thunder Beads can increase the power of thunder spells, even if the bonus to thunder spells in the Mahayana stage is not as good as that in the Great Monk stage. As long as there is a little bonus effect. For the powerful, all are extremely important. Of course, based on his judgment, as long as he shows up, regardless of whether the Chishao Thunder Bead is exposed or not, the Yuqing sect will find him immediately. If he hadn't seen Jian Lao transform into the Hell Cave before and perform the shocking act of sealing the space rift, he might really not be afraid of anything. Anyway, even if Great Monk Wang Yi came to him, he would still be able to fight. But having seen the power of Jian Lao's clone, he knew that Deneng still had clones that he could use. If Deneng really wanted to target him, he would not be able to resist it. Chapter 794 Leaving. Heavenly Art is indeed the top skill, but its attack methods are lacking. The reason for this is also obvious. There are no senior monks to practice this skill. After continuous analysis and research, they have summarized the secret attack method. The attack methods of Tian Renju cannot be compared with the core inheritance techniques of those super forces. However, the advantage of Heavenly Art is that it can replace most of the secret attack methods at will. For example, the White Emperor technique of the White Emperor sect, or the Sun Shooting technique of the Shooting Sun sect. These core attack secret techniques can be performed through the Heavenly Man technique, and the power of them is much higher than that of the Sun Shooting sect. The original version is much more powerful. Li Shiming is not in a hurry to learn attack methods. He can now defeat most of the enemies by relying only on his Sword Cultivator and Thunder Cultivator. With a wave of his hand, He released Sealfang and Phantom Dragon from the Heavenly Man Cave. Sealfang and Phantom Dragon were in Tianren Cave, and they had not seen him for almost 20 years. When she saw him, Sealfang jumped on him and pecked him gently with her beak, which obviously meant she was angry. Phantom Dragon was better. After all, he was born earlier than Sealfang, but he still wandered beside him, trying his best to wrap around him, as if he was afraid that he would leave again. Through the contract, Li Shiming can feel how Sealfang and Phantom Dragon feel about him. This has nothing to do with the contract. Both Phantom Dragon and Sealfang were raised by him since they were young, and are almost equal to his children. And he invested a lot of resources in Sealfang and Phantom Dragon, raising the bloodline of Sealfang and Phantom Dragon to an extremely high level. He smiled and patted Sealfang's head, and then touched Phantom Dragon's body, feeling the rare family affection.
It seems that I need to find some resources for you to increase your strength quickly,
Li Shiming said softly, feeling the strength of Sealfang and Phantom Dragon. The strength of Sealfang and Phantom Dragon is still growing very fast. But no matter how fast they are, they can't match Li Shiming's cultivation speed. The bloodlines of Sealfang and Phantom Dragon have almost reached the extreme level of the Phoenix and Dragon clans, which makes their cultivation qualifications the top among spiritual beasts. In the past, their strength was affected by Li Shiming's realm, and could not break through to the late 4th stage. Now Li Shiming has raised his strength to the level of a great monk through decades of seclusion. As long as there are enough resources to provide Sealfang and Phantom Dragon, Sealfang with Phantom Dragon, you can be promoted to the late 4th level. Sealfang and Phantom Dragon felt the powerful aura on Li Shiming's body, and they screamed excitedly. The dragon's roar and the phoenix's crow caused the storm and clouds to roll on the surrounding sea. It also makes this sea area quieter. Even if there are spiritual beasts nearby, they will be frightened away by the blood aura of Sealfang and Phantom Spirit Dragon. Li Shiming smiled and let them do this. Although the space in Tianren Cave is not small, he has also stayed in Tianren Cave, so he knows the difference between Tianren Cave and the outside world. Sealfang and Phantom Dragon screamed for a while, then started playing around, playing from the air to the ocean. Their strength and the ocean have little impact on them, only novelty. Li Shiming took out the goo wind bag. There were still 8
silver-winged spirit goo insects
in the goo wind bag that had not been subdued. With his level, it is no longer a problem to subdue these 8
silver-winged spirit goo insects.
He cast 8 spells in a row and stamped the mark of recognition on the 8
silver-winged spirit goo insects.
Then his mind moved slightly, and a total of 11
silver-winged spirit goo insects
flew out from the goo wind bag. He tried to use the
chaos spiritual power
of heavenly art to act on the
silver-winged spirit goo insect.
He originally planned to test the defense power of the
silver-winged spirit goo insect,
but he didn't expect that since the
silver-winged spirit goo insect
was his spirit insect, the
chaos spiritual power
only caused pressure, and its various destructive powers had no effect. Of course, if he actively wants the
chaos spiritual power
to attack the
silver-winged spirit goo insect
with all its strength, then all the effects of the
chaos spiritual power
will work on the
silver-winged spiritual goo insect.
He just wanted to test it, but he didn't want to kill the
silver-winged spirit goo insect.
Of course, he wouldn't fully activate the
chaos spiritual power.
Just when the
chaos spiritual power
came into contact with a
silver-winged spiritual goo insect,
he felt a trace of
chaos spiritual power
being absorbed by the
silver-winged spiritual goo insect.
Only then did he think of the
Dora insect manual
he had obtained before, which contained various methods for cultivating
silver-winged spirit goo insects.
Among them is the method of using the master's spiritual power and blood essence to feed the
silver-winged spirit goo.
But he has a goo wind bag that can make the
silver-winged spirit goo
sleep when not in use, so he didn't really cultivate the
silver-winged spirit goo insect.
These 11
silver-winged spirit goo insects
were trained by the great monk Xiao Qifeng before, and he accepted them all. He tried to release a trace of
chaos spiritual power
to the
silver-winged spiritual goo.
Again, this time, since he was actively feeding the
silver-winged spiritual goo,
the
silver-winged spiritual goo
received the order and absorbed it on its own.
Chaos spiritual power.
The efficiency increased a lot, and this trace of
chaos spiritual power
was quickly absorbed. Li Shiming didn't care about this
chaos spiritual power.
He released some
chaos spiritual power
to the
Silver-winged spiritual goo insect, allowing the silver-winged spiritual goo insect to absorb it. The master spiritual power and blood essence are a great supplement to the silver-winged spirit goo insect, and are also the best thing to enhance its strength. A little chaos spiritual power can be replenished through practice. As the silver-winged spiritual goo worm absorbed the chaos spiritual power, Li Shiming clearly felt that the silver-winged spiritual goo worm was being strengthened, and it was also strengthened in all directions. When the 11 silver-winged spirit goo insects followed the great monk Xiao Qifeng, they absorbed the spiritual power and blood essence of the great monk Xiao Qifeng. However, the spiritual power of the great monk Xiao Qifeng was different from the chaos spirit of the heavenly art. The difference in power can be described as a world of difference. The original defense power of silver-winged spirit goo insect left many great monks helpless. If it is enhanced by chaos spiritual power, its defense power and attack power will be greatly improved. Li Shiming did not put away the 11 more silver-winged spirit goo insects, nor was he worried about any problems that would arise with the 11 silver-winged spiritual goo insects. He still has a lot of top-grade, third-grade spiritual insect golden yang pills in his hand. Don't underestimate these top-ranked third-grade spiritual insect golden yang pills. He has discovered before that the third-grade top spiritual insect golden yang pill is more effective than silver-winged spirit goo. Insects have the effect of increasing spirituality. In the past, the reason why the silver-winged spiritual goo easily backfired on its master was because the silver-winged spiritual goo was almost a killing machine, without a trace of emotion, and lacking the spirituality of normal life. As long as the third-grade top-level spiritual insect golden yang pill is taken, the silver-winged spirit goo insect will continue to enhance its spirituality, making it like a normal spirit insect, and its relationship with its owner will be enhanced, and it will identify with the owner more. Instead of relying on the master to cultivate it with his own essence and blood through secret methods, if it is used improperly, it will eat the master on the spot. He did not put away the 11 silver-winged spirit goo insects, but prepared to carefully cultivate the 11 silver-winged spirit goo insects. In the following days, the goo wind bag can make the silver-winged spirit goo sleep, but it also limits the growth of the silver-winged spirit goo. At this moment, Xiaofeng and Phantom Spirit Dragon returned to his side, except for the 3 silver-winged spirit goo insects that had been with Xiaofeng. The other 8 silver-winged spirit goo insects immediately made battle preparation. Fortunately, the 8 silver-winged spirit goo insects sensed the presence of Li Shiming's aura in Xiaofeng's body, so they did not attack immediately. Xiaofeng was very interested in the silver-winged spirit goo insect and looked up at Li Shiming. "You can't eat it!" Li Shiming understood Xiaofeng's thoughts and immediately refused. Xiaofeng lost interest all of a sudden. It instinctively felt that the silver-winged spirit goo insect was a great supplement to it. It may be a natural conflict. Xiaofeng is the nemesis of the silver-winged spirit goo insect, or Xiaofeng is the nemesis of most spiritual insects. This is determined by the nature of the race. Li Shiming took out the White Emperor Qingyun boat, which is a top-level 4th-grade flying boat. Among all the top-tier 4th-grade flying boats he owns, it is one of the few that can be used. The remaining 4th-grade top flying boats were more or less related to the great power, which made him wary. The White Emperor Qingyun boat has a somewhat special appearance. The outer SHL has a layer of 4th-grade rock, and the inner part is made of 4th-grade top-grade spiritual wood as the main body. It is made using the method of refining mountain-like magic weapons combined with the method of refining flying boats. Since it is a 4th-grade top flying boat manufactured by the superpower Baidi sect, to use the speed of White Emperor Qingyun boat requires Earth's spiritual power. In this regard, Li Shiming's heaven art can be easily converted into Earth's spiritual power. He entered the White Emperor Qingyun boat, let Xiaofeng and Phantom Dragon enter it, and ordered them to be more honest. If Xiaofeng and Phantom Dragon were allowed to fight in the White Emperor Qingyun boat, the luxurious layout inside the White Emperor Qingyun boat would probably suffer. He set a route on the White Emperor Qingyun boat. He controlled many routes, including the 10,000 Beast Sect, Zhongzhou Trading Company, Jiani Chouxiao Pavilion, and other routes obtained from various places. In fact, with his current level of cultivation, even if there is no route,
He does not need to worry about being blocked by spiritual beasts when sailing between continents. He set his route to the Eastern Qi continent. Before heading to the Beishu continent, he first went to the Eastern Qi continent to see where his master, senior brothers and classmates were, as he injected a piece of Earth's spiritual power. The speed of White Emperor Qingyun boat suddenly increased. After continuous acceleration, the speed of White Emperor Qingyun boat stabilized, and its speed reached an astonishing level. From here to the Dongqi continent, it is only a month's journey. Li Shiming took some elixirs and food specially prepared for Xiaofeng and Phantom Dragon and gave them to them, while he poured a cup of elixir tea and enjoyed the rare peaceful time gained after years of hard work. The Sippenling tea he drinks now is still the part left over from decades ago. After just taking a sip, he couldn't help but frown. Although the 4th grade spiritual tea is placed in a jade box and can maintain its spirituality for a very long time. As an alchemy master, his experience of the taste is many times stronger than that of an ordinary monk. He shook his head. Due to the erosion of time, these 4th-grade spiritual tea had lost a fresh spirituality, and he did not like the taste that had been eroded by time. This is probably related to his age. He is absolutely young among the great monks, and he is still too young to enjoy the erosion of time. He thought for a moment, and took out a magic weapon called the Shanha Universe Fan. This is a treasure that was accidentally obtained when I was in the northern Shu continent. There is a spiritual field in the Mountain and River Universe Fan, where a large number of 3rd-grade spiritual plants and a small amount of 4th-grade spiritual plants are planted. 3rd-grade spiritual plants are harvested once a year, while 4th-grade spiritual plants are harvested once every 30 years. Since he had never worried about cultivation resources since he left Beishu continent, this Mountain and River Universe Fan was almost forgotten by him. Taking out the Shanha Qianquan Fan now is not to collect the elixir grown inside, but to remember that several 4th-grade spiritual tea trees were planted in it. Although the quality of the Shanha Qianquan Fan is not very high, only the 4th-grade mid-level, it is a special magic weapon. Even if he has a lot of experience, he rarely encounters this kind of planting magic weapon. He picked some Sippenling tea and fried it from scratch. Li Shiming enjoyed this process. In the computer room space, using 1 nanometer of control, he was frying Sippenling Sha, feeling the perfect transformation process of Sippenling Sha from raw materials to finished products. He also took some 4th-grade spiritual springs from the Balian Hall, and used the top-grade 4th-grade Qingxia Baoding to brew a Ella 4th-grade spiritual tea for himself. Although it took a lot of time, it was all worth it when he took a sip of the spiritual tea and felt the joy that came from the soul. He finally understood why the great monks were so enthusiastic about the 4th-grade spiritual tea he made. After he became a great monk, he discovered the improvement of his own realm, especially after understanding the rules. He had a lot of power in this world. A feeling of superiority. This is a sense of superiority brought about by the life form surpassing most monks, and it is accompanied by a sense of loneliness. Even if a great monk is willing to make friends with a monk whose cultivation level is lower than his own, no matter how hard he makes friends, he will still have the feeling in his heart that he is not the same life form as the other person, and that the other person's life form is too low level. Similarly, the food that the great monks had before was less spiritual in their mouths, at least much less spiritual than what they felt in the middle stage of nascent soul. But the 4th-grade spiritual tea made by Li Shiming can make the monk feel the spirituality he lacks, and give him a sense of spiritual satisfaction. For the great monks who pay special attention to their state of mind, this is equivalent to a cultivation resource. The original Zhongzhou Trading Company probably made a lot of money from the 4th-grade spiritual tea, but it was a pity that some of the senior monks in the Zhongzhou Trading Company were short-sighted. In the future, you can use the 4th-grade spiritual tea to exchange for the resources you want. After knowing the true value of the 4th-grade spiritual tea, Li Shiming had an idea. Compared with the time and energy required to make alchemy, frying spiritual tea is much simpler. Chapter 795 Battle. Li Shiming thought about his future plans while sipping spiritual tea and looking at the sea view outside. This was the 7th day of his voyage in the ocean. At this time, he had left the Zhongzhou continent and reached the depths of the ocean. During the 7-day voyage, there was no trouble encountered on the way. With such a fast-flying boat, even a 4th-level spiritual beast could understand the power of the monks controlled by such a fast-flying boat, not to mention the more intelligent monks. His route chose the route of Zhongzhou Trading Company. Perhaps it was because Zhongzhou continent was prosperous enough that he encountered 3 long-distance flying ships in 7 days. After seeing the
White Emperor Qingyun boat,
the 3 long-distance flying ships began to speed up and avoid it from a distance. He was not surprised at all. There were no rules on the ocean. It was not affected by the rules of other continents. Robbery and murder were extremely normal. It is precisely for this reason that the value difference of cross-continental goods is caused, allowing powerful or adventurous monks to obtain huge wealth from cross-continental voyages. At the same time, the ocean also buried many monks who had no strength and longed for wealth. This was a punishment for the greedy. The early warning array of
Bai Di Qingyun boat
flashed, which was a reminder of another encounter with a long-distance flying boat. He didn't pay attention at first, but after a while, he discovered from the information coming from the early warning formation that the other party was a caravan. A caravan with 5 giant long-distance voyages. Li Shiming was a little vigilant. This kind of cross-continental voyage caravan was definitely led by a big monk. But he didn't know how many big monks escorted it. Even though such a long-distance trading company looks very formal, it can turn into a robber at any time on the ocean and rob other long-distance ships. For them, the ocean with no rules is a battlefield where the weak and the strong prey on each other. As long as you come to the ocean, you are entering this battle for wealth and life.
Qian of Zhongzhou Trading Company has met fellow Taoist Bai Di sect. I wonder which fellow Taoist is in person.
A great monk flew out from the voyage caravan opposite, stood in the void and bowed in salute. When Li Shiming heard this name, he couldn't help but feel funny. The name of this great monk meant that he was very wealthy. But when he thought of the relationship between Zhongzhou Trading Company and himself, Li Shiming sighed again. It is not difficult to see from the attitude of the great monk Qian Yi that the relationship between Zhongzhou Trading Company and Bai Di sect seems to be very good. He was a little arrogant and wondered if Zhongzhou Trading Company betrayed him, which made the relationship between Zhongzhou Trading Company and Bai Di sect become so close. In fact, he had met the great monk Qian Yi before. The great monk Qian Yi came to him to make alchemy. The time they met each other was very short. Only a cup of tea. Li Shiming didn't even think of evading, let alone how to avoid it in the ocean. He flew out of the hatch and stood on top of the
White Emperor Qingyun boat. Fellow Taoist Qian.
Long time no see, he said with a slight smile. You are?
Senior monk Qian Yi was startled. He looked at Li Shiming, but for a moment, he couldn't remember which senior monk from the Bai Di sect this was. Judging from the other party's tone, he knew him. He couldn't help but feel embarrassed. If he didn't recognize the other party, it would be very rude.
You are Li Shizhen.
With an exclamation, another senior monk from Zhongzhou Trading Company appeared next to senior monk Qian Yi. Li Shiming still knew this later great monk, but not in this capacity, but as his clone Li Yuanba. This mainland monk and Li Yuanba spent nearly a year fighting L creatures in the L cave. Of course, Li Yuanba and the mainland monk did not have any in-depth relationship. The biggest impression that Monk Lu had on Li Shiming was that he spent a bunch of jade slips in exchange for a treatment with the magical power of
innate immune.
Among the jade slips that Brother Lu took out was the melee
unknown sword code.
It can be said that Brother Lu suffered a huge loss. It is not a surprise that Brother Lu knows Li Shiming. The way Zhongzhou Commercial Bank treated Li Shizhen was not recognized by many senior monks. But Li Shiming did not come into contact with many senior monks in Zhongzhou Commercial Bank at that time. At that time, Li Shiming was very obedient and worked hard in refining alchemy, which did not attract the attention of many great monks. Li Shiming is a guest official in Zhongzhou Commercial Bank. This status, which is not a core member of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank, does not receive much attention in Zhongzhou Commercial Bank. It wasn't until he was betrayed that his abilities were known to many great monks. By then, it was too late. Even if there are some great monks who have objections to this. When it comes to the relationship between the two superpowers, Zhongzhou Trading Company and Bai Di sect, a guest minister is insignificant. At that time, Brother Lu was somewhat concerned about Li Shizhen's incident. At that time, it was a pity that such talents were wasted.
It's you. It's really you.
After being reminded by Brother Lu, Brother Qian Yi also recognized Li Shiming, who had met him once. His eyes widened in disbelief. Who would believe, and who would dare to believe, that the nascent soul monk at that time had actually been promoted to a great monk at this time?
It seems that fellow Taoist Qian recognized me,
Li Shiming said, while maintaining a faint smile. Senior monk Qian Yi looked at Li Shiming with an unspeakable expression. No one expected that Li Shiming had grown to such an extent. He had heard many rumors about Li Shiming before. Later, Li Shiming completely disappeared from the world of immortality. He thought that Li Shiming had been dealt with by the Baidi sect. When a monk becomes an enemy of the superpower Baidi sect, the consequences can be imagined. But the Li Shiming in front of him is already a great monk. Look at the long-distance flying boat. It is the highest quality flying boat of the Baidi sect. Based on the relationship between Li Shiming and the Baidi sect, it is absolutely impossible for Li Shiming to defect to the Baidi sect. There is only one possibility. That is, Li Shiming killed the monks of the Baidi sect and obtained this top-level 4th-grade flying boat. Monk Qian hesitated and glanced at Monk Lu, who was standing aside.
What should I do?
He asked via voice transmission. How could Brother Lu, who was his companion, not understand what Brother Qian meant? The ocean is a lawless area, and only strength is important here, regardless of anything else. Not to mention Li Shiming, a monk with no foundation at all. Killing him would not only solve the problem, but also gain the friendship of the Baidi sect. In addition, Li Shiming's
White Emperor Qingyan both
is also a big temptation, even among superpowers. Except for a very small number of core monks who have received the attention of great powers. Even great monks rarely have a top-level 4th-grade flying boat. The value of this top-grade 4th-grade airship is comparable to the value of the long voyage caravan they escorted.
This is the ocean. Follow the rules.
Brother Lu replied via voice transmission. Then he played another battle preparation method to prepare the voyage caravan. Brother Qian received the reply from Brother Lu, and the aura on his body suddenly improved.
What a pity,
he said solemnly.
It was a pity that a genius like Li Shiming would die here today. A young genius and an outstanding alchemy master. Unfortunately, he had a big feud with Zhongzhou Trading Company and the Baidi sect. In order to prevent Li Shiming from retaliating against Zhongzhou Trading Company in the future, he must eliminate this hidden danger. Such thoughts made him immediately feel that his fight was just. At least for Zhongzhou Trading Company. As for Li Shiming's combat power, he didn't care at all. Even Li Shiming also has the cultivation level of a great monk. But based on Li Shiming's age, it is estimated that he has only been promoted to a great monk not long ago. It was very easy for the two veteran monks to defeat Li Shiming when they were 2 against 1. As long as Li Shiming is not allowed to re-enter the
White Emperor Qingyan boat,
they are sure to keep Li Shiming completely.
You made the wrong choice.
Li Shiming felt the changes in the auras of the 2 great monks from Zhongzhou Commercial Bank and knew what they were thinking. And he said lightly, his
traceless magic sword
came silently behind the great monk Qian. The great monk Qian didn't know it yet. After Li Shiming was promoted to a great monk, he added the
chaos sword intent
of heavenly art to the
traceless phantom sword,
and the invisibility effect of this spiritual treasure level.
Traceless phantom sword
was once again enhanced. In the past, the
traceless fantasy sword
was in his hands when he was in the middle stage of nascent soul. Under the conscious scanning of the great monk, it was still possible to discover the
traceless fantasy sword.
But things are different now. Li Shiming is also in the realm of a great monk. After receiving the blessing of
chaos sword intention,
he has exerted the stronger function of the spiritual treasure.
Traceless illusion sword.
Lingbao can only exert its strongest power in the hands of a powerful person. Whether it is a mid-stage nascent soul monk or a great monk, it can only exert part of its power. The
markless magic sword
is the most powerful spiritual treasure in his hand. The
markless magic sword
is engraved with 1 billion sharp runes and 400 million strong runes. It is a rare,
sharp rule mark
and
sturdy rule mark.
The dual rule imprint Lingbao. When Brother Qian saw Li Shiming, he did not turn around and run away, nor did he return to the
White Emperor Qingyan boat,
which made him very happy. This is a common problem among geniuses. They always think they can challenge monks of the same level. But Li Shiming probably doesn't know that in the realm of a great monk, the gap between the same level is unimaginably huge. Master Qian met Li Shiming. The
chaos sword intent
on Li Shiming's
traceless fantasy sword
could not be exposed before the attack due to the invisibility effect of the
traceless fantasy sword.
He cannot sense the
chaos sword intent,
so naturally he does not know the horror of the
chaos sword intent.
So he lacks fear. But the lack of fear does not mean that his strength will be stronger. His perception is wrong. Li Shiming is not an ordinary newly promoted monk. Li Shiming is a monk who can possess the combat power of a great monk when he is in the middle stage of nascent soul. After being promoted to a great monk, he became a great monk with the rules of the 5 elements, the rules of thunder and lightning, and the rules of the sword. At the same time, he mastered 2 spiritual treasures and a thunder treasure.
Li Shurjin, you should just surrender. I think with your alchemy ability, there is still hope of surviving.
Brother Lu advised in a deep voice from the side.
After I was promoted to Great Monk, I haven't had a fight with my peers yet. Let's fight,
Li Shiming said with a smile.
You are seeking death yourself.
Brother Qian Yi waved his hand, and a jade ruler flew out of his hand and flew towards Li Shiming. The jade ruler turned into a 5-meter-long giant ruler in the air and hit Li Shiming hard with terrifying pressure.
Kill!
Li Shiming did not dodge. He shouted softly. The
Markless Illusion Sword
appeared at the moment it hit the great monk Qian Yi. The terrifying sword aura formed by the
Chaos Sword Intent
on the transparent sword filled the entire area. Brother Lu, who originally planned to follow suit, was aroused by the aura of
Chaos Sword Intent
and hesitated for a moment involuntarily. Senior monk Qian Yi felt the attack from behind, but it was too late for him to dodge. He wanted to contact the life-saving jade talisman in the soul crystal ring. At this moment, he felt the crisis and made the most correct choice. The life-preserving jade talisman is made by great power. When your life is really in danger, you can activate the life-preserving jade talisman to obtain an escape method blessed by great power. However, due to the preciousness of the life-saving jade talisman, he would only activate the life-saving jade talisman before danger came, so as not to waste this extremely precious life-saving jade talisman. This time, Master Qian Yi's judgment was wrong. He thought that with his stronger status as a monk than Li Shiming, he would have enough time to activate the life-saving jade talisman even if there was danger. But the fact is that when the
Traceless Phantom Sword
stabbed his body, his multiple defenses did not have any hindering effect. With a defensive magic shield, a robe with passive defense effect, and a piece of jewelry with independent defense, it can be said that the great monk Qian Yi showed the rich monk to the best of his ability. It's a pity that with so many defenses, under the attack of the great monk level,
Chaos Sword Intention,
and the
Traceless Illusion Sword,
a spiritual treasure that has no hidden traces, all the defenses were broken in an instant. The last line of defense was broken, and the
Traceless Phantom Sword
penetrated his body. When he realized something was wrong and was about to activate the life-saving jade talisman, it was already too late. Although the
Chaos Sword Intent
has not reached the level of the sword intent on the
Sword Intent Monument.
In terms of sword intent alone, even in the sword intent Chongshao Pavilion, it has surpassed all the great sword cultivators. The most terrifying thing about the
Chaos Sword Intention
is that after the sword intention enters the body, it will attack the physical body and the nascent soul at the same time. The physical body and the nascent soul are attacked by the
Chaos Sword Intention,
and the physical body, the nascent soul, and the soul are all trapped under the effects of various states of sword intent. Under the effects of these various states of sword intent, not to mention counterattack, even the spiritual consciousness is sluggish. So Monk Qian Yi cannot activate the life-saving jade talisman.
Is this the gap between him and the top geniuses?
Master Qian Yi finally thought before his consciousness was about to disappear. The huge jade ruler that hit Li Shiming in the air turned into its prototype size and fell downward after the death of its owner, the great monk Qian Yi. Li Shiming reached out to catch it. Li Shiming took a look at the jade ruler and found that it was not the natal magic weapon of the great monk Qian Yi, but a top-level 4th-grade magic weapon. So he put it away with some interest. Chapter 796 Interest. The remaining mainland monks of Zhongzhou Trading Company were tense all over, with fear and horror flashing in their eyes. The moment the invisible,
Traceless Phantom Sword
appeared, he felt the extremely familiar powerful sword intention and the aura of the spiritual treasure. Monk Lu immediately judged that this sword intention was from the same origin as that of the peerless genius in Chongshao Pavilion, Li Yuanba, a sword cultivator who was only in the middle stage of nascent soul. Used this sword intention to kill a great monk is recognized by all great monks as having the same status in the middle stage of nascent soul. The
Chaos Sword Intention
displayed by Li Shiming in front of him was more powerful than Li Yuanba's sword intent. This is not surprising. Li Yuanba's
Chaos Sword Intent
is only the sword in the middle stage of nascent soul, while Li Shiming's
Chaos Sword Intent
is a great monk sword intent. The gap between the two is huge. The sword intention of the great monk may contain a trace of the rules of the sword intention. Not to mention that Li Shiming used an extremely weird invisible magic flying sword. After the great monk Qian Yi was killed, the
Traceless Magic Sword
disappeared again. Brother Lu did not dare to activate the life-saving Jade Talisman immediately. He was very close to Brother Qian-Yi. He knew that in the situation just now, Brother Qian-Yi must have thought about activating the life-saving Jade Talisman. But the terrifying invisible spirit Baofei's sword did not give Master Qian-Yi the slightest chance to activate the life-saving Jade Talisman. He continuously blessed himself with all the defenses he could think of. A series of defensive spells rose up on his body, and each defensive magic weapon was sacrificed. It wasn't until he was protected by more than 10 defenses that he felt a little bit safe. His mind contacted the life-preserving Jade Talisman. Before activating the life-preserving Jade Talisman, he glanced at Li Shiming with some confusion, wondering why Li Shiming didn't take this opportunity to attack him. At this moment of hesitation, Li Shiming's figure disappeared from the place. Then Li Shiming appeared under the protection of Monk Lu's multiple magic weapons and spells, sticking closely behind Monk Lu. In the palm of Li Shiming's hand, the 4th grade top quality sword base materialized. At such a close range, under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for the 4th grade sword base in his hand to launch an attack. But with the unknown sword manual, Li Shiming has a better understanding of the attack methods of close sword cultivators. The 4th grade sword base slid over his body with the sword spine. As soon as it passed his body, when it came into contact with the body of the Monk Lu, with a slight rotation of his palm, the sword spine turned into a sword blade. At this time, Brother Lu has activated the life-saving Jade Talisman, and a water escape with strong power of rules is formed, which will lead Brother Lu to escape into the distance. At the current height, as long as the mainland monks escape from the battlefield and enter the ocean, relying on the water escape with powerful water rules, it will not be a problem to escape. But an accident still happened. Just when the body of the Monk Lu turned into flowing water, the blade of the 4th grade sword base also swept across the flowing water. If it were an ordinary flying sword, such a blow would hardly pose any threat. When water escapes, the monk turns into water flow, and the water flow will not bear much damage. But the 4th grade sword base is blessed with the Chaos Sword Intent, and this sword is executed with the attack method of the unknown sword manual, Melee Sword Cultivator. Perhaps in today's world of immortal cultivation, melee sword cultivators have long been forgotten. But the original melee sword cultivators were as famous as those who used flying swords. And even the attacks at close range were more terrifying than those of flying swords. The melee sword cultivator's attack is to hold a long sword. The long sword is connected to the sword cultivator's body, and can adjust the energy contained in the sword at any time. And the upper limit of attacks it can withstand is also higher. After all, the flying sword must be kept away from the body. When attacking, the sword intention and spiritual power are directed into the flying sword. This gives the flying sword a maximum attack limit, which is much lower than the attack limit of a long sword. Of course, it is difficult to tell who is better than the flying sword or the close-quarter sword. But judging from the current situation in the world of immortal cultivation, at least the flying sword cultivator has survived. But the melee sword cultivator is facing the dilemma of almost losing his inheritance. The 4th grade sword base swept over the Monk Lu, who was in the water escape state. The Monk Lu was severely injured by the Chaos Sword Intent and escaped from the water escape state. He looked at the life-saving Jade Talisman in his hand with some disbelief. The life-saving Jade Talisman had turned into pieces, indicating that the life-saving Jade Talisman had been used. But it did not lead him to escape successfully. It's not that the life-preserving Jade Talisman made by the great power is useless. In the world of immortality, it is almost the top life-preserving means. But the problem lies in the timing of use. Because Brother Lu spent some time preparing for his own defense, he was a step late in activating the life-saving Jade Talisman. This allowed Li Shiming to launch an attack. The water escape transformed by the life-saving Jade Talisman had just been generated and had not yet arrived. He was hit by the 4th grade sword base before he left the battlefield. The particularity of Chaos Sword Intention. Although the sword intention rules are far inferior to the water rules of the life-preserving Jade Talisman given by the great power, the sword intention rules have strong special attack effects. If Daning had used water escape in person, Li Shiming's Chaos Sword Intent would not have been able to break through it. But the water escape that Daning used on the life-saving Jade Talisman was still broken by Chaos Sword Intent. The quality of the life-preserving Jade Talisman makes it impossible for the powerful to retain too many water-based rules in it. It is only stronger than the water-based rules that the great monk can mobilize. But its strength is limited. More water-based rules are not the life-preserving Jade Talisman. A 4th grade spiritual Jade can withstand it.
Although the water escape general weakened most of the damage from the 4th grade sword base, the mainland monk still felt that his physical body and nascent soul were being eroded by the Chaos Sword intent. Even more terrifying, Li Shiming's figure flashed and came close to him again. Those defensive spells and magic weapons had no effect at all. This ability to penetrate defensive spells and magic weapons is formed by the spatial movement effect of Shinzutong and the special secret method of melee swordsmanship. In fact, even without divine foot power, a melee swordsman can also use special secret techniques to penetrate the enemy's defense by rushing at extremely high speeds to achieve the purpose of getting up close. The close-up secret technique recorded in the Unknown Sword Codex is the core of close-quarters swordsmanship. It is the existence of the close-quarters secret technique that allows close-quarters swordsmanship to easily engage in close combat. You must know that most monks will add defense to themselves during battle. Generally, in battle, you need to break the defense before you can attack the monk's body. Melee sword cultivators rely on close-up secret techniques to penetrate the monk's defense and directly attack the monk's body under the protection of the defense.
Is this a close combat swordsman?
Brother Liu has no more thoughts of escaping. He is trying hard to fight against the
Chaos Sword intent
in his body, delaying the arrival of death. He wants to understand the methods used by Li Shiming until his death.
Yes, it's the Melee Sword Cultivation Classics recorded in the Jade Slip you gave to Li Yuanba.
Li Shiming answered in a deep voice, holding up the 4th grade sword base in his hand. Without giving Monk Lu a chance to speak, the 4th grade sword base penetrated Monk Lu's body, and more.
Chaos Sword intent
entered his body, instantly wiping out Monk Lu's vitality. Before Brother Liu died, his eyes showed annoyance and regret. But what he doesn't know is that this melee sword cultivator's ability is the weakest fighting method that Li Shiming currently masters. If it weren't for the purpose of testing his various combat abilities, Li Shiming could quickly kill the mainland monks with just one blow. After killing 2 great monks in a row, the Zhongzhou Trading Company's voyage caravan, which was waiting for the end of the battle, was at a loss as the defensive formations were activated. In the current situation, even if Li Shiming let them go, with the strength of the remaining monks, they would not be able to safely return to the Zhongzhou continent alive on the ocean. The target of such a long-distance caravan is too big. Without the escort of the great monks, they will attack any monk they encounter for the sake of profit. In fact, the monks in the Zhongzhou Trading Company's voyage caravan thought too much, and it was impossible for Li Shiming to let them leave alive. Li Shiming had just exposed too many secrets, and he would never let the monks live to spread the news. Besides, the grievances between Zhongzhou Trading Company and him also need to be settled. This long voyaging caravan is considered to be the interest given in advance. His figure flashed and he used
arrive in one fell swoop
to appear directly inside the defensive formation of the voyage caravan. He just glanced at it and analyzed the defensive formation used by the voyage caravan. Although this defensive formation prohibited space movement, as long as he found the loopholes in the formation, he could easily exploit the loopholes of entry. As soon as he entered the defensive formation of the voyage caravan, he released his great monk aura. In the past, he had always been suppressed by high-level monks using realm pressure. But now, he finally had the time to use realm pressure to crush the enemy. This was also the ability he wanted to test. He first released a nascent soul realm pressure, which caused all the monks in the voyage caravan, who were below the nascent soul realm, to perish. Then he released the realm pressure of 5 nascent souls. This is equivalent to the 5 great monks who have practiced the heavenly art, working closely together to release the realm pressure. The nascent soul monks within this range need to face the 5th realm. Coercion. Within 2 breaths, all the monks in the early stage of nascent soul vomited blood and died. In 10 breaths, the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul began to fall one by one. During the whole process, no one in the early stage of nascent soul had the ability to resist. This is the real gap between the great monks and the monks in the middle stage of Yuanying. In the world of immortal cultivation, there are several monks like Li Shiming and Li Yuanba who can fight beyond the level in the middle stage of Yuanying. Even Li Yuanba needs to be careful to deal with the realm pressure of the great monks. If it were not for the Chaos Sword intention that can resist the realm pressure, Li Yuanba would not be able to fight the great monks many times. Not to mention Li Shiming. 191 brains allowed him to equalize the pressure faced by 191 brains when facing the pressure of the great monk realm. Li Shiming no longer felt the existence of life, and he put away the pressure of the realm. His consciousness swept across the 5 long voyage airships and disposed of the monks' bodies. Then he put away the White Emperor Qingyun boat,
and entered the leading long-distance airship. This time, he couldn't put the voyage ship into the Soul Crystal Ring. He observed 5 long-distance ships. The space formations were arranged inside these long-distance ships. The internal space was extremely huge. The internal warehouse of a long-distance ship was almost the same size as a Soul Crystal Ring. The 5 long-distance ships are filled with a huge amount of resources. It can be imagined that the resources transported by the long-distance ships that need to be escorted by 2 great monks are not bad. Zhongzhou continent is the center of the world of immortality. Resources collected from various continents will be transported to Zhongzhou continent. Zhongzhou continent has a huge demand for various resources. In the warehouse of the voyage ship, he discovered not only the cultivation resources of monks of all realms, but also the materials for making magic weapons. What took up the most space was the entire trunk of the spiritual tree and the huge spiritual jade rock. The trunks of spiritual trees and spiritual jade and spiritual rocks are both construction materials. Buildings such as flying boats and monks need these materials to build. The materials here can be calculated in huge quantities. Although the value of each kind of goods is not very big, the combined value, even Li Shiming does not want to give up. He shook his head, released his spiritual consciousness, and separated 40 brains to control 40 spiritual consciousnesses, controlling the long-distance airship caravan to change its direction and head towards the eastern Qi continent. He had already decided to wait until he arrived in the eastern Qi continent before disposing of this batch of goods. The speed of the long-distance flying boat is not comparable to that of the 4th grade top quality
White Emperor Qingyun boat,
even if it is controlled by him, a great monk, and driven by his own spiritual power. It can only increase the speed of the long-distance flying boat. This journey, which originally took more than 20 days, has doubled, and it takes more than 40 days to reach the eastern Qi continent. This is because he is a powerful monk. If a weaker monk controls the drive, he may not be able to reach the Dongqi continent in less than 2 months. He thought for a while, and released the great monk Luo Pei. Although the great monk Luo Pei was not very strong, he was still a great monk. The presence of the 2 great monks in the voyage caravan will reduce a lot of trouble for the voyage caravan. The great monk Luo Pei was naturally controlled by the heavenly ghost. When Li Shiming summoned the great monk Luo Pei, he found that the aura of the heavenly ghost was a little unstable. It seems that due to the improvement of the realm of the Master Li Shiming, the realm restrictions of Tiangui have disappeared, and it has the possibility of impacting the late 4th level. It's just that Li Shiming doesn't want Tiangui to be promoted at this time. Tiangui's promotion needs to find a more suitable environment. Not only Tiangui, Xiaofeng and Phantom Dragon need to find opportunities to be promoted, but also the corpse refining they have been preparing for before. These are the keys to improving their own strength. The heavenly ghost has become extremely comfortable in controlling the great monk Luo Pei, and because of Li Shiming's promotion to the great monk, not only the realm restrictions of the heavenly ghost have disappeared, but also the cultivation of the great monk Luo Pei no longer needs to be suppressed. Previously, I was worried that senior monk Luo Pei's cultivation was too high, and Li Shiming was only at the middle stage of nascent soul at that time. After senior monk Luo Pei's cultivation improved, there would be backlash. Therefore, the cultivation level of the great monk Luo Pei has always been at the weakest state. If it were not for the spiritual treasure Black Water Sword, the great monk Luo Pei would probably be the weakest monk in the realm of great monks. Even though decades have passed, the cultivation level of the great monk Luo Pei has not improved at all under the deliberate suppression of Tiangui. Chapter 797 Transaction. Li Shiming took some great monk's elixirs. These were not particularly good monk's elixirs. They were all great monk's elixirs that he didn't like and gave them to the great monk Luo Pei. These great monk elixirs can improve the cultivation of great monk Luo Pei. In the long-distance caravan, Li Shiming lived on the first long-distance airship, and the great monk Luo Pei sat on the last long-distance airship. Master Luo Pei practices the
Black Water Soaring technique.
After Z15's analysis and research on this water-based technique, he quickly summarized the best way to practice it. Heavenly Ghost needs Li Shiming's guidance before he can control Master Luo Pei to practice the
Black Water Soaring technique.
Through his connection with the Heavenly Ghost, Li Shiming truly penetrated into the body of the great monk Luo Pei and observed the imprints of water rules that could not be observed before. The imprint of the rules of the water system on the Yuanying of the great monk Luo Pei is precisely the imprint of the rules of the water system that allows the Heavenly Ghost to control the Yuanying and allow the great monk Luo Pei to exert the power of the rules of the water system. Li Shiming couldn't help but frown when he saw the imprint of water rules on Yuanying. This extremely vague mark of the water system rules allowed him to see how weak the water system rules mastered by the great monk Luo Pei were. No wonder the great monk Luo Pei left the Lingbao Black Water Sword, and could hardly defeat any great monk. With the blessing of such a water system rule mark, the power of the water system attack could be extremely limited. His heart moved slightly, and with the help of the connection between heaven and ghost, a consciousness took over the body of the great monk Luo Pei. He separated a brain to control the body of the great monk Luo Pei. Since he is already a great monk himself, he has a lot of experience in how to control the nascent soul. His mind sank into the Yuan Ying of the great monk Luo Pei, and his understanding of the rules of the water system arose. His understanding of these water rules came from observing the process of the formation of the 5 elements rules in the Banshun Cave Heaven. And the 5 elements rules were also reflected in the 5 nascent souls of his body. Therefore, understanding the rules of the water system, for Li Shiming, is to repeat the content of the imprint of the water system rules of the original body nascent soul. As he began to understand the rules of the water system, the marks of the water system rules on the Yuaning of the great monk Luo Pei began to change. With more insights into the rules of the water system, the imprint of the rules of the water system slowly becomes clear. Of course, this clarity has its limits, and it stops changing when it reaches the extreme of the water system rules mastered by Li Shiming. He began to guide the great monk Luo Pei to practice the black water soaring technique. Due to the improvement of nascent soul's water rule imprint, the efficiency of practicing black water soaring technique has also been greatly improved. After he guided the great monk Luo Pei to practice the black water soaring technique once, he left the practice to the ghosts. Although Tian Gui does not have the ability to learn on his own, it is not a problem to repeat his practice. Li Shiming looked at the water rule mark on Master Luo Pei's Yuaning, and found that it was almost indistinguishable from the water rule mark on his own Yuaning. He couldn't help but shook his head. It seemed that the water rules that Master Luo Pei had mastered before were too superficial. Think about it. Great monk Luo Pei is a great monk of casual cultivating. Being able to become a great monk is due to bad luck. With the knowledge and inheritance of casual cultivating, how can he have powerful water system rules? Li Shiming forcibly upgraded the water rule mark on the Yuaning of the great monk Luo Pei, which cannot be used on normal monks. It is estimated that no great monk would give up his freedom to sign a strict contract with him in order to master a stronger rule mark, allowing him to completely control the body, and even the nascent soul through the contract. This exposed almost everything about himself to Li Shiming, without any secrets at all. I believe that this is the only special situation in the case of the great monk Luo Pei. His soul is replaced by heavenly ghosts, and the heavenly ghosts don't care what the secret of the great monk Luo Pei is. If Li Shiming did this to the great venerable Hong Fa, even if the great venerable Hong Fa was restricted by the contract, he would not tolerate such a thing happening. 5 long-distance airships sailed over the ocean, because there were auras of great monks at the beginning and end. And this route was originally the route of Zhongzhou Trading Company. And this was the long-distance flying ship of Zhongzhou Trading Company. They did not encounter any trouble. After more than 40 days of sailing, 5 long-distance ships approached the eastern Qi continent. Li Shiming stood on the deck of the first voyage spacecraft, looking at the land in front of him. It was the eastern Qi continent that had not been seen for many years. He thought a lot. Here he joined the 10,000 Beasts sect under the name Li Shizhen, made many friends, and had a master and senior brothers. Finally being able to see these familiar people again, he felt a sense of nostalgia. At this time, he sensed that the aura of a great monk was approaching. He opened his divine vision and saw the person clearly. The one who came was Lu Ziyan, the director of Dongxi continent of Zhongzhou Trading Company, and the one person in Zhongzhou Trading Company who really treated him well. I didn't expect to meet here. Maybe it wasn't an accident. Li Shiming glanced at the voyage ship beneath him and knew Lu Ziyan's intention. Originally, this voyage caravan would arrive in Zhongzhou continent about 20 or 30 days after he killed the 2 great monks of Zhongzhou Trading Company. However, now that more than 40 days have passed, the headquarters of Zhongzhou Trading Company must have discovered something was wrong. How could such a long-distance caravan, and even one under the banner of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank, arrive in the eastern Qi continent without being known by Lu Ziyan, who is the director of the eastern Qi continent of the Zhongzhou Commercial Bank? As Lu Ziyan got closer to the voyage caravan, his expression became more and more nervous. In his perception, although the voyage caravan has the aura of 2 great monks, the aura of these 2 great monks is not that of any of the great monks of Zhongzhou Trading Company. In other words, the voyage caravan was robbed by 2 great monks, and it was the 2 great monks who escorted the 5 voyage ships. Whether it is Senior Monk Qian Yi or Senior Monk Lu, their combat prowess is considered to be at the upper middle level among the senior monks. And they are not weaker than Lu Ziyun anyway. If the target of the 5 long-distance ships hadn't been clear, which was the eastern Qi continent, Lu Ziyun would have wanted to turn around and run away. He is based in the East Qi continent. Since 5 voyage ships have arrived in the East Qi continent, he must know who robbed the voyage caravan of the Zhongzhou Trading Company. He blessed himself with multiple layers of defense, and was ready to escape at any time.
Fellow Taoist Lu, I haven't seen you for a long time.
Lu Ziyun heard a familiar voice coming from the first long-distance voyage. When he saw Li Shiming standing on the deck clearly, his expression was full of surprise.
Li Shizhen, it turns out to be you.
Lu Ziyun shook his head and replied with a bitter smile. Even though he thought Li Shizhen was a genius, he never thought that Li Shizhen would come back to him in this way decades later.
Betrayed by the senior management of the headquarters in Zhongzhou continent, I was in seclusion for decades. I didn't dare to leave seclusion until I was promoted to a great monk.
Li Shiming said, as if complaining.
Zhongzhou Commercial Bank is too big, and there are many factions. There will always be some short-sighted people.
Lu Ziyun didn't know what to say, so he could only explain helplessly. He had no intention of starting a fight with Li Shiming, not to mention that he could sense the aura of another great monk, but also because of this long-distance caravan. Now that this voyage caravan has completely fallen into Li Shiming's hands, it shows that Li Shiming has the strength to defeat ordinary great monks.
What are your plans?
Lu Ziyun then asked. He deliberately did not mention the voyage caravan, even though there were 5 voyage ships right in front of him, with the mark of the Zhongzhou Trading Company on the voyage ships.
I want to go back to the 10,000 Beasts sect for a visit, and then travel for a while.
Li Shiming replied half-truthfully.
The situation of the 10,000 Beasts sect is not very good recently. Luanfeng Palace cannot spare any manpower. The other 3 sects have the support of the Yuqing sect and the Baidi sect, and they are suppressing the 10,000 Beasts sect severely.
Lu Ziyun heard him mention the 10,000 Beasts sect. The Beast sect also talked about the current situation.
It seems that I have brought the sect into trouble,
Li Shiming said calmly. As he spoke, a trace of murderous intent burst out from his eyes. Opposite Lu Ziyun felt chills running through his body. It was as if he was not facing a great monk of the same level, but an extremely terrifying existence. A bit like when he met the great monks Wang He and Yen Gao. General. But who are the great monks Wang He and Yen Gao? They are the 2 great monks at the peak of their existence, and they are the top combat power in the nascent soul stage.
Thank you, fellow Taoist Lu. On my way back, 2 great monks from the Zhongzhou Trading Company tried to rob me. I killed them and got these 5 voyage ships. I think what I did was in line with the rules. The Zhongzhou Trading Company fellow Taoist Lu informed me.
Li Shiming nodded to Lu Ziyun, and in order to express his gratitude, he explained how to obtain 5 long-distance voyages. As for whether Zhongzhou Commercial Bank believes it or not, it has nothing to do with him. He didn't even care much about Zhongzhou Commercial Bank's subsequent attitude. For a long time in the future, he would supplement his knowledge by traveling instead of staying in the cave to practice in seclusion.
I will report the situation to the headquarters, and I also hope that the headquarters will be willing to live in peace with you,
Lu Ziyun said with a wry smile. He also knew that this was almost impossible. The 2 great monks were killed, and Zhongzhou Trading Company would never let go of this kind of price easily.
I hope so,
Li Shiming said with a faint smile.
What do you want to do with these 5 long-distance ships?
Lu Ziyun thought for a while and asked.
I plan to sell all the goods inside, and the voyage ship is still under consideration,
Li Shiming replied without any hidden thoughts. Lu Ziyun can definitely be regarded as a local snake in the eastern Qi continent, especially in the business circle. If you want to handle such a large amount of goods, it is impossible for Lu Ziyun not to know about it. So it is better to say it directly.
It's not a problem to sell the goods. There will be many trading houses that can accept it. However, the Yuanhang flying boat has an obvious Zhongzhou trading house style. No one dares to buy it.
Lu Ziyun shook his head and said,
It seems that fellow Taoist Lu has something on his mind?
Li Shiming looked at Lu Ziyun and asked with a smile after hearing the meaning.
I can buy these 5 voyage ships.
Lu Ziyun expressed his thoughts. Li Shiming was very surprised. He looked at Lu Ziyun seriously, as if he had just met him. The value of 5 long-distance flying ships is very high. These are extremely large long-distance flying ships. Even a superpower like Zhongzhou Commercial Bank does not have many of them. Voyage ships of this level have been accumulated over a long period of time. It takes more than 50 years to manufacture a very large voyage ship alone. Not to mention that only professional shipmaking masters can make it. Even if the boat-making master is willing to make a super large voyage spaceship. The materials for the 5 voyage spaceships are all complete. And that is a manufacturing period of more than 200 years.
Actually, it wasn't me who bought it. It was my faction who bought it. The 5 voyage ships falling into my faction will greatly enhance the faction's status in Zhongzhou Commercial Bank. It will be good for both me and the faction.
Lu Ziyan went on to explain. Road. Li Shiming understood that when he was at the headquarters of Zhongzhou Commercial Bank, because his status was not very high, his contact with the top leaders was limited. But he also heard that there were many factions within Zhongzhou Commercial Bank, not just Zhongzhou Trading Company. Almost all long-established forces have the same problem.
Okay, how do you plan to buy it?
Li Shiming nodded in agreement without much hesitation.
What do you need? Fellow Daoist Li, I'll transfer it from within the trading company. The total amount should be equal to the value of 5 long-distance ships.
Lu Ziyan didn't mention the spirit stones or anything, but asked directly. He has had contact with Li Shiming. For an alchemy master like Li Shiming who has a very high level of alchemy, there are really not many missing spiritual objects. Not to mention cultivation resources. The elixir intercepted by the alchemy master is enough for the alchemy master's own consumption. As for other spiritual objects, the alchemy master will receive a reward every time he makes an elixir. As long as the alchemy master points out that there is something missing, there will be alchemy monks who will try their best to get it. Therefore, the best choice was for him to let Li Shiming make his own request. Zhongzhou Commercial Bank's business is spread all over the world of immortality. As long as it is available in the world of immortality, Zhongzhou Commercial Bank can get it. Li Shiming thought about it, and found that he didn't seem to be lacking anything. The reason why he brought 5 long-distance voyages with him was because he didn't want to waste such valuable cargo. He could get a lot of wealth by doing it casually.
I need a batch of 4th grade late-stage resources from the Phoenix Clan and Dragon Clan. As many as there are. If the 5 voyage spaceships are not enough, the internal cargo will also be included.
Li Shiming finally thought of the spiritual objects he lacked and proposed own requirements. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziyan also understood who Li Shiming had prepared these resources for. Li Shiming received a red gold phoenix spiritual pet from the 10,000 Beasts sect, and there seemed to be a dragon spiritual pet beside him. It seemed that he was planning to prepare his 2 spiritual pets for the late stage of the 4th level. Lu Ziyan was a little envious of the 2 spiritual pets. Even if other great monks receive such spiritual pets, they would not be able to pay such a high price in exchange for resources for the spiritual pets. Normally, great monks do not have enough resources for their own cultivation. So of course they have to think about their own cultivation first.
No problem. But it will take at least 8 months. It's best to give me a year to prepare.
Lu Ziyan thought for a while and replied.
Sign a contract, and the 5 long-distance airships together with the cargo may be given to you first.
Li Shiming was too lazy to take the 5 long-distance airships with him. So he suggested. Chapter 798 Outside the Clan. When he parted with Lu Ziyan, Li Shiming was surrounded only by Monk Luo Pei, Xiao Feng and Phantom Spirit Dragon. 11.
Silver-winged spirit goo insects
were collected by him in his robe. The binding force of a contract is still very strong. Both great monks use the power of their own rules to sign the contract. Once the contract is violated, the backlash of the contract will be very terrible. Li Shiming did not expect that the voyage caravan stolen from Zhongzhou Commercial Bank would be completely handed over to Zhongzhou Commercial Bank. Supervisor Lu Ziyan, who was in charge of the Zhongzhou Commercial Bank branch in the Eastern Qi continent, was extremely extraordinary. Through one exchange, not only did he not become an enemy of Li Shiming, but he also gained huge benefits from it.
It seems that I will stay in Dongqi continent for a year this time.
Li Shiming murmured to himself. But it is very worthwhile. The 5 long-distance ships and the cargo inside are enough to exchange for the resources for Xiaofeng and Phantom Dragon to be promoted. Even the training resources after promotion can solve part of the problem. You must know that 5 long-distance voyages and the cargo inside are almost equivalent to the wealth of a large sect. In the Eastern Qi continent, the only sects that can be called big sects, where the big sects refer to the standard of strength recognized by the world of immortal cultivation, are the 10,000 Beasts sect, the Taichu sect, the Lianhua temple, and the Hiding Sun sect. It can be seen how valuable Li Shiming's robbery was this time. It's no wonder that he couldn't bear to give up Midway and brought 5 long-distance flying ships to the Eastern Qi continent. Li Shiming took out the
White Emperor Qingyun boat. and flew in the direction of the 10,000 Beast sect. The closer he got to the 10,000 Beast sect, the more excited he became. However, when he was thousands of miles away from the 10,000 Beast sect, he discovered that the situation was abnormal. There are many Yuan monks flying in this area, and these Yuan monks are not Yuan monks from the 10,000 Beast sect. Looking at the marks on the robes of these nascent soul monks, some are from the Taichu sect, some are from the Masking Sun sect, and needless to say, the one wearing the monk's robe must be the venerable of Lianhua Temple. This place is very close to the gate of the 10,000 Beast sect, and it is also the absolute core territory of the 10,000 Beast sect. It is now occupied by monks from the three sects, which shows how dangerous the current situation of the 10,000 Beast sect is. Xiao Feng, Phantom Dragon, go and drive them away. Kill all those who don't leave. Li Shiming gave the order to Xiao Feng and Phantom Dragon. Although Xiaofeng and Phantom Dragon played only a small role in Zhongzhou continent, this does not mean that their strength is weak. As the most powerful spiritual pets of the Phoenix and Dragon tribes, their strength is fully capable of fighting with the monks at the peak of the mid-stage nascent soul, and they can even have a brief confrontation with the great monks. You must know that the great monks of the 10,000 Beast sect rely on their cooperation with the mid-level 4th grade spiritual pets to suppress the great monks of the same level as 2 against 1. Li Shiming had no intention of taking action, and no great monks were seen in this area. Xiaofeng and Phantom Dragon were enough to deal with it. Xiaofeng and the Phantom Dragon rarely fought. After hearing the order, they let out a dragon chant and a phoenix cry, and flew towards the nascent soul cultivator in the sky. Be careful. It's a spirit beast from the 10,000 Beast sect. Not long after, Xiaofeng and the Phantom Spirit Dragon approached the nascent soul monks. One of the nascent soul monks spotted Xiaofeng and warned loudly. Unfortunately, the most terrifying thing is not Xiaofeng. As a red golden phoenix, Xiaofeng's Nirvana fire has the power to burn the soul. But the Phantom Dragon is in a state of invisibility, and even the consciousness of the nascent soul cultivator is blocked. The presence of the Phantom Dragon cannot be discovered. Only the spiritual consciousness of a great monk can detect the Phantom Dragon in the middle stage of the 4th level. When the Phantom Dragon reaches the late stage of the 4th level, even the great monks will not be able to use their spiritual consciousness to discover the Phantom Dragon. The Phantom Dragon does not need to use special skills. Its dragon claws have a strong armor-breaking effect. These weak nascent soul monks, even if they are protected by defensive magic weapons, cannot withstand one of its claws. Ah! A scream came out. The nascent soul monk, who had just been reminded, was still observing the situation, and was preparing to deal with Xiaofeng together. The nascent soul monk who originally issued the reminder was torn apart by the claws of the Phantom Dragon that appeared inexplicably. This Yuanying monk left his body at the last moment, and wanted to control Yuanying to escape. But when the Phantom Dragon's breath came, Yuanying was sprayed and died on the spot. The Phantom Dragon that appeared due to the attack twisted its body and disappeared again. At this time, Xiaofeng also launched an attack. Its wings suddenly flapped twice, which suddenly increased its speed several times. Several nascent soul cultivators were preparing to form a battle formation. Before they formed the formation, Xiaofeng appeared between them. A fire of Nirvana dances and rises from Xiaofeng's feathers. Every illusory feather is a fire of Nirvana. The flying flame feathers were spiritual, flying towards the 3 closest nascent soul cultivators. The speed seemed not to be fast, but in fact, during the flight, they blocked most of the dodge space of the 3 nascent soul cultivators. When the 3 Yuanying monks saw that it was a fire attack, they immediately took out their defensive magic weapons to defend themselves. One of the water-type Yuanying monks cast a water spell to extinguish the flames on the feathers. The other 2 nascent soul monks also used other means to drive away the approaching flame feathers. But it is obvious that they do not know the name of Fire of Nirvana. If they knew that they were facing Fire of Nirvana, they would never do these actions. Although the red gold phoenix is famous, not all red gold phoenixes possess the Fire of Nirvana. Only red gold phoenixes whose bloodline reaches a certain concentration can possess this kind of innate ability. Water spells dissipate instantly when they come into contact with the Fire of Nirvana. There is no way to stop the Fire of Nirvana, let alone other means. When the 3 nascent soul cultivators tried to dodge again, they found that there was still a small space for dodge before, and it disappeared with the flying flame feathers. They could no longer dodge the flying flame feathers, and could only hope that the defensive magic weapon could withstand the flame feathers until other monks came to rescue them. But contrary to expectations, as soon as the Fire of Nirvana. On the flame feather came into contact with the defensive magic weapon. The spirit in the recognition mark in the defensive magic weapon was burned by the Fire of Nirvana and could no longer be maintained. The three Yuaning monks all felt a stabbing pain in their brains, and they found that their defensive magic weapons had lost contact. Without the defensive magic weapon, the Fire of Nirvana burned on their bodies. There was no flame burning as imagined, but it was more terrifying than the flame burning, because the Fire of Nirvana burned on the souls of the three nascent soul monks. The nascent soul inside the bodies of the three nascent soul monks was wrapped in the Fire of Nirvana. The nascent soul howled in pain. Even the nascent soul couldn't escape after being hit by the Fire of Nirvana. Xiaofeng let out a triumphant cry, expressing her victory to the Phantom Dragon. The Phantom Dragon had just killed one nascent soul cultivator, but it killed three at once. Just a moment after Xiaofeng let out a triumphant cry, the bodies of the other three nascent soul cultivators, who were getting closer together, broke into two pieces. And at the same time, the Phantom Dragon appeared again. Xiaofeng screamed in dissatisfaction and flew towards the rest of the nascent soul cultivators. How come the nascent soul cultivators, who saw such a scene at this time, didn't know how terrifying Xiaofeng and the hidden dragon spirit beast were? A monk recognized Xiaofeng's identity as a red gold phoenix with pure blood. It was most likely that the monks from Wanfeng Palace had arrived. They quickly fled into the distance, not daring to stay here any longer. At this moment, a Buddha's call was heard, and then a figure flew towards Xiaofeng, and the terrifying aura of the Great Master enveloped the entire area. Xiaofeng was aroused by this great venerable aura. She was not afraid at all. Instead, her whole body was filled with flames. The Fire of Nirvana and the powerful phoenix bloodline resisted the suppression of the great venerable aura. The Phantom Dragon was somewhere and did not appear. Li Shiming saw the Great Master appearing, and he had no intention of helping. He invested a lot of resources in Xiaofeng and Phantom Dragon. This Great Venerable is the Great Venerable of Lianhua Temple, and his strength can only be regarded as average. Of course, this average is compared with the super-powerful Great Monk. He was not worried that Xiaofeng and Phantom Dragon together would not be able to defeat the Great Venerable. This was just enough for Xiaofeng and Phantom Dragon to practice their skills. Seeing the appearance of the Great Lord, the Yuaning monks of the three sects who were about to flee stopped. They had absolute confidence in the Great Lord. No matter how powerful the Red Gold Phoenix was, it could not be his opponent. The Great Master looked at Xiaofeng and found that Xiaofeng could actually resist the pressure of his realm. He became serious in his heart and did not dare to take it lightly. He summoned a golden bell, and with a wave of his hand, the golden bell moved towards Xiaofeng. As the golden bell moved towards Xiaofeng, he activated several magic techniques in succession. Just when the golden bell was about to approach Xiaofeng, the golden bell suddenly rang, and a sound wave centered on the golden bell and spread to all sides. Xiaofeng had little combat experience after all, so she was hit by this sound wave and her movements were slightly stagnant. It was precisely because of the lag in the movement that it was covered by the golden bell. When the Great Master saw his success, he couldn't help but smile. He hit the magic formula repeatedly, and the golden bell kept ringing. At the same time, the Buddha's light in the golden bell kept shrinking, trying to suppress Xiaofeng. The little phoenix was angry. It let out a phoenix cry, and the Fire of Nirvana in its body became several times stronger, burning towards the bell wall. The Great Venerable smile faded, and he quickly increased the input of spiritual power into the golden bell. Otherwise, the golden bell would most likely be destroyed by the Fire of Nirvana. To recognize the owner's mark, fortunately, it was the Nirvana Fire of the mid-level 4th grade Red Gold Phoenix, and he had the upper hand to suppress Xiaofeng first. As long as he drove the golden bell to continue suppressing it, he could completely suppress this Red Gold Phoenix. Just when he was fully mobilizing the spiritual power in his body, he felt that the Buddha's light shield was under attack. He was shocked when a golden shield magic weapon appeared, establishing a second layer of defense within the Buddha's light shield. This was the appearance of the Phantom Dragon. It was the Phantom Dragon that was attracted by Xiaofeng through the Great Master and launched a close attack. The Phantom Dragon did not dare to stay after the attack. It relied on its pure dragon bloodline to resist the Great Master's realm suppression and immediately retreated after the attack. After leaving the Great Venerable for some distance, its figure disappeared again. The Great Master had no time to care about the Phantom Spirit Dragon, and even stopped outputting spiritual power to the Golden Bell. He was in trouble. It was impossible for the Phantom Dragon to deal with the Great Venerable in the same way
as it attacked the monks in the middle stage of nascent soul. The Phantom Dragon bit the Great Lord's defense, leaving a poisonous poison on the defense. This is the ability that the Phantom Dragon has had since childhood. After many evolutions, this poisonous ability has been affected by the pure dragon bloodline, and its power has reached an extremely terrifying level. The poison left on the defense eroded the Buddha's light shield in an instant. The golden shield magic weapon blocked the poison, but it was also eroded by the poison. The golden shield magic weapon is a 4th grade high-level magic weapon. It is difficult to resist the poison of the Phantom Dragon. We can only rely on the Great Master to increase his spiritual power to fight against it. The Great Master came in a hurry just now, and did not see the Phantom Dragon. He only saw Xiaofeng, the red gold phoenix. In fact, it was extremely unexpected that a red gold phoenix with pure bloodline could appear. He did not expect that there would be a dragon spiritual beast with the same pure bloodline. The Great Venerable fully released his spiritual consciousness, constantly scanning every inch of space around him to prevent another attack from the Phantom Dragon. He continued to cast multiple spells on the golden shield to drive away the poison. Even so, the golden shield was severely damaged and could no longer be used without a long period of cultivation. When Xiaofeng took advantage of the Great Master and had no time to take care of it, the Fire of Nirvana kept burning the golden bell, and the mark of recognition in the golden bell was affected. The golden bell let out a mournful cry, flew back to the Great Venerable, and then turned into energy and entered the Great Venerable's body. The Great Venerable's body was shaken. It must be that the golden bell magic weapon was damaged, which affected him. Li Shiming couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. The golden bell magic weapon should be the natal magic weapon of the Great Venerable. At the same time, he also saw that the Great Master of the Eastern Qi continent was very lacking in combat experience. In the Eastern Qi continent, the Great Monk and the Great Monk are the top combat power. In the conflicts between sects, the Great Monk and the Great Monk are rarely needed to take action. They mostly serve as a deterrent. The Great Venerable took out a string of Buddhist beads. When he pulled the beads, 108 beads flew out and formed a formation around him. He stood in the center of the formation, and the Buddha's light on his body was connected with the formation. Xiaofeng's feathers turned into illusory fire feathers and flew in the direction of the Great Master, but were blocked by the formation of 108 Buddhist beads. The Great Master stood in the center of the formation and released a spell to attack Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng nimbly dodged the spell and moved to another position to launch the fire feather attack. However, she continued to attack from any direction and was unable to break through the formation. A formation with the Great Venerable sitting in the formation, coupled with the connection with the Great Venerable's Buddha's light, makes this formation as difficult to chew as a turtle L for Xiaofeng, who is only in the middle of the 4th grade. The Phantom Dragon is also constantly looking for an attack position. Likewise, it can't find the slightest chance. The Great Venerable was going too far. He used this defensive posture to fight against a mid-level 4th grade spirit beast. This was only used when fighting an enemy that was more powerful than himself. Chapter 799 Return to the Clan. The Great Lord has no choice. The Fire of Nirvana of the Red Gold Phoenix will damage the magic weapon if he is not careful. And the Phantom Dragon made his head even bigger, whether he used magic weapons to attack or defend. The poison of the Phantom Dragon could severely damage the magic weapons. He doesn't have many magic weapons in his hands. A top-grade 4th grade natal magic weapon, the Golden Bell, has been damaged, and he has no extra magic weapons to use. The only way to deal with it is in this almost deceitful way. This string of beads is an inheritance of Lianhua Temple, and it will automatically form a formation when spread out. While the Great Master was attacking Xiaofeng, he was also looking for the Phantom Dragon. However, no matter how he scanned with his spiritual consciousness, he could not find the location of the Phantom Dragon. The Phantom Dragon is currently outside the range of the Great Venerable's spiritual consciousness. It is impossible for the Great Venerable to maintain such a spiritual scan. Once an opportunity arises, the Phantom Spirit Dragon will approach the Great Venerable again. Li Shiming waited for a moment and knew that continuing like this was not an option. If we wait any longer, this Great Venerable may have to summon more great monks. He put away the White Emperor Qingyun boat and flew close to the battlefield with the great monk Luo Pei. Sensing the approach of a great monk, the Great Venerable immediately looked at Li Shiming alertly. He did not recognize Li Shiming's identity, and a look of caution flashed in his eyes. Guangling of Lianhua Temple has met the donor. But who is the donor? The Great Venerable Guangling asked Li Shiming with a namaste salute.
Li Shizhen of the 10,000 Beasts sect has met the great venerable Guangling.
Li Shiming replied with a faint smile.
Li Shizhen?
Venerable Fangling immediately thought of who Li Shizhen was, with a look of surprise in his eyes. At this time, Li Shiming had clearly seen the formation arranged by 108 beads through his Shin vision, and used Z15 to analyze the nodes of the formation.
This is where the gate of my 10,000 Beasts sect is located. According to the rules,
a great master of your level is not allowed to come here without any reason,
Li Shiming said in a deep voice. The area near the mountain gate is within the surveillance range of the sect. If you get closer, you will enter the area of the isolated space of the cave. For any sect, this area is a prohibited area, unless you have received an invitation from the sect. Approaching without reason is considered an enemy of the sect.
The 10,000 Beast sect. In a few days, the 10,000 Beast sect will cease to exist,
Great Venerable Guangling said with a sneer. When Li Shiming heard what he said, murderous intent burst out in his eyes. His figure suddenly disappeared from the spot,
and his, arriving in one fell swoop,
allowed him to break through the distance limit of the Great Monk's attack range. He was far outside the Great Monk's attack range and teleported to the side of the Great Reverend Fangling. The formation arranged by the 108 beads, after Z15 thoroughly studied it, had no impact on him anymore. When he was teleported to the Great Venerable Guangling, he had a 4th grade sword base in his hand. He slapped the Great Venerable Guangling with the sword spine of the 4th grade sword base. Since the poison of the Phantom Dragon had previously broken the defense, the Great Venerable Guangling could not block it even if he put up a defensive shield. His shot. The reason why I didn't use the sword was because I wanted to get some information from the Great Venerable Guangling. He didn't know what stage the relationship between the 10,000 Beast sect and the other 3 sects had reached. If he really wanted to kill the Great Venerable Guangling, it would be equivalent to completely breaking with the Lianhua Temple. It would be better to hand over the Great Venerable Guangling to the 10,000 Beast sect and let the 10,000 Beast sect handle it. This slap contains the
Chaos Sword intention.
Although there is no wound in the
Chaos Sword intent,
to allow the sword intention to penetrate directly into the body of the Great Master Guangling. Some of the
Chaos Sword intent
was still sent into the body after the slap. In the body of the Great Venerable Guangling, the Great Venerable Guangling was hit by this slap. His body stiffened and he lost the ability to resist. Li Shiming smiled faintly and touched the body of Venerable Guangling twice more with his hands. In an instant, the body of the Great Venerable Guangling was restrained, and there was a thunder rune on the surface of Yuaning to lock it, and no spiritual power could be used. Li Shiming roughly took off Venerable Guangling's mustard seed ring, and his spiritual consciousness swept over 108 Buddhist beads. Without the support of Venerable Guangling, the prayer beads were swept by his spiritual consciousness and returned immediately. Pristine condition.
This is a pretty good treasure.
Li Shiming was somewhat interested in this string of beads. This string of Buddhist beads should have been nurtured by many Buddhist sages using Buddhist teachings for a long time. In addition, the Buddhist beads are a rare treasure. After being nurtured by Buddhist teachings for more than 5,000 years, the Buddhist beads can almost be called Buddhist treasures. In particular, every generation of great sages who have warmed and cultivated Buddhist beads have cultivated them as the basis for arranging formations. This has caused the beads to develop a special spiritual wisdom and can arrange formations on their own. Although the material of the Buddhist beads is not the best, only the 4th grade and upper level, after 5,000 years of Buddhist cultivation, it has completely made up for the shortcomings in the material. Venerable Guangling watched Li Shiming take away the trophies from his body, especially this string of Buddhist beads, which was the most precious treasure of Lianhua Temple. The anger in his eyes almost burst out. It's a pity that no matter how much he hates Li Shiming, there is nothing he can do under Li Shiming's suppression. Li Shiming casually threw the Great Venerable Guangling to the Great Monk Luo Pei, and he took out the jade plate of his identity in the 10,000 Beast sect.
Master, I'm back, just outside the mountain gate.
He sent a message to his master, Brother Hu. He knew very well that this place must be within the monitoring range of the 10,000 Beast sect's formation,
and he did not need to get close to the 10,000 Beast sect's mountain gate to avoid causing an accident.
Are you my junior brother?
A figure flew from the direction of 10,000 Beast sect. When it approached Li Shiming, it asked in disbelief. The visitor was second senior brother Yushan. He was very familiar with Li Shiming. How could he not recognize Li Shiming? But when he saw that Li Shiming was in the realm of a great monk, he didn't dare to recognize him for a while.
Second senior brother, I've only been away for a few years. Why don't you recognize me?
Li Shiming said with a smile.
Junior brother, it's you. How long have you been promoted to a great monk?
Yushan woke up from the shock and shouted excitedly. After a moment, he calmed down again, turned to look at the great monk Luo Pei, bowed and said,
Okay.
Li asked,
Who is this senior? Second senior brother. There is no need to be so polite to him. He is my subordinate. His name is Luo Pei.
Li Shiming introduced with a smile. After such an introduction, Yushan was even more confused about how to react. The status of the great monks in the Eastern Qi continent is like that of the great powers in the Zhongzhou continent, and they are the top existences. However, Yushan never expected that Li Shiming actually had a senior monk under his command. Seeing the obedient appearance of senior monk Luo Pei, standing behind Li Shiming with his hands tied, it seemed that he was really Li Shiming's subordinate.
Is that the great venerable Guangling?
Yushan saw clearly the monk being held by the great monk Luo Pei and recognized his identity.
I saw the great venerable Guangling appearing near the 10,000 Bees sect. So I captured him and handed him over to the sect for disposal.
Li Shiming explained.
I'll take you back to the sect first.
Yushan took several breaths before calming down. He glanced around and said. He also discovered that the nascent soul monks, who were originally wandering around the sect, had disappeared long ago. It seemed that this was the deterrent brought by Li Shiming, which made his depressed mood much better for a long time. This time Li Shiming returned. Li Shiming was a great monk, and he brought back another great monk, which greatly enhanced the combat power of the 10,000 Beast sect. When Li Shiming entered the 1,000-mile range of the sect and felt the familiar atmosphere of the space, he closed his eyes nostalgically, wanting to imprint this feeling in his soul. Since it was not far from the mountain gate, he did not chat with Yushan. Anyway, he would meet his master, Brother Hu, soon, and he would naturally know what he needed to know. In front of the sect's formation, Yushan stopped.
Junior brother, please wait here for a moment. I am going to report and give Senior Luo Pei an identity to enter the sect.
Yushan asked Li Shiming to wait here while he entered the sect's formation himself. Li Shiming was not surprised. Yushan had the power to bring Master Luo Pei here, which was already the limit of Yushan's power. In addition, Li Shiming was promoted to a great monk, and his identity has not been updated yet. In the event of an emergency in the sect, the decision on whether to let him in can only be made after reporting the situation. Not long after, Yushan and the great monk Ding Lifei came out together. Li Shiming was slightly startled. He did not expect that the person who came out was senior brother Ding Lifei, not his master. Senior brother Hu? This made him feel something in his heart. Could something have happened to his master? Brother Hu? Thinking that he had successfully contacted the master using his identity jade plate before, he couldn't help but shook his head. He was probably just thinking wildly.
Li Shizhen has met Uncle Ding.
Li Shiming stepped forward and bowed.
I heard that something happened to you in Zhongzhou continent. Your master and I are very worried about you. It seems that not only did nothing happen to you, but you met the opportunity and became a great monk.
Great monk Ding Lifei looked at Li Shiming and said with a smile. He helped Li Shiming up and looked at Li Shiming carefully, unable to hide the wonder in his eyes.
By the way, you are already a great monk. From now on, please call me Senior Brother Ding.
He thought of something else and said, unless there is a master-disciple relationship in the world of immortality, realm is the fundamental factor that determines a monk's status.
Brother Ding, this is Luo Pei, my subordinate.
Li Shiming changed his title and introduced the great monk Luo Pei.
Fellow Taoist Luo, welcome to your arrival.
Brother Ding glanced at Brother Luo Pei, smiled, bowed and said, okay. Great monk Luo Pei. The great monk who almost destroyed a large sect with one person. Although monks like Yushan didn't know about it, Senior Monk Ding knew about Senior Monk Luo Pei's achievements from some channels. Although the aura of the great monk Luo Pei is not very strong, the great monk Ding does not dare to underestimate the great monk Luo Pei. Brother Luo Pei returned the salute without saying a word. After the salute, he stood back behind Li Shiming. This attitude showed his identity.
Senior Brother Ding, this is the great venerable Guangling. I met him outside the mountain gate when I returned to the sect. So I caught him and handed him over to the sect for disposal.
Li Shiming waved to the great monk Luo Pei, and the great monk Luo Pei brought the great venerable Guangling to the sect. The venerable sent it to Brother Ding.
Currently, the 10,000 Beast sect is in a state of life and death. It's great that you can come back. Capturing the great venerable Guangling will prevent Lianhua Temple from being too rampant.
Brother Ding took over the great venerable Guangling. His Holiness said, Being able to capture the great venerable Guangling alive shows that Li Shiming's combat power is very powerful. The 10,000 Beasts sect is in the process of employing people, which is good news. At the same time, Lianhua Temple is missing the great venerable Guangling, which weakens its strength. It also requires the Lianhua Temple to take into account the life of the great venerable Guangling and act inappropriately. I will never be as careless as before. Brother Ding first updated the Identity Jade Disc for Li Shiming, and then took out an Identity Jade Disc and gave it to Brother Luo Pei.
Fellow Taoist Luo will serve as a guest of the 10,000 Beasts sect for now. Your treatment will be decided after I discuss it with all the fellow disciples.
Brother Ding did not take it lightly just because Brother Luo Pei was Li Shiming's subordinate. He gave the Identity Jade Plate, he also explained it specially. Then under his leadership, Li Shiming and Great Monk Luo Pei walked into the mountain gate of 10,000 Beasts sect. As soon as he entered the mountain gate, Li Shiming felt the tense atmosphere. The most obvious thing is that there are monks on duty at every node of the sect formation, which has never happened before. Each of the monks flying in the sky was in a hurry, with extremely serious expressions on their faces. Brother Ding knew who Li Shiming wanted to see most. So he took Li Shiming into the cave of 10,000 Beasts, and came to the mountain outside Brother Hu's mountain. The formation on the mountain peak was opened, and Brother Ding entered it first, followed by Li Shiming and others. Li Shiming had already realized that something was wrong at this time with the character of his master, Master Hu. He would definitely come out to welcome him after he learned that he had been promoted to a great monk and had brought back a great monk. It was very strange to him that the monk Ding came out to greet him before, but now he didn't even come out to greet him in the cave. Something must have happened.
Shurjin is back?
The cave opened, and a weak voice came from inside.
Master!
Li Shiming exclaimed. With the realm of Brother Hu, it is impossible for him to be so weak. This can only mean that Brother Hu is injured, and the injury is still very serious. Li Shiming quickened his pace, entered the cave, and saw his master, Brother Hu, sitting on the chair. Brother Hu's face was pale, his breath was unstable, and more importantly, one of his left legs was missing.
Master, who hurt you?
Li Shiming's aura erupted, and terrifying pressure rose up. Brother Hu saw Li Shiming's appearance and felt the strength shown by Li Shiming, with a happy smile on his face, just like watching his own child grow up. He knew that Li Shiming had grown up.
I'm fine. You should ask the Taichu sect member who fought with me,
Brother Hu said with a smile and waved his hand. It's just that after he said these words, he coughed continuously, which made him lose his momentum when speaking.
Master, don't talk for now. I'm here to treat you.
Li Shiming stepped forward to support Brother Hu and said. He took out a 4th grade high-grade severed limb rebirth elixir for great monks, which he refined using the extra elixir for the injured great monks when he was in Zhongzhou continent. Although he has the magical power of innate Imu, in order to regenerate a severed limb, he still has to rely on the effect of this elixir to regenerate a severed limb. Chapter 800 Treatment. Great Monk who took the 4th grade advanced amputated limb rebirth elixir from the Great Monk and took it without even looking at it. He knew his disciples too well. Li Shiming was trustworthy and could not harm him. Li Shiming waited until Brother Hu took the 4th grade high-level severed limb rebirth elixir. He activated the innate Imu magical power, and green rays of light rose from his hands and fell on Brother Hu's body. He secretly thought it was a pity that he left the
innate Jianmu tree heart
to his clone Li Yuanba. Otherwise the power of his innate Imu magical power would be increased several times. Brother Hu's lost left leg can be restored without even using the 4th grade high-grade severed limb rebirth elixir. The blessing effect of
innate Jianmu tree heart
on the magical power of innate Imu is equivalent to raising the magical power of innate Imu by a large level, and the effect of the improvement is unimaginable. He continuously used the magical power of innate Imu more than 20 times, and green light lingered on Brother Hu's body. Brother Hu's breath quickly recovered, and even his lost left leg grew a new left leg from the fracture. The new left leg looks very weak, but with this left leg, Brother Hu can return to the previous left leg as long as he strengthens it with spiritual power every day. The severed limbs of the great monks are very troublesome, especially when the great monks are injured. The injuries are caused by powerful monks of the same level, and the wounds will be attached with energy that affects the recovery of the injuries. After taking the high-level amputated limb rebirth elixir of the 4th grade monk, he first used special medicine to break the influence of the attached energy, and the healing energy of the innate Imu magical power was added to accelerate the growth of his left leg. In addition, the magical power of Xiantian Imu is also clearing the alien energy in his body, allowing him to recover quickly from his injuries.
Innate immune magical power.
Brother Ding, who followed in, shouted softly, and quickly shut his mouth tightly, for fear of affecting Brother Hu's recovery.
Shurjin, it's okay.
Brother Hu waved his hand to stop Li Shiming from using the magical power of innate immune. If he didn't stop him, Li Shiming might not stop using the magical power of innate immune. Li Shiming stopped and paid attention to his situation. The worry in his eyes could not be concealed. Brother Hu felt the injury in his body. He held on to the table beside him. Yushan stepped forward and tried to help him, but he patted him, and Yushan stepped aside.
I feel very good, although my left leg is still a little weak. Most of its functions can be restored in 10 days at most.
Brother Hu landed on his feet and swayed slightly before standing firm. He said with a smile. In fact, the left leg has little impact on combat power. The monk rarely falls on the ground during battle. The biggest impact of losing his left leg is on his practice. Losing part of the body of a great monk will make his practice incomplete, thus affecting the progress of his practice. Of course, when you reach the realm of a great monk, you have already reached the extreme level of a monk in the Eastern Qi continent, and the possibility of going further is almost impossible.
Lao Hu, how is your injury? When will you be able to regain your fighting strength?
Brother Ding asked anxiously. Judging from the situation of the 10,000 Beast sect, it is extremely important for the 10,000 Beast sect to restore the combat power of Brother Hu.
You can fight now, with about 70% of your combat power. If I recover for 2 days, I can recover to 80% of my combat power.
Brother Hu waved his hand.
Luo Pei, give the master 5 spiritual pills.
Li Shiming turned to the great monk Luo Pei and ordered. He gave all the elixirs that were not of high-quality 4th-grade monks to the great monk Luo Pei. Putting it with the great monk Luo Pei is equivalent to putting it on yourself. And there is no difference. Senior brother Luo Pei will not have any other thoughts because of the spiritual elixir, even if senior monk Luo Pei is asked to die at this moment. Senior monk Luo Pei will not hesitate at all. The one who really controls the great monk Luo Pei is Tiangui, and Tiangui is Li Shiming's spiritual pet. This relationship is closer than the master-servant relationship that signed the contract. Brother Luo Pei stepped forward and took out a jade bottle and sent it to Brother Hu. Before Brother Hu met Li Shiming, he received the news and learned about the existence of Brother Luo Pei. Seeing the great monk Luo Pei hand over the jade bottle, he bowed to the great monk Luo Pei and took the jade bottle. No matter what, the great monk Luo Pei is a great monk of the same level, so he should still have the respect he deserves. Although the great monk Luo Pei is Li Shiming's subordinate, the strength of the great monk alone is enough for the 10,000 Beasts sect to maintain the highest respect.
Master, if you take these 5 elixirs while practicing, you should be able to regain your strength faster,
Li Shiming said with a smile. After recovering from the injury, due to the long-term impact of the injury and alien energy, the body was weak, the nascent soul was sluggish, and most of the energy in the body was consumed. Without a magic pill, the recovery would be extremely long. As far as he knew, the number of great monks' elixirs in the 10,000 Beast sect was not large. Most of the great monks' elixirs produced were distributed and consumed. No great monks would accumulate the great monks' elixirs. In addition, judging from the fact that the 10,000 Beast sect was bullied outside the gate, the resource points of the 10,000 Beast sect may be in danger.
It won't have any impact on you. Right. It just takes me longer to recover on my own, and I don't necessarily need the help of the elixir.
Brother Hu glanced at Brother Luo Pei, then turned to Li Shiming and asked,
Master, the most important thing is for you to regain your strength. It won't have any impact on me.
Li Shiming replied with a smile.
That's good.
Brother Hu put away the jade bottle.
Master, what is the current situation of the 10,000 Beast sect? How did it get to this point?
Li Shiming finally asked the question he was most concerned about. Looking at the current situation of the 10,000 Beast sect, it is almost at the end of its rope and has been bullied outside the mountain gate by the other 3 sects. Judging from the appearance of the monks from the 3 major sects, it was blocking the possibility of the 10,000 Beast sect leaving the mountain. If it weren't for the existence of the cave sky shielding space, I would probably have to enter within 1,000 miles of the mountain gate.
Since Luanfeng Palace urgently recalled the great monks stationed in 10,000 Beast sect, Yuqing sect and Baidi sect have increased their contact with the other 3 major sections. By the time we received the information, the 3 major sects had already agreed to cooperate with you. The cooperation between the Qing sect and the Baidi sect drove us away from the Eastern Qi continent,
Brother Hu said in a deep voice. Following Brother Hu's detailed explanation, Li Shiming learned what had happened in the decades since he had been away. Part of the reason for this was due to Li Shiming. The 10,000 Beast sect suffered revenge from the Yuqing sect and the Baidi sect. He also knew why Luanfeng Palace recalled the great monks at that time. It was because the great monks were sent to perform tasks in the Hell Cave. The time when Luanfeng Palace left happened to be during that time. Due to the departure of Luanfeng Palace, the 10,000 Beast sect lost the support of the superpower behind them. The Yuqing sect and the Baidi sect summed up the experience of their last failure and returned. When they returned to the Eastern Qi continent again, they first gave up the comprehensive plan, for the enemy's plan was turned to target only the 10,000 Beast sect. The 10,000 Beast sect occupies more than a quarter of the resources of the East Qi continent, which is a huge benefit, especially the resources of the great monks, which makes the great monks of the East Qi continent salivate. The great monks of the 10,000 Beast sect are the most powerful in combat. The four major sects usually seem to be in peace with each other. But in fact, there have been a lot of conflicts of the same kind inside, under the instigation of Yuqing sect and Baidi sect, as well as the temptation of powerful threats and huge benefits. They agreed to eliminate the 10,000 Beast sect together. In the days that followed, a great monk from the 10,000 Beast sect was ambushed and killed outside, and each resource point was occupied. In an encounter after a full-scale war, Brother Hu repelled 3 of the other party's monks, and was seriously injured himself. As this unfair battle continues, the 10,000 Beast sect, supported by the 3 major sects and 2 superpowers, can only huddle inside the mountain gate, relying on the cave's sky-space barrier for passive defense. This is not a long-term thing. If you are compressed inside the mountain gate, you will not be able to obtain resources, and you can only continue to consume the reserved resources, coupled with the loss of the source of backup new monks. The 10,000 Beast sect has no new monks to grow, and there is a gap in the monks. A war like this often lasts for more than 100 years. If it really takes 100 years, the monks of the 10,000 Beast sect, who are sealed in the mountain gate, will collapse on their own due to lack of resources, without being attacked by enemies from outside.
Master, who are the 3 great monks who hurt you?
Li Shiming asked in a deep voice.
You are too impatient. You have just returned to the sect. You must first accept the inheritance of the sect's great monks. The master cannot teach you anything more. But the 10,000 Beast sect has experienced thousands of years of inheritance and still has some knowledge.
Huda the monk did not answer. He patted Li Shiming's shoulder and said. Li Shiming nodded. Even if Brother Hu didn't say anything, he would have a way to find the answer. He didn't disturb Brother Hu's rest too much. Brother Hu needed to practice to regain his fighting strength. Brother Ding and Brother Li Shiming left Brother Hu's cave together. Li Shiming returned to his own cave, and he arranged Brother Luo Pei in the cave. He did not rest, and rested long enough during the voyage. Li Shiming came to the library, which is the library of Yuaning monk. There are no monks in the library. In this situation, most of the nascent soul monks have their own tasks and are responsible for various defense tasks. Entering the library pavilion, I felt the scanning of a great monk's spiritual consciousness.
Are you Li Shizhen, junior Brother Hu's disciple?
Came an extremely old voice.
Yes, I am Li Shizhen.
Li Shiming bowed and replied.
Junior Brother Hu has contacted me. Come to the top floor,
said the old voice. Li Shiming walked up the stairs and followed the stairs to the top floor. Since his identity, Jade Disc, has been updated, he already belongs to the great monk of the 10,000 Beast sect and has extremely high authority. There is no restriction in the library pavilion that can stop him. When he arrived at the top floor, he saw a monk with all white hair and beard sitting cross-legged on a futon. After seeing him, a smile appeared on his old face, and he pointed to the futon opposite and motioned for him to sit down. Li Shiming came to sit in front of the futon and saw the old monk taking out a plate of spiritual fruits and placing it between the two of them.
Li Shizhen, I am able to survive until now only because of your help. My name is Zhang Dansheng, a monk who is about to die.
Senior monk Zhang Dansheng said slowly, with a look of reminiscence in his eyes. As soon as Li Shiming heard the other party's name, he knew who the old monk in front of him was. This is the oldest monk of the 10,000 Beast sect. Back then, he received 2
longevity spirit fruits
from Luanfeng Palace. He gave the 2
longevity spirit fruits
to his master, Brother Hu. At that time, Brother Hu mentioned that he wanted to give 2 longevity fruits to Brother Zhang Dansheng, the monk in front of him.
I dare not ask for help. That is the master's arrangement.
Li Shiming waved his hand and said,
You shouldn't have come back at this time. We old guys are planning to risk our lives and let those enemies bear the wrath of the 10,000 Beast sect. Your talent can go further.
Senior monk Zhang Danxing sighed softly, said with a cry. It can be heard that the great monk Zhang Danxing intends to die together with the enemy. Perhaps an old monk like him can only do this.
But it doesn't matter if you come back. When you left, you didn't get much of the inheritance of the 10,000 Beast sect. I will hand over all the inheritance of the 10,000 Beast sect to you. At least if the 10,000 Beast sect is dead, you can still revive the 10,000 Beast sect. Opportunity.
Senior monk Zhang Dansheng continued. Having experienced many things in his life, he has a clear view of the current situation of the 10,000 Beast sect, and knows that with his current combat power, he cannot solve the 10,000 Beast sect's troubles. Even if Li Shiming returns, it will not affect the battle situation much. In fact, great monk Zhang Dansheng was still constrained by the vision of the Eastern Qi continent. He could not imagine the terrifying combat power that a top genius monk who could kill the great monk in the middle nascent soul stage would possess after being promoted to a great monk. Not to mention how powerful Li Shiming's
Heavenly Man technique
was in front of him. It is a technique that requires the 5 elements of magical power to be activated and requires the middle stage of nascent soul to be practiced. This condition alone is enough to show how special this technique is.
Don't worry. I'm confident that I can solve the troubles the 10,000 Beast sect has encountered this time.
Li Shiming promised in a deep voice, not wanting to make brother Zhang Dansheng too worried. He could sense that the vitality of the great monk Zhang Dansheng had reached an extremely aging level. This kind of aging was irreversible, and could not be restored by relying on the magical power of innate Imu. Based on the situation of the great monk Zhang Dansheng, his lifespan is only 20 years at most. If the great monk Zhang Dansheng fights with all his strength, he may not be able to guarantee even 20 years of life.
You first accept the inheritance of 10,000 Beast sect. If you don't accept all the inheritance of 10,000 Beast sect, I won't let you leave here.
Great monk Zhang Dansheng said stubbornly. Not believing what Li Shiming said, Li Shiming had no intention of refuting the great monk Zhang Dansheng. He also wanted to see the inheritance of the 10,000 Beast sect. Senior monk Zhang Dansheng waved his hand, and hundreds of jade slips emitting golden and purple light appeared in front of him.
Here is the first part. What you need to do is write them all down.
He pointed at the hundreds of jade slips and said,